Chapter 1 Awakening of Mutation. Long family. In a house, a brilliant blue light pillar soared into the sky, straight into the sky. There was a lot of movement. Along with it, an ancient dragon roar sounded like a prehistoric sound. Above, the sky among the clouds was occupied by the phantom of a huge cyan dragon. This strange scene lasted for more than 10 seconds and then disappeared. Seeing this scene, the people around them looked shocked. The people of the Long family have all set their sights on the symbolic pavilion of the Long family, the Awakening Tower. This is the place where the Long family used to awaken their martial spirits when they were years old. This is Douluo continent, a world of martial arts, a world where strength is respected and the weak eat the strong. In the Awakening building, the atmosphere was quiet at the moment. Everyone present was stunned by Long Fei's martial spirit in front of them. What kind of martial spirit is this? Since it's not a dragon sick green python, it's a dragon. This is a mutated martial spirit. The building suddenly became lively, and Long Fei, who has been targeted by everyone, is the most amazing young man here, and he is also a legendary time traveler. I really didn't expect that since I had traveled to the world of Douluo continent, Long Fei would use a supreme dragon power. The dragon's energy was ancient, noble and sacred. Just by looking at his aura you can tell that his martial spirit is definitely a top-notch martial spirit, even surpassing this level and reaching the legendary divine level. At this moment Long Fei was quietly in his mind reading the passages and scenes of strange memories that came with his awakening. Chaos Azure Dragon. Bloodline of Chaos Azure Dragon. Finally he was sure that what he awakened was a martial spirit belonging to the original bloodline called the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. The legendary bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon is in such a top world as the prehistoric time. Under the transformation of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, everything inside and outside his body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Long Fei was awakened by a voice, and the moment he opened his eyes a green light flashed across his eyes. He took back the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline and appeared according to the instructions in his memory. In his memory, his bloodline martial spirit was very special. It could not only summon the Chaos Azure Dragon's phantom to possess him but also had other unpected functions. The owner of the voice that woke him up was right in front of him. Long Fei looked at him. This middle-aged man was the one who helped him awaken his martial soul. He was also a peripheral member of the Martial Soul Hall. Long Tao was a powerful soul sect in his 40s. No one can spread what happened today. Did you hear it? At this moment a heavy voice sounded, and the target of the voice was the other 10 children of the Long family. We understand. Although the 10 Long family children are all years old, they are well trained. You guys go out first and have a good time practicing. Yes. Then they left. After the 10 people left, only 3 people, Long Fei, Long Tao and Long Wu, were left in the Awakening Tower. Among them Long Wu is Long Fei's father and one of the 2 most outstanding strong men in the Long family. Long Fei, what kind of martial spirit have you awakened? Long Tao asked excitedly. Uncle Tao, didn't you guess it just now? The martial spirit I awakened is a noumenal martial spirit. Long Fei himself was also excited, but he deliberately hid some of it. From the perspective of seniority, Long Tao is one of Long Fei's uncles. Long martial arts. Our Long family is dominated by the dragon speed green python. You are my son and should inherit it. However, judging from the vision just now, it seems that your martial spirit has mutated in a good direction. Yes, this is my martial spirit, Long Fei said and took off his shirt. When the 2 of them saw this, their pupils shrank one after another and their hearts were extremely shocked. They saw that Long Fei's upper body was covered with a huge blue dragon totem tattoo. There is an aura that cannot be expressed in words, and the green light of the green dragon tattoo stripes is looming and shining. The tattoo exudes supreme dragon power. This is the Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo brought to him by the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline martial spirit. Once the tattoo appears, his power will be instantaneous, improved tenfold, and he will become more and more powerful in the future. Come test your soul power. The shocked Long Tao quickly moved the big ball of light in front of Long Fei. Long Fei stretched out his hand and touched it. Instantly the big ball bloomed with blue light, extremely plump. It's even like trying to break through this ball of light, innately full of soul power. Long Ao and Long Wu claimed, but what they didn't notice was that Long Fei frowned at this moment and thought to himself, no, with such detailed light, could it be possible that my soul power has exceeded the 10th level? Thinking about it, he quickly put away his hands. Some things are better hidden. The person who surpassed the innate soul power in Long Fei's memory was Qian Ren Yui from the Wuhan Palace. This girl was at the 20th level of innate soul, but it is normal when you think about it. Seraphim is a god-inherited martial soul, but he is confident that his Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline martial spirit is more terrifying than the Seraphim. Long Wu's presence was solemn and serious. Fei, put on your clothes quickly. We can't let the people in Wuhan Hall know about this matter. Long Tao, in order for our Long family to rise here, you must hide the true story of Fei, my son's martial arts information. Long Tao's face was serious. The martial soul has mutated mutated and appears as the phantom of a blue dragon. The innate soul power should really be concealed. Fair, please go back first. Your mother has been waiting for a long time. It's time to tell her the good news. My father and your uncle Tao have something to talk about. Long Wu reached out and touched Long Fei's mind and said, I know, father. Goodbye, Uncle Tao. After saying that, Long Fei turned around and left. Afterwards there was a secret conversation between Long Tao and Long Wu. After leaving the awakening building, Long Fei did not leave immediately but stood there and clenched his fist. At this moment he felt more powerful than ever before. Long Fei's eyes were firm and he looked up at the sky thinking, Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. Very good, this will be the beginning of my rise in this Douluo continent. I, Long Fei, will definitely not bury this source of blessing. You are all people from the past life and this life. Tang San is really looking forward to meeting you. Long Fei muttered, then left here and ran directly toward home. In the process he found that the speed was very fast and the steps were very light, as if an invisible force was holding him up. I don't feel tired at all. If I had done it before I would have felt tired and out of breath. The Long family is very big and the awakening building is 1 kilometer away from his residence. When I got home I smelled a strong smell outside. When I opened the door the first thing I saw was a beautiful woman wearing kitchen clothes. Mother! Long Fei shouted. Yes, the beautiful woman in front of him is his mother Jing. Fei is back. Come in and have a meal. How is your martial soul awakening today? Well, where is your father? Jing said, suddenly frowning and questioning. Since Long Fei is the only one who came back, did you make a mistake? How do you become the father of your child? Mother, father has something to take care of and will come back later. Long Fei said and closed the door. Mother, my martial soul has mutated. It is full of innate soul power. Long Fei continued. What? Mutated martial spirit? Innately full of soul power? When Jing heard this she was immediately shocked. Her face had a color she had never imagined in her life. The bowl in his hand also fell on the table. Chapter 2. Obtain the soul ring. Long family. In a house a brilliant blue light pillar soared into the sky, straight into the sky. There was a lot of movement. Along with it an ancient dragon roar sounded like a prehistoric sound. Above the sky among the clouds was occupied by the phantom of a huge cyan dragon. This strange scene lasted for more than 10 seconds and then disappeared. Seeing this scene the people around them looked shocked. The people of the Long family have all set their sights on the symbolic pavilion of the Long family, the Awakening Tower. This is the place where the Long family used to awaken their martial spirits when they were years old. This is Douluo continent, a world of martial arts, a world where strength is respected and the weak eat the strong. In the awakening building the atmosphere was quiet at the moment. Everyone present was stunned by Long Fei's martial spirit in front of them. This is what kind of martial spirit is this? Since it's not a dragon sick green python, it's a dragon. This is a mutated martial spirit. The building suddenly became lively, and Long Fei, who has been targeted by everyone, is the most amazing young man here, and he is also a legendary time traveler. I really didn't expect that since I had traveled to the world of Douluo continent Long Fei would use a supreme dragon power. The dragon's energy was ancient, noble and sacred. Just by looking at his aura you can tell that his martial spirit is definitely a top-notch martial spirit, even surpassing this level and reaching the legendary divine level. At this moment Long Fei was quietly in his mind reading the strange memories that followed after his awakening. Chaos Azure Dragon. Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. In the end he was sure that what he awakened was a martial spirit belonging to the original bloodline type, and the Chaos Azure Dragon did not belong to this world. The legendary bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon is in such a top world as the prehistoric time. Under the transformation of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline everything inside and outside his body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Long Fei was awakened by a voice, and the moment he opened his eyes a green light flashed across his eyes. He took back the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline according to the instructions in his memory. In his memory his bloodline martial spirit was very special. It can only summon the shadow of the Chaos Blue Dragon to possess it, but it can also have other unpected functions. The owner of the voice that woke him up was right in front of him. Long Fei looked at him. This middle-aged man was the one who helped him awaken his martial soul. He was also a peripheral member of the Martial Soul Hall. Long Tao was a powerful soul sect in his 40s. No one can spread what happened today. Did you hear that? At this moment a heavy voice sounded, and the target of the voice was the other 10 children of the Long family. We understand. Although the 10 Long family children are all years old, they are well trained. You guys go out first and have a good time practicing. Yes. Then they left. After the 10 people left, only 3 people, Long Fei, Long Tao and Long Wu, were left in the Awakening Tower. Among them Long Wu is Long Fei's father and one of the 2 most outstanding strong men in the Long family. Long Fei, what kind of martial spirit have you awakened? Long Tao asked excitedly. Uncle Tao, didn't you guess it just now? The martial spirit I awakened is a noumenal martial spirit. Long Fei himself was also excited, but he deliberately hid some of it. From the perspective of seniority Long Long Tao is one of Long Fei's uncles. Long Wudao, our Long family is dominated by the dragon-sick green python. You are my son and should inherit it. However, judging from the vision just now, your martial spirit has mutated in a good direction. Yes, this is my martial spirit, Long Fei said and took off his shirt. When the two of them saw this, their pupils shrank one after another and their hearts were extremely shocked. They saw that Long Fei's upper body was covered with a huge blue dragon totem tattoo. There is an aura that cannot be pressed in words, and the green light of the green dragon tattoo stripes is looming and shining. The tattoo exudes supreme dragon power. This is the Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo brought to him by the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline martial spirit. Once the tattoo appears, his power will instantly increase tenfold, and he will become more and more powerful in the future. Come test your soul power. The shocked Long Tao quickly moved the big ball of light in front of Long Fei. Long Fei stretched out his hand and touched it. Instantly the big ball bloomed with blue light extremely plump. It's even like trying to break through this ball of light full of innate soul power, Long Ao and Long Wu claimed. But what they didn't notice was that at this moment Long Fei frowned and thought to himself, no, the light of such details, could it be that my soul power has exceeded the 10th level? Thinking about it, he quickly put away his hand. Some things are better hidden. The person who surpassed the innate soul power in Long Fei's memory was Qian Ren Yui from the Wuhan Palace. This girl was born at level 20, but it's normal when you think about it. Seraphim is a god-inherited martial soul, but he is confident that his Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline martial spirit is more terrifying than the Seraphim. Long Wu's presence was solemn and serious. Fei, put on your clothes quickly. We can't let the people in Wuhan Hall know about this matter. Long Tao, in order for our Long family to rise here, you must hide the true story of Fei. Information about my son's martial spirit. Long Tao's face was serious. The martial soul has mutated, taking on the phantom of a blue dragon, and is innately full of soul power. It's really time to hide it. Fei, please go back first. Your mother has been waiting for a long time. It's time to tell her the good news. My father and your uncle Tao have something to talk about. Long Wu reached out and touched Long Fei's mind and said, I know, father. Goodbye, Uncle Tao. After saying that, Long Fei turned around and left. Afterwards there was a secret conversation between Long Tao and Long Wu. After leaving the awakening building, Long Fei did not leave immediately but stood there and clenched his fist. At this moment he felt more powerful than ever before. Long Fei's eyes were firm and he looked up at the sky thinking, Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. Very good, this will be the beginning of my rise in this Douluo continent. I, Long Fei, will definitely not bury this blessing. They are all people from the past and present life. Tang San, I really look forward to meeting you. Long Fei murmured, then left here and ran directly towards his home. In the process he found that the speed was very fast and the steps were very light, as if an invisible force was holding him up. I don't feel tired at all. If I had done it before I would have felt tired and out of breath. The Long family is very big and the awakening building is 1 kilometer away from his residence. When I got home I smelled a strong smell outside. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was a beautiful woman wearing kitchen clothes. Mother, Long Fei shouted. Yes, the beautiful woman in front of him is his mother Jing. Fei is back, come in for dinner. How is the awakening of martial arts today? Well, where is your father? Jing said, suddenly frowning and questioning. Since Long Fei is the only one who came back, did you make a mistake? How do you become the father of your child? Mother, father has something to take care of and will come back later, Long Fei said and closed the door. Mother, my martial soul has mutated. It is full of innate soul power. Long Fei continued. What? Mutated martial spirit? Innately full of soul power? When Jing heard this, she was immediately shocked. Her face had a color that she had never imagined in her life. The bowl in his hand also fell on the table. Chapter 3:3 The system is coming. Very good, you are indeed my Fei. He is naturally full of soul power. After dinner let your father accompany you to hunt a soul beast. I have seen it. After seeing Long Fei's martial spirit, Jing's eyes were golden and her excitement was no less than Long Fei's. Jing is not a member of the Long family but was married from a foreigner. Her martial spirit is a very powerful and abnormal auxiliary martial spirit. As long as she is still alive she can be resurrected. Long Fei, who was impatient, had already moved his chopstick and started to eat hungrily. This scene made Jing couldn't help but be surprised. As a mother she knew best how Long Fei usually ate. Since you can eat so much now, at least several times more than usual. Even Long Fei himself was shocked. His appetite has increased. There is no doubt that all this is due to the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline. Fei, eat slowly. If it's not enough, mother will make it for you, Jing advised. I understand, mother. Long Fei nodded. At this moment the door outside the house was opened. The person who came back was his father Long Wu. My husband, father. Long Wu walked over with a smile on his face. Seeing that the food on the table was empty, he looked at Jing strangely and then looked at Long Fei to understand. Are you full? If you are full, my father will take you to hunt soul beast. Long Wu put his hands on his hip and was in a good mood. Long Fei quickly swept up all the remaining food. I've finished eating, you can go. Long Fei nodded. Be careful on the road, Ye Jing warned. Don't worry, don't you know my strength yet? With that said, the two of them packed up and set off. On the Long family side there is something strange. Logically speaking, such a big thing that happened before should have caused a lot of noise, but now it is very calm as if nothing happened at all. The Long family is located in a very remote place hidden in a deep valley. After eating the deep valley there is a junction of two major plates ahead. There are almost no people here. At this moment two figures, one tall and one short, passed through the giant primitive forest. This is a primitive giant forest with many types of soul beasts. Your martial soul has mutated, but one thing has not changed, that is you still take the same offensive route as us, Long Wu said as he walked. Long Fei nodded yes. Then he asked, Father, my awakening of the martial spirit made such a big noise. Logically speaking, the wave within the Long family should have subsided. Why is it so quiet? According to the plot of the novel, he should be invited to meet the senior officials of the Long family and his grandfather at this time. Long Wu sighed and became excited again. Your martial soul awakening has made too much noise. It has been suppressed by your grandfather and the confidentiality work has been carried out secretly. You are the future of our Long family. Can our Long family be able to do anything in the future? It's up to you to rise. Then he added, you don't have to worry about these things. Just leave them to us adults to handle. The people of the Long family are united as one and our ancestral precepts are recorded. Long Fei understood and he knew this very well. At this moment his mission is even heavier. I know I will never let you down. Long Fei nodded. After you get the first soul ring I will take you to see Grandpa. Let's go, hurry up, Long Wu said and already set off, and Long Fei also used the skills he learned to quickly follow. Somewhere in the giant forest Long Fei and his two men stood on a tree looking into the cave ahead. Suddenly Long Fei's blood was about to move, which was the desire of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Father, I feel something calling me in this cave, Long Fei said, staring straight ahead. Okay, I'll give you the lead as a father. After saying that, Long Wu shouted, and while jumping up a strong wave of soul power emitted, and in an instant yellow, purple and black colors gradually rose from his body. Hai He has 8 soul rings, and it's the most standard configuration. Long Wu, the 85th level attack spirit Douluo. Suddenly a huge green shadow of a 4-cornered python with a dragon-like face appeared from him. This is the inherited martial spirit of their Long family, the dragon speed green python. A top-notch martial spirit. A high-pitched chant came out. Then Long Wu rushed towards the cave. Time passed little by little and Long Fei, who was waiting outside, became a little uneasy. Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Still not coming out? Long Fei frowned and planned to go in and take a look. Boom! But at this moment the cave suddenly plotted. A loud noise echoed throughout the giant forest and the bird and soul beast left one after another. No father! Long Fei's presence changed drastically. If he couldn't even deal with his father, even if his martial spirit was of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. After all, he hadn't grown up yet. The fluctuation was too big and he was knocked out. He was just about to get up and rush out, but at this moment he saw a cyan light shooting out directly from the dust. Penetrating the dust-obscured field of vision, Long Fei saw a large soul beast flying directly towards him. It came over, and just as he was about to retreat and dodge, the spirit beast hit the ground directly in front of him, dying. What kind of soul beast is this? Long Fei asked in shock. First impression, this thing looks a bit like a creature similar to an earth dragon. This is a violent mountain flaming earth dragon. It looks like it should be around 500 years old. Fei, you are lucky. You have the first soul ring. Kill it quickly and absorb it. At this moment Long Wu's figure walked out of the dust in front with a festive look on his face. But as a father I am still a little worried. After all, the limit of the first soul ring of the human body is 450 years. This one. Then Long Wu was worried. But this thing is so good, it would be a waste to leave it like this. Long Wu stared at the flaming earth dragon in front of him. He felt an urge to devour it. He touched his chest. It was so hot. He took off his clothes and the chaos green dragon tattoo on his body was really eye-catching. This scene shocked Long Wu. Long Fei said, Father, my bloodline is subtly connected with this violent mountain flame earth dragon. Don't worry, I will be fine. Under the transformation of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, his physical limits are no longer the previous limit. Roar! Suddenly the mountain flaming dragon shouted, looking at Long Fei with awe and fear in his eyes. The person standing in front of it was not a human being but a superior person who was hundreds of millions of times more terrifying than him. What's going on? Long Wu was puzzled, and the behavior of the violent mountain flaming earth dragon in the NET second surprised him even more. Now that the violent mountain flaming earth dragon struggled to stand up, he knelt down to Long Fei. Immediately afterwards the body shone brightly and turned into a red light that merged into Long Fei's body as well as his soul. This Long Wu's presence was extremely exciting. This scene was the first first time he had seen it in his life. It was really weird. No, the strange person should be his son Long Fei. It's Long Fei's bloodline martial spirit. Soul be sacrificed. Long Wu looked at the scene and his eyes almost popped out when he saw the increasingly obvious and abundant chaos blue dragon tattoo on Long Fei's body. Since the fiery earth dragon of Burst Mountain is willing to sacrifice for Long Fei, this method can perfectly integrate even if it has reached the 1000-year level, and the soul of the soul beast will be retained. At this time Long Fei was already sitting cross-legged, being pulled by a consciousness to operate. The body is very warm and comfortable and a very powerful force is boiling. His body underwent sublimation changes again. Chapter 4 Opening the gift package. In this way Long Fei remained in a meditative and absorbing posture for a full hour, and Long Wu is in his strongest state, unleashing his soul power without any reservation and is concentrating on protecting the law. No fly can even think of disturbing his good son. It's been an hour, why is there still no movement? Long Wu frowned. He didn't know how to deal with this situation at all, but fortunately Long Fei didn't feel the pain of absorbing the soul ring, but a kind of pain, a very relaxed and enjoyable look. At least there is no need to worry yet. At this moment Long Fei, who was indifferent, finally moved. He used his energy to calm his nerves, and after breathing out, a purple soul ring appeared on his body and disappeared instantly. As a soul Douluo, Long Wu must have seen this scene and shouted, "Purple 1000-year soul ring!" The excited voice fell and Long Fei had woken up. He grabbed his hand and felt the changes in his body with a smile on his face. "Fei, is your soul ring purple for 1000 years? Long Wu was relieved when he saw that Long Fei woke up safe and sound and asked quickly, "Well, yes father, my first soul ring is 1000-year purple." As he said that, Long Fei thought, and a vast soul power came out along with a large circle of purple soul rings rising up from his feet. Keep spinning. Long Wu's pupils were condensed. Even though he had seen it just now and was mentally prepared looking at it again, now he was swallowing his saliva and didn't know what to say. His son was indeed a pervert. The net moment he was startled. That's not right. Your violent mountain flame earth dragon is only over 500 years old. How could it be 1000 years old? Did I make a mistake in my judgment? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look regretful. If this were really the case, and if his son hadn't been a pervert, he would have plotted to death if he absorbed it rashly. His face suddenly turned pale. Doesn't this mean he indirectly killed his son? At this moment he was filled with fear. If this was really the case, he would be the biggest sinner of the Long family, and he would not know how to explain it at that time. But everything is okay. My son is a monster. Let what has happened be let go. It's okay now. Father, you are right. That raging mountain flaming earth dragon is indeed only 520 years old. After hearing Long Fei's words, Long Wu, who was frightened in his heart, suddenly the heavy stone disappeared. He blinked. So my judgment is not wrong, but why is your first soul ring not yellow but purple? Is it because of your bloodline? Long Wu is not a fool. From the first scene to now, the blue dragon tattoo has been in his mind. Long Fei nodded yes. When the blazing earth dragon of the storm mountain was sacrificed to me, the green dragon blood in my body directly nourished it and instantly increased its age by 500 years, and its age also directly reached 1200 years. He looked at the chaos azure dragon tattoo on his body again, and it looked so domineering. Furthermore, he has grown taller and has a lot more muscle. He touched the tattoo and then put on his clothes, but Long Wu had been silent for a long time and did not react to what Long Fei had just said. It's really incredible. He deserves to be my son. Okay, ha ha ha. After muttering, he suddenly burst into laughter. Son, your first soul ring is for 1000 years. If you go out and let some people see it, you will be jealous. Long Wu was a little worried about some people with malicious intentions. He is not worried in the Long family, but a dragon cannot grow in a small place and it will eventually be buried. No, Long Fei must go out to practice. Father, there is no need to worry. I have a passive soul skill which is transformation. This passive soul skill of mine can change everything about myself, including the color of my soul ring. Long Fei showed a proud smile. The net moment the purple color on his body, the 1000-year soul ring, turned yellow and even its aura changed. Seeing the incredible scene again, Long Wu took a deep breath. Then what is your active soul skill? My soul skill. The moment Long Fei spoke, suddenly a voice appeared in my mind. Congratulations to the host for using the soul skill for the first time. The shuttle system between the heavens has been activated. The activation was successful. Bind host. A cold voice sounded and a series of digital loading sounds flashed away. Character interface. Host Long Fei, age SI years old. Martial soul chaos blue dragon bloodline package. Bloodline tattoo phantom possession. Note: the tattoo will only be displayed when the body temperature is elevated and hot, and when the body temperature is low and cold. It is hidden and cannot be seen at normal temperature. Soul power SIT 1 ring soul master. Bloodline package talents attribute: increase lifespan, increase orcism and evil spirits, super healing, invulnerability to all poisons, super growth, supreme dragon power. Soul skill passive transformation blue dragon eye. Soul skill active. The soul of the blue dragon in blazing mountain. System warehouse newbie gifhack X1. Traversing the world currently Douluo continent. Looking at the blue data screen that appeared in front of him without warning, Long Fei trembled when he reacted. His eyes widened with a hint of excitement. System. Now that I have activated the system. Long Fei was so excited that he wanted to find a place to jump down now to see if he was dreaming. System golden finger. Of course those who are unlucky will not have the necessary things for time travelers. He had given up hope at first, but now it made Long Fei excited again. With the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline as such a powerful golden finger, and now with the system as a heaven-defying plug-in, there is no doubt that he is destined to defy the heavens. Excited, extremely excited, excited, extremely excited. Fei. Long Wu's shout directly woke up the stunned Long Fei. Father, what's wrong? Long Fei came back to his senses and asked. Right now his thoughts are focused on the shuttle system between the heavens. Seeing Long Fei's response, Long Wu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, what do you think happened to me? You have been staying here since the beginning and there is no response when I call you. I thought there was something wrong with you. Good side effect. I'm so scared to be a father. How do you feel? Long Wu frowned. Long Fei first put the system aside. Although Long Wu is his father, he must not let him know about the system and must keep it secret to himself. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. It's okay, it's okay. I was just in a daze imagining the delicious days after me. There are no sequelae. Long Wu said with a straight face. You do have the capital to be proud, but as someone who has been through it, my father must warn you not to be buried in pride. Your qualifications and future have unlimited possibilities. It is not a problem to become a titled Douluo. If you can, if so, you might even become a legendary god. If so, the entire Long family will be completely proud of you. So temporary pride doesn't count. What only constant pride is true pride. Yes, father, my child will never let you down. Long Fei paused for a moment while speaking and quickly continued. Chapter 5 Battle. It was getting late now when we got home. After dinner, Long Wu took Long Fei directly to his grandfather Long Changtian's residence. On the road, Long Fei began to ask in his heart, System, what functions do you have? System, random release of tasks, plane travel and lottery functions. That's all for now. Long Fei, so there will be other functions in the future such as your upgrade? System, not bad. Long Fei, I have a newbie gift hack, right? System, yes. Do you want to enable it? Long Fei opened. He himself couldn't wait. The novice gift hack has been opened successfully. The host obtains Azure Dragon Ancient Sword 1 Lottery 1 Chaos Azure Dragon Blood Essence 1 Lightning Flash Footwork Random Travel Plane Scroll 1. All the above rewards have been placed in the system warehouse. Hearing the system's reporting voice, Long Fei nodded and muttered in his heart, it's okay, pretty good. Leave it for now and use it later when you get back. Long Changtian's residence. After entering, this was not the first time Long Fei came. Father. After the door closed, Long Wu walked in and bowed to the old man in front of him. Grandpa, Long Fei said with a wink. The old man in front of him was very kind. He nodded and looked at Long Fei. Grandson, show Grandpa your mutant martial spirit. Yes, Grandpa. Long Fei didn't hesitate, and with a thought, a huge green dragon shadow suddenly appeared. Along with it, a supreme pressure came out. The pressure from the bloodline. At this moment, Long Changtian and Long Wu suddenly felt depressed and uncomfortable in their heart. This is bloodline pressure. Long Wu and Long Changtian were shocked. The most shocked person was Long Wu. Those 2 times just now, why didn't he feel it? Instead you feel it now? It's really weird. The shadow of the chaotic green dragon was suspended and a faint dragon roar spread in the room. Ancient, long-lasting ancient. 3 breaths coexist. Long Changtian's body was trembling a little. He kept staring at the phantom of the green dragon on Long Fei's body, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Long Wu was about the same at the moment. After a while, Long Changtian sighed and said slowly, okay, put it away. Long Fei did as he was told. Suddenly the previous pressure in the room disappeared instantly. Long Changtian warned, you are really my good grandson. The future of the Long family depends on you. Your martial spirit has mutated too much. If the dragon wants to grow up, it cannot be in bed. Be careful when you go out in the future. Those who have bad ideas must be eradicated under the promise of your strength. If you can't defeat someone, don't hesitate to turn around and run away. Fission, you understand? The more he said, the more excited he became. My grandson understands. Long Fei nodded, his face solemn. Then the 3 of them chatted about other things. After a while, Long Changtian waved his hand and said, okay, it's getting late. Fission, you go back first. Your father and I have something to discuss. Good. Long Fei left, and the NET 2 people here were Long Changtian and Long Wu. On the road, Long Fei felt rela ed at this moment. System, I want to learn that lightning flash footwork. I shouted eagerly in my heart. The NET second, the system voice replied, and then scenes of memories crazily poured into Long Fei's mind like an enlightenment. At the same time, the coordination of the hands, feet and body has improved to a higher level. When he opened his eyes again, he slowly raised his steps forward, silently reciting the thunderbolt step in his heart. In an instant his whole person turned into a blue thunder and disappeared from the place very quickly, and what he was doing was wherever it passed, dense blue thunder was left on the ground and in the air. The lightning flash step is divided into 5 parts: beginner, small success, middle success, great success and perfection. It moves extremely fast and can pass through objects regardless of object, and Long Fei is just at the entry level at the moment. With a thought he took out the ancient Qinglong sword from the system warehouse and suddenly started to wave it. The Qinglong ancient sword is very heavy. The length of the blade alone is as long as 2 adult arms, and the handle is also 30 centimeters long. The Qinglong ancient sword is covered in green and there are dots of broken lines on the blade. The whole blade is blooming with cold light, extremely sharp, and the sharp dragon energy is terrifying. After repeated waving, Long Fei gradually became familiar with it even though he was tired. It's a pity that there is no sheath, otherwise I would have carried it on my back. That would be cool, Long Fei murmured as he looked at the long ancient Qinglong sword in his hand. But in the future this ancient Qinglong sword might be able to confuse outsiders into thinking that this sword is my martial spirit. Seems like a good way to play. Although the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline does not require the summoning of a phantom before it can be used, it can still be used even if it is not summoned. After all, what he awakens is not the beast spirit itself but the bloodline itself. The bloodline is his foundation. As long as he does not say, no one knows what kind of martial spirit it will be. Receive. The Qinglong ancient sword was taken back. Long Fei used lightning leap and ran quickly in the direction of his home, but midway he was interrupted by the sound of martial arts training. It's so late and there are still family members practicing here? What a hard worker. Long Fei stood on a big tree and looked towards the direction where the sound came from. It is the Long family martial arts training square. In the martial arts training square a girl was clenching her fist, panting and training continuously. She has long light blue hair which is quite tall and look very beautiful. Her cheeks are red under the moonlight and her clothes are soaked and look like tight. There was a dragon speed green python martial soul attached to her body and 2 yellow century-old soul rings appeared on her body. Since this girl is a 2-ring great soul master. Click. Suddenly there was a crisp sound of broken vegetation. The keen girl immediately caught the source, turned around and shouted, who? In front of her was a black garden. The darkness prevented her from seeing clearly, but her pupils changed in the net second and they stood up slightly. These are the eyes of a python. Pythons are nocturnal creatures, so the view of the night cannot affect them. This is also a benefit brought by the awakening of the martial soul. Dragon disease and green python eyes can see clearly in the dark. In the darkness ahead a young man walked out. Don't be nervous my family. The person who came out was Long Fei, who was hiding inside and peeping. Because his improper operation was discovered he was a little embarrassed. Seeing that the person who came out was a young man, the girl immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still wary. Who are you? Although they are all members of the Long family, they may not all know each other. The girl does not know Long Fei and Long Fei does not know her. Snakes have a very keen sense of smell. The girl moved her nose slightly and smelled a familiar smell emanating from Long Fei's body, but this smell was a little unusual. Long Fei said, my name is Long Fei and my father is Long Wu. Long Wu, you are Uncle Long Wu's son Long Fei. The girl muttered and was shocked. The net second. Why are you here so late at night? The girl asked. Long Fei coughed dryly and said with embarrassment, I just happened to someone passing by saw the sound you made and slipped over to take a peek. Unexpectedly he was discovered by you accidentally. You are quite upright. The girl snorted softly. Then what's your name? Long Fei stared at her and scanned her body. I'm not old enough to develop, but I think it will be good in the later stages. This figure will look great when it grows up. A trace of obscene thoughts arose in Long Fei's heart, but it was soon suppressed. At a young age I still focus on cultivation and don't think about those messy things. Chapter 6 SI Lottery. The girl said, my name is Long Tinger. Long Tinger, your name is really nice. Long Fei thought in his mind. Are you tired? Come on, have a drink of water. Long Fei took out a bottle of liquid from the soul guide and handed it to Long Tinger. It's the first time you and I have met. I brought it myself and I won't drink from you. Long Tinger shook her head, took out the water from her soul guide and drank it. Long Fei, who was left hanging, suddenly felt embarrassed. Something's wrong. This script is wrong. Did this little girl get the wrong script? Ahem, actually I didn't really plan to give it to you. I just gave it a try to see how wary you are of strangers. I drank this water myself. Long Fei suppressed his calm Zion. He said with a slow Zion and then started drinking. Long Tinger. After drinking the water, Long Fei turned around and planned to leave. Little brother. Suddenly Long Tinger shouted. Long Fei turned around and said angrily, don't call me little brother. Haha. Long Tinger laughed. What the hell is this little gadget if it's not a little brother? What? Long Fei asked. Compare with me? Long Tinger showed a provocative look. Long Long Fei looked at her and questioned, you are so sweaty and exhausted, can you do it? A woman can't say no. Long Tinger looked solemn and her hands were already clenched into fists. Isn't this our male line? Why did you steal it? Long Tinger said proudly, and you are only SI years old. You just woke up today, right? It just so happens that I am not bullying you by comparing myself with you in this state. I don't use soul skills. Don't delay whether you come or not. If you don't come, I will go home. Come. Of course, why not come? I Long Fei have never been afraid of anyone, and don't underestimate me. Although I have just awakened today, you don't need to let me go. You can use soul skills. Who will do it then? It's not easy to bully anyone. As a reincarnated man, Long Fei couldn't bear it the first time. He wants to defend his dignity as a man. Let him teach this little girl a lesson tonight and let her know the cruelty of the world. What's more, he had just obtained the soul ring and those skills, and he couldn't wait to find an opponent to practice them with. Sister-in-law Yang, there are so many people in the Long family, but you chose me. You are very unlucky. After speaking, Long Fei stepped back directly. Long Tinger's little lips curled up slightly. You're younger than me, but you little guy speaks quite confidently. Take a deep breath and recover. Long Fei rolled up his sleeves and raised his forehead slightly. Come on. Aren't you going to activate your martial spirit? I'm afraid you won't be able to last one round. Long Tinger's words were very playful. Little girl, stop talking nonsense and come quickly. Long Fei shouted. Then I won't be polite. Don't cry then. Long Tinger's face was cautious and angry, and she ran towards Long Fei, quickly turned around in the air and kicked him. It looked like the force was very strong, but she had already controlled it. Good guy, come up and show off your leg. As a man, how could Long Fei hide? What's more, he is the inheritor of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Hiding doesn't suit his temperament, only the front suits him. The right hand did not use soul power but punched directly. He wanted to see how powerful this body that had been transformed and sublimated twice was. Since you dare to pick it up with your hands alone, don't blame me if it breaks. Long Tinger snorted coldly in her heart, but the second the picture appeared made her stop her previous thought. With a bang, Long Tinger couldn't hold on for a second and was knocked out by a strong force. What? So hard? Long Tinger, who was knocked back and fell to the ground, finally stood firm, feeling shocked and surprised. Looking at her feet again, since they were shaking and hurting, she looked at Long Fei with wide eyes. She could definitely say that she kicked her just now. Not a hand, but an extremely hard stone. Shall I go? So strong? Long Fei's eyes widened, and he was also surprised by his fist. He didn't expect that his fist was already so awesome. He didn't feel any pain. The kick that Long Tinger gave him just now was like being lightly scratched by a piece of paper. You, how can you be so hard? Long Tinger asked with a blushing face. Long Fei put his hands on his hips. I'm a man, of course I'm tough. Long Tinger was stunned and said with shame and anger, you bastard, why are you always thinking about those things at such a young age? I'm not asking you that. What happened to your hand when you just woke up? You know I'm powerful, right? Long Fei said. Now do you still dare to underestimate me? For a time he regained his confidence as a man. He reached out and wiped his nose. Long Tinger's face was complicated. It's true that I underestimated you before. You are really a little monster. I will fight you with all my strength. Net. After saying that, a ray of light appeared on her body. Pose possessed by a martial spirit. As Long Tinger's voice fell, a huge and long head with dark and cyan pythons at the four corners appeared on his body. In an instant her soul power fluctuations became stronger, and both her temperament and aura became sharp and oppressive. However, when these things came to Long Fei, he didn't feel any special imagination because all of them were offset by his powerful Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. The special thing is that there is one more shadow and one or two colors. Also, I have grown taller. The pupils of his eyes also turned into erect cyan snake pupils, but they all match her figure, face, aura and temperament very well. You don't activate the martial spirit? Long Tinger frowned when she saw that Long Fei hadn't moved yet. This kid is too crazy. There is a huge difference between her in normal state and her with the martial spirit activated. You won't have a chance if I activate my martial spirit. Hurry up and do it. I plan to go home and sleep. Long Fei waved his hand. That's so arrogant. Long Tinger attacked Long Fei again. There were no two soul rings on her body. She didn't intend to use soul skills. She also inherited the word quick from Long Ji Ching Python. She was very fast. She came to Long Fei in one breath and then punched him. Long Fei also punched him. Long Fei did feel a slight numbness. The power this time was indeed stronger than before, but it was not enough. Long Tinger was also shocked, feeling unwilling and stunned. Impossible. How could this little brat be so hard? Isn't he the same Dragon Speed Green Python martial soul as me? How could the Dragon Speed Green Python have such a powerful defense? Long Tinger attacked continuously. Long Fei continued to attack. Long Tinger's complexion became increasingly ferocious and pale, and sweat flowed from her forehead. On the other hand, Long Fei's expression remained unchanged, and he seemed to be unable to see the pressure. This appearance made Long Tinger Tinger feel very excited. Whether it was his fist or foot attack, Long Fei responded very quickly, either being blocked or dodged. Suddenly the first soul ring on Long Tinger's body lit up and then the whole person quickly disappeared in place. The reappearance was already behind Long Fei. The first soul skill, Green Python Secret Attack. A huge green snake head came out from behind Long Fei. Its mouth opened hugely and it attacked Long Fei. Chapter 7 Training Task. Sneak Attack. When Long Fei reacted, he felt the fierce attack coming from behind. Just when Long Tinger thought she had succeeded, dense blue thunder appeared on Long Fei's body and disappeared in the net second, leaving only the air and ground with thunder. Long Tinger's the move was successful. Didn't you say you can't hide? Long Fei: yes. Did I say that? Obviously you remembered it wrong. I never said it at all. Buzz. The empty move sent a slight tremor in the air. Away. Long Tinger's eyes widened and until now she couldn't see how Long Fei disappeared. Long Fei's figure appeared 10 meters in front of her with a teasing smile on his face. How did you avoid it? What happened to the lightning on your body just now? Long Tinger looked at Long Fei and asked directly. I'm sorry, this is my personal trick and I won't tell you. Long Fei shook his arms and said, every time you take the initiative to attack me, this time it's my turn to take the initiative. Be careful. Lightning flash step. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared and turned into after images that only is for less than a second and headed towards Long Tinger. In less than a breath his figure appeared directly in front of Long Tinger and hit her with a palm. Long Tinger realized something was wrong and quickly used the python's sharpness to dodge. Even if Long Tinger relies on the advantage of her martial soul's speed, she can't be a match for Long Fei's lightning flash step. Long Fei chased after him, but he had no intention of attacking. On the contrary, Long Tinger was panting and sweating again due to excessive consumption. Jaja, you little bastard, you're teasing me. The second soul skill, Green Python Tide. The blushing Long Tinger gasped and lit up the second soul ring. The net moment a tidal wave of attack appeared on Long Fei's ground and then many green pythons flew up from below. A thicker python rose under his feet and quickly rolled up his entire body. The other green pythons also attacked him collectively at this moment. Long Fei could dodge, but he did not choose to continue to dodge but went head on just in time to test his first soul skill. At the moment of crisis, a trace of heat appeared on Long Fei's skin and then cyan-like tattoos appeared on his two arms. At this moment the Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo had covered his upper body, but his clothes blocked the most central and critical part. The first soul skill, the soul of the blue dragon in violent mountain flame. A green beam of light flashed across his pupils instantly and a yellow soul ring rose from his body. Others would definitely think it was 100 years old, but only Long Fei knew that this soul ring was 1,000 years old, but it changed the color and breath. Roar. Under Long Tinger's dull gaze, a huge blazing flame and a cyan thing that looked like the soul of a soul beast rushed out of Long Fei's body. The terrifying destructive power instantly wiped out her attack. That terrifying aura impacted in all directions and the surrounding trees were crumbling. The terrifying pressure and impact made Long Tinger's face turn pale instantly and she was knocked back and fell to the ground. The soul ring on his body also disappeared and the martial soul state was also lifted. Long Fei looked at the big guy that appeared in front of him. This was the soul of the violent mountain flaming earth dragon that was sacrificed, but at this moment there were more cyan traces and flames on his body. The change in the appearance of the head is the biggest and most obvious. With the change there is a majesty that was not there before. This was caused by the mutation and evolution caused by the bloodline of his Chaos Azure Dragon. Now it is no longer called the Burst Mountain Flame Earth Dragon but the soul of the Burst Mountain Flame Azure Dragon. That's the name of Long Fei's soul skill. And the most important thing is that as it becomes more and more affected, its age will continue to increase, and then Long Fei's first soul ring will also increase with its improvement. It can be said to be a soul ring that can be upgraded at any time. Its power and terrifying degree are more than what you can see now. Long Fei also hides a lot. That's right, come back. Long Fei smiled lightly and gave the order. The soul of the blue dragon of Blazing Mountain turned into a ray of light and entered Long Fei's body. At the same time the soul ring on his body also disappeared and the tattoo was hidden after returning to normal. You since you have a soul ring, you didn't awaken today, and your martial soul is not the dragon rapid green python? Who are you? Long Tinger got up from the ground and asked in shock. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly and he said, I am Long Wu's son and my martial soul has mutated. As for the soul ring, because I was born with full soul power I went to get the first one in the afternoon. I have a soul ring and now I have surpassed the 10th level soul master. Martial soul mutate. Innate soul power. Long Tinger's face was so shocked that she couldn't be more shocked. Long Fei walked toward her. Long Tinger, how old are you? Asked. 11. Long Tinger said instinctively. It's not much different. Long Fei muttered and then said, you are so beautiful. You will be even more beautiful in the future. When you grow up, be my wife. I have fallen in love with with you? You're crazy. Long Tinger blushed at Long Fei's sudden word and slapped Long Fei. Snapped. Surprisingly she hit it and Long Fei didn't look pained or itchy. He looked at her calmly and seriously. Grow up well, wait for me to marry you, and when I become a god I will take you to visit the god realm. Long Fei's expression remained unchanged and he touched Long Tinger's head while she was not paying attention. In a matter of seconds he disappeared from the spot with a lightning flash step. Long Tinger still wanted to fight, but Long Fei was gone and her hands were empty. How can you be so shameless at such a young age? Long Tinger's chest hurt with anger and she stomped the ground. How can a little kid be so shameless? This is her first time seeing her, but remembering what Long Fei had just said, her face turned even redder. Then leave here quickly. After returning home I had a few reserved moments with my mother and then returned to the room alone. After taking a shower I came out and sat on the bed. Mental communication. The system will bring out the blood essence of the Chaos Azure Dragon and show it to me. The NET second array of light lit up and a red blood bead floated in Long Fei's palm. The Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline resonated with him and the Chaos Azure Dragon totem tattoo on his body instantly lit up very dazzling. In his blood Long Fei could feel the aura of supreme pressure from the ancient time. If this drop of essence and blood is absorbed and refined by him, I don't know what kind of reaction will happen. I really look forward to it. Long Fei is very eager, but he is not in a hurry to use it. Using it now may not be the best. He plans to find the most suitable time to use it later. Even if he may get it again in the future, this is not the essence and blood of the Chaos Azure Dragon. Ordinary Chaos Azure Dragon blood contains the core power of Chaos Azure Dragon and he doesn't want to waste it casually. After suppressing the desire to devour it in his heart, he took it back to the system warehouse. System, can that lottery opportunity be used now? Long Fei took a deep breath and asked. Okay. He got the answer he wanted. Use it now, Long Fei said. A roulette wheel appeared in front of his eyes and spun rapidly. Finally the roulette wheel disappeared and a ray of light entered directly into his system warehouse. Then the system voice came. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wuji immortality technique. It has entered the warehouse. Please check. Chapter 88. The shock of Meng Shenji and the others. The Wuji immortality technique. System, show me the introduction to this technique. Long Fei was extremely excited. Wuji immortality kung fu. It is a body forging technique. It has no upper limit and no level. It uses all the supercharging factors that are more powerful than the current one to endlessly forge and sublimate the body to achieve the effect of immortality. The exercise is divided into two parts, inner and outer part, including skin and flesh tissue, muscle tissue, skeletal tissue and spinal cord tissue, including blood tissue, meridians tissue, viscera tissue, nervous tissue, cell tissue and organ tissue. After reading these brief messages, Long Fei took a deep breath and said, what an awesome skill. This time I finally got a huge treasure. The NET moment he was too excited to sleep. He quickly said, system, I want to learn this Wuji longevity technique. As you wish. The moment the system's voice sounded, a ray of light like data poured into Long Fei's mind crazily. There was something different this time. In addition to the mind, it was also transmitted inside and outside the body. Suddenly it was like an enlightenment in my mind, and physical memories from ancient times to the present appeared inside and outside my body. The body becomes more solid and tight and everything inside and outside the body is sublimated. In this way Long Fei began to practice the Wuji immortality kung fu with his legs crossed. When the sun rises outside the window and the birds chirp, the night passes. The NET day. When Long Fei woke up from his cultivation state, he felt completely new, full of energy and rela-ed. System, open the character panel. Character interface. Character interface. Host Long Fei, age SI years old. Kung Fu Wuji longevity Kung Fu level 1. Martial Soul Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline Package. Bloodline Tattoo Phantom Possession. Note, the tattoo will only be displayed when the body temperature is elevated and hot, and when the body temperature is low and cold. It is hidden and cannot be seen at normal temperature. Soul Power SI Teen 1 Ring Soul Master. Bloodline Package. Talents attribute increase lifespan, increase orcism and evil spirits, super healing, invulnerability to all poisons, super growth, supreme dragon power. Soul Skill Passive Transformation Blue Dragon Eye. Soul Skills Active Violent Mountain Flame Azure Dragon Soul Lightning Flash Step. System Warehouse Azure Dragon Ancient Sword 1 Chaos Azure Dragon Blood Essence 1 Random Travel Plane Scroll 1 Traversing the World. Currently Douluo Continent. Ding. The host has successfully practiced Wuji longevity skill, activated the system training task and now issues the task. The first training mission asked the host to raise the soul power to level 20 SI before the last day of the year and practice the Wuji immortality kung fu to the 5th level. Reward for successful mission 1 Practice Merit 1 Practice gift hack and skill sublimation. Reward for mission failure, the level and skills stay on the last day for 1 year and cannot be improved, and the system cannot be used for 1 year. Time calculation starts from the moment the host clicks OK. Confirm to receive the task, cancel to receive the task. Long Fei looked at the task in front of him, his eyes became hot. This is a good challenge. If there is a reward I can say anything. It will take 1 year to raise the soul power to level 26. According to my current level of 16 there are at least 10 more levels left, and after you get the soul ring at level 20 you will get 2 or 3 levels as a bonus. It's not that difficult, a year is plenty of time, and my Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline has super the gift of growth system. I accept this training mission. With that said, Long Fei clicked OK to receive the task without hesitation. Ding! The mission has been confirmed. Now the timer starts. Host, please work hard. The system's voice sounded. Long Fei got off his clothes, washed up and headed towards the hall. Jing has already made breakfast. The family happened to be sitting at this moment. Long Wu laughed and said, my son, you are in good spirit. It seems that you slept well at night. Of course such a grand event is a dream. Long Fei smiled. What are your plans today? My son, you can't let your practice fall behind. Jing's gentle voice sounded. I understand, mother. Long Fei nodded. Mother, father, I want to go out and experience it. After hesitating, Long Fei said. As soon as these words came out, Long Wu and Jing were both at a loss. Didn't this day come too fast? Long Wu frowned and said softly, son, you are only SI years old now and you are already at the SI 10th level. You are already far ahead of your peers. You don't need to be in such a hurry to go out. You can relax a little. What your father said makes sense. He went out to practice at the age of SI. My mother was not worried about it. Jing's expression changed and she said, you can wait, but I can't wait. In 1 year I not only have to upgrade to the 10th level but also practice Wuji longevity kung fu to the 5th level. If it were only the former I would also like to rela, but the latter's physical training is inhuman and it has to be upgraded to another 4 levels. You can imagine how painful it is. Long Fei would only keep this kind of pain in his heart and would not say it out loud. Of course, after all the pain, what he would gain would be even richer. The level is yours, your skills are yours to improve, and your strength is yours. Although the soul power and skills will not be reduced after failure, it is unbearable to be unable to upgrade and use the system for a year. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said in a different way, father, mother, I know what you are worried about. How about this? You help me sign up for a Soul Master Academy and I will go to the academy to study. Is this okay? When he gets to the Soul Master Academy to study, he can sneak out secretly. After the two of them heard this, Long Wu and Jing looked at each other, smiled lightly and said, we also plan to let you go to the Soul Master Academy to study. You have reached the age to study. Besides, the martial soul has also awakened. It just so happens that this time everyone, if everything matches, then we will send you to study at the Soul Master Academy. A beam of joy flashed from Long Fei's eyes and he said with a smile, okay, I wonder what kind of Soul Master Academy it is. Jing fiddled with her chopsticks and said what she had already thought about. The closest Tiandu city to our Long family is also 10 kilometers away, but I chose Tiandu Royal Academy. Tiandu Huang Family Academy. It pretty good. Long Fei didn't feel anything wrong. Okay, I nodded in agreement. Although the characters in these plots don't appear many times, they will definitely be able to defeat Shrek Academy under his leadership. We happen to meet up with Shrek Academy, so I will join early and then I can try out that Tang San's skill. Since there is no problem, let's clean up after dinner and set off. Long Wu said. Good. The family ate happily, chatted about some topics and finished eating quickly. There are not many things to pack and there are soul guides. Soon Long Wu took the certificate issued by Long Tao and took Long Fei away from the Long family and headed towards Tiandu city. On the way, Long Fei followed behind him. He did not use the lightning flash step but used his own advantages to quickly force himself. At this moment, Long Wu took out a money bag from the soul guide and threw it to Long Fei. This is your living e-pensas. There are 50 gold soul coins and 1,000 copper and silver coins in it. Although our Long family is not short of money, you don't want to spend it carelessly. Got it? I know. Long Fei put it away and moved forward quickly. It took 2 days to finally reach Tiandu city. If Long Wu was alone, he would only need half of it to disappear. Chapter 99 Pressure Test. Tiandu city is very lively and prosperous. On the way, Long Fei often saw the beauty of this world. This is the first time he has come out in this world. The scenery outside is indeed different from that at home. Not far ahead is the Tiandu Royal Academy. Long Wu said today is so busy, it should be the enrollment day of the Tiandu Royal Academy. It's a coincidence that we caught up. Soon Tiandu Royal Academy arrived. Many noble people here brought their children to register. This college is very big and luxurious. Tiandu Royal Academy has very advanced teaching and simulation equipment. If you want to enter Tiandu Royal Academy, you must either be a member of the royal family or be personally recommended by a powerful person. This is the Royal Academy. It is indeed a place for rich people. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Long Fei sighed in his heart. Many people are all noble. There is no need to queue here, you can just walk in. My father father knows someone here. He is a high-level tutor in the college. He can save you a lot of trouble. I will take you there now so you can register directly," Long Wu said and walked towards a different section of the road from the others. Long Fei followed. According to the plot line, I don't know if Yu Tianheng's team has been formed, but logically there should be one. Long Fei thought in his mind those people were several years older than Tang San's group. Forget it, we'll find out later. I want to see your chief. Long Wu walked towards a guard in front and said without much nonsense. A burst of soul power came out of his body and 8 soul rings appeared directly. 8 ringed contra. The guard who wanted to say the word boldly was immediately frightened when he saw this scene, and he swallowed the words that came to his lips. "I know your chief," Long Wu added. "Yes, Senior Contra, please come with me," the guard said respectfully. "He is my son. He came with me to apply for admission today." Looking at Long Fei beside him, Long Wu said calmly, "Yes, you too come with me." After the guard said that, he quickly turned around and led the way. Cold sweat flowed from his forehead and his back. He was glad that he had not acted impulsively just now. He breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the change in the guard's e-pression, Long Fei frowned and said to himself, "In this world, direct e-pression of strength is the most direct and convincing way, etc. Just now my father seemed to be talking about meeting the chief. Do you know the chairman? I remember that the chief of Tiandu Royal Academy in the original work was Contra Dream God Machine. I'll go, okay. I thought it was someone at first. Since I can directly talk to the person in charge of the college, it will be easier." Long Fei was a little surprised, but it soon disappeared. He quickly followed Long Wu's footsteps. He left under the eyes of the others. Some other noble sect were also unhappy, but they all shut their mouths when they saw the 8 soul rings on Long Wu. After all, this world is all about strength, and only the strong have the right to speak. Under the leadership of the guards, they quickly entered the Tiandu Royal Academy. The hall in front of them was where the Meng Shenji was located. Lord Contra Chief Men Shenji and 2 other members of the education committee are inside, so I won't go in. The guard stopped at the door, turned around and said respectfully, "Well, okay, you can step back." Long Wu waved his hand. The guard quickly resigned. "Let's go," Long Wu said to Long Fei and walked directly inside. There are 3 people inside. One is thin, one is fat, and one is of medium height. A medium-sized person sits in the middle with the thin person on the left and the fat person on the right. The chief is Men Shenji, the third is Hilin, and the second is BBDong. As soon as he saw these 3 people, their respective names suddenly sounded in Long Fei's heart. He looks like a foreigner. That was the first impression of Long Fei. There are only 3 of them here. When Long and Wu came in, the 3 of them had already seen it. The other 2 people frowned, but Meng Shenji was the only one who stared closely at the man walking up in front of him. Suddenly a memory was awakened in my mind. "Chief Meng Shenji, long time no see. I am Long Wu. I wonder if you still remember me?" Long Wu stopped and looked at the old man in front of him and said. Naturally, Long Fei also followed. The NET moment 8 soul rings rose directly from Long Wu's body. Seeing this, the 3 of them were suddenly surprised. 8 ringed contra. "Long Wu, are you Long Wu?" At this moment Meng Shenji finally remembered something and stood up excitedly with a smile on his face. "It turns out it's you, Long Wu. I'll tell you who came directly to the church." After listening to Meng Shenji's words, the 2 people NET to him had already judged something. "Yes, I am Long Wu," Long Wu said. "Come, let me introduce you to. This is Long Wu from the Long family." The Long family is a reclusive family that rarely appears. Naturally, you have never heard of it. Meng Shenji enthusiastically introduced to the 2 people NET to him. The person introduced Long Wu. "These 2 are Bai Basehan and Hilin, one of our 3 education committees." Meng Shenji introduced to Long Wu again. "Bai Basehan, hello brother Long." "Hilin, hello brother Long." The 2 education committee members, one fat and one thin, said hello respectively. "Hello you too." Long Wu also returned the greeting. "Long Wu, did you come to me because of him?" Meng Shenji's eyes were on Long Fei. Long Wu smiled and said, "Yes, this is my son Long Fei. I want him to join Tiandu Royal Academy to study. I hope you can arrange a good class for him. His talent is beyond your imagination." Long Fei has met 3 seniors from the education committee. Long Fei cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Haha, good, your mind is very stable." Meng Shenji and the other 3 looked at Long Fei with admiration. Since they felt an unprecedented mysterious power from Long Fei, the 3 of them were surprised. Meng Shenji couldn't wait to ask Long Fei, "Turn on your martial spirit and show me." "Good." Long Fei nodded. His e-pression changed slightly the NET moment, and a wave of soul power spread from his body, accompanied by a blue aura possessed by the blue dragon. As he shouted in a low voice, the shadow of the Chaos Azure Dragon appeared directly on him. A dragon roar resounded throughout the church hall. For a moment Long Fei's aura and temperament became unfamiliar, distant and powerful, with an air of being inviolable. The 3 people who felt this aura and saw the scene in front of them were shocked and shocked. "What a strong aura! Since it is a dragon spirit, that's not right. He is your son. Shouldn't he inherit your dragon?" Sick green pie python martial spirit? Why is it a green dragon? While shocked, Meng Shenji's face was full of doubt. My son's martial soul has mutated. His real martial soul is the blue dragon tattoo on his body. This green dragon is just a shadow. Moreover, he has an innate soul power that is rare to see in 100 years. Long Wu said. There is a sense of pride in both his tone and face. Did you see? This is my son Long Wu. Look at the three of you who have never seen the world. What? It's so amazing now that the martial soul has mutated. The mutation is so strange and it's still full of innate soul power. The three of them were shocked and hit hard again. How about it? I've given my son to you. Can you train him well for me? Long Wu now had the capital to make a direct offer. Meng Shenji and the other three are all talented people, and now Long Fei is a treasure in their eyes. Don't worry, since you can trust us to hand him over to our Tiandu Royal Academy, then we will definitely train him well. Hello Long Fei, let me introduce myself. My name is Meng Shenji, Wuhan Black Demon and ADSITH Level 8 Ring Control Soul Douluo. Long Fei, my name is Bai Base Han Martial Spirit Star Furnace Defense System Level 85 8 Ring Fighting Spirit Douluo. Long Fei, my name is Zhilan the Martial Spirit Tian Qingteng the 83rd Level 8 Ring Weapon Soul Douluo of the Control System. My name is Long Fei, I am SI years old, I have a Martial Soul Blue Dragon Tattoo, and I am a Level 16 First Level Combat Soul Master in the Attack Department. Chapter 10 Qin Ming. The moment Long Fei finished speaking, the three Education Committee members except Long Wu and himself were shocked. At first I thought I heard wrong. You said you were SI years old, Level 16? Meng Shenji and the other three asked in shock. Yes, Long Fei nodded. Impossible. Impossible. When did you awaken your martial spirit? Bai Base Han screamed. A newly awakened child, even if he is born with full soul power, can only add 2 to 3 levels at most when he obtains a century-old soul ring. It is not so easy to break through this area to level 16 later, and this kid is only SI years old. Even though several months have passed since my awakening, how could it be possible? If this is really the case, is this the terrifying cultivation speed of innate soul power? I just awakened yesterday, and I also obtained the soul ring yesterday. As soon as Long Fei said these words, the suspicions in the three people's minds were ruthlessly destroyed. One day I was promoted to level 16. Terrible. It's really unbelievable. I can't even think about it. The three of them didn't know what to say at this moment. They took a breath of air. Anyway, their Zions were shocked, stunned and unbelievable. Actually, there is a reason for this. At this moment Long Wu spoke. Oh, what's the reason? Can you tell us? This is something we have never heard of. The curiosity in Meng Shenji's heart was strongly affected. The same is true for Bibase Han and Zhilan. Long Wu glanced at Long Fei and then said to the three of them, you three, the reason why Long Fei can improve so quickly is because of the age of the soul rings he absorbed. What's the reason for the age of the soul ring? Isn't this a century-old soul ring? What's so special about it? Meng Shenji and the other three spoke at the same time. What rose up from Long Fei's body at this moment was a proper yellow soul ring symbolizing 100 years level. The three of them couldn't see any difference. Could it be that the soul beast that was the owner of this soul ring was responsible? Three seniors from the Education Committee. Long Fei, my soul ring is not a century-old soul ring but a 1,000-year soul ring. After Long Fei finished speaking, the moment his word fell, the aura on his body suddenly changed and the soul power became more powerful than before. Then he saw the first soul ring that was just yellow. Now it has turned into a very brilliant purple. At the same time, Long Fei's aura and temperament were completely integrated with it. Loud bang! Over and over again an invisible force plotted in the minds of Meng Shenji and the three of them, shocking them instantly. Their Zions changed drastically at the same time and their pupils shrank at the same time. He took a breath of cold air and looked frightened. 1,000-year soul ring. Since the first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, what the hell is going on? It was clearly 100 years ago. How could it be 1,000 years? That's right, this kind of aura can only be emitted by a 1,000-year soul ring. A genius. No, you're a monster. You're a monster. The voices of the three of them were trembling. What I saw today was a scene that really shocked the world. Long Wu briefly talked to the three of them. Of course he didn't say anything about the things that were infiltrated by blood. He just said it was the sudden mutation of the soul ring during the absorption process and other cause. Even though it was made up, it fit perfectly and the three of them didn't notice anything was wrong. After being silent for a long time, Meng Shenji sighed and then said with a serious face, luck is also a kind of strength. Don't worry, our third education committee will definitely keep this matter a secret and will never leak it. Leave it to us. Long Fei take over. He will definitely be cultivated with all his strength. Maybe in the future our Tiandu Royal Academy will be able to give birth to a titled Douluo who is younger than Haoshan Douluo, and we can decide to waive his fees in this academy. Our three education committees are responsible for monsters like Long Fei. There is absolutely no way the three of them would give them up. They must be left behind to train them well. Long Fei's achievements have no limit and he is destined to be a titled titled Douluo in the future. The three of them have trained a titled Douluo. That is something you are very proud of. Okay, since the three education committee members have said so, I Longwu will thank you here in advance. Longwu cupped his hands. Then he said to Long Fei, son, you are here. From now on it depends on your own effort. As a father I will go home first and pick you up during the holidays. Okay. Long Fei nodded. Then Longwu glanced at each other again and turned around to leave. After Longwu left, the three of them looked at Long Fei. Meng Shenji took a step forward and asked with a smile, Long Fei, are you willing to accept my pressure breaking test? No problem. Long Fei nodded seriously. Long Fei released the green dragon phantom and purple soul ring again. Even though the three of them have met once, they never get tired of seeing each other again. They are very envious. Okay, if you can't bear it, don't force it. After all, you are only at level 16 now, Meng Shenji said and paused. I understand, Senior Shenji. Long Fei nodded. Okay. Meng Shenji was very happy to see Long Fei like this. Then he also released his martial soul, and 8 soul rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black and a contra level aura bloomed. The NET second he stretched out his hand towards Long Fei and a burst of strength suddenly emerged. I want to use level 20 soul power to see if you can. With that said, Meng Shenji began to release a pressure. Several seconds passed. Long Fei was still so calm as Rela-ed, as if he hadn't been crushed. On the contrary, the e-prescience of Meng Shenji and the others changed. Senior Shenji, has it started yet? Why don't you seem to feel anything? Long Fei looked at Meng Shenji with a puzzled look. How is that possible? I have already increased the pressure of the 30 level soul master. How can you still be so Rela-ed? It seems that I underestimate you, and I will continue to increase it. Net. Meng Shenji said in shock. Long Fei, the more shocks it gave him, the more excited he became. At this moment, Meng Shenji directly raised his soul power to the 40 level soul sect level. Long Fei, who looked Rela-ed, frowned at this moment. Here it comes, I feel it. Is this pressure? At this moment he felt that there was an invisible force on his body that was constantly suppressing him. But this power is nothing to him. Meng Shenji was shocked and continued to improve until the moment when he reached the level 50 Soul King. Long Fei was finally struggling. At the same time, the temperature on his body was rising rapidly, and the Chaos Azure Dragon Totem tattoo inside his clothes had revealed a faint cyan light. With the help of this coercion, Long Fei quickly sat down cross-legged and used the Wuji immortality technique to temper his body. With the help of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline and Wuji longevity skill, it is even easier to deal with the pressure at this moment. Meng Shenji and the other three were shocked again. How is it possible? Now he has the pressure of the Soul Emperor level. How could a Soul Master who was only at the 18th level endure it? Please ask the other two seniors to also take action to increase their soul power to the Soul Emperor level. Long Fei feels that he is about to break through. The coercion of Meng Shenji is undoubtedly a good thing that helps him break through and temper his body. Now how could Long Fei miss such a good thing so easily? Naturally he must make full use of it. Chapter 11:11 Resist the blow. After Meng Shenji left, only Qin Ming and Long Fei were left here. Qin Ming said in a pleading tone, Long Fei, can you let me see your blue dragon tattoo? Can. Long Fei had no choice but to take off his shirt again and continue the previous operation. At this moment the green dragon totem tattoo on his body lit up and a supreme dragon power appeared. Seeing this, Qin Ming took a deep breath and his eyes widened. Qin Ming's tone was shocked. Is this the Qinglong tattoo martial spirit? This is so amazing, it's the first time I've seen it. By the way, teacher Qin Ming, I have a knife which is my weapon. It is inconvenient to reveal my martial spirit, but I can practice this weapon. The look in Long Fei's eyes at Qin Ming already knew that he was thinking own training plan. In fact, Long Fei's guess was not wrong. Qin Ming had really been planning it silently in his heart, but when he heard Long Fei's word he was startled. Knife. Then I saw a very long cyan knife appearing in Long Fei's hand. This name is the Qinglong ancient sword, which is related to my Qinglong tattoo. Long Fei said, looking at the Qinglong ancient sword in his hand. Are you a twin martial soul? Qin Ming understood this way. No, this sword cannot be added with soul rings and is independent. Long Fei shook his head. It can be regarded as a kind of weapon like soul guide. Long Fei thought for a while and added, Qin Ming is digesting the news told by Long Fei. Qin Ming nodded and said, I see your martial spirit is indeed special. On the surface you can use this sword when fighting outside, but training is still to practice your martial spirit and level up. I think it must be very powerful if it is extraordinary. Bar? Yes. Long Fei nodded and agreed to Qin Ming's plan, then raised his forehead slightly and asked, Teacher Qin Ming, do you want to experience its power? Okay, then I'll give it a try. The space in the office is very large, so I found an open space. Qin Ming had activated the fiery Kanglang martial spirit and the SI standard spirit rings rose up and quickly disappeared. Long Fei stood on his ground. At this moment Long Fei's physical body had been greatly improved and his strength had become stronger with the help of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Soul power was released because he did not activate the phantom, so he looked no different now than if he had not released his martial soul. On the contrary, the blue dragon tattoo on his body glowed green again. The soul power smoothly attached itself to the Qinglong ancient sword, and then Long Fei struck Qin Ming with great force. The ancient blue dragon sword bloomed with cold light, extremely sharp, and a dragon's power seemed to suppress everything. Qin Ming felt the danger brought by this knife and did not dare to be careless. He directly possessed his body and attacked it. There was a bang. Qin Ming was directly knocked back, and the terrifying power from the Qinglong ancient sword was still spreading. The second soul skill, Blue Wolf Shock. As a last resort, he directly used his soul skill, and a burst of energy emanated from the fiery wolf on his body, directly cancelling out the subsequent aftermath of the Qinglong ancient sword. How are you, teacher Qin Ming? Long Fei put away the ancient Qinglong sword and asked. Qin Ming looked surprised, put away the martial spirit, and then nodded. Very good, this can be used as a martial spirit for you. He paused and then said, you are special. Net, I will develop a separate training plan for you. Thank you, teacher Qin Ming. By the way, teacher Qin Ming, do you have anything here that can help you exercise your body? Long Fei asked after nodding. Something to train the body? Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, a little confused, but still thought about it. In the mimicry room, having an anti-hit item, does this count? Resist the blow, forget it. Can I use it now? Long Fei nodded. Okay, come with me. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Long Fei quickly followed. The most direct way to practice the Wuji immortality Kung Fu is to continuously temper the physical body. Of course, Wuji longevity Kung Fu can also be practiced without eternal factors, but that way the speed will be slower. Only the most direct eternal factors that cause harm to the body can the fastest break through to the second level of practicing Wuji immortality technique. The following levels will become increasingly difficult. He must hurry up. 1 year may seem like a long time, but in fact it is not much. And this is also cultivation, which can improve the level of soul power, which is a way to get the best of both worlds. I couldn't wait to follow him. Soon the two came to a very luxurious and high-end hall. Qin Ming went to the front desk to go through the formalities and then took Long Fei into the mimicry room that resisted the attack. Generally speaking, this anti-hit mimic room is rarely used by people. It is not popular, otherwise we would have to wait in line. Other mimic rooms are very popular. In this mimic room, Qin Ming preached. Long Fei said, teacher, the reason why I want to play this is because my Wuhan Qinglong tattoo also has a magical function, which is to use eternal force to cause damage to the body. The constant damage can help my body become stronger, so I need a strong eternal force to hurt my body. Of course, it is impossible for him to tell the Wuji longevity Kung Fu. He can only use the blue dragon tattoo. Anyway, no one except him will think it is a lie. Qin Ming raised his brows, looked surprised, and said, since it still has such a magical effect, in that case why don't you directly find me or the chief to use soul skills attacks on you to train? Wouldn't the effect be even greater? Quick. Long Fei nodded. I have thought about this, but I still choose to start from small to large. Later, when this resistance attack has no effect on me, I will use the method you mentioned. Okay, I respect your choice. Qin Ming nodded. Long Fei looked at the room. Teacher Qin Ming, what is the highest level of this resistance attack? Qin Ming's soul sect. Okay, then come directly to the soul sect. Long Fei said in a very confident tone. That was an attack from the soul sect. Although you are a monster, you are only at level 17 while the soul sect is at level 40. Qin Ming looked worried and immediately persuaded. Does this kid have no concept of power? I chose the soul sect as soon as I came here. It seems that I am a little pert at seeking death. Long Fei looked at Qin Ming with burning eyes. Teacher, please believe me, I will not do anything without protection. The more serious the damage is to my body, the stronger my body will be, and I can bear it. Hey, okay, but I have to make it clear to you. I will watch outside. As soon as I see you are dying, I will stop immediately. Qin Ming sighed. Seeing Long Fei's insistence, he stopped persuading him and gave it to him. Let him see the power of soul sect. Good. After saying that, Qin Ming went out directly. I've set it up. Press the button to start. Are you ready? Qin Ming's voice came from outside the room. All right. Long Fei shouted. Qin Ming pressed the button directly. Suddenly changes occurred in the mimicry room. After a few seconds passed, an extremely miserable scream suddenly sounded from the mimic room. Qin Ming. Chapter 12 Yu Tianhang's first team. After Meng Shenji left, only Qin Ming and Long Fei were left here. Qin Ming said in a pleading tone, Long Fei, can you let me see your blue dragon tattoo? Can. Long Fei had no choice but to take off his shirt again and continue the previous operation. At this moment, the green dragon totem tattoo on his body lit up and a supreme dragon power appeared. Seeing this, Qin Ming took a deep breath and his eyes widened. Qin Ming's tone was shocked. Is this the Qinglong tattoo martial spirit? This is so amazing, it's the first time I've seen it. By the way, teacher Qin Ming, I have a knife which is my weapon. It is inconvenient to reveal my martial martial spirit, but I can practice this weapon. The look in Long Fei's eyes at Qin Ming already knew that he was thinking own training plan. In fact, Long Fei's guess was not wrong. Qin Ming had really been planning it silently in his heart, but when he heard Long Fei's word he was startled. Knife. Then I saw a very long cyan knife appearing in Long Fei's hand. This name is the Qinglong ancient sword, which is related to my Qinglong tattoo. Long Fei said, looking at the Qinglong ancient sword in his hand. Are you a twin martial soul? Qin Ming understood this way. No, this sword cannot be added with soul rings and is independent. Long Fei shook his head. It can be regarded as a kind of weapon like soul guide. Long Fei thought for a while and added. Qin Ming was digesting the news told by Long Fei. Qin Ming nodded and said, I see your martial spirit is indeed special. On the surface you can use this sword when you are fighting outside, but training is still about cultivating your martial spirit and improving your level. I think it must be very powerful if it is extraordinary. Bar? Yes. Long Fei nodded and agreed to Qin Ming's plan, then raised his forehead lightly and asked, Teacher Qin Ming, do you want to experience its power? Okay, then I'll give it a try. The space in the office is very large, so I found an open space. Qin Ming had activated the fiery Kanglang martial spirit and the SI standard spirit rings rose up and quickly disappeared. Long Fei stood on his ground. At this moment Long Fei's physical body had been greatly improved and his strength had also become stronger with the help of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Soul power is released because he has not activated the shadow, so he looks no different now than if he has not released the martial soul. On the contrary, the blue dragon tattoo on his body glowed green again. The soul power smoothly attached itself to the Qinglong ancient sword, and then Long Fei struck Qin Ming with great force. The ancient blue dragon sword bloomed with cold light, extremely sharp, and a dragon's power seemed to suppress everything. Qin Ming felt the danger brought by this knife and did not dare to be careless. He directly possessed his body and attacked it. There was a bang. Qin Ming was directly knocked back and the terrifying power from the Qinglong ancient sword was still spreading. The second soul skill, Blue Wolf Shock. As a last resort he directly used his soul skill and a burst of energy emanated from the fiery wolf on his body, directly cancelling out the subsequent aftermath of the Qinglong ancient sword. How are you, Teacher Qin Ming? Long Fei put away the ancient Qinglong sword and asked. Qin Ming looked surprised, put away his martial spirit and then nodded. Very good, this can definitely be used as a gift for you. Use it as a martial spirit. He paused and then said, you are special. I will develop a separate training plan for you. Thank you, Teacher Qin Ming. By the way, Teacher Qin Ming, do you have anything here that can help you exercise your body? Long Fei asked after nodding. Something to train the body? Qin Ming raised his eyebrows, a little confused but still thought about it. In the mimicry room, having an anti-hit item, does this count? Resist the blow, forget it. Can I use it now? Long Fei nodded. Okay, come with me. After Qin Ming finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward. Long Fei quickly followed. The most direct way to practice the Wuji immortality Kung Fu is to continuously temper the physical body. Of course, Wuji longevity Kung Fu can also be practiced without eternal factors, but that way the speed will be slower. Only the most direct eternal factors that cause harm to the body can the fastest break through to the second level of practicing Wuji immortality technique. The following levels will become increasingly difficult. He must hurry up. 1 year may seem like a long time, but in fact it is not much. And this is also cultivation, which can improve the level of soul power, which is a way to get the best of both worlds. I couldn't wait to follow him. Soon the two came to a very luxurious and high-end hall. Qin Ming went to the front desk to go through the formalities and then took Long Fei into the mimicry room that resisted the attack. Generally speaking, this anti-hit mimic room is rarely used by people. It is not popular, otherwise we would have to wait in line. Other mimic rooms are very popular. In this mimic room, Qin Ming preached. Long Fei said, Teacher, the reason why I want to play this is because my Wuhan Qinglong tattoo also has a magical function that is using eternal force to cause constant damage to the body, can help my body become stronger. So it takes a strong eternal force to harm my body. Of course it is impossible for him to tell the Wuji longevity Kung Fu. He can only use the blue dragon tattoo. Anyway, no one except him will think it is a lie. Qin Ming raised his brows, looked surprised and said, since it still has such a magical effect, in that case why don't you directly find me or the chief to use soul skills attacks on you to train? Wouldn't the effect be even greater? Quick. Long Fei nodded. I have thought about this, but I still choose to start from small to large. Later, when this resistance attack has no effect on me, I will use the method you mentioned. Okay, I respect your choice. Qin Ming nodded. Long Fei looked at the room. Teacher Qin Ming, what is the highest level of this resistance attack? Qin Ming's soul sect. Okay, then come directly to the soul sect. Long Fei said in a very confident tone. That was an attack from the soul sect. Although you are a monster, you are only at level 17 while the soul sect is at level 40. Qin Ming looked worried and immediately persuaded. Does this kid have no concept of power? I chose the soul sect as soon as I came here. It seems that I am a little expert at seeking death. Long Fei looked at Qin Ming with burning eyes. Teacher, please believe me, I will not do anything without protection. The more serious the damage is to my body, the stronger my body will be, and I can bear it. Hey, okay, but I have to make it clear to you. I will watch outside. As soon as I see you are dying, I will stop immediately. Qin Ming sighed. Seeing Long Fei's insistence, he stopped persuading him and gave it to him. Let him see the power of soul sect. Good. After saying that, Qin Ming went out directly. I've set it up. Press the button to start. Are you ready? Qin Ming's voice came from outside the room. All right, Long Fei shouted. Qin Ming pressed the button directly. Suddenly changes occurred in the mimicry room. After a few seconds passed, an extremely miserable scream suddenly sounded from the mimic room. Qin Ming. Chapter 13:13 Using electricity to temper the body. Long Fei's screams kept coming from the mimic room that was resisting the beating. Qin Ming outside the room watched and listened to the scene on the screen and immediately considered whether to press the stop button. However, the embarrassed Long Fei seemed to have considered this, and while screaming he also added, teacher, don't stop, I can bear it. Seeing that there was no danger to his life, Qin Ming reluctantly did not press the button. Are you really so persistent? This is hundreds of attacks from the soul sect. Qin Ming sighed. In this way Long Fei spent a whole hour in the constant blows. The screams gradually disappeared. It was not that Long Fei was dying, but on the contrary, since Long Fei endured it, his whole body was swaying in the room and the attacks from the soul sect seemed to no longer hurt him. His body was already red and swollen. However, he gritted his teeth and ran the Wuji immortality technique in his body, and the effect was really good. In this kind of beating, the body suffered extremely painful injuries, and the Wuji immortality technique provided even more repairs and enhancement. This scene made Qin Ming outside look stunned. Have you adapted to it? Qin Ming murmured. At this moment a ray of light emerged from Long Fei's body, which was emitted by the Wuji immortality technique. Healing quickly his body, coupled with the super healing and super growth of Qinglong bloodline, quickly recovered from his injuries. At the same time, the physical body is also more powerful. Okay, that's it for today. Qin Ming pressed the stop button. Long Fei inside quickly sat down cross-legged and practiced quickly. A faint light cyan light radiated from his body. It's loose, it should be soon. Long Fei could feel that Wuji longevity technique was not far away from breaking through the second level. According to his budget, it would be enough to stay under this kind of attack for about a week. Another hour passed. Long Fei's internal and eternal injuries have completely recovered, and the strength of his physical body has been greatly improved. Now even more firm, tight and hard, and the blood in his body is also very strong. It's time to go out. Long Fei stood up and walked towards the door. When he stood in front of the door, he heard the conversation outside. There are quite a lot of people. Long Fei looked over and found that there were 7 more people beside Qin Ming, 2 women and 5 men. This timeline, could it be them? Long Fei frowned and thought to himself, these people look very familiar, and they look very similar to those in the anime of the previous life. In the end, he was sure that these 7 people would definitely count as the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng and the others. Everyone who heard the footsteps also noticed Long Fei's appearance. Little guy, you're finally out. A name came towards Long Fei. This person looks a bit like Dugabo. Excuse me, who are you? Long Fei asked. Qin Ming also walked over and the other members followed behind. Qin Ming said, Long Fei, let me introduce them to you. The 7 of them are members of a team prepared by the Emperor's Royal Academy and are also my student. From now on you will train with them. Of course, the training plan for you will be, it's not a hindrance. From now on you will be the 8th alternate member of this team. The person in front of you is Dugabo, and this is the captain of this team, Yu Tianheng. Qin Ming said to the young man and Long Fei net to him, who were about the same height as him. Yu Tianheng came over with a smile on his face. Hello Long Fei, my name is Yu Tianheng and I will also be your captain from now on. Teacher Qin Ming has just briefly told us about your situation. Your martial spirit is the Qinglong ancient sword. Can you show me? Okay. Long Fei nodded and glanced at Qin Ming's decision with great satisfaction. Then he summoned the Azure Dragon ancient sword directly from the system backpack, and the summons appeared out of thin air, which was similar to the martial soul. No one would notice anything wrong at all. It was even more perfect when Long Fei deliberately released some soul power. Everyone looked at Long Fei holding the big blue sword in his hand, and they all showed surprised faces. Of course, except for Qin Ming, he has already seen it once. Long Fei's Qinglong ancient sword was very stunning, deeply attracting everyone's attention. This is your Wuhan Qinglong ancient sword. It's so cool. Someone among the 7 said with envy. This person is Oslo. Very good, you can put it away. Yu Tianheng's eyes flashed and he nodded. Yu Tianheng looked at Long Fei with a complete press. Zion, your soul power is level 17 and you are years old. You are indeed very charming, but level alone is not enough. You have to rely on strength. I hope you won't hold us back. Of Of course you have little chance of playing as a substitute and we are both many years older than you. In terms of age you are indeed better than us. After hearing Yu Tianheng's words, Long Fei didn't make any big move. Instead he smiled softly and said calmly, don't worry, I will catch up with you soon. I will definitely not be the one waiting behind. Humph, so arrogant, Yu Tianheng said coldly and then said, I'll wait for you. First let me introduce us to you. I am Yu Tianheng, a level 29 great attack spirit master with a martial spirit blue electric Tyrannosaurus. As he spoke his tone revealed incomparable arrogance. Little brother, my name is Dugabo. I am the vice captain of the team. I am currently a level 27 control spirit master, the martial spirit jade phosphorus snake. My name is Shimo, a level 27 defensive battle soul master, martial soul Suanwu turtle. My name is Shimo, a level 26 defensive spirit master, martial spirit Suanwu turtle. My name is Yufeng, a level 26 agility attack war spirit master, martial spirit wind chime bird. My name is Oslo, a level 26 agility attack war spirit master, martial spirit ghost leopard. My name is Yelingling, a level 25 auxiliary weapon soul master, martial soul Ju in Haitang. Note this was SI years ago before Tang San entered Shrek. Wow, they are so amazing. They are all second level soul masters above level 20. Long Fei deliberately showed a surprised and shocked Zion. The others became even more proud after hearing this. Yufeng laughed and said, brother Long Fei, don't worry, you are only SI years old and you are already level 17. You will be able to reach our level in the future. Long Fei didn't say anything but curled up the corner of his mouth. After how long to wait? Sorry, I can reach your level within a year. You are nothing. Since we are all teammates from now on, can we be considered friends from now on? Long Fei asked curiously. It stands to reason, but are you qualified to be our friend? I don't know why Yu Tianheng seems to be particularly targeting Long Fei, and Yu Tianheng himself doesn't know why he saw Long Fei for the first time. I felt a pressure from him. The sense of compulsion made him feel irritable and uncomfortable. Yu Tianheng, what's going on with you? There's no need to be so specific, right? Oslo frowned, stood up and said, and he's just a substitute. This doesn't look like you, Yu Tianheng. Yes, Captain, what's going on with you? Everyone hurriedly realized that Yu Tianheng seemed to have changed and he always had trouble with Long Fei. Yu Tianheng frowned. I don't know, I always feel uncomfortable. Everyone was confused. The same was true for Qin Ming, and then he said, could it be that the martial arts of both of you are related to dragons and the two of you have the idea of unyielding competition? How about Tianheng suppress your cultivation and fight with Long Fei? How? Yes, teacher, I have the feeling you mentioned. Yu Tianheng looked at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Yu Tianheng. Chaos Azure Dragon versus Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Are these things comparable? In front of the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is not even worthy of carrying shoes. I also want to see how powerful the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is. Long Fei's faint voice sounded. Chapter 14 Qin Yu. In that case, let's compete. Yu Tianheng was already ready to move. Now it is certain that Long Fei's dragon-like martial spirit makes him very uncomfortable. This feeling of being oppressed is not the pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Since both parties have agreed, he rushed directly to the soul fighting platform. On the soul fighting stage, Long Fei and Yu Tianheng faced each other. Below are the others. I will suppress you until I have the same soul power as you to fight with you. If I use the second soul skill, I will lose, Yu Tianheng said. The corner of Long Fei's mouth curled up slightly and he kindly reminded, I think it would be better if you just fight me with all your strength. Is this newcomer too crazy? He doesn't take the captain seriously. When Mo and others heard what Long Fei said, they thought he was arrogant. Suddenly his impression of Long Fei became much weaker. Qin Ming also frowned, thinking that Long Fei was aggravating. Yu Tianheng is a top-level beast martial soul and he is also a level 29 great soul master. You are too arrogant. Since you asked, I will let you see the difference in strength. Yu Tianheng's face became angry and the pride from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus made his arrogance come out. Teacher, the competition can begin. Yu Tianheng couldn't wait to teach Long Fei this arrogant boy. That's it. Game start. Yu Tianheng warned. Don't worry, I will definitely not hurt him seriously. After Yu Tianheng said in an angry tone, he ran directly towards Long Fei and punched him. Aren't you going to use martial art? Then let me show you the power of my ordinary fist. A trace of disdain flashed across Long Fei's face. He punched him directly. Bang! After a sound, a cry of pain rang out from Yu Tianheng's mouth and then his body was shaken and retreated. It hurt. How can it be so hard? His strength is so strong. With just one punch, Yu Tianheng's view of Long Fei suddenly changed drastically. His Zion changed, his brows furrowed, his right hand hurt so much. What? Since the captain was knocked back, the people below were frightened by the scene in front of them. The same is true for Qin Ming. It seems that Long Fei is more powerful than I thought. Qin Ming thought to himself. Long Fei took back his hand, looked at Yu Tianheng, who looked embarrassed, and said, although I am only level 17, if you compete with me in ordinary form there is no need. You will definitely lose. Don't be too young. Look at me. The moment Long Fei said these words, a pressure from Qinglong radiated directly from him. As a dragon, Yu Tianheng immediately felt the pressure from Long Fei, and his prescience changed drastically, possessed by the martial spirit. While shouting, his body also jumped backward. Yu Tianheng was shocked in his heart. How is it possible? Just a drink of the breath makes me feel the pressure breaking. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus is the top dragon beast martial spirit. How is it possible that there are other dragons above me? What is this person's martial spirit? What's going on? The captain doesn't seem to be in good condition. Ya Lingling and Duguyan frowned and said, it's because of Long Fei. That's the only way to say it now. I've never seen Tianheng look like this from the beginning. The people watching below were all looking at Long Fei and Yu Tianheng's prescience. Soon Yu Tianheng and Long Fei collided on the stage. Both sides chose to go head to head, but since everyone saw that Yu Tianheng was ruthlessly suppressed by Long Fei, since Yu Tianheng, who had activated his martial spirit, was suppressed by Long Fei, who had not activated his martial spirit, since Long Fei is so strong, Mo and others were shocked. On stage, bang! Yu Tianheng was knocked back by Long Fei's punch. Damn it! Now I take back what I said before. You are qualified to let me use all my strength. Soul skill Ilis, be careful. Net. Yu Tianheng said angrily. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. At this moment sweat was pouring from his body. After the probing fight with Long Fei just now, his soul power was greatly consumed by Long Fei's abnormally hard fist and body. He must make a quick decision, otherwise you will definitely lose when your soul power is exhausted. On the contrary, Long Fei looked very calm. He was actually quite happy that he could have a good fight now. What surprised everyone was that Long Fei had no intention of evading. Instead, he stood there and forcefully used his body to pick up the got Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw. Bang! You're crazy! Yu Tianheng's prescience changed drastically and he roared angrily. Using your body to borrow his moves, isn't this looking for death? But a shocking scene appeared in the net second. Ah, so cool! Long Fei retreated in shock and he shouted directly as his body was covered with electricity. So numb. It ding. This is the dominance of thunder and lightning. It has an armor-piercing effect, but this is also the best quenching force. Are you okay? Yu Tianheng frowned, also shocked. Yu Tianheng, keep attacking me. I feel so good. Come on! Long Fei roared. Everyone was suddenly speechless. Isn't this bastard suffering from masochism? Yu Tianheng and Duguyan thought about it together. Since you are seeking death, don't blame me. The second soul skill, Thunder. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng's figure disappeared quickly and he quickly hit Long Fei with his soul skills. Long Fei quickly performed the Wuji immortality technique. We're going to break through. We're going to break through. Come on, come on! Long Fei shouted in his heart. The Wuji longevity technique is about to break through the second level. There's still a little bit left. There's still a little bit left. But at this moment, after the continuous output, Yu Tianheng had no strength. His soul power was exhausted. He was panting, covered in sweat, and his face was pale. How is it possible? What kind of monster is this? Are you still a human? Why aren't you coming? Feeling that the attack had stopped, Long Fei raised his brows and looked at Yu Tianheng in front of him and spoke directly. I have no soul power. You win. Yu Tianheng's eyes were red and he gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, you monster. With the help of the Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline and Wuji longevity technique, Long Fei's injuries caused by Yu Tianheng's soul skills quickly recovered. Moreover, the body has also been well tempered. Yu Tianheng, your thunder and lightning are very good elements for tempering my body. Thank you very much, Long Fei said with a grin as he watched his body strengthen again. Although the Wuji longevity technique has not been allowed to enter the second floor, it is fast. As long as it is shocked a few more times, it can be entered. After Yu Tianheng recovers, he plans to go directly to borrow electricity. Anyway, he is a teammate now, so he will definitely not mind. These words made Yu Tianheng almost die of anger. If he knew what Long Fei was thinking, he would have vomited blood and fainted on the spot. What a fool! I'm so tired from output, you bastard. Then I'll be your training tool. Okay, the game is over. Long Fei has won. Yu Tianheng, please come down and rest. Qin Ming was also shocked by Long Fei. This is really a monster. It's okay to survive this kind of attack unharmed, since he can still have such a rela ed prescience. Does all this have something to do with his Qinglong tattooed martial spirit? It must be. He likes to be beaten so much. It seems that the training plan for him in the future will be much simpler than them. Qin Ming thought in his mind. Long Fei's training plan has been roughly decided. Long Fei and Yu Tianheng both stepped off the stage. Long Fei's strength is here now. You have no objection, right? Qin Ming looked at the others. The rest of the people had long been shocked by Long Fei. This is the first time they have seen such a monster. They all shook their heads. We we have no objections, but we didn't have any objections in the first place. But Yu Tianheng sighed and said bitterly, teacher, I lost. Long Fei made me a level 29 person look like this with my 17th level. Do I need to change my position as captain? Tianheng. Duguyan was shocked. Captain. Everyone was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? Duguyan walked up and said. Yu Tianheng looked at the others and said with a bitter smile, the facts are in front of us. Strength is the most important thing. No matter whether it is defense or attack, I can't defeat Long Fei even if I activate the martial soul surge and soul skill. He is only 17 now. What if you enter the 20th level of a great soul master? At this moment Long Fei came over and patted Yu Tianheng on the shoulder, saying, Yu Tianheng, I'm not interested in your position as captain. I'll just serve as a substitute. Of course, if you can give me an appearance, I'm naturally happy to have the opportunity to fight in the soul. I just want to tell you not to look down on me. I'm not here to cause trouble but to learn and become stronger. You call me senior. I hope we can be harmonious teammates in the future, he added at the end. Chapter 15 Second floor. After hearing what Long Fei said, not only Yu Tianheng but also the others were stunned. Immediately afterwards everyone was soon moved by his words. A SI-year-old baby understands the truth, so why don't they understand? It was true that I was wrong before, but we will be teammates from now on. Yu Tianheng nodded solemnly. The others were also a little reserved. Soon everyone dispersed. Yu Tianheng and others took Long Fei to the cafeteria. He treated them to a very grand meal. Suddenly the atmosphere in the team became very harmonious. After eating, Long Fei returned to his host. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that there was another man in the same dormitory as him. Is there any mistake? Since it's not a Douluo single room? Long Fei was somewhat dissatisfied. Newcomer, you're here. It's just you and me in this dormitory. Please clean the dormitory quickly. Disturb my sleep or there will be consequences. The man was lying lazily on the bed, talking in an arrogant tone, not taking Long Fei seriously at all. Long Fei immediately mocked. He was still a very arrogant bastard. Then I will teach you a lesson. Long Fei walked towards his bed without saying a word. He grabbed his head, lifted him up and threw him out. Ah, fuck you bastard. The young man, who was attacked by a sneak attack and fell heavily to the ground in pain, roared directly at Long Fei. He was furious with murderous intent emerging from his eyes. He never imagined that the person in front of him would dare to do this. Keep your mouth clean or I won't mind giving you 2 slaps. Long Fei looked at him coldly. If you're unhappy, come and hit me. Don't be so arrogant and domineering here. I kill you. Possessed by the Laotian dragon eagle, a sculptural chant sounded from his body. Soul power surged. A yellow soul ring emerged from his body and punched Long Fei's head directly. With the increase of possession, his power is extremely powerful. This man was full of flaws. Long Fei looked at his abdomen, raised his foot and kicked him. Bang! Before his fist hit Long Fei, he was kicked hard by Long Fei and hit the ground again in pain. The NET moment, the young man felt an invisible pressure that made him feel uncomfortable and trembling. What exactly is going on? Why do you feel so uncomfortable and out of breath? In his eyes, Long Fei didn't feel like a person at this moment, but a huge and mighty dragon. Right now, Long Fei jumped up and sat on him. What are you doing? Get down here! Agitated, the young man roared and became furious. There's so much nonsense. I'll make your mouth smell bad. Make your mouth smell bad. Long Fei directly raised his hands and slapped the boy's mouth in an orderly manner. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Ah! Continuous screams sounded from his mouth, and finally there was no sound because his mouth was swollen. I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. Stop fighting. Finally the young man surrendered. Long Fei then stopped, but he was also afraid of beating this kid to death. After leaving the body, Long Fei said, go and clean the dormitory. If it's not clean, I'll slap you. Yes, yes, yes. The young man started to tremble. Long Fei said, from now on you have to call me boss. It's the boss. The young man was frightened by the beating and nodded repeatedly. I was really slapped in the face today. I was kicked by such a powerful opponent. I can only admit that I am unlucky. What's your name? Long Fei asked. My name is Qin Yu. The young man said. Okay, go to work quickly. Long Fei ordered. It's the boss. Qin Yu turned around and covered his swollen face. It really hurt him to death. You really have to be beaten, to be honest. Young people nowadays are so disrespectful. Long Fei walked to the second empty bed and sat down. As he spoke, the bedding and dormitory supplies in the soul guide were removed. Take it out. After placing the bedding and supplies, Long Fei carefully observed the layout of the dormitory again. Both the indoor and outdoor balconies are built according to the specifications of a double apartment in the previous life. The space is quite large, so it is actually quite good for 2 people to live there. Well, now if I look carefully, I see that this dormitory is actually very beautiful. Moreover, all my expenses in the college except for food have been covered by the 3rd Education Committee, so there is no need to think about money. Long Fei said their Long family is not short of money. Even if they don't cover it, they will be completely rela-ed. After being taught a lesson, Qin Yu became much more honest. dress. After cleaning the dormitory he quickly came behind Long Fei and asked curiously, "Boss, where are you from?" "I am from the Long family." After hesitating, Long Fei said it anyway. "The Long family? I haven't heard of it either. Is it a small family?" Qin Yu muttered softly. "Shoot! Ouch!" Long Fei slapped him on the head. Long Fei glared at him and said calmly, "There are many things you don't know. Our Long family is a very low-key reclusive family." "Oh, hidden world, I see." Qin Yu scratched his head and said with a smile. Then he asked, "Boss, what is your martial spirit? You are just so powerful. Since you didn't use your martial spirit, you directly suppressed me and made me unable to resist. Moreover, my martial spirit seemed to be suppressed by something on your body. I felt it." Fear. Qin Yu swallowing his saliva, he recalled that Long Fei's posture revealed an invincible temperament just now. "Because your martial spirit is from the Liaishan Dragon Eagle and has the blood of the Dragon Clan. Even if it is not much, its existence is a fact. And my martial spirit is called Qinglong Ancient Sword." Long Fei smiled faintly, and after saying that, he took out the Qinglong Ancient Sword directly from the system warehouse. Qin Yu was immediately amazed when he saw the huge Cyan sword coming out of thin air with soul power attached to it. "My ancient Azure Dragon Sword will suppress any beast spirit or anything related to dragons that is my enemy." Although this is a lie made up by Long Fei, it is just a change of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Repression has not changed. "This, what should I do in the future?" Qin Yu looked bitter. Long Fei said calmly, "As long as you don't be my enemy, it will be fine for a long time in the future. We are all roommates and there should be no hostile relationship." Qin Yu scratched his head. "Boss, you are right." "Boss, what level of soul power do you have now?" Qin Yu asked again. Long Fei 17. Qin Yu was shocked. "How is that possible?" "Boss, aren't we all freshmen? How can you be so tall?" "Practice hard." Long Fei simply said, "Don't compete with me or you will die of exhaustion." "How much you?" After hearing this, Qin Yu replied, "I am only in grade 9 and just entered school today. Since you call me boss, I will protect you from now on. If anyone bullies you, just come to me." Long Fei patted his shoulder. "Okay." Qin Yu nodded quickly. This thigh must be tight. Time passed little by little. Under the leadership of Long Fei, the two entered training in the dormitory. Chapter 16 SIT. 2 months later. School starts the NET day. Qin Yu and Long Fei left the dormitory early in the morning. After going through the opening procedures, they went to their classrooms respectively. At the Tiandu Royal Academy, Qin Ming was in a class. There were other students in the classroom, but only 7 of them Yu Tianheng were here. At this moment, Long Fei appeared at the door of the classroom. "Teacher Qin Ming, Long Fei is here to report." As soon as this voice came out, all the students inside except those 7 people looked at the door curiously. "Little brother, Long Fei is finally here. Duguyan has a lively temper. This kid is finally here." Yu Tianheng smiled. At this moment, Qin Ming on the stage smiled and said, "Long Fei, come in." Long Fei stepped onto the podium. "Let me introduce you," Qin Ming said. Long Fei shouted, "Hello fellow seniors, my name is Long Fei. I am SI years old this year and I am a 17th level offensive weapon soul master. The martial soul is the Qinglong Ancient Sword." It seems that he does not regard himself as an outsider at all. Oh my god, how did this kid practice? Didn't he just awaken his martial spirit at the age of SI? Why is he already at level 17? Hearing Long Fei's words, everyone in the seats above except the 7 people who already knew about it were shocked. The shock of these people in front of him was already depicted by Qin Ming. He kept smiling and said, "Long Fei was specially recruited by the chief to join our class due to his talent. From now on we will all be classmates, and he already joined the first team yesterday." Yu Tianheng, who has confirmed his strength through actual combat, successfully joined the Tiandu Royal team as a candidate. I became a candidate for the first team." As soon as this news came out, the world turned upside down again. Everyone's eyes turned to a group of 7 people and then all focused on Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng knew that it was his turn to appear, so he quickly stood up and nodded to everyone and said, "Yes, Long Fei is a very strong student and he fought with me yesterday. It was a tie, little one. At a young age he is strong enough to be a first team substitute." When he mentioned the words tie, Yu Tianheng looked guilty. Qin Ming and the team, including him, all understood the truth. Yu Tianheng was completely defeated. It wasn't enough for some reasons, and Long Fei didn't have any objections, so he just said that. The SI people in the team who knew the truth quickly nodded to cover up the change in their prescience. Yes, we were present with Teacher Qin Ming at the time, and Teacher Qin Ming presided over that battle. The last few people had no choice but to give the key target to Qin Ming. Qin Ming nodded and said without any worry, "Yes, it is true. If you don't believe it, just send one of the strongest representatives among you to fight Long Fei." Having seen Long Fei's terrifying strength, these people regarded him as the strongest person outside the first team, which was level 22. Ken could not cause any harm to Long Fei, especially that terrifying resistance body. When Qin Ming thought of this, he recalled the scene of Long Fei's performance in fighting against the mimicry room yesterday and the scene of using Yu Tianhang's thunder to temper his body. It was really not something that people could bear. Okay, teacher, let me give it a try. I want to challenge. I am the one with the highest soul power and the strongest strength in this class except for the first team. A strong young man stood up and shouted. He is the 22nd grade young man. Teacher Qin Ming, I accept his challenge. Long Fei stood up and nodded slightly. Qin Ming nodded. Okay, if that's the case, let's stop. In order to avoid running around, everyone will move the table to make this open space larger. The two of you will have a simple contest here. Everyone move. Yu Tianheng led the team and began to move the table. The whole class of 20 people are looking forward to the NET game. The young man walked up, raised his hands to Long Fei and shouted, my name is Huang Xian, a master of the 22nd level strong attack weapon soul martial soul flame stick. Please give me your advice. As he spoke, a surge of soul power emerged from his body and then a long stick with flames appeared in his hand and a 100-year level soul ring rose from his feet. Long Fei's E-Press Zion remained unchanged. He also took a step forward, held up his hands as a gesture and said lightly, Long Fei, a 17th level weapon soul master with a weapon called Qinglong ancient sword, please give me some advice. After finishing speaking, he put down his hands. Huang Xian suddenly frowned. Don't you activate the martial spirit? Just attack, Long Fei said calmly. But it was different when he landed here with Huang Xian. He was considered arrogant and he suddenly looked unhappy. Then be careful. Huang Xian moved and rushed towards Long Fei. The flame stick in his hand was spinning and then the century-old soul ring fell on the flame stick and lit up directly. The first soul skill, flame stick thunderbolt. Suddenly the flames on the flame stick burned crazily. The aura became stronger and the stick became larger. The power was also the same and it struck directly at Long Fei's body. Bang! The NET scene made everyone's E-Press Zions change and their pupils shrank. Long Fei didn't hide but directly caught it with his body. Huang Xian's E-Press Zion changed drastically and he claimed, how is that possible? When his body was damaged by eternal forces, Long Fei quickly used the Wuji immortality technique to absorb the damage and turn it into physical strength. Have you not eaten? Keep attacking me, Long Fei said coldly. How is it possible? Not only can he resist my thunder but he can also resist lame. Yu Tianheng, who was watching the show from behind, suddenly felt bad. Qin Ming was also surprised. Originally it was impossible to resist thunder with his body alone, but now he can resist flames. The NET second, his eyes flashed with golden light. The evil seedling must be cultivated well. Damn it, don't look down on me. Huang Xian was completely furious and felt unhappy if he didn't come. Now that Long Fei was talking like this, he completely let go and used all his strength to attack Long Fei crazily. Bang 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 bang. Originally Qin Ming and others were a little worried and wanted to stop it, but the NET scene completely made him give up that idea. Long Fei stood still or was knocked back half a step or a step from time to time, but his body still stood upright to resist Huang Xian's crazy attacks. He closed his eyes. The Chaos Azure Dragon Bloodline and Wuji immortality technique in his body were working. With so many crazy blows, it would be false to say it didn't hurt, but it was nothing compared to the mimic strikes from the Soul Sect. Buzz! At this moment a ray of light in his body shone brighter and brighter. It was the Wuji immortality technique. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the long-awaited Wuji immortality technique finally broke through the final shackles and was promoted from the first level to the second level. An unparalleled warmth quickly spread throughout Long Fei's body. Boom! Suddenly a terrifying energy burst out from Long Fei's body, causing Huang Xian, who was already panting and having consumed a lot of soul power, to be instantly ejected without warning and hit the ground hard, his face looking pale and incredible. Long Fei opened his eyes, clenched his fist and smiled. Long Fei thought in his mind, is this the power of the second level of Wuji longevity Kung Fu? It is indeed much more comfortable than the first level. I don't know how many kilograms of strength I have now. Chapter 17:17 Beast Hunting Team. Huang Xian, who fell to the ground, opened his eyes wide and stared at Long Fei with a frightened E-Press Zion. Why does this person become more awesome the more he is hacked? Huang Xian, are you still coming? I seem to have understood something. Do you want to punch me? Long Fei raised his fist, patted it and said with raised lips, come on, come on. Huang Xian was trembling when he stood up because he had exhausted all his soul power. I won't fight. You win. I've never seen a pervert like you. The more you fight, the more powerful you become. He waved his hand, and while saying this he had released the martial soul form on his body, turned around and walked towards the position. Okay, the game is over. You can put your tables back. Class is about to start, Qin Ming said and glanced at Long Fei. Long Fei, go find a seat and sit. Okay. Long Fei walked towards the location. Little brother Long Fei, come over to my sister's side. At this moment Duguyan waved and called. Long Fei walked directly in her direction and then sat down with a group of people. Soon Qin Ming began to lecture. The content of the lectures is theoretical courses on martial arts and some combat Iparian. Long Fei felt sleepy as he listened. Then he looked at the content in the book and found it to be nonsensical. He held his forehead with one hand and touched his hair. From time to time he looked at the female classmates in the class and the scenery outside the window. Already completely distracted, some other melodies appeared in his mind. Suddenly he was still smiling stupidly during the days and his eyes were looking at the female classmate who he thought was very good looking. He seemed to have forgotten how much time had passed. In a trance he seemed to hear a confused calling voice that sounded like a hallucination, as if it was trying to pull him out of this dream. Long Fei. An angry voice sounded echoing in the classroom. It was Qin Ming's call several times in succession. Long Fei, don't be in a daze, wake up. Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, who were nearby, quickly shook Long Fei, who had been in a daze for a long time. At this moment the eyes of everyone in the class were focused on Long Fei. Long Fei was startled and suddenly came back to his senses. What's wrong, teacher Qin Ming? Long Fei blinked and looked at the classmates around him who were looking at him with embarrassment, and then his eyes were focused on Qin Ming, whose face was full of anger on the podium in front of him. Long Fei, stand up! Qin Ming shouted angrily. Long Fei quickly stood up with a hiss. I finally came back to my senses. I see that you were in a serious daze. You came back after calling me so many times. Qin Ming's voice was cold. His face changed for a second and he asked slowly, is it because you are not interested in the courses I taught? Long Fei frowned slightly and said softly, I don't know why, but I just listened to the teacher's lecture. I'm sleepy and can't listen. In his previous life Long Fei was a poor student. He was very poor at studying and had no intention of learning at all. Dear classmate, it's almost time this class is over. Everyone else is out of class. Long Fei, come to the office with me. Qin Ming said. Side took the book and left the classroom. Everyone looked at Long Fei with a hint of pity, but Long Fei was the only one who thought it didn't matter. After all, this was one of his strengths before. On the first day of class he felt sleepy and dazed and was called to the office. Long Fei was the first person to come to Tiandu Royal Academy since its establishment. Inside Qin Ming's office, Long Fei followed and came here. Qin Ming put down the book in his hand, turned around and looked at Long Fei frowning slightly and asked, are you not interested in theoretical courses? Long Fei nodded decisively. I think I should pay more attention to training to improve my soul power and physical strength, which is more suitable for me. Qin Ming nodded and said, you are right. You are indeed very different from them, but it is also necessary to learn the theory well, such as your understanding of soul beast and how to cultivate this knowledge. Otherwise you will encounter soul beast when the time comes. If you don't know the beast and don't know how to deal with it, what should you do? Or maybe the soul beast required for each 10th level are different from the special aspect of your martial soul. If you don't know it, how can you find it? Long Fei said calmly, as long as I am strong enough, there is no soul beast that I can't handle with my strength. Even if I can't handle it, I can ask the education committee to take action and find someone to help. Besides, hunting soul beast is not something that one person can do. It's easy to do. If it can be done, then that person is either very strong or has found someone more powerful, so there is no need to worry. After listening to Long Fei's words, Qin Ming suddenly felt like he couldn't accept it. Indeed, everyone understands this. Qin Ming rubbed his brows and said, you come to the academy just to study. You can't escape this. Unless you apply, you don't need to take theoretical classes. Okay, then I'll go find the Third Education Commission. Can they handle it? Long Fei nodded and agreed with Qin Ming's method. Qin Ming was dull. Damn it, you can't understand what I really mean. I want you to learn, not to learn. Well, if you can handle it, then there is no need for you to learn. Qin Ming nodded. As long as the three of them agree, you don't need to study theory, only practical classes. Okay. Long Fei nodded and said, can I leave now? I want to practice. Go ahead. Qin Ming nodded. By the way, we have a practical class in the afternoon. Let's meet at the mimicry training environment room. I know, Long Fei said and turned around and left. After Long Fei left, Qin Ming's head hurt. He didn't expect that this kid was a tough guy. He sighed helplessly and said to himself, who is the teacher, you or me? In the blink of an eye the two passed by. In the past 2 months Long Fei has been living a similar life in the college every day, either attending classes or practicing classes. During practice others were playing the same game, but he just chose to play with resistance. He played for 2 months, and at night he would ask Yu Tianheng out alone with the sole purpose of using Yu Tianheng's thunder and lightning to continuously shock his body to temper it. For a moment Yu Tianheng was speechless. Now that the second young master of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re has become someone else's body training tool, but he was embarrassed to refuse since Long Fei was his teammate and he couldn't defeat Long Fei, so he had no choice but to die. In the past 2 months Long Fei has continued to carry out high-intensity training and his physical body has been greatly strengthened both internally and externally. All of this has affected the improvement of his soul power. Now his soul power has reached level 20. It's time to add a second soul ring. Jing. In Long Fei's dormitory he was lying on his bed. Finally I have reached level 20 and can add a second soul ring. I wonder if I can directly sacrifice the soul beast like the first soul ring. Long Fei plans to contact Long Wu, his old father, and go to the Stardo forest tomorrow. Try your luck inside. Suddenly the door rang and opened. Qin Yu came back covered in sweat, and there are some injuries on his body, but there was a bun in his hand that he was chewing and the other hand was holding a bag with something in it. Come back, Long Fei teased. Boss, I'm back. In 2 months Qin Yu and Long Fei were completely familiar with each other. I brought you some steamed buns, do you want them? Qin Yu closed the door and walked towards Long Fei. Chapter 18 Contest. Early the NET morning, Long Fei went to Qin Ming to ask for leave on the pretext of going out to the college to do business. After leaving Tiandu Royal Academy, Long Fei found a restaurant and sat down. This place is very lively, most of them are soul masters. Waiter, serve, Long Fei shouted. Immediately attracted the attention of the adults around him. Long Fei was tall, strong and muscular. Ken didn't look like a SI-year-old child at all. Those people couldn't tell his true age, so they ignored him after taking a few glances. Moreover, the clothes Long Fei was wearing were the uniforms of Tiandu Royal Academy. Just as the voice fell, a waiter wearing a white cloth on one shoulder walked up, rubbing his hands. Looking at Long Fei's clothes and the crushing aura on his body, he knew that this boy was born into a noble family and they couldn't afford to offend him, and most importantly, yes, there must be money. Although these aristocratic children are stubborn, they are also the consumer group that these shopkeepers desire. Of course, the more the merrier. Looking at the waiter who was rubbing his hands with a smile on his face, Long Fei said, bring me all the good wine and food you have here and prepare more peanuts to go with the wine. I have a big appetite. While talking, Long Fei also specifically warned money is not an issue. After saying that, there was already an Etra golden soul coin in his hand, which he tossed again and again. The waiter's eyes glowed golden as he stared at the golden soul coin in Long Fei's hand. The waiter nodded hurriedly and bowed and said, yes, yes sir, please wait a moment, I will go get ready right away. Snapped. Long Fei slapped the gold soul coin directly on the table. Go ahead, he said calmly. The waiter quickly turned around and left. There is a saying that is good only if you don't oppose it, it can easily lead to death. From some positions in the restaurant there was a pair of menacing and greedy eyes staring at Long Fei. Soon the waiter brought the wine and appetizers first, and Long Fei quickly poured out the wine and drank the appetizers with a look of pleasure and enjoyment on his face. More than 10 minutes the food from behind came quickly, one after another. Very fragrant smell. Long Fei deliberately did not eat in the college cafeteria today just to eat this meal, leaving his stomach to enjoy it. After a long time, I must let go and have a good time this time. Long Fei laughed and then started to move, eating freely without any trace of temperament. The people NET to him felt like they didn't need to eat anymore when they saw him eating. Half an hour passed. Long Fei took care of all the food, wine, appetizers and rice on the table by himself. Hiccup. After a nice burp, I was finally satisfied. Long Fei stood up and the waiter, who had been waiting for a long time in the distance, quickly stepped forward, rubbed his hands and said with a smile, young master, are you satisfied? Picking up a toothpick from the table and picking at his teeth, he nodded. Satisfied. Satisfied. How much does it cost? The total cost of master's meal is 10 gintama coin, the waiter said carefully. So cheap? Long Fei grinned and put away the gold soul coins in his hand, then took out 30 silver soul coins from the soul guide and sprinkled it on the waiter's palm, and then took out another silver soul coin. He threw the coin down and said, the service attitude is good, I will give you this gintama coin as a reward. After saying that, he walked towards the door. The waiter smiled happily and thanked her quickly. Do it. After Long Fei left, the group of people who had been paying attention to him in the restaurant finally started and left. The Stardo forest is not too far from here, nor is it too close to be here. Long Fei hurried on his way. Soon we came to a vegetable market that looked like a concentration camp for soul masters. There are many shouts here, all of which are recruiting people to join the team to hunt soul beast in the hunting forest. Beautiful boy, are you interested in joining my team to hunt soul beast? When Long Fei passed by to learn about the situation, a woman in a red cheongsam appeared NET to him, and a very fragrant fragrance instantly hit his nostrils. Long Fei stopped and took a look at her. He couldn't help it because this woman was so beautiful and the fragrance on her body was so fragrant that it was so fascinating that he wished he could just pounce on her and shoot her. Taking a deep breath, calming down, he asked, who is in your team? You are interested, handsome? Why don't you come with me and take a look? The woman in red cheongsam said with a smile. Then he took Long Fei's arm. I was surprised at how strong the muscles and skin were. If only. As she was thinking about it, the woman's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Hey, what are you doing? It's the first time I've met you, don't make me look like a random person. Long Fei frowned and immediately pulled away the woman's hand. Pretty boy is shy, the woman teased, looking into Long Fei's eyes with narrowed eyes. Forget it, if you don't say it. I'm leaving. Don't bother me. Long Fei was about to leave. The woman stopped and said, don't worry, I will tell you that we have SI people in total, including strong attack, agility, attack control, assistance, long range and defense. Lack of a treatment? Long Fei frowned. The assistant has the ability to heal. The woman said, what are you? The woman asked curiously. Of course I can attack in close combat, but I can also defend and my speed is pretty good. Do you want me? Long Fei said with a raised lip. This time he didn't call Long Wu. He originally wanted to do it last night, but after thinking about it he wanted to try his own strength. Besides, it should be possible to hunt a soul beast that is 1 or 2,000 years old, but it is really not possible. Call someone again. He could actually join a team to hunt, but he was worried that his first imagination would reappear. When the soul beasts were sacrificed and the 1,000-year soul rings were imposed, some people with bad intentions would definitely be killed, and he would either have to eradicate them by then, or try your best to escape quickly. He also has a registration card given to him by Menshenji, which he will not use unless absolutely necessary. You can join the team, but you can just find an opportunity to leave the team when the time comes. Long Fei thought, already making up his mind. Of course, come with me. As long as you agree to join, we can set off. The woman said. Temporary dungeon mission released. Join the team and enter the Star Forest together. Reward for completing the mission: increase soul power, soul ring plan. Failure penalty none. Right here at this moment the long law system screen appeared in front of Long Fei. Temporary dungeon mission. It came just in time. There has been no movement for more than 2 months. I thought you were missing this soul power and this soul ring plan, but I just took advantage of the situation. Long Fei muttered in his heart, nodded and said to the woman, let's go, take me to see your team. Good. What do you say about the reward? I'll give you 5 gold soul coins after the soul beast comes out. Long Fei was not moved by the 5 gold soul coin. For a Long family who was not short of money, he didn't think the 5 gold soul coins were valuable at all. Maybe this was the mentality of a boy who was born in a wealthy family. Moreover, his current soul guide contains almost SI gold soul coins, including some of his own pocket money savings. The woman quickly led Long Fei to find her teammate. On the way, Long Fei asked out of curiosity, does your team have any missions? Chapter 1919 A terrifying blow. On the way, after listening to Long Fei's words, the woman said, our team's mission this time is to hunt down a 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider. 2,000 years of black armored rock spider. Long Fei frowned and muttered, by the way, what's your soul power level? The woman then remembered she had been so focused on recruiting people to join the army that she had forgotten about it. I'm at level 20, a first level weapon fighting soul master. Long Fei said. The woman heard the footsteps and exclaimed, what? You are only at level 1? Are you still at level 20? Long Fei said, is there any problem? The woman looked a little regretful and said, the problem is big. Your level is too low, and the 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider we hunted this time is very dangerous. You may become the leader of our team. What level are the people in your team, including you? Long Fei looked at him with a frown. He is a special instance that cannot be measured by soul power level. Now he is very good in terms of physical strength, speed and combat. The woman's charming eyelashes were beating up and down, and she said, we are all evenly matched in strength in our soul sec who have reached level 40. The highest one is the one with the power attack system who has reached level 43. The Stardo forest is stronger than the rest of the forest. It's dangerous. We are all operating on the periphery. The woman continued, and if you have already obtained the second soul ring, you can still be a great soul master, but now you only have 1 soul ring, so the gap is too big. If you want us to help you hunt, you will need to charge additional fees. Long Fei thought for a while and spoke calmly, USI 40 level soul sex and me a 20 level 1 ring soul master should be able to deal with a 2,000-year-old soul beast, right? I will come out this time. You don't plan to hunt soul beast to make soul rings, but come out to practice. It's best to gather a team of 7 people to enter the Stardo forest. Anyway, we are so destined, why don't you add me? The reason why he changed his mind temporarily was because he wanted to see what the soul ring plan given to him by the system was, and he didn't want to rush to hunt the soul beast first. Let's talk if you want to join the team. The woman was slightly surprised. You don't plan to hunt soul beast to make soul rings? Yes, Long Fei nodded. The woman hesitated. What a strange guy. Fortunately you are of the strong attack type, which is useful. It's okay for us SI soul sex to lead you, but you must obey our command then. Okay. Long Fei nodded, secretly happy in his heart. Being able to join in and complete the system tasks is the most important thing. Come with me. The woman twisted her plump buttock and took the first step. Long Fei watched from behind and followed suit. By the way, my name is Lan Dai. I see you are not very old either. What is the little guy's name? How old is he this year? While walking among the crowd, the woman suddenly asked. I am 15 years old this year and my name is Long Fei. Long Fei lied, but fortunately his current figure was very strong and fit for his age. age. If you say it, there won't be much doubt. You have reached level 20 soul power at the age of 15. What a genius, my sister is envious. Lan Dai's voice was a little numb. Haha sister, it's just the result of my hard work, it's nothing. Long Fei waved and said modestly, is this envy? If I were to say that I am only SI years old now and it has only been more than 2 months since I awakened my martial spirit, I don't know what your Zion would be like at that time. A hint of amusement appeared in Long Fei's heart. Soon the two came to a stall in front of a wooden house. Landy looked at the 3 men and 2 women in front of her and then said, friends, I have brought back the 7th person for you. Lan Dai, sister Dai, you are finally back. 5 voices sounded at the same time. The 3 men in front looked at Long Fei, frowned and looked at him, pointed and asked, Landy, is this little kid the 7th person you brought? Yes, Lan Dai nodded. The man said, Landy, are you not mistaken? It is very dangerous for us to enter the Stardo forest and we have to deal with a 2,000-year-old thing. This is not just for fun. Where are you from, kid? How old are you? Are you Harry? Are you here to play? A sarcastic female voice sounded and a tall woman who walked over with her hips swung came to Long Fei's side. Long Fei frowned and said to everyone, don't talk nonsense, you will know how strong I am by sending one of you to fight with me. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and then laughed. Intentional thinking, it's straightforward enough and suits my taste. The muscular man laughed. Okay little guy, what's your name? How old are you? What's your soul power level? The muscular man asked. Long Fei said with some annoyance, Long Fei 15 years old, soul power level 20, Qinglong ancient sword force attack is currently a 1st level soul master. Don't ask me whether I can hunt soul bees. I am this time, I'm just practicing not to hunt soul bees to use as soul rings, so I won't bother you. If it weren't for completing system tasks, he wouldn't be bothered to fight with these people here. Everyone was as surprised as Lan Dai after hearing Long Fei's words. After the muscular man was stunned, he said directly, in that case let's have a fight. As long as you are not defeated instantly and show good strength, we can let you join. Anyway, you have only been here for so long. You are alone. Otherwise leave. Okay. Long Fei nodded. The muscular man said, since you are also a strong attack type, just fight me directly. I will use level 20 strength and only use the 1st soul skill. I will not bully you beyond the level. If you can let me jump over the level, it will prove it. You win. Long Fei didn't say anything after hearing this. In fact, it didn't matter even if the muscular man surpassed the level, but now it's better to play it safe. Join the team and complete the mission. Okay, come on, Long Fei said, turned around and walked behind him. The two distanced themselves. Then the rest of the team members also made room to watch the game. What are those people still talking about? It's like watching a joke. How many rounds do you think that kid can fight Bengshan? I think 3 rounds. I've already taken a liking to him after 3 rounds. But here Long Fei has already prepared a fighting posture. When Bengshan saw that he didn't release his martial spirit, he frowned and said, boy, you don't want to activate the martial spirit. No rush, let's fight first. The corners of Long Fei's lips moved lightly. Okay, then I'll fight you. Let's see what your kid is capable of. Bengshan was a little angry. These guys were so arrogant. In the NET second, they directly launched an attack on Long Fei. Long Fei also moving forward and punching him. Bang! With a fist bump, Bengshan's Zion changed instantly. No, this guy's fist is so hard. He's so powerful. The NET moment, Bengshan's body was directly shaken back. How about it? My power is okay. Long Fei continued to attack while talking. The speed was very fast, but Bengshan quickly recovered from his surprise. With his rich experience, he quickly dodged defenses and attacked. But the faces of those who had been watching the joke were now frozen. Since collapsing mountain cannot gain the upper hand in the hands of this young man, on the contrary, you are still at a disadvantage of being suppressed. How can it be? 5 people exclaimed. Chapter 2020 Red-eyed grey wolf. Poisonous fog spread. Long Fei spun around in mid-air and kicked out. Bengshan's pupils shrank and he quickly raised his arms to block. The strong force once again caused pain in his arms. He closed his eyes and stepped back. At this moment, everyone looked shocked. Aren't you still using your martial spirit? Under normal circumstances, you are no match for me. Standing firmly on the ground, Long Fei said calmly. Shaking his hands, Bengshan took a deep breath and said, boy, you are very powerful. I take back my previous words about looking down on you. I really didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. The warm-up is complete. NET, I will activate the martial spirit. You'd better not show off. I'm different before the martial spirit and after I activate the martial spirit. The voice of the collapse of the mountain sounded. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Bengshan is the soul sex strong attack type. Even if he doesn't activate the martial arts, his combat effectiveness will definitely not be bad, but he can't have the upper hand against this kid. Okay, Lan Dai, you have found an incredible young man this time, the surprised person said, and the woman looked at Lan Dai beside her. What she didn't know was that Blue Butterfly was as shocked as them at this moment. I didn't expect that a random young man would be so powerful. Long Fei looked at Beng Shan and raised his forehead slightly and said, "Senior, come on." Possessed by Snowstorm Bear. As Beng Shan shouted loudly, his aura and temperament suddenly underwent a shocking change. The body of the bear was very large and covered mainly with white snow with a few red stripes. The bear's head was very violent and its eyes were gleaming fiercely. With the increase brought about by the Snowstorm Bear's possession, Beng Shan's body also became much taller and straighter, and the muscles on his body also swelled. The whole thing revealed a fierce aura. Roar! The roar sounded and the surrounding flowers and plants were affected one after another. "Be careful!" With a ferocious sound, Beng Shan rushed straight towards Long Fei. With his martial soul activated, even if he doesn't use soul ring skills, he is a genuine soul sect strongman. Strength, speed, defense and damage are all sufficient. Call one over. It also carries airflow. Long Fei raised his hand and wanted to test the power of the real soul sect. This kid is crazy since he wants to use normalcy to receive Beng Shan's palm. At this moment, Lan Dai frowned and said in shock, "No one present dared to accept a punch possessed by a soul sect's martial spirit because the consequences are unimaginable." Everyone felt that Long Fei was crazy and underestimated the output of soul sect. "Okay, teach him a lesson and let him know the difference in strength," Lan Dai muttered. Long Fei, who wanted to go head to head, suddenly felt that something was not right and quickly used lightning leap bullet and disappeared on the spot, and when he appeared he had already reached the side of the collapsing mountain. What? So fast? Is this his soul skill? Impossible, he hasn't even released his soul ring, so where can he get his soul skills? Beng Shan and everyone were confused, and the palm that collapsed the mountain was empty. However, with rich combat experience, his ability to adapt to changes is also very rapid. A kick came out and hit Long Fei directly. Long Fei's E-Pression changed and he was instantly kicked out. His eyes opened and closed. To be honest, it was quite painful. Bang! The soul power blessed his leg and waist, drawing a trace on the ground before stopping. At the same time, the temperature inside the body also rose and the physical chaos blue dragon tattoo also appeared under the cloth. The Wuji Chang Sheng Gong operate quickly, absorbed the injuries caused by the attack just now and quickly fed back to strengthen the inside and outside of the body. Good boy. Under normal circumstances you can still stand up so safely after receiving a kick from my martial soul. You are indeed qualified to hunt soul beasts with us, but I still want to practice with you. If you didn't even force out your martial soul during the last training, my soul sect would have been in vain. Beng Shan shouted and a yellow soul ring on his body rose from his feet. The first soul skill, Snowstorm Spirit Palm. A white soul power swirled out of Beng Shan's hand and an enlarged white giant spirit palm like shadow emerged. Cold and fierce. Ha! With one strike the terrifying power flew straight towards the dragon. Seeing the offensive in front of him, Long Fei suddenly relented and the corners of his lips curled up. He laughed. The gesture of opening his hands and embracing nature frightened everyone. What is this bastard doing? You want to die? Use your martial spirit quickly or avoid it. Lan Dai and Beng Shan's E-Pressions changed drastically. Their pupils shrank and they shouted angrily. It's too late at this moment. Even Beng Shan can't take back the moves he fired. The attack was too fast. Just before their voices fell, the entire Snowstorm Spirit Palm had already engulfed Long Fei. That terrifying energy plotted instantly. Loud bang! The ground is pitted. Seeing this scene, no one would think that Long Fei could survive. This stupid boy! You idiot! Lan Dai gritted his teeth. Beng Shan stared at the dust from the E-plosion with wide eyes. But suddenly at this moment a green energy spread directly and E-plotted. The shocked people looked over. There was only a panting figure. This person is none other than Long Fei. However, at this moment the clothes on his body were damaged. In his eyes, on his strong muscles and skin, there were blue light strips on his arms, chest and back. Except for some parts that were covered by the cloth that had not fallen off, they could not be seen. Cyan tattoos can be seen in the rest of the place, especially on both arms. Wow, what great muscles, what an attractive figure, so beautiful, such cool line. When Lan Dai and other women saw this scene, they all showed their crimson cheeks straight like a tiger. He stared at Long Fei's figure as if he were staring at food. Yula couldn't help but swallow. At this moment a terrifying ancient pressure appeared on Long Fei. A green beam flashed across his pupils, extremely sharp. Immediately afterward, the injuries on his body recovered quickly. The Wuji Chang Sheng Gong and Chaos Qinglong bloodline in the body are rapidly absorbing energy. At the same time, a very long ancient Qinglong sword appeared in Long Fei's hand. He input his soul power on it. The net moment he moved, rushed directly towards the collapsing mountain, extremely fast. As soon as the lightning flash took a leap, he was in front of Beng Shan in half a breath. At this moment Long Fei's body is constantly heating up and he is breathing out from his mouth. Combined with his sharp eyes, at this moment it looked like the breath of a dragon. At this moment Beng Shan reacted. His E-Pression changed drastically and he felt an aura of terror, coldness, chill and suppression coming from instinct. Since he felt fear, his body couldn't help but tremble. The fourth soul skill, violent bear shield. Feeling the breath of death, he directly violated the agreement and activated the fourth purple soul ring on his body. Soon a snow-white barrier appeared on his body, covering his whole body. Bang! Boom! Bang Shan withstood it with great difficulty. With cold sweat on his forehead, he directly concentrated all his soul power on this defensive shield. But at this moment the first soul ring on Long Fei's body lit up. The soul of the blue dragon in violent flame. With a thought, Long Fei directly introduced the soul of the violent blue dragon into the blue dragon ancient sword. In an instant, the Qinglong ancient sword's aura, sharpness, power and domineering power instantly increased. Stuck. The NET second Bengshan's press Zion changed dramatically again and his pupils shrank. Bang! As soon as a second passed, the protective shield on his body shattered and Long Fei's Qinglong ancient sword pointed straight at Bengshan and slashed out. A loud bang and explosion sounded. Collapsing mountains stirred the spirit and trembled and found that the Qinglong ancient sword had not hit him, but when he turned his head and looked, he was completely frightened. The tall rocky valley behind him now directly showed a huge and very deep knife mark 10 meters long and 5 meters wide, still hot and smoking. Chapter 21 Purple Poison Rattlesnake. Just when the mountain collapsed and trembled, Long Fei withdrew the ancient Qinglong sword, returned to normal, took out a new top from the soul guide and put it on. Long Fei smiled harmlessly and said calmly, "What I just showed is enough to show that I am strong. Now am I qualified to join your team and force it together?" "Yes, of course." Bengshan and others nodded repeatedly. After the team had no objections, Long Fei officially joined. Soon everyone introduced themselves and Long Fei was considered acquainted with them. "No more nonsense, the competition just now has wasted a lot of time. Everyone hurry up and set off." Soon we entered the outermost zone of the Stardo Forest, which is equivalent to the entrance level. Lan Dai said the Stardo Forest is extremely vast. No one has discovered how big it is yet. There are countless soul beasts here, but they are also very dangerous. We are looking for it on the outside and the 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider just living in the outer area. The main thing she told was for the newcomer Long Fei. The rest were all known to the old people. "I understand." Long Fei nodded. At this moment the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations to the host for joining the beast hunting team. His soul power has been improved. Now the system has given him the soul ring plan." The NET second Long Fei felt a sense of comfort coming from the sublimation of his soul. This feeling was like a brief soul leaving the body, light and airy. Soon Long Fei felt that he could feel a very delicate element around him. Immediately afterwards the system's voice sounded again. "According to the system selection, the best time to add the host's second soul ring is after the Wuji longevity technique enters the third level. By that time your physical body strength will have made a qualitative leap and the level of the soul ring that can be endured will directly span thousands of years to 10,000 years. So powerful. After entering the third level of Wuji longevity technique, I can absorb the second soul ring of 10,000 years." The system was shocked. The system said, "Logically speaking, only the Wuji longevity technique will not work, but you also have the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline to strengthen it. Combining the two to complement each other will give you the condition. Moreover, the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline is effective against everything with energy. They all have a coercive and shocking effect, making it easier for you to absorb the soul ring." "Okay, I listen to you. When the time comes to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast, it seems that I need to call my father and my grandfather." Long Fei muttered, "The 10,000-year soul beast should not be so easily killed by the Chaos Azure Dragon. Will the bloodline be suppressed?" Long Fei pinched his hands and said, "System, I feel that I only need one opportunity to break through the third level of Wuji Changsheng Gong. After 2 months of continuous super intensive training, my physical body and soul power levels have been strengthened, but it has not allowed me to break through. I entered the third floor, but the shackles were slightly loosened under the attack just now." The system voice continued to sound. After the system's calculations, the host can successfully enter the third level of Wuji longevity Kung Fu by using its normal body to withstand 13 powerful and damaging attack just hit by the soul sect. Long Fei made a small calculation in his mind. In this case, I might as well go directly to Qin Ming and use Soul Emperor level power to continuously attack me. It should only take 3 or 4 times to enter the third level. System, okay, as long as the damage is big enough, you can enter the third level even with just one move. Rustle. Suddenly a very untimely voice sounded. Very coincidental. Upon discovering this movement, everyone stopped immediately. Even the slightest abnormal movement in the Stardo Forest may be a soul beast lurking. Even in the outer area now, one needs to be very or even extremely vigilant, otherwise he will be dead. Everyone's martial arts were activated, but Long Fei looked around calmly. At this time his pupils turned into Qinglong pupils. The Qinglong pupils directly ignored object and instantly penetrated like clairvoyance eyes to directly see through the surrounding scene. But unfortunately they really suffered from lurking. There are 15 15 red-eyed wolves ahead waiting for them to fall into the trap and be sent into the wolf's mouth. Be careful, there are red-eyed wolves ahead. There are 15 of them in total. They all appear to be 100 or 200 years old. Long Fei said. Everyone was surprised. Lan Dai ordered Yulan, go and have a look in front. Okay. Yulan is the most agile soul attack sect in their team and is very fast. It is most correct to send her to explore the path. Soon Yulan was directly possessed by the martial spirit, a flash leopard with extremely fast speed. The net second the figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared on the spot, running up a tall tree. How's it going? Is there a wolf? Bengshan asked. Yulan nodded with a solemn presence. 15 red-eyed grey wolves. Looking at their stature, they are all from a year that hovers between 150 and 250 years. Really have. Everyone narrowed their eyes. Lan Dai looked at Long Fei and asked curiously, little brother Long Fei, how did you find out? Everyone also looked at Long Fei curiously. Feeling Long Fei's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and the two words stood out smoothly. Several people were stunned. This answer is really, forget it, everyone has secret. Now that we have discovered the lurking red-eyed grey wolves, let's prepare to fight. Don't take it lightly just because the opponent is only 100 or 200 years old. Wolves are social animals. Lan Dai looked at the dragon. Fei's determined presence also knew that even if he continued to ask he would not get any answers, so he decisively gave up and did not pursue the matter. Soon the red-eyed grey wolves launched the first wave of attacks on them. The first soul skill Snowstorm Spirit Palm. The first soul skill Ice Continuous Shot. The first soul skill Ghost Bamboo Twine. Second soul skill Amplitude Card Activate. At this moment the four teammates launched attacks at the same time with great tacit understanding. In an instant the scene in front of you is full of special effect. Loud rumbling noises kept ringing. The smell of gunpowder was very strong and dust was flying. Everyone is watching the changes. After the dust dissipated, the bodies of many red-eyed grey wolves were lying on the ground and many yellow soul rings emerged. It's a pity these soul rings, Yulan said. Cut the valuable parts of these wolf corpses into soul guide and then continue setting off. Bengshan ordered. Yes. The crowd moved and took action to harvest. Only Long Fei was indifferent. He didn't know why, he always felt something was wrong. It went so well. He frowned and continued to open his blue dragon eyes to explore the surroundings. Suddenly the scene was not quite right. A pile of grey smoke appeared and spread rapidly toward this direction. Poisonous fog. No, there's poisonous fog. Get out of here quickly. Long Fei shrank his pupils and shouted. The net second he remembered that his bloodline talent had the ability to be invulnerable to all poison. He wondered if the poisonous mist was within this range, so he decided to take the risk and give it a try. The rest of the people also stopped harvesting and left quickly. Long Fei also followed them and waited until he found a suitable time to try again. I seem to have seen this kind of poison somewhere before. Landy frowned, constantly recalling the past scenes in his mind. Chapter 22. Snake Gallbladder Rest. The poisonous mist did not stop and wait for everyone to leave before moving forward. Instead it rushed over directly, getting faster and faster. While running, Blue Butterfly suddenly stopped and shouted, I know that monster looks so familiar. It's the poisonous mist of the purple poison rattlesnake. Since it's a purple poisonous rattlesnake, except for Long Fei, the five people were shocked. At this moment a pair of snake eyes filled with fierce light emerged from the poisonous mist. Immediately afterwards a huge long snake covered in purple snake scales attacked them directly. Be careful, get out of the way. Everyone's face was sweating and they quickly evaded, but the purple poison rattlesnake was extremely fast. Before people could completely dodge, it had already attacked and used its huge snake body to flick its tail, sending everyone flying away. The sound of bang bang suddenly sounded, as did the screams of everyone. Among the seven, Long Fei was the only one who reacted quickly. He used the lightning flash step to successfully dodge the moment he was hit. He was now standing on a large branch and staring down. The SI teammates were all scattered and the previous lineups were in chaos. Everyone below stood up quickly. There are some who are injured. Locke, heal us quickly, Landy ordered. A blue-haired man quickly summoned a martial spirit and lit up his soul skills. The first soul skill, Healing Card. Locke is the auxiliary in their team. In addition to the amplitude ability, he can also heal. Apart from having no attack means he is also a very comprehensive soul master. Healing cards can be used individually or in groups. They only need to consume more soul power. A green light appeared on everyone including Long Fei at the same time. The net moment everyone felt that their bodies were much lighter and the pain of their injuries quickly subsided. Is this treatment? It's really magical, Long Fei muttered as he looked at and felt the changes on his body. By the way, where is that guy Long Fei? Bengshan shouted. Don't worry about him for now, let's deal with the one in front of us first. Locke pointed at the purple poisonous rattlesnake in front of them that attacked them. Everyone entered the state one after another with solemn presence. Activate defense quickly, the poisonous fog is going to fill us up, Landy said hurriedly. Everyone activated their defensive soul skills one after another and then used moves to disperse the poisonous mist. Yes, the purple poison rattlesnake was not that stupid. Instead it entangled itself in a big tree and the trees below it were poisoned to death. This one is so long. Normally a purple venom rattlesnake less than 10 years old is 2 meters long, but this one is 100 meters long, right? It's at least 1,000 years old. In the team the third woman Yuyun analyzed. After hearing this everyone looked solemn and became serious collectively. Everyone do your best and fight according to the previous order. Lan Dai said. What about me? At this moment Long Fei spoke. Everyone looked over. So your kid is here. Beng Shan frowned and said, you only have one soul ring but your power is very powerful. Are you interested in cooperating with me and Yulan to attack this thing? No problem, I'm also very fast. You attract attention while I sneak attack from behind. Long Fei said calmly. Okay, that's it. Let's start the battle. As the words Beng Shan fell everyone started to move. Soon they entered into a battle with the purple poison rattlesnake. They work well together. They rush forward, assist, defend, defense and attack, long range attack. Everyone is doing their best. Long Fei also used the lightning flash step to shuttle around, preparing to find an opportunity to cut in. The purple poison rattlesnake is relatively a millennium level soul beast. It is not only fast but the snake scales on its body are also very defensive. It will not be beaten stupidly on the spot and its agile body will help it land on the ground. Implemented a counter-attack based on the physical advantage. Its venom is extremely poisonous and if you are infected or hit by its gills it will be very fatal. Someone was poisoned during the process but fortunately locked. Fourth soul skill is detoification but it is not instantaneous but takes time, such as suppressing the Tuan and then decomposing the venom. This will take at least half the time. Disappeared. More than 20 minutes passed and the battle entered a fierce stage. Snake was also injured under the collective attack of everyone and he was also completely furious. Countless venom spread instantly and the venom turned into needles on the ground and in mid-air and shot at everyone quickly. Bang bang bang. The vegetation on the ground was completely dead. At this moment Long Fei, who had been lurking for a long time, appeared, holding in his hand the ancient azure dragon sword that emitted a fierce cyan light with a sharp and killing aura. It appeared instantly from the purple poison rattlesnake with lightning flashes on its body. Blue Dragon Slash. This is his own name. If he condenses his soul power crazily on the Qinglong ancient sword, its power will become very terrifying, and the blade itself has super penetrating power. With the blessing of strong soul power, Long Fei is extremely fast and decisive. The knife came out from the snake head Tianling cover with a loud pop and along with it screamed. It was cut in half. Countless blood spurted out from the purple poison rattlesnake and before it died it sprayed out the last and most poisonous mist which instantly spread and drowned Long Fei. When Beng Shan and the others saw this scene their expressions changed drastically and they immediately yelled. They were also frightened by Long Fei's sudden knife splitting the snake. After all, this was a 1,000-year soul beast. Although it was injured by them, its defense was still very strong since it was split in half with just one knife. After thinking about it they couldn't help but gasp. Long Fei, who was submerged in the poisonous mist, looked dull and the poison was already attached to his whole body, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. The cyan light on his body appeared and a dragon's power also came out. The bloodline talent invulnerability to poisons was triggered immediately. At this moment Long Fei's infinite longevity skill was running rapidly. The poisonous mist that could bring harm to the body could be offset by the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, but it could absorb the poisonous mist used to temper the body. The NET second, a magical scene appeared. The poisonous mist had been absorbed by Long Fei's body. The Wuji longevity skill in the body changed at this time. That layer of shackles is completely broken. Long Fei looked surprised and quickly started practicing. Very quickly, in an instant, the Wuji longevity technique entered the third level from the second level. A golden light radiated from Long Fei's body. At this moment Beng Shan and the others outside were stunned when they saw this scene. Is this the monster above? Did he absorb the poisonous mist? Beng Shan was surprised and looked strange, as did the others. This man has a big secret, Locke suddenly said. Big secret? Suddenly everyone's heart suddenly moved. There was some kind of greed, but at this moment Lan Dai spoke. Don't try to catch his attention. He was recruited by me. Even if there is a secret, it is his secret. Moreover, his school uniform is from Tiandu Royal Academy and his identity is unknown. Generally, after hearing this everyone was stunned and had no choice but to suppress the greed in their heart. Just when Lan Dai's voice fell, Long Fei woke up. Chapter 23 Black Armor Rock Spider. When Long Fei saw these people watching him like monkeys, he immediately said, how is the poisoned man doing? The reason why he said this was to change the subject. Her condition has stabilized. Everyone looked at the woman lying under the tree not far away. Long Fei held back a glance and ignored him. This person's life and death had nothing to do with him and he would naturally not be a good person. Then he looked at the dead purple rattlesnake in front front of him and walked over. What a pity for this soul ring, Bengshan muttered. Everyone also thinks so. This is a 1000-year soul ring. They all know that the only person here who can absorb soul rings is Long Fei, but Long Fei is the second soul ring and they don't think that the second soul ring can absorb a 1000-year soul ring. The parts of this snake are also quite valuable. You can collect them and sell them. Long Fei said lightly. You killed this thing and you have priority. Landy said. Locke left the team and went to the poisoned woman to use his soul skills to help treat her. There are only 5 people left here now. It's something, Long Fei murmured, and suddenly King Glonjian directly used it to scan the snake for anything valuable. He is not very interested in bones and skin, but the blood is highly to icy and would definitely be effective if used to temper the body. Then he looked again and found that there was a round thing about the size of a thumb inside the snake. This is, he raised his eyebrow. Then he took out the Qinglong ancient sword and slashed it with one blow. He stretched out his hand but was stopped by Lan Dai. No, if you take it directly with your hands like this you will touch the highly to icy blood and be poisoned. Lan Dai reminded hurriedly. My martial spirit is special. I am not afraid of the poison of this snake. Long Fei said lightly. You have also seen what happened just now. If one of you had already turned into a pool of blood, I'm afraid. Bar Yulu. Hearing what Long Fei said, the 5 people felt that it made sense. Your martial spirit is so powerful. Then be careful. Lan Dai sighed and stopped stopping him. Long Fei took out the thumb-sized purple bead directly from the snake's belly. What is this? The 5 of them knew a lot, but they had never seen the thing in Long Fei's hand. Long Fei was curious. Isn't this the inner Eli? He asked in his mind system. What is this? The system voice sounded. This is the gallbladder of the purple poison rattlesnake. It is extremely poisonous. Even if someone touches it, it will cause death. However, you are special and you can take it and try it out to see what the effect will be. Snake gallbladder. You are really big-hearted and extremely poisonous. You want me to try it by eating it? Are you treating me as a guinea pig for an experiment? Long Fei narrowed his eyes. The system added. This is a 1000-year-old snake gallbladder. If you eat it and use it for practice and absorption, it can strengthen your body and enrich your qi and blood and also have the effect of beautifying and anti-cold. If combined with soaking in the blood of this snake, the effect will be even greater. This time there is no fuss. Good guy and I thought of going together. Long Fei nodded. This is the gallbladder of the purple poison rattlesnake. It is extremely poisonous, but my martial spirit just happened to restrain it, otherwise I would be dead now. I want 2 things. The first is this snake's gallbladder and the second is this snake's blood. Long Fei pointed downward and said to the 5 people. Snake gallbladder? This is the first time we have heard of it. It's okay. Anyway, we have no use for these 2 things, but how are you going to collect the blood? Do you have enough containers for it? Blue Dai said. Taking a step forward, her pretty eyebrows moved. I don't want them all, Long Fei said. Then take out a bottle from the soul guide and fill it up. Okay, you can divide the rest. Long Fei left here. Looking at the snake gallbladder in his hand, he realized that this was not the time to eat it. He would take it after he went back. Long Fei system. My Wuji immortality technique has successfully entered the 3rd level. Can I absorb the 10,000-year soul ring? Yes. System. Long Fei looked back at these people. If these people were allowed to hunt the lowest 10,000-year-old soul beast, the outcome would be absolute annihilation. I've finished the training and so on. I have to find an opportunity to leave the team and find a 10,000-year-old soul beast to test it out. Long Fei had a plan in mind. Another hour passed. During this hour, in addition to scratching the huge snake, everyone was also waiting for the poisoned woman Yuyun to wake up. The twins in Yuyun's body have been almost eliminated, but due to injuries and poisoning she is now very weak and even treatment is of no use. After all, Locke's treatment range is limited and it is not easy to save her life. At this moment both Locke and Yuyun have consumed too much soul power, especially Locke, who is very tired at the moment, and it will be very dangerous if he continues to go down. Landy showed concern and said, let's take a rest first. If you continue on the road with us in your current state, it will be very dangerous if you encounter another surprise attack from any soul beast. Everybody has no opinion. They had just fought and harvested and were already exhausted. Everyone took the time to restore their soul power. Come and have something to eat. Bengshan distributed some dry food to everyone. Long Fei took out the water from the soul guide and started eating slowly. The atmosphere now is really harmonious, quite good. You guys rest. I've consumed the least here and am in the best condition right now. I'll go look out for you. Long Fei stood up and said calmly, then be careful and tell us directly if there is anything wrong. Landy walked over and said, Long Fei is the youngest in their team and has the lowest soul power, but in terms of explosive power and attack power he is the scariest and strongest here. You can see it from the last stab. Don't worry. After Long Fei said that, he jumped up and reached the top of the big tree. The view from high up was good. This gives you a sense of the overall situation. It's really good. This green forest is really nice and eye-catching. Long Fei stood on the top top branch and looked at the green patch in front of him, and he suddenly felt so comfortable. Green is the color of health. When your eyes are tired, looking at them will relieve you. The blue dragon eye opens and the vision target instantly penetrates the forest. Nothing was found. Continue to watch. Suddenly Long Fei discovered a spider-like structure appearing on a pile of rocks in the forest. It's a big one with turtle-like armor structure lines and something protruding from its body that looks like a stone. This thing, couldn't it be the black armored rock spider they were talking about? Long Fei frowned and muttered, if that's the case, you're really lucky now that you've found it. Looking down, I saw those people resting. As he ate, he finished all the dry food in his mouth. It still needs some time to rest, so let's wait. After saying that, Long Fei continued to stare at the thing to track the target. Chapter 24. What a tough spider. In a day's time passed by minute by minute. The moment Long Fei fell from the height, a new action began. Get ready and ready to go, Lan Dai said. Beng Shan and others also recovered their soul power lock, and Yu Yun also looked much better. If Yu Yun is still the same as before, then he must give up this mission and leave the Star Do forest alone. But fortunately everything is not bad. Beng Shan looked at the sky around him and told everyone with a solemn prescience, the NET target is the black armored rock spider. We must find and kill it before dark. Otherwise when the sky darkens my vision will be poor. At that time the soul beasts in the forest will come out to look for food, and there are countless thousands of years of soul beast. Even if you are unlucky, you may encounter a 10,000-year soul beast and you will definitely die by then. Try to leave the Star Do forest before dark. He then added. Yes, everyone responded loudly. If it's a black armored rock spider, I just found one at a high place, but I'm not sure if it is. At this moment Long Fei said. Really? Beng Shan and others frowned. Long Fei, please describe the general shape of the figure you saw and let us analyze it. Maybe it's really possible, Lan Dai said. Okay, Long Fei nodded. Then he told the physical characteristics of the structural soul beast he saw. When everyone heard this, their faces showed ecstasy. Yes, this is the characteristic of the black armored rock spider. The one you just saw is the black armored rock spider. Long Fei, why didn't you tell us just now? This way we can save time, Beng Shan said hurriedly. Long Fei looked calm and said, you consume too much soul power. What can I do if I tell you? To stimulate your impulsive psychology. Can I make you rush to die? After a pause he continued, besides Locke and Yuyun were in poor condition just now, and the four of you spent a lot of money. Even if you add me, do you think the chance of winning is good? By then we will have a greater chance of death. Of course Long Fei told Beng Shan all this just to appease his excitement and let him know that his strength was limited. But Long Fei himself was very confident in his own strength. Now that the Wuji longevity technique has entered the third level, his body and strength are extremely powerful and he is not afraid of poison. If he uses his full strength and adds the Qinglong ancient sword, he can definitely easily take down a 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider. This is his confidence in his own strength. Of course he is the only one who knows this, and the people in front of him would not believe it even if he said it. Moreover, there are some things that these people cannot know. Long Fei, you are right, I was too excited. Beng Shan sighed and calmed down. Now, okay, we have recovered to a certain tent now. Long Fei, tell me the position you saw. Lan Dai's voice sounded. There are many rock there in the northwest direction, Long Fei said, looking towards the northwest direction at this moment. A lot of rock. As far as we know, there are only 5 rocks on the outskirts of this place and the one closest to us, Lan Dai said, and then everyone looked in the northwest direction of Long Fei. That's it. Everyone's tone was affirmative. Let go. Keep the line up, Lan Dai commanded, and everyone lined up according to their previous positions and then moved towards the rocky area in the northwest rocky area. 7 people have arrived here. True to what Long Fei described, the land was covered with light yellow rock. I was lucky enough not to encounter unnecessary setbacks along the way, otherwise it would have consumed a lot of soul power and physical strength. Suddenly the sky ahead turned dark as if it was obscured by a surge of energy. Everyone looked up. A huge rock flew directly towards them. The first soul skill, Snowstorm Spirit Palm. When Beng Shan saw this, he rushed out immediately. After being possessed by the martial soul, he decisively launched his first soul skill. A big snow-white bear paw charged directly towards him. Loud bang! The huge rock suddenly fell into pieces. Beng Shan's strong and muscular body jumped up and plotted, shaking the split rock. At this moment a sharp breath came out from the front. Everyone looked over and saw a huge spider-like soul beast crawling out from behind the rock. Black armor rock spider. Everyone's prescience changed and they became secretly happy and excited. As soon as the huge black armored rock spider landed on the ground suddenly shook. The NET second, its sharp and dense mouth moved, shooting a huge beam of light directly towards us. Everyone reacted quickly and dodged quickly. Long Fei also used the lightning flash step to avoid safely. He saw that the places hit by this beam instantly condensed into huge rock thorns that looked like long veins on the spine. The black armored rock spider's spiders' anger rose and the terrifying aura spread. Yulan and others who attacked were all knocked back one after another. Long Fei took a step forward, flew up and punched the black armor rock spider. After touching it with his fist, his first impression was that this thing was really hard. The second soul skill, Heavenly Bamboo Ascension. Lan Dai stood up and his second soul ring lit up. A huge number of green bamboos rose from the ground and instantly surrounded the huge black armored rock spider. The third soul skill, Bamboo Thorn Assault. Then her third purple 1000-year soul ring lit up. The NET second, those Tianzus that surrounded the black armored rock spiders suddenly stabbed out many extremely sharp points in each section at the same time. The spikes were sharp and dripping with venom, but unfortunately they all broke the moment they hit the rock on the black armored rock spider. There is no way, it is too hard. Roar! A roar sounded. The terrifying momentum spread instantly. The bamboos surrounding it all collapsed immediately. Everyone groaned in a deep voice. The black armored rock spider suddenly moved super fast. Careful! The people in the front all moved quickly and almost passed by, almost giving an account. But at this moment Yuyun's body stopped for a moment because the previous snake venom made his reaction slow down for a second, and so did his movement. She didn't run away, but bang! Ah! The black armored rock spider directly hit her body. The NET second, she vomited blood and turned blue. Her whole body collapsed hundreds of meters away at an extremely fast speed. There was a constant rumbling sound as her body penetrated, breaking the center of at least 5 large rocks. Blood spurted out continuously. When she stopped, her whole body was hanging down as if she had no strength to support her. Was she unconscious or was she dead? Nobody knows. Yuyun. The prescience of the SI people except Long Fei changed drastically. Their pupils shrank and they shouted, "Damn thing! I want you to die!" 3 voices said in unison. The fourth soul skill, Lan Dai Tianzu Shotgun, Magnolia, Shining Slash, Xianfeng through the icy rain. Bengshan. The third soul skill, Violent Bear Rage. Lock. The first soul skill, Amplitude. At the same time different roars of martial souls sounded and 5 powerful blows representing their respective ones were struck out with all their strength at the same time. With fierce murderous intent they went straight towards the black armor rock spider. Seeing this, Long Fei was touched in his heart. At this moment he really saw what a team is. Wu, here comes the knife. Long Fei took a deep breath and then he hailed it. A flash of blue light with murderous intent flashed across his eyes. The moment the deep voice sounded, a soul ring that issued an aura that did not belong to a century-old soul ring appeared on his body. Although the color is still yellow, the aura has changed. Chapter 25. Absorbing the soul ring. In his hand is an ancient Qinglong sword which exudes awe-inspiring killing aura and the power of a dragon. One moment he ducked and the NET moment he appeared in front of the black armored rock spider and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying Cyan sword energy exudes the power of a domineering dragon. Even during the process everyone can feel the terrifying destructive power of this sword energy. At the moment when the sword energy was about to hit the black armored rock spider, suddenly its body shook. The forelegs stamped hard towards the ground. A huge rock defense surface rises directly from the ground in front. The rock defense surface looked very hard. Boom! There was a loud noise. Dust flew everywhere and everyone retreated. The powerful impact affected them. Looking at the situation in front of him, Bengshan looked nervous and thought to himself, since a single sword can produce such terrible destructive power, it's a good thing that the previous sword did not fall on me, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The dust disappeared and the originally intact defense that everyone saw showed signs of cracks which continued to lengthen. Then click, bang! The entire defensive surface was directly shattered. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, since this thing still knows how to play like this, so what? Landy spoke with a loud voice, Lock Yulan, you go rescue Yuyun, me Bengshan, Long Fei and Xianfeng hold this guy back. Yes. Soon under the restraint of Landy and others, Locke and Yulan quickly went around to save Yuyun. The fiery battle between humans and beasts continues here. The 4 people used seductive fighting methods to lure the black armored rock spider out to another place. Then 4 people surrounded him. They all displayed their soul skills and all their instinct, except of course Long Fei. Long Fei used his agility to avoid many attacks from the black armored rock spider and then used the Qinglong ancient sword to cut off some large rocks on its body. The painful screams also sounded hoarsely from the black armor rock spider's mouth. It was furious and entered the rampage mode. The battle lasted for a long time, probably half an hour. They are very angry because Yuyun died. Soon Yulan and Locke also joined the battle. With a burning red color it madly outputs the black armor rock spider, but its black armor and rock are too hard. Everyone except Long Fei had consumed a lot of their soul power and was panting. It was because they had consumed a lot when fighting that snake before. Although they had recovered, they had not returned to their peak state. Now they were fighting against this snake that possessed them. The black armored rock spiders, whose defensive skills were somewhat intelligent, were in a state of shortage. The light wave came out again and swept directly across. Bengshan's E-Pression changed and he hurriedly released his fourth soul skill to defend himself. No, my soul power has been consumed too much and I can't use my skills anymore. At this moment Xianfeng panted. At this moment his face looked very haggard, weak and pale. As a long-range attack soul master, his soul skills also consume a huge amount of soul power. At this moment his pupils shrank. The light waves of the black armored rock spider swept directly towards him. He wanted to dodge but it was too late. Fatigue and the consumption of soul power made his body sluggish. Oh bang! The light swept across his body and a blood stain appeared directly on his body. Bright red blood suddenly spurted out from the body and fell to the ground. Ah! Pain! The severe pain made him roar. His face was distorted and scary and his veins were e-posed. You can imagine the intent of the pain. The upper body and lower body were directly separated. The two halves of the body fell to the ground at the same time. The pupils were dilated and the face was pale and bloodless. Since he was dead, Xianfeng. The most painful thing was Bengshan and the others. The roars suddenly sounded since two teammates died when dealing with a 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider. Still at the soul sect level, pain is pain, roar is roar, but they still avoid it for safety. There are only 5 people left here now. As an auxiliary soul master, Locke was frightened when he saw this scene and his face was also pale. Now his soul power has been almost exhausted. As an auxiliary soul master, his speed is also limited. Will he be NET? Thinking of this and looking at Xianfeng, whose body was separated into 2 halves and dead on the ground, he suddenly became frightened. In this battle, Long Fei was the only one who did not use his full strength. He has always been in a state of experience fighting with a much stronger force than ordinary people. Although he broke the rocks on the black armored rock spider, the rocks on this guy's body quickly grew back. It is really a perverted thing. Damn it! The fourth soul skill, Shining Slash. With anger and murderous intent, Yulan used her sharp and fast martial soul to rush into the black armored rock spider. A huge light blue long blade evolved, directly smashing many rocks and finally stopped there. On top of the hardest black armor, since it is indifferent. Landy gritted her silver teeth full of hatred. Is this thing really 2 years old? Why is it so different from the 2,000-year-old soul beast I usually deal with? When I came out this time, my vitality was really badly damaged. If I had known earlier, I would not have accepted this mission. Damn it, I didn't expect that the gap between a 100-year-old black armored rock spider and a 2,000-year-old black armored rock spider is so terrifying. Under the light waves, the ground cracked directly and soon the place became loose and some rocky ground collapsed directly. Tap tap tap. At this moment Long Fei rushed towards the light wave quickly. The ancient Qinglong sword in his hand was dancing and a green energy spread out from his body. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With a stab of his hand, the Qinglong ancient sword directly faced the light wave. Bang! Long Fei, are you crazy? Bang Shan and Lan Dai were shocked. Long Fei was the lowest level. If he dared to confront each other like this, wouldn't he be risking his own death? The ancient Qinglong sword used the power of the Qinglong. In an instant something green like a burning flame erupted from the knife. He used another force and split the light wave in half. The loud rumble sounded again. You take their bodies and leave here first. I will deal with this thing. Long Fei's face was solemn and his voice was firm. He also put away his previous playful spirit and became really serious now. The first soul skill, the soul of the blue dragon in violent mountain flame. Facing the black armored rock spider that was attacking, Long Fei instantly activated his first soul skill. A huge dragon soul infected by the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon flew out of his body in the NET second. With a bang they collided with the black armored rock spider. The black armored rock spider was instantly pushed back more than 10 meters. The soul of the violent blue dragon fell in front of Long Fei. The scene at this moment was like 2 huge soul beasts confronting each other. Roar! As the dragon soul roared, the chaotic green dragon bloodline on its body was instantly triggered and a coercion like an ancient emperor instantly descended on the black armored rock spider. The black armored rock spider that was about to stand up was immediately suppressed. The hard black armor on its body had cracks and its shell collapsed. System, is it okay if I absorb the soul ring of this black armored rock spider? Being so hard and durable, Long Fei's heart moved inexplicably. This thing might bring him a different surprise. At this moment Lan Dai and others were also stunned. Suddenly Landy's face showed hatred and rage and she looked at Long Fei. At this moment the black armored rock spider appeared to pupate. The broken silk threads made Long Fei feel extremely weird. What's going on? At the same time a heat from his blood came out of his body and the Chaos Azure Dragon tattoo also appeared on his body. The moment Long Fei looked at the black armored rock spider again, his E-Pression changed. A something like energy plotted on the black armored rock spider. A force even more terrifying than before suddenly emerged. Chapter 26. Emperor Tian arrived. Thousands of years turn into 10,000 years. A powerful force instantly burst out from the pupated black armored rock spider. E7 except for Long Fei, whose body was motionless after being blocked by the blue dragon soul of the blazing mountain flame. The bodies of Bengshan, Landi, Yulan and Locke on the other side were shaken by the strong impact. Their soul power was consumed and their bodies were weak and tired. Ken couldn't stop it and the four of them flew out at the same time. Damn it, what's going on with this black armored rock spider? Why is it so scary? Magnolia gritted her teeth and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. The pupils of the four people shrank. I saw the black armored rock spider breaking open its pupa and becoming even bigger now. And his whole body exudes a terrifying aura that has completely surpassed 2,000 years. How could it be? Long Fei frowned and said, "Si 1,000 years?" Yes, what he felt from the black armored rock spider in front of him at this moment was the aura that only a 1,000-year-old soul beast could have. At this moment the system voice in Long Fei's mind sounded, "The black armored rock spider in front of the host is somewhat special. It has been hidden by some kind of power. Its current cultivation is its true original cultivation. 1,900 years the host can consider absorbing it to become a second soul ring. Maybe there will be unpected gain. How can there be such a certain power? Is there any unknown secret in this world?" Long Fei was shocked. Since the black armored rock spider in front of me is a 6,900-year-old soul beast, it's no wonder that several soul sec couldn't solve it after fighting for a long time, and it completely exceeded the limit. The aura on the outside just now was 2,000 years old, but its own strength and defense were 1,000 years strong. Taking a deep breath, Long Fei smiled. "Very good, I want the second soul ring from this soul beast." "System, what is that mysterious power you are talking about?" Long Fei asked curiously. The four words "world rules" came out of the system's voice, but they gave Long Fei an extraordinary reaction. "No matter what, I Long Fei want the soul ring of this soul beast. Net, it will be my own battle." After Long Fei finished speaking, the supreme dragon power radiated from his body. The black armored rock spider showed a fearful look, and since its body was still trembling, this was the suppression of the inferior ones by the supreme superior. Submission or soul crushing, it is your choice. Long Fei took a step forward. His pupils turned into green dragon eyes and a huge chaotic shadow of the green dragon appeared directly on his body. The four people behind him were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Long Fei is so mysterious. Bengshan looked solemn. "Let's take a look first and then talk." The angry Landai gritted his teeth and pulled his fist. Why didn't you use such a powerful power earlier? Why not use it sooner? That way Yuyun and Xianfeng wouldn't die. For a moment she felt hatred, anger and unwillingness towards Long Fei. At this moment the shadow of the Chaos Azure Dragon appeared, and Long Fei directly let the soul of the blazing Azure Dragon merge with himself. The whole person's aura and temperament have undergone earth-shaking changes. "Submit and be my soul ring. The soul is gone. Choose one." Long Fei's voice possesses supreme oppression and echo. The 6,900-year-old black armored rock spider in front of him was even more frightening. The pressure of the supreme bloodline, the supreme contempt, immediately made him kneel down. A force turned into a stream of energy that poured in around Long Fei's whole body. "Soul be sacrificed." The soul of the blue dragon in the violent mountain flames appeared. Net to Long Fei. "Help me protect the law." Long Fei ordered, and then entered the soul ring to absorb. "This is his secret. If we know his secret, will he kill us later?" At this moment Yulan suddenly spoke worriedly. As soon as Yulan said this, the remaining three people looked at each other. "How about we strike first?" Locke suggested in a low voice. "But we can't beat that soul beast thing." Net to him. Bengshan looked at the big guardian thing with a look of horror. Landai gritted his teeth, his face still full of hatred, but finally sighed, shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's not seek death. Just pretend that we have never seen or encountered this secret before. Keep your mouth shut. Come on while he is absorbing it. Now let's take Yulan and Yuyun's bodies and leave here. He is just an outsider I invited anyway. As for the black armored rock spider, let's make plans in a few days. If it doesn't work, just give up on this mission. I don't want you to sacrifice any more." The three of them were touched by Landai's word. "Okay, we listen to you, Sister Landi." The three of them nodded. Their current soul power and their own condition do not support them from doing such dangerous things. "Then let's leave quickly." Locke swallowed and said. Soon the four people quickly evacuated the place with the bodies of Yuyun and Xianfeng. Just like that, Long Fei was the only one left here. No one cares about his life or death. Time passed little by little and the sky had darkened, but Long Fei hasn't woken up yet. Under the dark night, a pack of wolves appeared on the outskirts of the Stardo forest where Long Fei was now. The wolves were fierce and approaching Long Fei, but at this moment the blue dragon soul of Blazing Mountain, which had been guarding Long Fei, suddenly flashed a cold light in its eyes, and the green light was full of murderous intent. Ang Tian roared. The huge bee-soul body shook and a terrifying ancient dragon power suddenly plotted. The wolves felt it, showed fear, turned around and ran away. Deep in the Stardo forest, here there is a huge titan ape and a soul beast that comes out of the great lake, the azure bull python, which which is dozens of times bigger. Brother, the aura of the dragon appeared again during the day. The Titan ape spoke to the azure bull python in front of him. The intimidating voice of the azure bull python sounded, this dragon's power is not weaker than that of Emperor Tian, but I always feel that something is wrong. Since it appears again, Ming, please pass go. Check it out. Do I need to tell them? The Titan ape asked. The azure bull python said, those two are dragons and they are more sensitive to the dragon's breath than us. They must have discovered it long ago. If they haven't come out yet, it means they have plan. We just have to do our own thing. Okay, I'll go then. After saying that, the Titan ape quickly left the place. The deepest heart of the Stardow forest is also the most mysterious place in the Stardow forest. At this moment, a tall man who used terrifying coercion came to a huge stone emitting colorful light in front of him and performed a ritual. Lord, that aura appeared again during the day. Could it be the survivors of our dragon clan god's war? I felt a bloodline pressure from that aura that was higher than mine. Golden Eyes Black Dragon King Dishan said. His tone was very respectful. Tian, I sensed the scent of the dragon god in that aura. It is probably the descendant of a higher bloodline of our dragon clan. Now it appears again. Please go and bring it over quickly. If this is true, our dragon clan may be able to do it earlier. There is a turning point. A calm and cold female voice sounded from within the stone that was emitting colorful light. Yes, Lord. Chapter 27. The core area of the Stardow. In the sky above Longfei, the sky that was already dark due to night became even darker at this moment. It turned out that there was something big flying across the sky. At this moment, the golden-eyed black dragon king in the sky stopped and descended from the sky, transformed into human form. That aura is from this place, that's right. Tian looked at the rocky area in front of him, which was the territory of the black armored rock spider. At this moment, in front of him was a human young man sitting cross-legged as if practicing an NET. To the young man was a, what is this? The soul of a soul beast? It looks like the beast soul of a violent mountain flaming earth dragon, but why are there these cyan things? These things made by humans are really weird. Tian very unfamiliar with human knowledge, but this aura is really the aura of the dragon god. Tian said excitedly and walked towards Longfei. At this moment, the guardian soul beast NET to it instantly gained its attribute, and with the roar a surge of supreme dragon power spread out. As a dragon king soul beast with a cultivation level of nearly 500,000 years, Tian was suppressed by the dragon power emanating from it. His surprised prescience soon returned. It was normal for the dragon god's aura to overwhelm him, but in the end he still couldn't completely suppress him. He broke through the defense with one force and forced himself in front of Longfei. Don't scream, I won't hurt him, otherwise you alone won't be enough to stop me. Tian's tone was very cold. His eyes glanced at the soul beast NET to him and then returned to Longfei. At this moment, the shadow of the chaotic green dragon appeared on Longfei's body. A dragon power that was even more terrifying than before instantly made Tian's prescience change drastically. The dragon king, who had been practicing for nearly 500,000 years, knelt down directly. The NET's second cold sweat broke out. It's so scary. Long way, since this is more terrifying than the Lord the dragon god must be right. Could this young man in front of me be the reincarnation of the dragon god? No matter what, the reappearance of the dragon god is the hope of our dragon clan. The Lord will be very happy to know this. The fear in Tian's heart soon turned into ecstasy. The rise of the dragon clan is close at hand. Bang bang. At this moment, heavy footsteps came from one side of the forest. Tian used his strength to stand up from the dragon's power with difficulty and then looked at the huge chaotic green dragon phantom in front of him with dull eyes. That's not right, the dragon god is not like this. Could it be that his appearance has changed after reincarnation? Tian couldn't figure it out, so he could only take Longfei back to show his master. The current dragon statue seems to be more domineering and oppressive than the previous dragon god's appearance. This may not be a bad thing. He turned his eyes to the other side and saw a huge figure appearing. Titan giant ape. Tian narrowed his eyes. Its appearance did not surprise him. The Titan giant ape came over, and when he saw Tian and the huge and oppressive dragon shadow in front of him, his body suddenly felt bad, especially the absolute imperial suppression from the bloodline emanating from the dragon shadow in front of him made him have the urge to kneel down and surrender. But at this moment the dragon's shadow disappeared. Greetings to the golden-eyed dragon king. The Titan giant ape saluted Tian. Tian said calmly, since I'm here you don't have anything to do with me. Just go back and tell the azure bull python to leave it to me. You can go back. The Titan giant ape felt so helpless. He had just arrived here and was driven back without getting any benefit, but it didn't dare to say anything more. After all, the person in front of it was a big boss many times stronger than him. Yes. The Titan ape nodded, took another look at the young man in front of him, then turned and left. Protector Dishan, no soul beast dared to come here in the night after. It was in the middle of the morning that a second soul ring appeared on Longfei's body. The first soul ring on his body body also turned back to purple for 1,000 years. The second soul ring was shocking because it was black. Black means 10,000 years level. What exactly happened? Everything will be answered when Long Fei wakes up. I remember that humans' first and second soul rings are both 100 years old. Since the first soul ring on this child is 1500 years old, the second soul ring 10,000 years. Tian was surprised and he could tell the year of the two soul rings on Long Fei at a glance. The first soul ring should not have been 1,500 years ago. Since it is now 1,500 years, it means that the level of the soul ring has automatically increased. This of course has something to do with the Mutated blue dragon bloodline in Long Fei of the second soul ring, which was originally a purple soul ring of 6,900 years, has now turned into a black one of 10,000 years. It must be directly related to the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon in the body. Long Fei's hair was fluttering. The body has grown taller, the body has become stronger, and the muscles have become stronger and thicker. A strong pressure from a superior person naturally emanated from his body. Then he opened his eyes. I clenched my fists out of habit, feeling the power of another qualitative leap. After calming down, he looked slightly moved when he saw the black soul ring on his body. It seems that the soul beast has been upgraded for 4,000 years due to the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon. Long Fei thought in his heart, but he was also excited at this moment. It's great. After absorbing the soul ring of this black armored rock spider, he gained 2 whole soul skills. System open the character interface. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age SI years old. Kung Fu Wuji longevity Kung Fu 3 level. Comparison of physical strength. Peak of the Soul Emperor. Martial Soul Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline Package. Bloodline Tattoo Phantom Possession. Note: the tattoo will only be displayed when the body temperature is elevated and hot, and when the body temperature is low and cold. It is hidden and cannot be seen at normal temperature. Soul Power 23 Second Ring. Soul Master Purple Black. Bloodline Package. Talents: attribute increase lifespan, increase orcism and evil spirits, super healing, invulnerability to all poisons, super growth, supreme dragon power. Soul Skill Passive Transformation Blue Dragon Eye. Soul Skills Active Blue Dragon Soul of Violent Mountain Flame Lightning Flash Step Blue Armor Rock Spider Dragon Soul Blue Armor Defense System Warehouse Azure Dragon Ancient Sword 1 Chaos Azure Dragon Blood Essence 1 Random Travel Plane Scroll 1 Traversing the World Currently Douluo Continent. The first training mission: please raise the soul power to level 20 SI before the last day of the year and practice the Wuji immortality technique to the 5th level. Reward for successful mission: 1 practice merit, 1 practice gift hack and skill sublimation. Reward for mission failure: the level and skills stay on the last day for 1 year and cannot be improved, and the system cannot be used for 1 year. Status received. Looking at the long lost system interface, Long Fei was very satisfied. At this moment the system's voice fell into Long Fei's mind. Congratulations to the host for entering level 20 and activating the development of the Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline talent ability. The current development rate is 0.1%. Chapter 28 Choice. Congratulations to the host for developing 0.1% of the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon. His body's cell abilities have been initially activated. His own strength has reached 300,000 kg. His physical strength has reached the Soul Saint level. Wuji longevity technique has entered the middle stage of the 3rd level. Just under the sound of this system, Long Fei felt that his whole body was filled with unparalleled power and the cells in his body were beating very actively. Strong power is constantly emerging. Now he feels that he can kill a 10,000-year-old soul beast that is less than 40,000 years old without activating the ability of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline system. What's going on with this bloodline development? Don't I already have the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline? Long Fei was still a little confused. Developing and obtaining bloodline are 2 different things. The bloodline you have now is only superficially concentrated, and development is to allow you to obtain the original power of the bloodline. The bloodline of the Chaos Blue Dragon is very terrifying and it is very difficult to develop. Even if you only activate 0.1%, you will be strengthened like crazy. Every time you activate a full percentage point, you will gain a bloodline ability. To put it simply, it is the innate skill of the bloodline. After listening to the system's general description, Long Fei roughly understood. As a time traveler, I am no stranger to these, but it becomes very strange when it appears on myself for the first time. Then what can I get for every 0.1 additional development? Long Fei asked. Every tissue and strength inside and outside the body has been greatly strengthened, as well as the physical strength. As for the physical strength and power, it has increased by 200,000 kg. The further it is activated, the more it increases. Every 1% is a shackle. The activation level of your cells is synchronized with the development level of your blood vessels. When it reaches a certain value, your cells will undergo shocking changes. You will naturally know when the time comes. I will never let you down. The sound of the system disappears here. I understand. I will work harder to become stronger in the future. A light flashed in Long Fei's eyes. What he didn't know was that Tian, who was standing on the other side at this moment, felt the blood aura suddenly rising from Long Fei's body that was thicker and more powerful than before, and his shock turned into ecstasy, and the direct suppression from the bloodline that he just felt became even more powerful. My little human friend, you finally woke up. Tian looked ecstatic, but his voice was suppressed because he couldn't lose his demeanor as a soul beast emperor. Someone. As soon as the sound came out, Long Fei woke up and quickly used the lightning flash to leave the place and quickly appeared 10 meters away from the place. Tian was also surprised by Long Fei's move. It was so fast. Could this be one of his soul skills? The one purple and one black soul rings on Long Fei's body were spinning, and his Zion was solemn, ready to fight at any time. Who are you? Under the dark night, King Glonjian could see clearly. This person was very tall, even taller than him, almost 2 meters tall. He was wearing long black clothes and had something similar to the thing with dragon scales. Has a very powerful aura. If the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline hadn't been directly immune to the pressure of Tian's powerful aura, he would definitely have felt an even more terrifying aura. Long Fei guessed that this person might not be human. Tian said, don't be an ES, little human friend. If I had wanted to take action against you, I would have done it when you absorbed the soul ring. Speaking of which, I will protect you. Thank you very much indeed. Who are you? Long Fei nodded and asked. My name is Tian and I am the Emperor of the Star Do Forest. Tian said calmly, but Long Fei's heart skipped a beat and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Damn it, since this guy is the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Dishan. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, I wonder what Senior Tian wants to see me for? Long Fei knew that even though he had become much more powerful now, he still couldn't defeat the guy in front of him. After all, in Douluo's world this thing has nearly 500,000 years of cultivation. Although he asked this verbally, Long Fei probably already knew the reason. He must have sensed the aura of Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline on his body that attracted him. After all, this place is in the Star Forest and it will definitely be sensed by these advanced beings. What do you call me, little friend? Tian didn't look an ES, but in his heart he wished he could take Long Fei back to see the Lord right now. Long Fei cupped his hands and said, my junior's name is Long Fei. Long Fei, what a good name, and the same surname as Long. Tian said with a smile on his face. Tian asked, little friend Long Fei, let me ask you why you have the blue dragon bloodline in your body that is even more powerful than mine in our dragon clan? Long Fei shook his head. I woke up not long ago. As for why it happened to me, I don't know. I remember that humans awakened their martial arts spirits at the age of SI. How old are you this year? Tian stared at Long Fei. Junior is SI years old this year. He just awakened his martial spirit more than 2 months ago. Long Fei answered truthfully. When Tian heard this, he was immediately shocked, and then he flashed in front of Long Fei, startling Long Fei. My mother is so fast. Tian raised his hand and grabbed Long Fei's right wrist. The net moment his Zion changed slightly and his pupils shrank slightly. The age of the skeleton is really SI years old. You are a SI year old 23rd level Great Soul Master with 1 purple and 1 black soul ring. Among humans you are the first one I have seen. After Tian finished speaking, he let go of his hand. Senior Tian, what else is there? If not, would this junior have left? Long Fei asked tentatively. If this big boss disagrees, there is no way he can escape from this person unless you use that shuttle scroll to leave Douluo world. Tian's tone was very polite. Long Fei, because of the specialness of your martial spirit, I hope you can go to a place with me. Someone wants to see you. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Someone wants to see me? Could it be that Silver Dragon King Guyuina? No, it must be her. Then when can I leave? I have to go back to school tomorrow. Long Fei frowned and asked. It won't take long. I will personally take you out of the Star Forest tomorrow morning. Seeing that Long Fei was inclined to agree, Tian struck while the iron was hot. Okay, then I'll go over and take a look. Long Fei nodded. In the deepest heart of the Star Forest, a huge golden-eyed Black Dragon King descended from the sky, accompanied by Long Fei. Since he was riding on Tian just now, if this were told, he would definitely be envied. This can last for a long time. In mid-air, Long Fei saw the colorful rays of light appearing in front of his eyes, and around this deepest forest there are other soul beasts that have transformed into human. The several fierce beasts in the original work, such as the Quiet Terror Claw Bear and others, east in the Star Do Forest headed by Tian. Now they are all waiting below for the arrival of Emperor Tian. Dishan, is this little kid the source of the dragon god's aura? The dark gold Terror Claw Bear pointed at Long Fei in front of him and said. The other ferocious beasts are also curious. Really, we'll find out later. Dishan looked at Mr. Xiang in front of him and said calmly. Then he took Long Fei to the original stone that emitted colorful light. Lord, I have brought you back. Tian was respectful. Long Fei looked at the rough stone in front of him and thought to himself, is the Silver Dragon King Guyuina Nanazai in this thing? Long Fei, completely release your martial spirit, Tian said to Long Fei. Okay, Long Fei nodded. We're already here anyway, there's no need to hide it. When his Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline is fully revealed, the expressions on the faces of these people will definitely be wonderful. Long Fei couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 29 Dragon God Monument. Long Fei took off his clothes and showed off all the special effect that the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline can display. The huge chaotic green dragon phantom is extremely oppressive and terrifying. Huge, the large chaos green dragon totem tattoo has a strong flavor of the ancient time. In the end, his whole body was emitting cyan light, his eyes turned into green dragons and the blood on his body completely ponded. The supreme noble inviolable super superior, the supreme super ruler of the dragon clan system, who is stronger compared to the Chaos Azure Dragon or the ancestral dragon? Long Fei asked in his heart. The system's answer is the path taken by Zilong is the holy way and the path taken by Chaos Qinglong is Hunyuan. The former is at the peak of Kuei-Sai Sage and the latter is at the peak of Hunyuan Douluo Jin Ian. Hunyuan Douluo Luo Jin Ian is equal to a saint but is stronger but not stronger than a saint. If all saints are ants, the Chaos Azure Dragon is stronger than the ancestral dragon. But I haven't heard that there is a Chaos Azure Dragon in the ancient world. Long Fei was confused. System, the Chaos Azure Dragon is another great world that is at the same level as the great world. What world? Long Fei asked. The system said the host does not have enough authority to inform. You will know later. Alright. At this moment I felt the supreme dragon power on Long Fei in front of me. The ferocious beast present suddenly felt as if they were being pressed down by a boulder stronger than themselves, and they felt very uncomfortable. In an instant, cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Moreover, Long Fei also used the 0% of his already developed bloodline to directly strengthen the original dragon power again. What a terrifying dragon power! The cultivation level of all the ferocious beasts here has reached more than 200,000 years, but they still feel fear in their heart. Could this be the direct shock of the supreme dragon god bloodline to us soul beasts? Break the pressure. Mr. Xiong looked at Long Fei with a fearful expression. If the other party was not an enemy, he would definitely take action to solve this problem as soon as possible. It is so scary now, and it will definitely be even more terrifying when he grows up later. This breath is really the breath of the dragon god. At this moment, the female voice from the original stone within the colorful light sounded excitedly. My lord, the fate of our dragon clan and soul beast may lie with him. Tian knelt down on one knee towards the original stone and said respectfully, there is indeed nothing wrong with the dragon god's aura, but why does the dragon god become like this? The female voice was also confused. Could it be caused by the reincarnation of the dragon soul array of divine consciousness after the death of the dragon god? The woman's voice was filled with endless suspicion. System, what's going on with the dragon god's aura on my body? Long Fei was also confused. He had been confused since the moment Tian appeared and mentioned the dragon god to him. The Chaos Azure Dragon is a product of the supreme world. How could it be related to the dragon god of the god realm in this small Douluo world? You said the Chaos Azure Dragon in me is the dragon god. Isn't this belittling me? System, answer. The Douluo world belongs to the low martial world of countless heavenly families, and the dragon god is one of the countless dragon clan. The reason why you feel its aura in your Chaos Azure Dragon is because the dragon god in this world is the product of every trace of the countless bloodlines of the Chaos Azure Dragon. That's why they feel the breath of the dragon god from you, because in their hearts you are the highest dragon ruler in the world. It's the dragon god they call him. Long Fei asked curiously, I understand, but oh my god, the two bloodlines in the Chaos Azure Dragon have the strength of the god king in this world. What if the trace of completion? Then I have inherited the entire bloodline of Chaos Azure Dragon. Then why am I still so weak? Shouldn't I become Hunyuan Douluo Golden Immortal immediately? You are not transformed by its bloodline. You are just its inheritor. The bloodline is still like that. When you develop the bloodline to a certain extent, you will know the horror. The system is tricking. Tian looked joyful. Lord, no matter what, we have finally found the reincarnation of the supreme ruler of the dragon clan. We will train him well. With our cooperation, we will definitely be able to open the way for the soul beast to become a god again. Tian raised his head and said, the time has come for our dragon clan, the soul beast, to rise. Hey, that's good, but why did the dragon god reincarnate as a human? Humans and our soul beasts are enemies of life and death. They need to hunt the soul beast to practice. The colorful light raw stone, the female voice inside, revealed endless sadness, and she hated humans even more. Their clan was destroyed by the human beings from the god realm. Ding, trigger the side mission. Join the army of soul beasts and lead them to counterattack. Reward the most perfect soul creation method. The affinity of the soul beast group will be increased by 20%. The system will draw a lottery and a random high-level dragon blood essence will be given. Failure penalty none. Does the host accept it? At this moment, the system in Long Fei's mind continued to sound, but this time it was a mission. A joyful look flashed in Long Fei's eyes. Finally comes the side mission. Now he has 2 tasks. If nothing unexpected happens, the training and upgrading tasks should be completed within half a year. If I join the team of Spirit Beast, then I am destined to be the enemy of Tang San and Shrek. Long Fei muttered in his heart. Anyway, we are not on the same side. Since I want to be an enemy, I will completely crush everything about you. Or I can become a god compared to you. Since he wanted to stand in the team of Soul Beast, and since the god realm at this time had banned Soul Beast from ascending, he had a bold idea, that is to create a new divine world. But this is definitely very difficult, and the power required is also very terrifying. That's all, let's take it one step at a time. Long Fei, are you willing to join the queue of our Soul Beast? The female voice sounded again. The female voice continued, you are the reincarnation of the soul of the supreme dragon god, and you have the mission of leading the Soul Beast clan to fight back against the divine world. Of course you can refuse, and we will pretend that we have never met before. Long Fei, accept the mission. System task collection completed. Agree. I, Long Fei, am willing to stand on the Soul Beast team and lead the Soul Beast clan to conquer the god realm. Although I don't remember any memories of the dragon god, since this is my mission, as long as I grow up I will lead the Spirit Beast clan to rise. Long Fei said these words with a solemn prescience. Seeing Long Fei agreeing so quickly, everyone was stunned. Okay, since you agreed, we will be a family from now on. You are welcome to join. The female voice was obviously happy. Suddenly a figure emerged from the colorful rough stones, a tall and beautiful woman. Silver hair, silver eyes, silver clothes. Very beautiful. Are you the owner of the original stone? Long Fei asked knowingly as he watched this scene. Is this woman Gu Yuina? It definitely her. Hello Long Fei, my name is Gu Yuina. Chapter 30 Swallowed. The evildoer reaps the reward. The most complete method of making souls. The affinity of the Soul Beast group is increased by 20%. The system draws a lottery once and randomly selects a drop of high-level dragon blood. At this moment the system's voice rang, and then Tian and other ferocious beasts and Gu Yuina suddenly became closer to Long Fei. Brother Long Fei, since you join our Soul Beast team, you can just call me Big Brother from now on. Let me introduce you to the people here. Tian said very kindly. Then he introduced, this is the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear, and this is. In this way Tian introduced them one by one. Long Fei remembered everything. System, I want to absorb the knowledge of soul creation. Long Fei thought to himself. Soon, with the permission of the system, all the most complete production knowledge of countless strange and huge and rich souls in Long Fei's mind entered its mind. The process was like an enlightenment, and it was very familiar. Now it was just a matter of experimentation. Since I join your team, I will show you some of my sincerity. After saying that, Long Fei told some knowledge about souls. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Long Fei, can the soul really do what you just said? Gu Yuina saw hope. As long as this method is spread, the hunting of soul beasts by humans can gradually be reduced. It definitely possible. My dream is for humans and spirit beasts to coexist harmoniously. Long Fei said seriously. Tian hurriedly asked, the soul you are talking about is currently only known to you, right? Long Fei nodded. Yes brother Tian. Sister Gu Yuina, my method is 100% okay, but it is not the time to publicize it yet. I have to do experiments first. After the experiments are successful and I grow up, I will find a suitable opportunity to spread the word. Tian and others listened to Long Fei's suggestion and nodded. Yes, it is true that you have not grown up yet. If this kind of news spreads, you will definitely be targeted by interested people. Then you will be in danger, especially those who do not want to be with you. Humans with souls and beasts living in harmony. Then how are you going to experiment? Gu Yuina couldn't wait and asked. Long Fei said, before the experiment I hope that brother Tian can help me collect some soul beast blood, at least 10 different soul beast blood. This is the first step of the soul experiment. This is simple. When the time comes I will collect it and go to you personally. By the way, take this. This is a protective scale. It contains my strongest attack. Even your human peerless Douluo can do it. Injury. And it can locate your position. If you are in danger, you only need to call out to the scale and I will appear net to you in the shortest time. Tian agreed and took out a piece of scale. Gave it to Long Fei. Looking at the ferocious beasts around me with envy. Okay, thank you brother. Long Fei took it directly without hesitation and then put it away. Long Fei, come with me, I will take you to a place. Gu Yuina said and then headed towards the bottom of the lake of life. Long Fei hesitated and followed, and then a protective shield appeared on his body to isolate the water, allowing him to breathe. The place that the Lord took, could it be that? Mr. Xiang looked at the two people after entering the water, surprised. I wonder if my little brother can pass that test. Tian muttered. At this moment inside the water, Long Fei miraculously entered an independently opened space. This is the prototype world of the Dragon Realm. The 7-colored golden light monument in front of you is the Dragon God Monument. The Dragon God Monument contains the Dragon God's will. As Gu Yuina said, she led Long Fei to the Dragon Dragon God monument in front of her. You just stand still and don't move. It'll be fine after a while, Gu Yuina said and walked towards the Dragon God monument. Dragon God monument, Long Fei murmured. I have suspicions in my heart. Could this thing be the Dragon God divine test? At this moment Gu Yuina said, Long Fei, come here and put your hand on the Dragon God monument. Long Fei hummed, then walked up and stretched out his hand to place his hand on the Dragon God monument. Net moment, Long Fei was enveloped in a thick golden light and his consciousness was instantly pulled out and he soon came to another space. The space here is filled with golden light resembling a chaotic void. This is. Long Fei frowned and muttered. At this moment an old and majestic voice sounded. You are the one chosen by Silver Dragon King Gu Yuina to be tested. But how can you be a human? Well, since you have my aura but you still have to be above me. The moment the voice sounded, a huge colorful golden dragon appeared in front of Long Fei. Senior is Dragon God? Long Fei took a step back, his eyes widened and blurted out. Yes, I am really the Dragon God. It's a pity that I have already fallen. You have my aura in your body. Could it be the reincarnation of a ray of consciousness and soul after my death? The Dragon God stared at Long Fei. Junior doesn't know. Long Fei shook his head. That's true. After reincarnation the memories of the previous life are gone. However, since the blood of the Dragon God in your body is countless times stronger than that of the Silver Dragon King, my identity was passed down to the soul beast. You are a human. Meets the requirement, but unfortunately the Dragon God inheritance bloodline designed after my death was too high and even the Silver Dragon King could not inherit it. Now that you have appeared, I can pass it on to you in an exception, but from now on my mission is to lead the soul beastland to conquer the gods of the divine world. If you can shoulder this extremely heavy responsibility, my position as Dragon God can be passed on to you. The Dragon God kept talking and Long Fei kept listening. Long Fei thought to himself, I didn't even say whether I agree or disagree, but your mother just said a lot. What do you want me to do? Long Fei cupped his hands and said, Senior Dragon God, this junior has promised Gu Yuina to join the Soul Beast team and lead the rise of the Soul Beast, and the junior has also come up with the Soul Method. It is only a matter of time. Although he inherited the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, he is not the Chaos Azure Dragon itself, so he still has to respect the Dragon God in front of him. After all, he is still in someone else's territory. Good. At this moment the chaotic green dragon shadow on Long Fei's body appeared directly. Since he was much higher than the Dragon God suddenly seemed like a younger brother. Then the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline in Long Fei boiled rapidly. For a moment Long Fei suddenly had the urge to devour the Dragon God in front of him. The bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon seemed to tell him that by devouring the consciousness and power of this Dragon God he could develop the bloodline higher and obtain more powerful awakening energy. However, this impulse was quickly suppressed by him. The two blue dragon eyes have appeared, trying to find a way to take back the phantom, but since the chaotic green dragon phantom remained indifferent, it seemed as if it was not under Long Fei's control. At this moment the Dragon God saw the huge dragon appearing in front of him, exuding a dragon aura that was more terrifying and supreme than himself. Since the guy in front of him had nobler blood than him, this is a direct and absolute suppression from the dragon bloodline. The Dragon God's eyes widened, his complexion changed drastically and he was sweating. What kind of dragon is this? The Dragon God's horrified voice sounded. Chapter 31 Cultivation. 5 Color Gem. How dare a little dragon call himself Dragon God in front of me? I will swallow you today. Suddenly a scene that shocked Long Fei appeared. Since this chaotic green dragon phantom can speak for itself. Damn it, you can talk? Long Fei yelled. The net second I saw the void burst and a supreme dragon power came out. The Chaos Azure Dragon phantom opened its huge mouth and swallowed the Dragon God. No, don't swallow me. What kind of dragon are you? The Dragon God screamed in terror, but he could not move. He was suppressed by the Supreme Azure Dragon in front of him and then was swallowed by the Chaos Azure Dragon while screaming in terror. Suddenly Long Fei's body bloomed with colorful golden light. Swallowed the Dragon God. The development of the Chaos Blue Dragon bloodline has been increased to 2% and the body is being transformed and strengthened. Congratulations, you have obtained the Dragon God's memory, the Dragon God's unique skills, the Dragon God divine power and a Dragon God throne. Soul power increased 2420 SI 272830. God-given soul ring 1 Dragon God soul ring. The age of the whole body soul ring has been increased to 100,000 years. The soul power is being deified. Long Fei's body shook violently. The golden light, the blood in the body is boiling and the energy and blood are rolling like huge waves and tsunami. His body has become so strong, so hard. The strength also soars rapidly. Endless power continues to emerge from the blood of the body. From the sky an extremely dazzling golden soul ring fell directly on Long Fei's body and occupied the third position. In an instant 3 soul rings, 2 red and 1 golden, emitted an extremely terrifying aura and hovered over Long Fei's body. Ha, power, endless power. This is the feeling I like. Long Fei showed an expression of enjoyment and Ang Tian shouted. Bathed in the divine light, the whole thing becomes completely new. The deification of soul power is completed. From now on, the soul power that the host cultivates and absorbs will be automatically converted into divine power. Because the Chaos Azure Dragon swallowed because of the Dragon God, the host can obtain a God-given soul ring every 10 levels thereafter and has the power to designate a soul beast to become the soul of this soul ring. This soul will be deified. While listening to the system's words, Long Fei was constantly digesting all the information about Dragon God in his mind. His height has grown to 18 meters. There is a colorful golden light attached to the pupils of the blue dragon eye, making his mental and soul power even more powerful. Vision has also become extremely distant. From now on, there will no longer be a Dragon God in the world of Douluo continent, only Long Fei, the successor of the Chaos Azure Dragon. At this moment a spirit appeared in Long Fei's third spirit ring. Is this the Dragon God's soul? Long Fei said in surprise. In Long Fei's hand there was an Etra soul beast that was exactly the same as the Dragon God, but it was much smaller. From now on, all soul rings after Long Fei will be provided by it. Now that I have absorbed the third soul ring level, I have entered the level of the 34th level soul master. I am SI years old and a 34th level soul master. Who else in this world can I ask? Long Fei laughed. Congratulations to the host for completing the training mission. The rewards have been distributed. System, use the merits of cultivation. Long Fei muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a force of merit fell from the sky and directly penetrated Long Fei's body. Everything in my body came alive in an instant as if it had self-awareness and was beating continuously. And Long Fei's divine power also increased by 1 level again with the power of merit. At this moment his divine power level has entered level 35. Not only is divine power more advanced than soul power, it is also more difficult to cultivate. The improvement in the attributes of the whole body at each level is extremely terrifying. It was a lot to get at once and Long Fei needed to digest it. Although he was up now, he still couldn't get too carried away. With a thought, the color of the soul ring on Long Fei's body also changed into 3 common colors of yellow, yellow and purple, and the same was true for his aura. When my divine power level rises to Soul Emperor, even the super Douluo in this world will no longer be my opponent. When I completely rule this world, it will be the day when I create the God realm. Long Fei took a deep breath. Extremely greedy. Now its physical strength has reached an unimaginable height. No one in Douluo continent can break his physical body unless they become God. Physically speaking, he is already invincible in Douluo continent. Then with a thought he disappeared directly into this space, and the control of this space also belonged to him. After coming out, the Dragon God monument in front of him came directly into Long Fei's hands. The Dragon God monument is a super artifact. It is very powerful. Let's put it away and talk about it later. This scene shocked Guyuina Net to her. Have you obtained the inheritance of the Dragon God? Guyuina felt that the pressure and aura of the Dragon God on Long Fei was even more terrifying than before, and there seemed to be some changes in Long Fei's soul power. Something familiar to her divine powers have similarities. Long Fei nodded. Yes, the Dragon God has completely handed over the inheritance to me and it has completely passed away. From now on I will be the inheritor of the Dragon God and I will take the Dragon God monument with me. The soul power in my body has also evolved into, if you have gained divine power, wait for me to lead your clan to rise. He looked at Guyuina and said, by the way, the Dragon God said that you will be betrothed to me. I am destined to become a supreme being in the future. How can I not have a spouse by my side? This is the will of the Dragon God. Long Fei said, stretching out his hand a little, and a light containing the breath of the Dragon God entered. He stood there in shock in front of Guyuina. After a long time Guyuina's face turned red. Since the Dragon God has chosen you, then I will naturally help you. Very good, your injuries from the battle of the gods have not healed yet. You can take this. Long Fei said with an extra drop of blood in his hand. Is this dragon blood? I feel so friendly. Guyuina was surprised. This is the blood essence of the colorful dragon. If you absorb it, it will speed up your recovery from injuries. I will need you then. This colorful dragon essence and blood was obtained from a random high-level dragon essence and blood in Long Fei's side mission. Thank you. Guyuina was like a shy little girl. Then Long Fei hugged Guyuina domineeringly, and that supreme power made Guyuina unable to break free for a while. Then Long Fei kissed her directly on the lips. This is the certificate that you are my woman. It's almost dawn. I'm going back and I'll come see you then. Long Fei said. Guyuina's face turned red and she quickly poured out the blood essence and then left here with Long Fei. And the truth has been hidden forever. No one except Long Fei knew that the real Dragon God soul had become the soul of Long Fei's third soul ring. Feeling the terrifying Dragon God pressure on Long Fei, Tian and others knelt down and worshipped. Let's meet the Dragon God son. Afterwards Long Fei rode Tian and left the Stardew forest. After that Long Fei walked alone. Just 1 kilometer after leaving the star forest it was already dusk. At this moment Long Fei felt 3 murderous auras locked onto him. Not far in front of him 3 men's figures appeared. There are 5 yellow, purple and purple soul rings floating on her body. Soul King. 3 level 50 Soul King. A man said angrily, good boy, now that we have entered the Stardow forest it's good to wait until you come out. It's really easy for us 3 brothers to wait. All 3 people have an A in their hands. His face was full of ferocity. These 3 people were bad guys following from that restaurant. Long Fei had a weird smile on his face. Tisk great. The 3 of you came out just in time to give me a try on the power I just gained. Since you are here to deliver a head then. At this time there were only 4 of them around. Then 2 red and 1 gold soul rings rose up from his body. A terrifying aura was revealed and divine power instantly rushed towards the 3 of them. When the 3 of them felt the scene in front of them they suddenly looked horrified. Let me try the power of the Dragon God. The Dragon God's soul in Long Fei's hand awakened and the golden soul ring lit up. Dragon God strike. Roar. Boom. The ground collapsed, the sky cracked, golden light descended and the terrifying aura was overwhelming. Long Fei's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the 3 of them in an instant. Extremely fast and cannot be caught. Ah, hell, don't kill me. Ah. The NET second blood splattered and the screams of the 3 people went straight into the sky. P.S. From now on the Dragon God is mainly reflected in aspects such as soul rings and aura, and the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline is mainly reflected in bloodline development and cells and other organizational aspects, so that everyone will not feel confused and regard it as 2 states. One is weak. Just be strong. Anyway, the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon is used to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. You will understand it after reading it. I can't explain it clearly. Chapter 32. Explode with 1 punch. Inside Tiandu Royal Academy, Long Fei has returned. He came directly to a strength test room. He clenched his fist and punched him directly. A loud rumbling sound suddenly sounded in the room. Fortunately this room has the ability to isolate sounds, otherwise such loud noises would definitely attract people from outside. The teacher who followed Long Fei in to evaluate the test results looked at the scene in front of him with his eyes wide open and full of shock. Since the strength tester in front of me was shattered by Long Fei's punch, how is it possible? The ultimate strength of this latest strength testing instrument is 1 million kilograms. Since you broke it with 1 punch, is there something wrong with this machine? The teacher said in shock. This strength testing instrument costs 150,000 gold soul coin. For teachers like them, they have to go without food or drink for at least 10 years to make money. Teacher, maybe there was something wrong with the machine and it plotted. How about you get another one and try again? Long Fei glanced at his fist and said with a slight smile, this will take some time. I have to apply to the 3 education committees. The teacher said, okay then I'll leave first. By the way teacher, you'd better apply for an instrument with a higher limit, otherwise I'm afraid it will end up like this again. Long Fei took a look at the broken instrument in front of him and said, kindly reminded. He also wants to know how many kilograms of force his current ordinary punch can reach. Anyway, 1 million kilograms has been reached. Okay, you go back and wait for notification. Long Fei returned to the dormitory, but it was empty at the moment. That kid Qin Yu is going to class. Long Fei murmured and went back to his bed to talk and take a rest. It was a tiring day yesterday, so I need to take a good rest. Within his consciousness, Long Fei said to the system, I want to use that lottery opportunity. In the lottery, congratulations to the host for acquiring perfect power control skills. The system sounded and a new unfamiliar message came into Long Fei's consciousness. This perfect power control skill came just in time. Long Fei was really afraid that if he couldn't control it well now, he would kill the opponent with just 1 punch. The physical body is sleeping and the spiritual consciousness is being cultivated and absorbed. At the same time, I am also digesting the information I obtained this morning. How do I use the skill sublimation of the system? Does it cover all the skills on my body? Divine consciousness, Long Fei asked. Skill sublimation can only sublimate skills. Development skills such as soul ring skills and bloodline talents cannot be sublimated. To put it simply, upgrade. Currently the skills that meet the requirements and can be upgraded include lightning step. Does the host use sublimation? After hearing what the system said, Long Fei secretly thought, good guy, the system has directly provided a one-stop service. Yes. Long Fei nodded. Soon the information about the upgraded version of lightning flash step came out and everything in his body was fully understood. At this moment the level of understanding of the lightning flash step has entered the level of Xiao Cheng from beginner. What was once a 10-meter step became a 100-meter step. I'm going to open the training gift pack too. Long Fei ordered. The training gift package has been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 training points, 100,000 gold soul coins and a 5-color gem. What's the use of this training point? Long Fei Fei asked doubtfully and curiously. System: each practice point can be changed for 1 year of cultivation power and 10 points can be changed for 10 years of cultivation power. Of course the cultivation power here is not based on the host but is randomly drawn from the heavens. It is powerful. It just depends on the host luck. I see all 10 points are available to me. Long Fei said. 10 changes are in progress at one time. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Master of Sumi Small Worlds Act for 10 years of cultivation. The moment the system sound falls, buzz, a ray of light lit up on Long Fei's body. Then the whole person felt an indescribable and mysterious feeling, and his divine power has also been upgraded from level 35 to level 30 SI. System: Sumi Xiao, how powerful is the world? Long Fei asked curiously. Since 10 years of cultivation have only allowed his divine power to increase by 1 level, is it because divine power is difficult to cultivate? But this is 10 years. If he had been given 10 years to practice, he would have become a god and passed away if he had soul power. Now if he had divine power, he would at least have the cultivation level of a soul Douluo or a titled Douluo. Sumi Small World is a world lower than Douluo world, the system said. Then if I pull one time at a time, the effect will be better. Long Fei suddenly felt like he missed a huge opportunity in a hurry. System: theoretically speaking, this is the case. One time change means that one person is directly randomly designated, and one time change means that one person is randomly designated one at a time. Maybe you can designate a medium martial arts world, and if you are lucky you can also be a high martial arts world. Mom sells batches. It is exactly what I thought. Hey, forget it. Since it's a mistake, it's a mistake. I will definitely not make the same mistake any time. Long Fei sighed, feeling like he had missed out on billion. By the way, what the hell is that 5-color gem? Long Fei took out a 5-color beautiful and smooth stone from the system warehouse and looked at it. Suddenly a scene appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. An introduction to this 5-color gemstone is written on the screen. 5-color gems. 5-color gems are natural products born from the 5 elements between heaven and earth in a certain plane. They contain the attribute power of the 5 element. The owner can use the attribute power of the 5-color gem. Gold represents metal, green represents wood, blue represents water, red represents fire, and brown represents earth. Looking at the introduction in front of him, Long Fei looked at the 5-color gems in his hands again. The colors of the 5-color gems representing the 5 attributes lit up. If I hadn't obtained the dragon god, this thing would still be a treasure to me, but now that I have swallowed the dragon god, I have mastered the power of the 7 element. Long Fei muttered, among the 7 elements there is the power of the 5 element. Suddenly a system voice appeared wearing it can make your corresponding 5 elements more powerful. System: open the character interface. Character interface. Host: Long Fei. Age SI years old. Kung Fu Wuji. Longevity Kung Fu 10 levels. Blood and cell development and activation 2%. Comparison of physical strength. Pseudo demigods in the world of Douluo. Peerless Douluo. Quasi demigod. Pseudo demigod. Demigod. Quasi god. God. Martial soul. Chaos blue dragon. Bloodline package. Bloodline tattoo. Phantom possession. Note: the tattoo will only be displayed when the body temperature is elevated and hot, and when the body temperature is low and cold. It is hidden and cannot be seen at normal temperature. Divine power level 36. 3 ring divine master. Purple, black and gold. Bloodline package. Talents development attribute increase lifespan, increase orcism and evil spirits, super healing, invulnerability to all poisons, super growth, supreme dragon power 1% development. Right hand becomes a blue dragon 100%. Second development, the left hand transforms into a blue dragon. Soul skill passive transformation, colorful green dragon eye. Skill lightning flash, step small into 100 meters in 1 step. Soul skill active, red upward arrow. The first soul skill, the soul of the green dragon in blazing mountain. Red upward arrow. Second soul skill, blue armor rock spider dragon soul, blue armor defense. Gold upward arrow. The third soul skill, dragon god soul. System warehouse, azure dragon ancient sword 1, chaos azure dragon blood essence 1, random travel plane scroll 1. Traversing the world, currently Douluo continent. Chapter 33. Plotted again. In Tiandu Royal Academy, the teacher has applied to the 3 education committee members for a new strength testing instrument. The 3 of them looked strange and by base hand said, Xianfeng, are you kidding me? That's a strength testing instrument just introduced this month. It's worth 150,000 gold soul coins and its ultimate strength is as high as 1 million kilograms. You said it was. A student was broken with 1 punch. We, the 3rd education committee, really want to see who can have such power. Meng Shenji said. With 3 education committee members, how can one student have a strength of 1 million kilograms, let alone more than 1 million kilograms? Xianfeng said. I think there may be something wrong with that machine, he added confidently. Hilin quickly shook his head and denied, absolutely impossible. There can be no problem with the machine, and even if there is a problem, it cannot be broken broken by a punch. Besides, have you ever had any problems during your usual test? Xianfeng shook his head decisively. No. That's right, this is not a problem with the machine but a problem with that person. Xianfeng, tell me, who is that person? Hilin said. Not only the other two of him were also interested. 3 education committee members. This is the information about that student. Xianfeng handed a piece of information in his hand to Meng Shenji. Meng Shenji quickly took it over and Hilin and by base hand quickly got closer to check. Long Fei, it's him. When they saw the name above, the 3 people's eyes widened and they screamed. The 3 education committee members know this student? Xianfeng rolled his eyes and asked curiously. Meng Shenji looked at Xianfeng with a serious face and said, of course we know each other. This matter must be kept secret from me. If you find out that the news has spread, don't blame the 3 of us for being unkind. Xianfeng was locked by the auras of 3 control level Eperts and he shuddered all over. Cold sweat broke out on my back. He nodded quickly. Yes, the 3 education committee members can rest assured Xianfeng will definitely not tell what happened today. Very good, remember what you said and take us to the room he broke. Meng Shenji said. 3 education committee members, please follow me. After saying that, Xianfeng quickly turned around and led the way. In the room, when the 4 men from Meng Shenji came here, they all gasped when they saw the broken strength testing instrument with their own eyes. This kid is really scary. How can he break a 1,000,000-kilogram machine at such a young age? No, we have to witness the breaking process with our own eyes. Old Bai, please ask someone to prepare a new one. This time we will be there to witness the miracle. The 3 people said in shock, and suddenly Meng Shenji opened his mouth and gave an order. His eyes were focused on Bai Basehan Net to him. Okay, come right away. Bai Basehan nodded and quickly left to do things. Meng Shenji looked at Xianfeng and said, go and inform Qin Ming and ask him to call Long Fei over here. Yes. Xianfeng left quickly and he breathed a sigh of relief after leaving. There was nothing he could do. The aura emanating from these 3 people made him feel so uncomfortable that he almost suffocated. On the other side, Qin Ming, who was training Yu Tianheng and others, received such a sudden order. He was also surprised and didn't know what the chief and the others wanted to do, but he still did it. You guys should take a rest, I have to leave beforehand, Qin Ming said to Yu Tianheng and others on the stage, then turned and left. What's wrong with teacher Qin since it's so sudden? Duguyan frowned and muttered. Teacher of course has his own things to do. Let's rest quickly and recover our soul power. Yu Tianheng took a long towel to wipe his sweat and drank water. Although he frowned, he didn't have so many questions. That's right, let's rest quickly and recover our soul power. We have to train later, Oslo and others said with great care. By the way, that guy Long Fei didn't come yesterday, won't he come today too? Duguyan asked. Who knew that pervert was not on the same level as us at all? Yu Tianheng sighed. After what Yu Tianheng said, everyone immediately recalled what happened in the past 2 months. The 7 of them were completely tortured by Long Fei, a soul master who did not have level 20 and only had 1 soul ring. I just can't understand why there is such a huge difference between us and him. Oslo stood up holding a leveler in his hand and said loudly. Yes. The 2 Shimo brothers nodded. Yalingling, Duguyan and others also nodded in acquiescence. Who knew he was so tough and so powerful? Yu Tianheng shook his head bitterly and complained. Being with Long Fei made him the 2nd young master born into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family completely lose his sense of superiority. In the past 2 months he has not won against them once. Hey, the 7 people looked at each other. On the other side, Long Fei got out of bed and met a familiar person just as he was leaving the dormitory. Teacher Qin Ming. What a coincidence. Long Fei grinned and greeted. Long Fei, that's great. It's you I'm looking for. Come with me, Qin Ming said quickly with a happy face. Long Fei was stunned for a moment. So you were looking for me? Teacher, what do you want from me? Long Fei walked up and asked doubtfully. As we walked, we asked the 3 education committee members to go to the instrument room you were in just now. Qin Ming looked cautious. Long Fei understood and thought of an answer for himself. Anyway, this is just what he wants. It's over. This time Qin Ming also went with him, also wanting to see why the 3 education committee members were looking for Long Fei. Soon Qin Ming followed Long Fei to a room. At this moment the 3 education committee members in the room are already here. Hello, 3 seniors from the education committee. Long Fei saw the 3 of them and said hello. The same is true for Qin Ming. Long Fei looked at the broken machine in the room that was now gone and replaced by a new one. The people here are very efficient. It was replaced with a new one so quickly, and the shabby one was also cleaned up. These 3 people are here and they also have a new one. Do you want me to do it again? Long Fei thought to himself and pursed his lips in amusement. A machine cost 150,000 gold soul coin. The college is indeed not short of money, but you are completely wasting money like this. Okay, you have money, it's useless what I say. Then let's do it again. Long Fei, could I test your strength again? Meng Shenji couldn't wait. Meng Shenji and Qin Ming were also stunned when they saw Long Fei again, because Long Fei had changed changed so much and had grown so much. The muscles and qi and blood in the body are so thick. Especially Qin Ming and Long Fei have been getting along recently, and for the longest time they were not like this when they went out yesterday, but why did they become like this when they came back? And judging from his breath and temperament, good thing. In this case I am relieved. Qin Ming frowned behind Long Fei. Senior Shenji, how many kilograms can this machine bear? Long Fei asked calmly. The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. The same voice said 13 million kilograms. Chapter 34 The soul fighting begins. Okay, then I'll do it again. Long Fei stepped forward, twisted his neck and hands and looked at the new strength testing instrument in front of him. Now that I'm seriously punching under normal circumstances, I don't know how many kilograms of power the strongest one can explode. Long Fei muttered in his heart. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, clench your right hand and a tiny cyclone appears near your fist. Now he can control the perfect output of power because he is too powerful. Even under normal conditions he can produce such a phenomenon. When he opened his eyes, a solemn light flashed through and then he punched the strength testing instrument. Boom! A sonic boom visible to the naked eye enveloped the entire strength testing instrument. Bang! Under the eyes of everyone, the machine, which can withstand 13 million kilograms at its maximum limit, exploded instantly. What? The screams of Meng Shenji and others rang out. Long Fei frowned and sighed, still unable to test the maximum power of my normal punch system. How many kilograms can my strongest strength reach under normal conditions? Long Fei asked subconsciously. 1.5 million kilograms, the system said. Then what if I strike with all my strength now? Long Fei looked moved and asked again. 10 million kilograms. Listening to the answer given by the system, Long Fei's pupils shrank. Even he did not expect that it would exceed 1,000. You must know that the difference between 1,000 kilograms and 10 million kilograms is a world of difference. If one punch of these 10 million kilograms takes place, what level of person will die? He took a breath and asked again. Level 89 Contra System. It seems that I have another trump card to save my life in the future. Long Fei grinned. At this moment the dull Meng Shenji, the three men and Qin Ming suddenly looked shocked and they all showed great excitement. The 13 million kilogram machine collapsed with one punch, which means that the power of his punch exceeded 13 million kilograms. He is really a monster. A monster. At such an age with such power. Even if we are all ashamed of ourselves, what the hell is this kid's martial spirit? The hearts of Meng Shenji and the others were in turmoil and they still can't calm down. Long Fei surprised them too much. Three seniors from the education committee, how are you doing now? Long Fei turned around and said, okay, of course it's better than ever. Meng Shenji and the other three nodded quickly. Then he said to Qin Ming, as the chief, I order you that Long Fei will officially serve as the captain of the first team of Tiandu Royal Academy from now on. Let him lead our Tiandu Royal Academy to participate in the future continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition. Meng Shenji looked solemn. Qin Ming was stunned. In fact, Long Fei had been qualified for this position for a long time. He was the strongest in the team. However, Long Fei didn't seem to be interested in the captain's position, so he never took it. Qin Ming stepped forward, took a deep breath, calmed himself down as much as possible and then spoke. Three educational committee members, Long Fei's strength has long surpassed everyone in Tiandu Royal Academy, but he seems to have no regard for this captain. I'm not very interested in the position, otherwise Yu Tianheng would have been replaced by him by now. The power of Long Fei's punch at this moment may be a bit difficult even for him. Generally speaking, when one reaches the SITth level of the Soul Emperor, the basic strength is 500,000 kilograms, but Long Fei has exceeded this limit. Each subsequent level will increase the corresponding strength. Moreover, it seems that Long Fei has not yet unleashed the normal punch under the martial spirit. If he activates the amplitude enhancement of the martial spirit and another punch comes, Qin Ming himself is not sure that he can receive it. After Meng Shenji and the others heard this, they looked at Long Fei with strange eyes and asked curiously, Long Fei, why don't you serve as the captain? I'm not interested because it's no longer useful to my cultivation. Long Fei shook his head decisively and said. After the four people heard this, their eyes twitched. Good guy, I don't know how many people want this seat, but in your opinion it's just like a random little seat. But Long Fei's strength at this moment is indeed easily obtainable. But to be honest, for Long Fei the captain's position is indeed a small position. Although I don't serve as the captain, I am the 7th member of the first team. If I go to a competition or something, I can count towards my quota. Then I can just be the best trump card of the first team, right? Long Fei spread his hands. Shrug. After the four people heard it, they felt that way. Okay, then I'll do what you said. Meng Shenji and the other two agreed, looking at Qin Ming in front of him. Qin Ming nodded. Since the three education committee members had no problems, then naturally he would not have any problems either. Okay, let's break up the meeting. Meng Shenji waved his hand. Then Long Fei left with Qin Ming. On the way Qin Ming said your current soul power is at level 19. It should not be far from level 20, right? Then I will lead a team to hunt a soul beast for you. Hunting soul beast. Long Fei frowned. Now that he was on the side of the soul beast, he naturally had to hesitate after hearing this. After all, we need to hunt down the soul beast and Yu Tianheng and others. It seems that the soul needs to be cultivated quickly. My current strength is not to mention killing titled Douluo, but the physical strength is not something that those peerless Douluo can break now. Before I had to wait for me to grow up before spreading the word, but now I don't need to. Waiting for the emperor. After Tian gets the blood of 10 types of soul beasts, he can start. Long Fei thought in his mind. At this moment there was no one around, only him and Qin Ming. Suddenly Long Fei stopped Qin Ming. Qin Ming looked at Long Fei doubtfully. Teacher, I have obtained the second soul ring just yesterday. Long Fei said. What? I see. No wonder you asked for leave yesterday. It turns out that you have exceeded level 20. Why don't you tell me? I can take you to hunt soul beasts. Qin Ming was stunned after hearing this and then asked after reacting. Long Fei made up a lie casually. I contacted our family in advance and they have prepared the most suitable soul beast and soul ring for me. There are some things that I am not comfortable saying, so I asked teacher Qin Ming not to ask any more questions. After hearing this, Qin Ming frowned and sighed. Well, since your family has already thought of a way out for you, I won't interfere. The two continued to force themselves. Soon he came to the 7-person training team. When the 7 people who were training saw Long Fei again, they also stepped forward enthusiastically. Qin Ming said, everyone, in order to make you stronger starting tonight, in addition to the basic training of your daily power, you will also add a major training course. Except for Long Fei, he seemed to have guessed something, but the 7 people were curious. Teacher, what course is it? Time flew by quickly. The figures of 9 people appeared in front of the gate of the Soul Arena in Soto City. This is your new course, the actual combat Soul Arena, Qin Ming said, already leading the team in first. Everyone also became excited. The interesting person is Yu Tianheng. He is a dragon and likes to fight. Now his animal blood is boiling. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the Soul Arena in front of him and murmured, it is indeed here. There are still years left. Chapter 35. The soul fighting is in progress. The competition in the soul fighting arena is divided into 1-on-1, 2-on-2 and team battles that start at the latest. You can combine freely, but you must participate in a team battle every day. Long Fei is an exception here. Yalingling in the single game, no need to participate. A 1-on-1, 2-on-2 competition. If you are willing to participate in 3 or more games, I will not object. The premise is that you must have a good grasp of the direct soul power situation. Here I would like to mention the levels of grade badges. From low to high they are iron, copper, silver, gold, purple, gold, sapphire, ruby and diamond. Entering the soul arena, Qin Ming carefully explained the situation and rules here to everyone. Everyone has arrived in a room. Because of Qin Ming's unusual status, he received special treatment. Qin Ming, who was sitting on the sofa, said to the 8 people in front of him, the goal I give you is to get the silver fighting soul badge before the continent-wide elite soul master competition in years time. Silver fighting soul badge? This is the 3rd level, so it's not bad. It shouldn't be too difficult. Don't underestimate the people here, it's not as easy as you think, Qin Ming said, looking at the people in front of him who seemed to take their words seriously, and then a deep smile appeared on his face. No matter what, we will do our best. Yu Tianheng stood up and said. Qin Ming stood up and said, okay, Net, you can register for individual titles, duo titles and a team name for your team. Afterwards everyone left the room. On the way we were also discussing the matter of a duo. Yu Tianheng stopped, turned around and said, we have exactly 8 people here which can form 4 double combinations, but there are 2 defenses in our team, so if you 2 need to be separated, brother Shimo, you must have a capable person together with the soul masters who have attack capabilities. Everyone's footsteps also stopped. At this moment everyone's eyes turned to Long Fei. Long Fei blinked his eyes. If anyone forms a team with Long Fei, then this team will definitely be very comfortable. How about I do the distribution? Long Fei said. Everyone looked at each other and Dugayan said, Long Fei, I want to form a team with Yu Tianheng. Okay, then what about you? Have you thought about it? You 2 are defending and there are 2 attack. Just Shimo and Yu Feng, Shimo and Osluo, right? As for assistant Yalingling, who has neither defense nor attack, then join my team. Long Fei looked at several people and made suggestions. Of course, these are my personal suggestions. If you don't want to, you can find them yourself. Long Fei shrugged. The moment Yalingling heard that she could team up with Long Fei, she felt happy in her heart. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Seeing that no one had any objections, Yu Tianheng agreed on their behalf. Then they registered with their team members. Just wait a moment, just stay back. I'll take you flying. I'll make sure it's easy to upgrade the fighting spirit badge and drink water. Looking at his teammates from behind who were registering individual and duo team titles, Long Fei faced Yalingling said beside him. Yalingling was stunned. Then he pursed his lip and smiled. smiled and said, don't overturn the situation then. Long Fei glanced at Ye Lingling and sneered, overturned? You underestimate me too much. If I told you that my current strength can completely defeat the entire audience in seconds, would you believe it? You don't need to look at the opponent's level. There is definitely no such thing. I am strong. Ye Lingling rolled his eyes. Although you are very powerful in our team, this is a spirit fighting arena. There are many unknowns about you, so don't brag. Long Fei's mouth bulged and he thought to himself, good guy, you just don't believe me anyway. I'll show you what strength is in a moment. We'll see. After saying that, Long Fei stepped forward because the teammates in front of him had already completed registration. To register 3 gold soul coins. How many titles do you want to register? Asked the lady at the front desk. 2 individual and double. Register individually first. Long Fei directly took out 3 gold soul coins from the soul guide and placed them in front of the young lady at the front desk. Okay, please tell me your title, the lady at the front desk said. Long Fei's tone was calm. It's so awesome, I'm still missing. The lady at the front desk. Ye Lingling, everyone in Tiandu. This are you sure you want to register this title? The lady at the front desk looked at Long Fei with a strange expression. What kind of brain does this person have? Now that you have registered this title, there is something wrong with your brain. What? Is there a problem? Long Fei ignored everyone's reaction. Can you register with just 1 word or 2? Long Fei knocked on the table. Okay, the lady at the front desk said quietly. Then he registered the title Diao Jia Tian for Long Fei. An iron level fighting spirit badge was handed over to Long Fei. It's your turn. Long Fei glanced at Ye Lingling and took the initiative to give up his seat. Who is he? Since he had such an unpleasant title, Ye Lingling glanced at Long Fei and immediately felt a little regretful about whether it was right or wrong to team up with him. Title Haitang Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling took out 3 gold soul coins and placed them on the table. It's normal now. Okay. The lady at the front desk smiled and quickly registered her. It seems that it is abnormal for this person to be the only one in this team. After the lady at the front desk handed over Ye Lingling's iron fighting spirit badge, she looked at Long Fei meaningfully. As for the name of the group, let's call it Long Tang Group. Long Fei threw out 3 gold soul coins like a gentleman and said coolly. When Ye Lingling heard this name, she quite liked it. At least it sounded nice and not offensive. After registration, everyone gathered together to watch the live competition. I will be the NET1 in the singles match, Yu Tianheng said. Work hard, Dugayan said. The rest of the staff also started beating him up. Soon the winner of the game below was decided after 5 minutes. Immediately afterwards, the girl who planed the flight of swan wings learned about the personnel of the NET game. NET game, we invite newcomers Blue Lightning Jade Tianheng and Wuhan Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The powerful soul master with soul power level 29 will appear. On this side we invite the veteran fire dragon Xiao Wuguan, the martial soul fire dragon sword. The soul power level is also level 29. The powerful attack weapon soul master to appear. I'm going. After hearing the sound, Yu Tianheng patted the fence, then turned and walked towards the corridor. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus is the symbol of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Fire dragon Xiao Wuguan is a veteran in the spirit fighting arena with many wins and losses. Let's wait and see how this battle goes. Under the explanation of Miss Swan Wings, both parties have arrived at the soul fighting stage. Fire dragon Xiao Wuguan was a man in his 20s and 30s. In his thick right hand appeared a long knife burning with flames, and there was also a trace of a red dragon head in the flame mountain. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings symbolizing the century-old level appeared on his body, and Yu Tianheng did not dare to be careless and quickly released the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit with thunder and lightning flashing on his body. His face instantly became serious. A yellow soul ring symbolizing the century-old level also appeared on his body. Before the game even started, the 2 strong auras of both sides had already collided with each other. P.S. Thank you all book friends for your support. Whether you are a black fan or a white fan, your viewing is the biggest motivation for my writing. Whether it is a scolding or trolling by a black fan, I will turn it into motivation for writing. The support of Bayfan is the driving force for progress. This book will not be a eunuch. This book has entered the list of popular new books for boys on WeChat. You can see pictures of comments in the book circle. The first picture below is today's improvement. Thank you all for your attention. Chapter 36. One punch breaks all laws. Game start. After these 4 words of the Swan Wings commentator fell. The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng didn't dare to be careless. As soon as he came up, he used his first soul skill and attacked Xiao Wuguan. With thunder and lightning, blue dragon claws emerged. The first soul skill, Fire Tornado Explosion. Although Fire Dragon Xiao Wuguan has many combat experiences, the other kid has a level 29 soul power like him, so he doesn't dare to be careless. As soon as they came up, both sides used their first soul skills. The momentum of the 2 attacks was very powerful. What will happen in the NET collision? At this this moment the voice of the unlocking officer sounded again, and the swan commentator had already flown high above. Below, fire dragon Xiao Wuguan, who had already used his soul skill, instantly burst out with a terrifying flame tornado attack on his fire dragon sword, attacking Yu Tianheng directly. The scorching flames come with a trace of the power of the fire dragon, making the power even more powerful. The clash of thunder and lightning and flame. The surrounding spectators stared expectantly, and the Tiandu Royal Academy personnel above also stared intently. Boom! At this moment two forces collided on the stage, but what made Yu Tianheng's prescience change was that Xiao Wuguan didn't give him any chance to breathe. He was very fast and he rushed over in just one step. In front of Yu Tianheng, he grabbed the fire dragon knife and slashed towards him. The flame attack on the knife was very terrifying and there was no mercy at all. Not good. Yu Tianheng's pupils shrank. He gave up the dragon claw collision and once again used the thunder and lightning dragon claw to attack. Under the blast of the flame tornado, his body was blown away directly. He looked sad for a moment and used the power of the explosion to forcefully move his body away. Bang! The voice sounded again. Yu Tianheng quickly stabilized his body and the second soul ring on his body lit up. Thunder, dense thunder and lightning came out and his strength instantly increased and he attacked Xiao Wuguan. The second soul skill. The fire dragon slashes furiously. It was not good to eliminate Wuguan's secret channel. He was experienced and immediately made an emergency response and directly activated his second soul skill. The scorching flame is burning, the sharp knife is used and the chop is practiced quickly. The sword light turned into a blade, and even if Yu Tianheng used attacks to defend himself, he was quickly drowned in the explosion. Tianheng, team leader. Except for Long Fei, the members of the Tiandu team above all shouted out with greatly changed prescience. Below on the soul fighting stage, gunpowder smoke blew away. Yu Tianheng's body showed a defensive posture and was knocked back. At this moment the battle has entered a fever pitch and both sides have consumed a lot of soul power. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re on Yu Tianheng's body defended him at the most critical moment. The dense thunder on his body became even more intense at this moment. Haha! Yu Tianheng panted and looked at the opponent in front of him with an extremely solemn prescience. This is his first time and he doesn't want to lose the first time. Boy, admit defeat. Although you and I are both level 29 great soul masters, your actual combat experience is not as rich as mine. In terms of explosive power, although your dragon is very strong, it's a pity that you are still too young. The fire dragon sword in my hand is enough to kill you right now. Xiao Wuguan also pointed at Yu Tianheng and said in a deep voice. He used the first and second soul skills one after another, which was a bit overwhelming for him, and the physical energy consumed by fighting also made it difficult for him. His soul skills consume a lot of money, but he is not stupid. He can use the time he is talking now to fully recover his soul power. Although it is not much, it is at least useful. It's not until the end the outcome is unpredictable, so take the move. Thunder, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng was born into the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re family, and the pride, unyielding air and unwillingness to admit defeat emerged at this moment. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re never admit defeat. Then Yu Tianheng roared out and the aura on his body increased even more. A dragon's power suddenly rose. His offensive became more powerful and terrifying at this moment. Good guy. Xiao Wuguan narrowed his eyes and yelled randomly, fire tornado plod. Fighting spirit burned in his body again, and at this moment the fire dragon sword flashed through his eyes as if he had woken up. The power is also rising. The fire dragon furiously slashes. He also displayed two soul skills. Suddenly fierce collisions and explosions were heard on the stage again. Bang bang, loud rumbling noises continued. Yu Tianheng was knocked away, but he pushed back with his backhand. In the fierce confrontation, Yu Tianheng found an opportunity. The thunderous force instantly knocked away Xiao Wuguan's fire dragon saber, and then the last strike of the thunder dragon claw hit him in the abdomen. The whole person flew directly out of the soul fighting platform and fell to the ground. On the ground, Xiao Wuguan, who had already exhausted his soul power and could no longer sustain it, directly released his martial soul and was still panting with a little bit of energy. It's really unbelievable. Xiao Wuguan let out a big sigh. His face was very unwilling, but he was also helpless since his rich combat experience was lost to a first-timer, the little kid who participated in the spirit fight. But thinking about it, the other party's clothes belong to the Tiandu Royal Academy and his background is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re family. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Re, who has the best dragon martial spirit on the continent, suddenly felt relieved. On the stage, Yu Tianheng's face was pale at the moment. His forehead and body were covered with sweat. He couldn't hold on for much longer, so he panted and released his martial spirit. I didn't expect that the opponent in the first match would be so powerful. It seems that no one in this spirit fighting arena should be underestimated. Yu Tianheng glanced at the woman above. The woman's voice also sounded at this moment. Congratulations to Jade Dragon Yu Tianheng for winning this soul fighting competition. Suddenly the whole place became lively. Yu Tianheng quickly left the field. Tianheng, are you okay? As soon as he came out, Dugayan came up to support Yu Tianheng and walked to a sofa to sit down. Yu Tianheng took out the iron badge and looked at it. A record of 1 win and 0 losses suddenly appeared on it. I didn't expect that the people here are not simple. Oslo and others look solemn. We all underestimated this place before. It will be your turn for the individual competition NET, so be careful. Yu Tianheng drank water, wiped his sweat and said, we know. Oslo and others nodded. Of course they don't dare to be careless. At this moment Long Fei turned around and came to the fence watching the battle below. Qin Ming also came over and said to everyone, you must complete an individual match, a double match and a team match today. Regardless of whether you win or lose, you can go back to the academy. Our NET study course will be here. Conduct. Yes, teacher. Qin Ming, Yu Tianheng and others nodded. Today is just the beginning. The days to come will be long and this is also their training. Then the voice of the commentator from the young lady below sounded. One after another individual soul fighting competitions also started. 2 hours passed quickly. Except for Long Fei and Ye Lingling, the competition has not started yet and everyone among the Tiandu members has already finished it. Qin Ming told everyone with a serious look on his face, Ye Lingling will assist you. There is no need for a single match. Some of you will lose and some will win. Don't be afraid if you lose. Don't be proud if you win. Remember, it's not easy for you to win. Learn from Iparian. Keep it up. Yes. At this moment a voice sounded. Net, I invite you, Suke the cock blasting guy, to fight the killer sword Yu Pan Ming. Long Fei above heard the long-awaited voice and immediately pursed his lips. It's finally my turn to play. Chapter 37. Fire dancing in the sky. Give me a mask. Long Fei walked to the front desk and said, mysterious, a gold soul coin. Random and no choice. The woman at the front desk muttered and then spoke. Long Fei threw out a gold soul coin in an angry manner and then got a blue mask covering the upper half of his face. It pretty good. After Long Fei put it on, he walked directly towards the corridor under the watch of everyone. How many rounds do you think Long Fei can win in? Oslo asked curiously. Shimo, the opponent is not simple either. He is a level 29 powerful attacking weapon soul master. Yufeng, I bet the outcome should be decided within 3 rounds. In the corridor, Long Fei had already changed into another set of clothes not from the Tiandu Royal Academy. After stroking her hair, she entered the stage lights in high spirit. Huge cheers rang out and it was very lively. A tall young man was already standing on the stage opposite him. The young man's whole body exuded a sharp and killing sword aura. This is Suke the cocky plotting one. His name is a bit strange, but he looked like he's not simple and his aura is not inferior to that of the killer sword Yu Pan. The voice of the female commentator flying freely above with a microphone sounded. What is this? Does it work? This name is really rubbish. Immediately the audience on the scene complained one after another, but Long Fei ignored it. Calmly walked up to the stage. The killing sword Yu Pan, the 29th level powerful attack weapon soul master, the martial soul killing sword. Suke is a cock blasting man. His level is unknown. His martial spirit is unknown. The commentator's voice hesitated. Since it's unknown, just take a look and you'll know. Let's start when you're ready. Yu Pan looked at Long Fei with cold eyes. Long Fei's lips curled up. Then let's get started. Now that both engines are in place, the game officially begins. The commentator finished speaking. A very long silver sword appeared in front of Yu Pan and the killing sword exuded an extremely sharp killing aura. Without saying a word, he stepped forward, ejected at an extremely fast speed and stabbed directly towards Long Fei with his killer sword. The sharp sword energy made the air emit harsh sound waves. Long Fei also moved and his figure disappeared directly from the spot. This speed made Yu Pan's composition change drastically. Before he could react, Long Fei's extremely fast figure appeared in front of him, escaping the decisive blow. Sword attack. What a fast speed. Everyone present was shocked. You lose. Long Fei's calm voice sounded and he raised his fist directly. A terrifying fist energy swirled out and in the NET second it hit Yu Pan's abdomen. Damn it. The second soul skill, sword storm control. Yu Pan's eyes narrowed and his face showed panic. Since he felt the terrifying power from Long Fei's body, he would be seriously injured if he didn't defend himself. In an instant the second soul ring on his body lit up and then a storm like offensive sword energy burst out from his body. Boom, bang. The two voices sounded almost at the same moment. Even though Yu Pan used her defensive skills to resist in time, she was still repelled like a kite with its string broken, flying back continuously. And since the terrifying sword energy on his body hit Long Fei's palm, it didn't cause any damage to it. After finally stabilizing his body with his sword, Yu Pan looked ugly. Then his throat felt hot and he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he opened his mouth, there was fear in his eyes and his pupils were trembling. What a powerful blow. How could it be possible? Just one hit made me like this. Yu Ping wiped her saliva and stroked her abdomen. abdomen. Although it was blocked, the secret power of her posterior meridian still made her feel he was aching. So strong. This kid Long Fei is so powerful. He knocked back this level 29 person with one palm, not to mention drawing blood from the defense. Shangfa Tian. Everyone sees this scene, they all gasped. The aura on this person is sharper and more powerful than mine, especially the killing aura. I may not be a match for him at the same level since he was beaten like this by Long Fei's palm. Even though he knew that Long Fei was extremely powerful, it was still hard for Yu Tianheng to imagine seeing this scene again. Yes, in this state Tianheng, you are no match. At this moment Qin Ming, who had been watching the battle beside him, nodded and said, keep reading. Qin Ming said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Long Fei. The lucky one here is Yalingling, who can team up with Long Fei, a perverted monster, and the rest of the game will be based on the rocket's point below. On stage, Long Fei said, yes, since you can take my punch. He had controlled the punch just now. Otherwise, even if Yu Dian defended himself, he would still be lying down instead of standing. If it was serious, he would die directly. You must know that his ordinary punch can reach 15 million kilograms of force. Based on this calculation, even a simple concentrated punch without using full force can still have a force of 200,000 kilograms. Since Yu Pan used his second soul skill to catch it, he was also seriously injured at this moment. An attacking weapon soul master has a weak defense. This is the biggest and most fatal weakness of these soul masters. Admit defeat or not, Long Fei said calmly. I didn't even force out your martial spirit and it's like this. How can I admit defeat? There was unwillingness in Yu Pan's tone. His Pression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying opponent in the first game today. He picked up the killing sword and his body used a killing aura that was even more powerful than before. He showed his unyielding will again. The first soul skill, sword breaking. Yu Pan held the sword, endured the pain and struck directly at Long Fei. Under the sharp blade, a special change occurred on the entire stage. Another stream of sword energy appeared on him. It's a useless struggle. Let me show you the real strength gap between you and me. As for forcing me to use my martial spirit, it's impossible for you in this life. Long Fei shook his head and said, and then with a quick lightning step he disappeared from the spot. Damn it. Same as before. With great difficulty, Yu Pan decisively activated the second soul skill, whole body defense. 2 yellow century-old soul rings circled around his body. Taste my homemade blow. One punch breaks all laws. At this moment, as Long Fei's voice sounded, his figure appeared in mid-air above Yu Pan, raised his hand and punched out. With terrifying power, Jian Yuming's sword energy was instantly knocked out. Yu Pan's compulsion changed again and the killing sword in his hand quickly changed from thrusting to raising, and he attacked. It is said to be an attack, but in fact it is more of a defense. Bang, boom, but it was of no use. It was instantly broken by Long Fei's terrifying punch. The powerful punch earthed a terrifying air of oppression, and spider web shape cracks directly opened on the table with Yu Pan as the center. Very scary. Everyone present took a deep breath. From the beginning to the end, Long Fei didn't use his martial soul or soul skills and just used normalcy to crush a 29 level great soul master. At this time, Yu Pan, who was blown away by the impact, vomited blood and looked pale and haggard. His martial spirit was released and he flew to the soul fighting platform in an instant. This game was a complete crushing from beginning to end. Chapter 38 Heavenly Sword Academy. As time went by, many games also entered the second half. After the single match, the double match follows. Except for Long Fei and Yalingling, who have not yet started, the rest of the Tiandu student teams have already completed the competition. The pressions of the people are ever changing. The opponent's strength is beyond their imagination, but fortunately the winner is one and the loser is not as ugly as the loser. It's our turn. Yalingling looked at the screen in front of him. It was the Longtang team. Let's go, I'll take you flying. Long Fei changed back to his Tiandu school uniform and also changed his mask, but it was still the upper half of his face. Yalingling also wore one. As Long Fei picked up the rhythm of the mask, Qin Ming also asked the other students to buy one and wear it. As for the clothing, they are free to do it if they don't mind it. On stage, Longtang combination versus double a combination. Opposite Long Fei and the two men were two sturdy men. Their muscles were very developed and they held a large sword in their hands. A sharp light flashed across the sword ahead. 2 yellow century-old soul rings appeared on both of them. Stand back, young master, I will personally meet these two brothers. Long Fei stepped out from Yalingling's side. Game start. As the commentator's voice fell, the two brothers in front changed their postures and one of them flew over directly with the help of the other's strength. At the same time, the first soul ring on his body lit up. The first soul skill, Iron AE. Looking at the offensive in front of me, the corners of Long Fei's mouth moved. Then I saw him making a fist with his right hand, then opening it and raising his hand. Bang! He held one end of the AE. Wu Ling's pression changed and he struggled to free himself, but he couldn't move. What a lot of strength! His face also became ugly. quickly. One palm breaks all laws. Long Fei was able to throw the out of Wu Ling's hand with just the strength of his hand, then a palm hit him hard. The whole person let out a cry, arched his body, foamed at the mouth and flew back. His brother Woolen wanted to catch him but was knocked away by the impact. Looking at this place from behind, Yelingling's pupils shrank. So strong, I sighed in my heart. It's over. Long Fei strode forward. The terrifying power of the fist condenses into a whirlpool. The two brothers secretly thought something was wrong, so they quickly got up and used their second soul skill, Iron A Flying Strike. The two handles were thrown out directly by them with a pressure-breaking aura. The Iron A doubled in size at this moment. Both of them rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei stepped on the ground with half a step, turned around and punched. The terrifying force formed a fist wave, instantly knocking the two ES away. The figure disappeared in the NET second and appeared in front of the two people in less than a breath. The stunned two people had no time to react. They were hit with a bang and flew out of the ring with a bang. Soon the shocked people became very excited after seeing a similar scene again. Under the voice of the commentator's victory, the two turned around and left the ring. A complete crushing. If we face Long Fei, we will definitely lose, Oslo and others claimed. Okay, now you go to participate in the team battle. I have already chosen a team name for you. It will be called Tiandu team. This time Long Fei will not participate. After all, there are only 7 seats. Long Fei is also your strongest. That's your trump card. Ming came over and gave instructions to everyone. Long Fei sat aside drinking a drink, looking indifferent. He clenched his fist and thought to himself, now that I am cultivating my divine power, even to level up I need a very terrifying concentration of soul power. Such a competition will not bring me much benefit. It seems I need to go to the ice and fire eyes in advance. Long Fei murmured in a voice that he could hear alone. He has always been paying attention to the fairy grass inside. At this time he no longer had the previous expectations for Tang San. After all, he was too strong now. Even if Tang San was favored by the plane, even if he had the mysterious sky technique and other things, they would all be nothing more than bells and whistles in front of him. Yes, we know. Yu Tianheng and others nodded. Mingdao, you should go back to the guest room to discuss tactic first. There will be at least 5 team battles before it is your turn. This is information about your opponent. Study it carefully. Yu Tianheng and others looked at the information Ming took out, quickly took it and looked at it, and then led everyone towards the guest room. Teacher Ming. Long Fei came up. Ming looked at him in surprise, not expecting that Long Fei had grown so terrifyingly in just 2 months. What's wrong? Ming was curious and confused. Long Fei said, battles between people of the same level can no longer help me grow. I want to challenge the Soul Lord, Soul Sex, Soul King and Soul Emperor by leapfrogging. Ming was stunned. After all, he had no idea that Long Fei was already at level 30 SI. Although your power is very terrifying, this is only one aspect. The higher the level of people than you, especially here, their combat experience and qualifications will not be inferior. Power is not everything. Ming reminded. I know. Long Fei's right ear goes in and his left ear goes out. I want to challenge the Soul Master level. No matter how many levels it is, I have no rivals below the Soul Master. Long Fei stepped forward and looked at the group soul fighting competition below. Okay, you start with the Soul Sect first. If you behave well, I will promise you to challenge the Soul Sect. Ming saw that Long Fei was so determined and he couldn't help but give up Long Fei's passion, so he nodded and agreed. Thing. Long Fei turned towards the front desk to sign up. In fact, there is no need for him to ask Ming to agree. Even if Ming disagrees with him, he will not follow his opinion. There are 3 places in the fighting spirit arena. One is a single match, one is a duo, and the other is a team battle. In the past, due to some wishes, they were all held in the same field. Now Long Fei took the registered registration ticket and headed towards the singles competition. As long as you win the leapfrog challenge, you will still get a lot of points. Long Fei's opponent this time was a woman. The title is Fire Dance in the Sky. The martial soul is a blazing dragon. Her whole body was burning with flames, but she was still intact. It is a completely tough image of a female man. Looking at Long Fei, who appeared wearing a mask, Lihua Wushan looked disdainful. Wearing a mask makes you look ugly. Boy, are you the one who wants to challenge me to a higher level? What level are you? Long Fei asked casually. The 30 SITH level attacks the 3-ringed soul master. Lihua Wushan's lump breast shook. A breath spread. Speaking of which, I'm also at level 30. As for the martial art, I don't think you have a chance to let me use the martial arts, so I won't tell you. Long Fei's voice was very calm, but it was calm, just a hint of indifference. Damn it, you underestimated me. Lihua Wushan's eyes were on fire. He was so angry that he wanted to crush Long Fei. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose up from her body. With the referee's order, the battle began directly. Lihua Wushan, who was already very angry, instantly burst out with the strongest strength and rushed towards Long Fei. Possessed by a martial spirit. Boy, look down on me, I will show you my power. The second soul skill, Tiandu Tyrannosaurus is trapped in the ground with rage. As the angry sound of the fire dancing in the sky sounded, special effects of shattering pieces appeared on the table around Long Fei, and then terrifying flames spewed out. At this moment Long Fei's body shook and he felt something was wrong. The NET second I suddenly understood. It turns out that this skill has control stability, and for a few seconds the people around him were confused. The first soul skill, blazing Tyrannosaurus kill. Roar. Chapter 39 Absolute Murder. Fancy. Long Fei snorted coldly, raised his hand directly, and the powerful Vord of fist power appeared again. One punch breaks all laws. With one punch an extremely terrifying punch storm erupted instantly. With a bang, Lihua Wushan's move was directly interrupted. What? Lihua Wushan's pupils shrank, his face showed shock and disbelief. After landing, she quickly used her martial soul to form a stream of energy to defend herself in front of her. Phew. At this moment Long Fei's extremely fast figure appeared. Woman, you lose. Long Fei's cold and simple 5 words had already determined Lihua Wushan's defeat. He didn't hold back and hit her directly in the middle of her breast. Lihua Wushan flew directly. Tyrannosaurus shockwave. Gritting his teeth, Lihua Wushan was unwilling to lose and forcibly activated his third soul skill. Self-created soul skill, super fast continuous punches. A green light flashed across Long Fei's eyes, heat came out of his whole body and a terrifying aura instantly appeared. His feet were firmly planted on the table and the muscles on his body were bulging. Then it was almost time for his fist to strike out, quickly forming dense and dazzling shadows of extremely fast fist. Boom, bang. The NET second later Long Fei's body walked out of the explosion. No injuries on his body, just hitting. His physical strength has reached the level of a god, and even if he self-destructs it will not hurt him at all. Who? Lihua Wushan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. How is it possible? Well, powerful. This was coming from her heart. Since the young man in front of her completely crushed him, he had an absolutely domineering temperament. Although her face showed anger, it disappeared at this moment and was replaced by crimson shyness. Such a strong man, she likes him so much. At this moment Long Fei disappeared and appeared directly in front of her. So fast, she was startled. Then she saw Long Fei's fist hitting her. No, I admit. Before the last input word came out, Long Fei punched him again and flew him out of the soul fighting stage. You don't know how to be a gentleman at all. Everyone present was stunned. Damn it, this man is better than that one. Although the method is a bit, but let us congratulate Suke the cock-blasting sky for his victory. The commentator in the sky hesitated for a moment. Long Fei turned around and was about to leave. Wait. However, he was stopped. The source of the sound is Lihua Wushan in the audience. Long Fei controlled the intensity so she didn't coma or die. Woman, what's the matter? Long Fei, who was wearing a mask, spoke in a cold tone at this moment. How can you be so strong? Lihua Wushan's face was rosy and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, a woman like this will become different if she only gets a beating. Long Fei completely knocked away the spirit and arrogance in her body. Persistence in training. Woman, goodbye. After Long Fei finished speaking coldly, he left directly. Wow, so cool. This is the man I Wushan have always wanted to find. Lihua Wushan was completely fascinated by Long Fei's coldness. In the corridor, Long Fei took off his mask and sighed. There's something wrong with this woman's brain. It's almost time. It's going to be dark soon. It's time to go eat. Long Fei didn't care at all about the team fight among his team members and went straight out of the spirit fighting arena alone. Walking on the street, suddenly I came to a bustling inn. His nimble nose sniffed. It smells so good. With a beautiful smile on her face, went in directly. The business here was booming, and after looking for a few seconds I found an empty seat without anyone. There were only 8 stools in the seats, which were quite big, but they were occupied by Long Fei alone. He didn't care about that. He knocked on the table and shouted, "Waiter, serve." His voice was loud and everyone heard it. Nah, this little devil is so cool. I really want to beat him to death. All of a sudden there was chattering around. I'm coming. At this moment the waiter walked up quickly. Come on with some good wine and vegetables, and then bring me your signature delicacies. Long Fei said as if the gold soul coin was worthless. He threw one out and flew it into his hand. The waiter's eyes flashed with gold and he immediately became aggressive. Yes, come right now. The waiter quickly left to prepare. Long Fei looked around and a strong and domineering aura emanated from his body, directly turning the eyes around him. My eyes were so frightened that I didn't dare to look any further. But at this moment another group of people came to the door ahead. These people are all young people and they are dressed very formally. You can tell at a glance that they are members of the Soul Master Academy. All are men. There was a particularly conspicuous and tall man in front of them, and he could tell at a glance that he was the leader. This person's aura is unusual and his strength is definitely not ordinary either. The others looked at it in their hearts and muttered silently. On their school uniforms there is a knife carved on them. This group of people exudes a very arrogant spirit. The leader of the team also stared at the table where Long Fei was sitting. He looked at Long Fei with a look of displeasure. He walked walked towards it with the 7 students behind him. Business is very booming, there are no seats left, but boy, you have exactly 8 stools here and we have exactly 8 people here. You go ahead. The tall and burly man who led the team looked at Long Fei coldly. In his opinion, Long Fei has nothing but strength and aura power. Being so young, it was naturally impossible for him to be his opponent, and he suddenly had a bullying attitude. Bang! Boy, get out of here. Our Heavenly Sword Academy is interested in this position. A short-haired and unruly young man slapped the table full of arrogance and disdain to shout. At this moment, the waiter who was about to serve the food stopped immediately when he saw this scene in the distance, because the food and wine in hand belonged to Long Fei. Now it seems like this kid is in trouble. Now that I've met the people from Tiandu Academy. At this moment, the shopkeeper rushed over in panic. He opened his hands and shook them constantly and said in fear, everyone, our small business, I hope you will do well. If you want to fight outside the store, and I have so many customers here, the shopkeeper said as he changed his mind and turned towards the leader of Tianjian Academy to beg for mercy. We only want to eat in this place. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for him to occupy such a big place by himself. Shopkeeper. The leader of the group snorted coldly and looked at the shopkeeper and Long Fei coldly. Idiot, how many stools can you take for such a big position? Sure enough, the IQ of passerby A is very low. Long Fei mocked mercilessly. However, I hate sitting with you. You guys should go to another store. Long Fei's cold voice sounded and his sarcastic tone only increased. Damn brat, what did you say? You wanna die? Everyone in the Tiandu Academy was furious and they showed their sword martial souls one after another, and the 3 soul rings on their bodies suddenly lit up. Since these people are all soul masters, and the man in front of me must be stronger. Oh sir, please stop saying a word. The shopkeeper was really afraid that these people would destroy his shop. Boy, you are so crazy. Do you dare to go out and compete with my student? The man leading the team showed a weird smile. Chapter 40. The team battle begins. After killing the people, Long Fei used water elements to clean up the blood on his body and changed his clothes. Eating with blood affects you. The people inside the inn looked at the sudden flames outside and showed astonishment. Long Fei has returned to normal and is walking towards them. The sharp aura on his body made everyone present shiver. Very scary. Everyone was muttering silently in their heart. Long Fei ignored their look and walked directly to his seat and sat down. Facing the respectful shopkeeper in front of him, he said calmly, it took me some time to solve a little trouble. Shopkeeper, why haven't I ordered what I ordered? When the shopkeeper heard this, he was suddenly startled and said quickly, don't worry sir, we have already prepared it, but seeing that you are busy outside, I will take it to the kitchen to warm it up and bring it to you immediately. Go. Long Fei picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea and drank it. Now he is somewhat reminiscing about the taste of the wine. Although he is only years old, he has been born in 2 lifetimes and his combined age is over 30 years old. Drinking is no longer a problem, and it is not the first time anyway. The shopkeeper was very efficient and immediately gave the waiters a look. This boss was not to be messed with. There was no way those people from the Tiandu Academy would not come back with their unruly look. There was fire outside and there was a strong smell of blood. It must be. It was solved by this person. It seems that the people of Tiandu Academy have encountered a hard iron plate, but it's okay, it's a good thing we didn't fight in the store, otherwise the store would be destroyed. Soon the appetizers and wine were served. Long Fei touched it and found it was very cold. Wine tastes best when it's cold. Long Fei ate his snack and drank his wine. Then the delicious food came quickly. He also began to taste it quietly. The other side, with Long Fei missing, the Tiandu team members and others were once again helpless. In the room, this guy Long Fei just disappeared when he said he couldn't see him. It will be our Tiandu team's turn to appear in the NET game. Yelingling complained. Qin Ming said if he doesn't come, it won't affect your performance. After all, the 7 of you are going to play. If he plays, I'm afraid it will be very easy for you. Then he will not be able to achieve the purpose of training for you. Where is he going? Just leave it to him. Don't worry about him. Let continue to study the tactic. Those people are more inclined to attack with force or have martial arts in melee combat. As long as we protect Yelingling and let me attack as the first main station, the rest will be as directed by us. Formation dispatched. Yu Tianheng walked up and took out a floor plan of the Soul Fighting platform, and Yuan Kuala, who represented the Tiandu team and the Yaobao team members, made as many predictions as possible on the map. Time passed little by little. Soon it was their turn to play. Alright, the time has come. It's your turn to play. Don't put too much mental burden on me. This is not your end point, just the starting point. Come on, I'm watching you from above. Qin Ming turned around and said, yeah, Fighting Soul platform. 7 people on both sides. As the commentator's voice sounded, the battle between the Tiandu Royal team and the Yaobao Kuangtong team has officially begun. Everyone greets him with his appearance. Then introductions started one after another. Tiandu started with the battle against Yu Tianheng. Captain Captain Tiandu Yu Tianheng level 29 second level attack spirit master blue electric martial spirit Tyrannosaurus Re deputy team Tiandu Duguyan level 27 control system second level battle soul master Wuhan Jade phosphorus snake Tiando member Shi Mo a level 27 defensive battle spirit master martial spirit Suanwu turtle Tiando member Shi Mo a 27th level defensive battle spirit master martial spirit Suanwu turtle Tiando team member Yu Feng a level 26 agility attack war spirit master martial spirit wind chime bird Tiando member Oslo a level 26 agility attack war spirit master martial spirit ghost leopard Yelingling a member of the Tiandu team is a level 26 auxiliary weapon soul master martial soul Ju in Haitang. As their voices fell, the two standard soul rings on their bodies rose, and at the same time their martial souls were fully activated. Among them Yelingling and Shi Mo both improved by one level. In an instant the auras rose one after another. Captain Yaobeo Xian Mo level 29 strong attack second level battle soul master Wuhan Lai Yaobeo deputy team Yaobeo Fujiko level 28 strong attack second level battle spirit master martial spirit roaring leopard Yaobeo 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 Yaobeo. As the members of the brilliant leopard rush team were introduced one by one, the soul rings with the same color configuration as Tiandu's team also appeared, and the leopard-like martial spirits on their bodies also appeared, and the aura and temperament of the entire team suddenly improved to match that of Tiandu's team. Dochi is evenly matched. The clash of auras between the two sides made the audience excited. Then someone started placing bets, and many people placed bets on Yaobeo. Although there were some in the Tiandu royal team, there were not many at all. After all, it is the first team to participate in the competition, and the majesty is not enough. On the other hand, the Yaobeo Kuangtong team has participated many times. Although they do not win every time, their strength is in front of them, so more people are willing to choose this visible team. The light don't choose the darkness you can't see. On stage, wait a moment for you to find an opportunity to take out their support. We will attract firepower. As long as we kill that support, our chances of winning will directly increase to 80%. Xian Mo said to everyone. Clear. At this moment Yu Tianheng was the first to bear the brunt. He jumped up, shouted loudly, and directly activated his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Well done. The first soul skill, Blazing Light Wave. Xian Mo's face showed a smile, and the net second he rushed forward and used his first soul skill. Suddenly a scorching light wave shot out from his martial spirit. Bang! Boom! In the first round both sides retreated to their own team. How is Captain? Fujiko asked quickly. Xian Mo frowned very strong. Everyone in Yaobeo was solemn. Tianheng, are you okay? On the Tiandu royal team's side, Duguyan quickly came to Yu Tianheng and asked. From the confrontation just now it can be seen that whether it is explosive power or attack power, the strength of the two is about the same. It's not easy, but at the same level my blue electric Tyrannosaurus is the top beast spirit. His leopard is no match for me. Yu Tianheng frowned lightly as he spoke, showing a trace of his natural dragon spirit proudly. Then the opponent attacked again. Yu Tianheng also began to greet them. Immediately afterwards they started to implement their previous plan and approached Yelingling. The attack sent out was quickly picked up by Shimo, and Shimo's Suanwu defend. Hey, what a hard turtle shell. After being blocked from attacking, the two members of the Yaobeo team looked unhappy. Continue to attack. Duguyan also used snake venom to attack. Oslo is also a leopard, and he also has a head-on confrontation with the opponent, and Yu Feng can fly up to contain the opponent, delaying time for Yu Tianheng and others. Yelingling then began to use Ju in Haitang to restore the status of his teammate. I have to say this Ju in Begonia is really perverted. Boom bang. Chapter 41 SI years later. Time flies, and SI years have passed in the blink of an eye. SI years later. In Tiandu city there was a handsome young man who was tall, exuding a terrifying aura with slightly long black hair with one or two strands hanging down on both sides of his forehead. This person is Long Fei. SI years later. What he is wearing now is not the Tiandu royal school uniform but his own casual clothes. A lot has actually happened in the past SI years. The most important thing is that he founded a force. The name is Qinglong Gang. The Qinglong Gang was secretly established by himself 2 years ago, and its development has not been so rapid. It is in the moderate stage. This force is the beginning of replacing the later spirit transferring tower to spread the souls in advance. However, it has not started to spread yet. The main thing is to digest it internally first. By then Long Fei will be the founder of souls in Douluo continent. For the past SI years he has been practicing while doing other things, but divine power is really difficult. It took him SI years to raise his soul power to the level of the 50-level soul king. In addition to the god-given soul ring of the dragon god soul, he is only the 53rd level 5-ring soul king now at the age of 12. At this moment Long Fei was heading toward Tiandu Royal Academy. As soon as you enter the door, the two guards guarding the door immediately backed away. In the past years, Long Fei has become the eldest brother in the Tiandu Royal Academy. Everyone knows his name. He is domineering, strong, and can crush Qinjun with his strength. Master Long Fei, have you returned from training? The guard asked cautiously. Well, teacher Qin Ming and the others are in the academy. Long Fei's voice was naturally cold and magnetic. In the past years, apart from proving his strength within the Tiandu Royal Academy, Long Fei remained relatively low-key outside. Everything is for the plan. Years later, although he is only a level 53 Soul King now, he can still fight even if he meets the strongest peerless Douluo. If that Douluo's martial spirit is related to dragons, even a tiny bit of it would be a direct kill in front of Long Fei. Anyway, his physical strength has now reached an unimaginable level. Unless the gods come down from the divine realm in person, no one can break it. Reporting to the young master, teacher Qin Ming took Tiandu and his team to the soul hunting ground and did not return for several days. The guard reported truthfully. Are the three education committee members here? Long Fei asked. Yes. The guard nodded. Okay. With that said, Long Fei had already entered the academy. The two guards wiped the cold wet from their foreheads, which had just been suppressed by Long Fei's domineering and terrifying temperament. It's so scary. I'm only 12 years old. It's so scary, and it's even scarier than a year ago. It's really the monster that's wrong. Now the monster can no longer measure him. The two guard finally breathed a sigh of relief, complaining and envious. I haven't been back for a year. Long Fei looked at everything familiar in front of him. Sighed. Time flies so fast. Years have passed in the blink of an eye, and the trip to Douluo world will be over soon. At this moment, the square inside the college was very lively. A young man with brown hair and a group of students behind him were acting arrogantly, arguing with the person on the other side. That's right, this is a college of nobles after all, so people who come will naturally have these prescions. What's more, the college also recruits many students from nobles and royal families. With power and status, one is naturally very arrogant. Long Fei passed through the crowd. Damn it, where did this kid come from? Get out of here. You don't have eyes. Don't you know we are fighting? Get out of here. The students headed by both sides became furious when they saw Long Fei ignoring them and walking through. These new students do not know Long Fei personally, they have only heard of him. Long Fei stopped. A terrifying aura of coercion suddenly emitted from his body. Buzz. The net second the aura swept through everyone present. It's as if time has stopped. Yulu. People on both sides swallowed hard. You who are you? Don't show off to me here. The boss pointed at Long Fei stubbornly. Long Fei suppressed his eyes for a moment and a cold glare flashed in his eyes. The net second he came directly in front of this person, shook his hand and made a scratch, directly breaking the bone in the finger that the person pointed out. Ah! The net second the man screamed, and the terrifying aura emanating from Long Fei made him tremble. His face was hideous and ugly, in great pain, and he was sweating constantly. Long Fei said coldly, didn't your family tell you not to point fingers at others? It's so rude. This time is a small punishment. Net time I will take your life. After saying that, Long Fei threw away his hand, leaving the young man holding his hand in pain. The others were too frightened to speak. Cruel man, they can't afford to offend or beat such people. Long Fei shouted coldly, go back to class. Yes, yes, yes. The others turned around and ran quickly. The young man whose finger bones were broken was also quickly taken away by his younger brother. Just wait for me, no matter who you are, I will definitely ask someone to kill you. He covered his fingers with a painful, pale and gloomy face and said viciously in his heart, church. At this moment Long Fei and he had arrived here smoothly walked up. There are still 3 identical education committees inside. When the 3 of them saw Long Fei's appearance, they were stunned at first and then quickly stood up to greet him. It turns out to be Long Fei. Are you back from training? Long Fei has met 3 education committee members. Long Fei cupped his hands and said, there are still some etiquette. Sit down, don't stand. The 3 of them were very enthusiastic. Long Fei did not sit down but said, you 3 education committee members, I came here today to see you about something. The 3 of them were stunned and quickly said, what's the matter? But it doesn't matter. As long as we 3 education committee members can help, we will definitely help. Okay, since 3 if the education committee is so responsible, then I won't be polite to Long Fei. After hearing Long Fei's words, the 3 of them didn't know why, but they had a bad premonition in their heart. But once the words have been said, there is no reason to take them back. 3 members of the education committee, I'm here to apply for graduation, Long Fei said. After hearing this, the 3 of them thought for a moment. Looking at each other, Meng Shenji sighed and said, what is supposed to come is what is coming. Your talent academy really can't give you anything anymore, and according to the academy's graduation regulations, you have indeed achieved it. However, we hope that you can represent Tiandu Royal Academy in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition, and we hope that you will defeat. Meng Shenji said what was in his heart. Martial Spirit Team. Long Fei directly intercepted the last word and spoke them preemptively. The Wuhan team is the strongest and most powerful seed team in the Wuhan Palace. Over the years Team Wuhan has won the competition. Many people are not convinced, but their strength is right in front of them. Their Tiandu Royal Academy represents the Empire's team of young soul masters, so naturally they also want to defeat the Wuhan Palace. That's right, the three of them look serious with a hint of pleading. Long Fei pursed his lips, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lip, and then said with a smile, in the past years I have received a lot of care from the three education committee members and Tiandu Royal Academy. As a member of the academy I can naturally agree of. Hearing Long Fei's words, the three education committee members suddenly felt that the heavy stone in their heart disappeared. Then I was excited and happy. They thought that Long Fei's terrifying strength had already surpassed those of the Wuhan team. If Long Fei participated he would definitely win this competition. Chapter 42. So terrifying. Three senior education committee members. If Long Fei can lead the Tiandu Royal Academy team to win the elite competition, there is one more thing Long Fei wants the three education committee members to help with. Long Fei handed over again. His tone was very respectful. After hearing this, the three of them looked at each other again, all quite curious and confused. Then he suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Long Fei, if you need help from our third education committee, just ask. If they really won the championship and defeated the undefeated Wuhan team, they would be extremely happy. Let alone one thing, there would be no problem with 10 things. By base hand, Enshilin nodded. Yes, the relationship between you and the three of us is extraordinary. As long as we don't damage the Tiandu Royal Academy, the three of us can agree. By base hand's fat body was even more shocking. Long Fei said unceremoniously, Junior founded a force of his own called the Qinglong Gang before, and I am the leader of the Qinglong Gang. If Long Fei leads the Tiandu Royal Academy to win the Elite Soul Master competition, I hope that the three seniors can join our Qinglong Gang. Here Long Fei just said that he would join the Qinglong Gang. As for his status in the Qinglong Gang, that is another matter. Qinglong Gang? After hearing this, the three of them looked shocked. Then he looked a little hesitant. After all, the identities of the three of them are somewhat special. Long Fei had considered inviting these three people to join the Qinglong Gang. After all, these people were all contra-level beings. Although it was impossible to beat him now, they were still very prestigious to the outside world. The present, and with Long Fei's help, these three people are just around the corner to break through to the titled Douluo. As long as you follow his development obediently, you will be able to keep up with the ranks of God. Moreover, the Qinglong Gang has been established for 2 years and has very few members. There are only 8 members: Gu Yuina de Tian, Xiang Jun Bai Ji, Red King 10,000, Demon King Zig, and Long Fei. As for the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, we will talk about it later. But fortunately, although the number of people is small, they are very powerful. From a certain point of view, behind the Qinglong Gang stands the entire spirit beast force of the Stardo Forest. After all, these few are the strongest among them. Of course, there must be more to the Stardo Forest than these, and there are others that have not yet come out. These guys are the top executives of the Qinglong Gang. Below the gang leader are the law enforcement elders, then to the elders deacons, and then to the hall leader and other positions. The 7 are the assistants of the law enforcement elders. As for the other ferocious beasts that are not in the Stardo Forest, Long Fei will find time to get them over recently. These 7, all headed by Long Fei, are managing the development and construction of souls within the Qinglong Gang. As the saying goes, develop secretly, survive quietly, and then surprise everyone. This is the ideal of Long Fei, the time traveler. Long Fei chuckled lightly and said, 3 seniors, Long Fei understands that you have concern. If possible, I hope the 3 of you will fight against Long Fei. Okay, let's see how powerful your kid has become over the years. Meng Shenji and the other 3 just missed a fuse in their heart. Long Fei's strength will definitely not disappoint the 3 seniors. Soon the 4 of them left the church and came to a wide deserted place. Long Fei held a strange hand trick in his hand. Then an energy array spread out from his body and directly enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters. This is... The 3 people with limited knowledge were shocked again. Long Fei slowly lowered his hand, raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and said, 3 seniors, this is the formation our Qinglong, one of the gang's self-created technique. This is a super isolation formation that even a super Douluo can't discover or break. If the 3 seniors join our Qinglong Gang, they can learn it. This thing is one of the rewards for doing system tasks in the past years. In fact, this formation has the ability to shield the secrets of heaven, so even gods cannot detect it, but it is enough for now. Products produced by the system must be high-quality product. But Long Fei didn't lie. As long as these 3 people join the Qinglong Gang, they can learn. I have to say that your Qinglong Gang is indeed magical, and this formation is indeed very tempting. Before that, let me compete with you. With that said, Zhilin walked out. His martial soul is Tiankington. Years later, the level has not changed. He is still an 83 level 8 ring soul Douluo. The formation has been set up to completely isolate the the outside world. At this moment Long Fei was not polite and said, "Three seniors, I hope the three of you can deal with me together. Otherwise you would have no chance of winning even if the three of you are together." This sentence was added in my heart. After saying that, just when the three of them felt that Long Fei Piao was arrogant, their e-prescience suddenly changed drastically in the net second and his pupils narrowed and widened. The face showed a look of shock, fear and disbelief. At this moment the aura on Long Fei's body changed horribly. The colorful blue dragon pupils also appeared in his pupils and a sharp light flashed past. From the body 5 soul rings of red, gold and gold landed directly. Each one was larger than the previous one and the aura was also terrifying. And these soul rings, whether red or golden, have several cyan lines on their surface. It seems that these cyan lines make the aura of these soul rings more terrifying. At this moment Long Fei's aura and temperament underwent earth-shaking transformation. Supreme, noble, powerful and even more ancient, all those indescribable words that can express awesomeness are all confirmed by him. The golden light flashes. The supreme dragon is mighty. How can it be? 100,000 years soul ring. Golden soul ring. What are all these things? The net second, the frightened three people finally couldn't help screaming. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The jaw is so wide that it can fit 2 eggs into it. I just want to ask, will your jaws not dislocate and cram? This scene is the first time they have seen it in their lives. Long Fei. What on earth is going on? Meng Shenji tried her best to calm down. Taking advantage of her weak legs, she took a step forward and raised her trembling hands to ask. The aura on Long Fei's body was so overwhelming that the three of them had difficulty breathing. Cold sweat was already flowing out on his forehead. The terrifying aura of this thing is really a genuine 100,000-year-old soul ring. As for that golden soul ring, what is it? How many years since it is above the 100,000-year soul ring? Long Fei's voice was very cold but not hostile. This is my secret. Forgive me that I can't tell the three seniors. The reason why I show these to the three seniors now is to prove that the juniors are capable of strength. Develop my Qinglong gang and the juniors can guarantee that as long as three seniors join my Qinglong gang, it will no longer be a dream to break through the title Douluo. He pursed his lips and said, and the red soul ring on Long Fei's body is 100,000-year soul ring and the golden one is a 1,000,000-year soul ring given by God. This 1,000,000-year soul ring is very suitable for Long Fei. Moreover, Long Fei still had a hand. After being nurtured by the dragon god soul and the blood of the chaos azure dragon, the B-souls and skills of these soul rings have also undergone major changes in the past years. 100,000 years has also improved a lot, almost approaching 160,000 years. There is no need for him to tell this information as long as people think it is a 100,000-year soul ring. What? A 1,000,000-year soul ring given by God? The e-prescience of the three of them changed dramatically and they gasped at the same time. They felt like they were about to suffocate due to lack of breathing supply. Three seniors, let's start. The juniors are about to attack. After saying that, Long Fei's aura changed again. The terror of change turned into the intention of attack. The three of them secretly knew that something was wrong, so they decisively used the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. Then he used the 8th soul skill at the same time. 3 terrifying forces blasted directly towards Long Fei. Well done. Long Fei smiled. Raise your hand and hold it in the air in front of you. Suddenly a huge golden dragon claw appeared out of thin air. The supreme dragon power of the golden dragon claw is raging. The mighty golden dragon palm. Boom bang. Thank you all for your recommendation, votes and comment. Chapter 43 Qinglong Gang Shen Zhangpi. 3 senior members of the education committee. If Long Fei can lead the Tiandu Royal Academy team to win the elite competition, there is one more thing Long Fei wants the 3 education committees to help with. Long Fei handed over again. His tone was very respectful. After hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other again, all quite curious and confused. Then he suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Long Fei, if you need help from our 3rd education committee, just ask. If they really won the championship and defeated the undefeated Wuhan team, they would be extremely happy. Let alone one thing, not even 10 has a problem. By base hand, Enshilin nodded. Yes, the relationship between you and the 3 of us is extraordinary. As long as we don't damage the Tiandu Royal Academy, the 3 of us can agree. By base hand's fat body was even more shocking. Long Fei said unceremoniously, Junior founded a force of his own called the Qinglong Gang before, and I am the leader of the Qinglong Gang. If Long Fei leads the Tiandu Royal Academy to win the Elite Soul Master competition, I hope that the 3 seniors can join our Qinglong Gang. Here Long Fei just said that he would join the Qinglong Gang. As for his status in the Qinglong Gang, that is another matter. Qinglong Gang? After hearing this, the 3 of them looked shocked. Then he looked a little hesitant. After all, the identities of the 3 of them are somewhat special. Long Fei had considered inviting these 3 people to join the Qinglong Gang. After all, these people were all contra level beings. Although it was impossible to beat him now, they were still very prestigious to the outside world. The present, and with Long Fei's help, these three people are just around the corner to break through to the titled Douluo. As long as you follow his development obediently, you will be able to keep up with the ranks of God. Moreover, the Qinglong Gang has been established for 2 years and has very few members. There are only 8 members: Gu Yuina de Tian Xiong Jun Bai Ji Red King 10,000 Demon King Zig and Long Fei. As for the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python, we will talk about it later. Fortunately, although the number of people is small, they are very powerful. From a certain point of view, behind the Qinglong Gang stands the entire spirit beast force of the Stardo Forest. After all, these few are the strongest among them. Of course, there must be more to the Stardo Forest than these, and there are others that have not yet come out. These guys are the top executives of the Qinglong Gang. Below the gang leader are the law enforcement elders, then to the elders deacons, and then to the hall leader and other positions. The 7 are the assistants of the law enforcement elders. As for the other ferocious beasts that are not in the Stardo Forest, Long Fei will find time to get them over recently. These 7, all headed by Long Fei, are managing the development and construction of souls within the Qinglong Gang. As the saying goes, develop secretly, survive quietly, and then surprise everyone. This is the ideal of Long Fei, the time traveler. Long Fei chuckled lightly and said, 3 seniors, Long Fei understands that you have concern. If possible, I hope the 3 of you will fight against Long Fei. Okay, let's see how powerful your kid has become over the years. Meng Shenji and the other 3 just missed a fuse in their heart. Long Fei's strength will definitely not disappoint the 3 seniors. Soon the 4 of them left the church and came to a wide deserted place. Long Fei held a strange hand trick in his hand. Then an energy array spread out from his body and directly enveloped the surrounding area within 100 meters. This is the 3 people with limited knowledge were shocked again. Long Fei slowly lowered his hand, raised the corner of his mouth lightly, and said, 3 seniors, this is a formation. It is one of our Qinglong Gang's self-created method. This is a super isolation formation. Even if it is a super, even Douluo can't find it and can't break it. If the 3 seniors join our Qinglong Gang, they can learn from it. This thing is one of the rewards for doing system tasks in the past years. In fact, this formation has the ability to shield the secrets of heaven, so even gods cannot detect it, but it is enough for now. Products produced by the system must be high quality product. But Long Fei didn't lie. As long as these 3 people join the Qinglong Gang, they can learn. I have to say that your Qinglong Gang is indeed magical, and this formation is indeed very tempting. Before that, let me compete with you. With that said, Hillen walked out. His martial soul is Tiankington. Years later, the level has not changed. He is still an 83 level 8 ring soul Douluo. The formation has been set up to completely isolate the outside world. At this moment, Long Fei was not polite and said, 3 seniors, I hope the 3 of you can deal with me together. Otherwise you would have no chance of winning even if the 3 of you are together. This sentence was added in my heart. After saying that, just when the 3 of them felt that Long Fei Piao was arrogant, their presence suddenly changed drastically in the net second, and his pupils narrowed and widened. The face showed a look of shock, fear and disbelief. At this moment, the aura on Long Fei's body changed horribly. The colorful blue dragon pupils also appeared in his pupils, and a sharp light flashed past. From the body, 5 soul rings of red, gold and gold fell directly. Each one was larger than the previous one, and the aura was also terrifying and frightening. And these soul rings, whether red or golden, have several cyan lines on their surface. It seems that these cyan lines make the aura of these soul rings more terrifying. At this moment, Long Fei's aura and temperament underwent earth-shaking transformation. Supreme, noble, powerful, and even more ancient, all those indescribable words that can express awesomeness are all confirmed by him. The golden light flashes. The supreme dragon is mighty. How can it be? 100,000 years soul ring. Golden soul ring. What are all these things? The net second, the frightened 3 people finally couldn't help screaming. His eyes almost popped out of his head. The jaw is so wide that it can fit 2 eggs into it. I just wanted to ask, so your jaw won't be dislocated, cramping? This scene is the first time they have seen it in their lives. Dragon Long Fei. What the hell is going on? Meng Shenji tried her best to calm down. Taking advantage of her weak legs, she took a step forward and raised her trembling hands to ask. The aura on Long Fei's body was so overwhelming that the 3 of them had difficulty breathing. Cold sweat was already flowing out on his forehead. The terrifying aura of this thing is really a genuine 100,000-year soul ring. As for what the golden soul ring is, how old it is, since it is above the 100,000-year soul ring. Long Fei's voice was very cold but not hostile. This is my secret. Forgive me that I can't tell the 3 seniors. The reason why I show these to the 3 seniors now is to prove that the juniors are capable of strength. Develop my Qinglong Gang, and the juniors can guarantee that as long as 3 seniors join my Qinglong Gang, it will no longer be a dream to break through the title Douluo. He pursed his lips and said, and the red soul ring on Long Fei's body is the 100,000-year soul ring, and the golden is the 1,000,000-year soul ring given by God. This 1,000,000-year soul ring is very suitable for Long Fei. Moreover, Long Fei still had a hand. After being nurtured by the dragon god soul and the blood of the Chaos Azure Dragon, the B-souls and skills of these soul rings have also undergone major changes in the past SI years. 100,000 years has also improved a lot, almost approaching 160,000 years. There is no need for him to tell this information as long as people think it is a 100,000-year soul ring. What? A 1,000,000-year soul ring given by God? The prescience of the three of them changed dramatically and they gasped at the same time. They felt like they were about to suffocate due to lack of breathing supply. Three seniors, let's start. The juniors are about to attack. After saying that, Long Fei's aura changed again. The terror of change turned into the intention of attack. The three of them secretly knew that something was wrong, so they decisively used the 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar. Then he used the 8th soul skill at the same time. Three terrifying forces blasted directly towards Long Fei. Well done. Long Fei smiled. Raise your hand and hold it in the air in front of you. Suddenly a huge golden dragon claw appeared out of thin air. The supreme dragon power of the golden dragon claw is raging. The mighty golden dragon palm. Boom bang. Thank you all for your recommendation, votes and comment. Chapter 44 Soul Hunting Ground. 3 terrifying contra level combined attacks, since anyone else would definitely pay a heavy price or even die. But under Long Fei's mighty golden dragon palm it was a different picture. 3 terrifying attacks hit the golden dragon claw. However, the huge golden dragon claw was suddenly grasped. The net second these 3 terrifying attacks plotted instantly without damaging the dragon claw at all. Then with a gentle wave the dust from the explosion disappeared. What a magical scene. What? The 3 of them were shocked, since they were resolved so easily. Then it was Long Fei's turn to attack. As soon as Long Fei's first 100,000-year-old soul ring lit up, a huge beast shadow instantly appeared from his body, crushing directly towards Meng Shenji and the others. The 3 of them immediately released their soul skills to defend themselves, but their joint defense was instantly broken through by the beast shadow that issued a terrifying aura and possessed heaven-defying destructive power. There was a heavy boom. The 3 of them snorted and vomited blood at the same time. The powerful force caused them to lose control of their bodies and flew backwards, hitting the ground hard. Long Fei's pupils shrank slightly, secretly thinking it was not good. He quickly took back the B-soul, released the soul ring form and returned to normal and ran towards the 3 of them. He was also helpless. Even though he had already controlled the power, these 3 people still couldn't take over. He could only say, these 3 people are so weak. No, he is too strong. A 53-level soul king defeated 380-level soul Douluo. If this spread, the world would definitely go crazy. Everyone would think that Contra is worthless. When he came in front of the 3 people, he stopped. Long Fei was a little shy and asked 3 members of the education committee, I'm sorry for being a bit harsh. Are you okay? The 3 of them looked haggard and pale and they were very embarrassed. The 3 of them were Contra-level powerhouses. How could they join forces to defeat a soul king? And he was also injured. The 3 of them sighed, covered their chest and quickly wiped away the blood. With bitter prescience on their faces, they sighed. It's so scary to be born in the future and to be feared in the future. The voices of the 3 of them were trembling. In fact, this result is difficult for them to accept, but the facts are before their eyes. But think about it, with such terrifying strength, those members of the Wuhan team will definitely lose. This time they, the Tiandu royal family, can win for once. When I thought of this, I felt much relieved. The 3 of them got up quickly and then sat down to meditate and circulate their soul power. Seniors, you should eat these 3 pills. Long Fei took out 3 brown round balls from the soul guide. The art of alchemy is also rewarded in system tasks. In the past SI years, Long Fei has gained quite a lot from absorbing it. The 3 Eli IRS with brown light in their hands are healing Eli IRS, which can quickly restore injuries inside and outside the body. Opening their eyes, the 3 people with limited knowledge looked at it in confusion. Pill. This the Eli IR you mentioned was also made by the Qinglong Gang. Meng Shenji and the others ask, exactly, as long as 3 education committee members join our Qinglong Gang, they can learn. Long Fei once again threw out a powerful temptation. How effective it is, the 3 of you will understand after taking it and meditating with your soul power. Long Fei smiled lightly. Each of the 3 people took one and quickly swallowed it. Then he continued to meditate with his soul power. They felt that Dan Yao's entrance turned into a warm current and then entered the body, quickly passing through various places. Every place on the body felt warm and comfortable. Immediately afterwards, the internal injuries in the body also eased and then he recovered quickly. At this moment, the originally pale and haggard compliance of the 3 people gradually turned rosy and their compliance returned to better than before. The 3 of them were stunned at the same time and then startled. surprised and claimed it's amazing. The injuries in my body have recovered so quickly. In the past this kind of internal injury would take at least half a year to fully recover. But with the help of this pill called Elir it took less than a minute to achieve such a rapid recovery effect. The eyes of the three of them sparkled. They glanced at each other and then nodded at the same time as if they were connected by heart, and they both understood and reached an agreement. How about it? Have the three education committee members decided to join our Qinglong gang now? Long Fei asked again. The three of them stood up, nodded and said, you are very powerful and your future achievements will be limitless. Sooner or later you will become a titled Douluo, and your Qinglong gang contains many mysteries. We are willing to join your Qinglong gang. Long Fei's smile suddenly became brighter. Soon time will prove that your choice is the most correct. Naturally the salary I will give you will not be less. As for what our Qinglong gang does, that will have to wait for you guys in the gang. You know, since the three of you are willing to join our Qinglong gang, after all there are many secrets involved in the Qinglong gang and some normal procedures need to be followed. After hearing this the three people frowned and asked what procedures need to be followed. As soon as he finished speaking he saw a contract-like parchment appear in Long Fei's hand. This is a contract. It only requires 3 people to put a drop of blood on it at the same time. Long Fei said. The parchment scroll exudes a mysterious atmosphere and is very ancient. This is the Shenzang skin which comes from the system lottery. The function of Shenzangpi is to restrict, or it can be said that it is not a restriction. It can be regarded as a kind of contract, but this kind of contract is witnessed by the law of heaven. Once there is blood and betrayal you will be punished by the law of heaven and your body will be plotted and your soul will be destroyed. It's not that Long Fei doesn't believe in the three of them, but he just wants to feel at ease. In his previous life he was also betrayed by others. As long as the other party doesn't betray, nothing will happen. Meng Shenji and the other three looked at each other again and asked, what is the profound meaning of this pique? A sharp light flashed in Long Fei's eyes and quickly disappeared. He kept a smile on his face and said, this is a testimony of joining my Qinglong gang. With a drop of blood we will be a family from now on. It is not directed at the three of us, but everyone who joins our Qinglong gang needs it. Alright, the three of them knew that they could not look back. No matter what, Long Fei was so powerful, so accomplished at his age, and they were willing to assist him in the future. Moreover, Long Fei guarantees that they can break through the titled Douluo. Titled Douluo. This is the lifelong dream of the three of them. How many years have passed, but we are still standing still and our cultivation level has always stopped at more than 80 level. Just because of the 4 words titled Douluo, the three of them also decided to join. Then he decisively drew out a drop of blood and dropped it directly on the skin. Shenzangpi sensed the blood of the 3 people and absorbed it instantly. At this time, suddenly an unusual and strange scene appeared in the sky outside. The roar of thunder sounded, proved that the contract has come into effect. Seeing this scene, Long Fei was even more happy. Now everyone is finally a family. Once you get on my boat you will never get off it. Shenzang leather can be used infinitely and will not be damaged. Gang leader, we are a family now and there is something I want to ask you. Meng Shenji took a deep breath. Ask. Long Fei nodded. At this moment Long Fei was as tall as Meng Shenji and the two looked at each other. What would you do if the three of us were determined not to give up just now? Meng Shenji and the others knew that things were not simple when they saw the change in the roar in the sky just now. Long Fei smiled, but his smile was weird. His smile concealed a knife and a sharp murderous intention flashed through his eyes. I will kill you decisively. After all, you know a lot of my secrets. This world go. If I really want to trust people, I will only trust people who are completely dead or my own people. When the three of them heard this they were frightened. The aura emanating from Long Fei's body made the three of them extremely frightened and they were unable to resist. This is the fear that comes from the body's instinct and soul. Long Fei's eyes are like a cave in the endless abyss that will swallow them up at any time. They have a common feeling, that is, it would be too easy for Long Fei to kill them, but at the same time I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately they drew blood and it seemed that everything was fine. Suddenly Long Fei's expression changed. After a 360-degree change he burst into laughter. But you have shed blood and we will be a family from now on. As long as the three of you don't betray the Qinglong gang we will all be the best family members. Treat your family like a dragon. Fei is most generous. After a few days I will give you a big gift package to enter the title Douluo. Thank you all for your recommendation, votes and comment. Chapter 45 Papal Palace. BBDong. Gang leader, what should we do? Net. Meng Shenji and the other three asked excitedly. You can continue to manage the academy and behave as usual. After participating in the competition I will take you to the Qinglong gang headquarters. Long Fei said. Good. Gang leader, you said in how many days it would take the three of us to become titled Douluo. How many days would it take? Meng Shenji asked shamelessly. Just a few days, I'm not sure. Long Fei frowned, thought for a while and said, okay then we will wait here for the good news from the gang leader. Meng Shenji and others others stopped asking questions. Afterwards Long Fei continued to walk around the academy. Then he headed towards the soul hunting ground. On the road, Long Fei calls the system and opens the character interface. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 12 years old. Kung Fu Wuji. Longevity Kung Fu 20 levels. Blood and cell development and activation 5%. Comparison of physical strength level 3 God. The strongest explosive power 800 million kilograms. Soul power and spiritual power. Divine origin realm. Martial soul chaos. Blue dragon bloodline package. Bloodline tattoo. Phantom possession. Note the tattoo will only be displayed when the body temperature is elevated and hot, and when the body temperature is low and cold. It is hidden and cannot be seen at normal temperature. Divine power level 53 5 ring. Divine master red gold. Bloodline package. Talents development attribute increase lifespan, increase orcism and evil spirits, super healing, invulnerability to all poisons, super growth, supreme dragon power 1% development. Right hand becomes a blue dragon 100%. Second development, the left hand is transformed into a blue dragon 3%. The blue dragon is transformed into a back body 4%. The blue dragon is transformed into its predecessor 5%. The blue dragon is armed. Soul skill passive transformation, colorful green dragon eye. Skill lightning flash, step dodge in 1 step 10,000 meters. Soul skill active. Red upward arrow. The first soul skill golden green plotting dragon soul mutated by the infection of dragon god soul spirit and chaos. Green dragon bloodline. Red upward arrow. Second soul skill golden green violent spider dragon soul. Violent defense mutated by the infection of dragon god soul and chaos. Green dragon bloodline. Gold upward arrow. The third soul skill dragon god soul. Gold upward arrow. The fourth soul skill dragon god soul. Gold upward arrow. The fifth soul skill dragon god soul. Can be used with superimpose soul ring. System warehouse. Azure dragon ancient sword 1 chaos. Azure dragon blood essence 1 random travel plane scroll 2 dragon god throne 1 Shenzang skin. Traversing the world. Currently Douluo continent. While looking at the interface, Long Fei had already arrived at the soul hunting ground. The soul hunting field is synchronized with the soul fighting field, and the badge levels of the soul fighting field can also be used here. You can also enjoy the benefits of badge level. Of course you can also re-register a badge title here without any problem. Long Fei took out the half-ready black and white mask and put it on. The smell of blood here was a bit strong, but Long Fei was not affected at all. Over the years he has killed quite a few people and is used to it. The compulity and moisture here are deeper than those in the soul fighting arena. Did Qin Ming bring those 7 people here to let them kill people? Long Fei looked around the soul hunting ground but did not find their presence, and he became suspicious. The soul hunting field is more than 3 times larger than the soul fighting field. It's normal to not be able to find anyone. However, Long Fei's mental power at this moment is already in the realm of divine energy. As long as he feels this area a little bit, no matter how big it is, he can't escape the perspective and prying eyes of Long Fei's powerful mental power. In his eyes countless light elements floated. This is the elemental structure of the world. Only those who have reached the realm of Ling Yuan can see it. The levels of Douluo's spiritual power are divided into Ling Yuan, Ling Tong, Ling Hai, Ling Yuan spiritual realm, and Shen Yuan, and Long Fei's divine essence is currently the highest. With mental strength he peered through the crowd of people and soon saw the 8 familiar figures in a rather luxurious room. It is the 8 people from Qin and Ming dynasty. Kindness. Suddenly his mental power detected a familiar figure. I found you, but since there is an unpected gain, it's good. Long Fei smiled, turned around and walked in the other direction. This leads to an independent VIP super Douluo room. A hint of coldness spread from the room. It's such a familiar smell. Long Fei lowered his head and took a deep breath, showing a look of enjoyment. Then he took out his badge, since it was bright purple and gold. This is the 5th ranked purple and gold badge. Purple and gold badges are extremely difficult to upgrade, let alone the sapphires at the back. However, with Long Fei's current strength he can completely enter sapphire or sapphire like a rocket. More on. Long Fei licked his lip and showed an evil smile. I haven't had a fight in more than 2 years. I don't know if people here still remember the blood-soaked scene. Today I came back to let you fight again. Feel it again and again. Tisk tisk. He pressed the purple gold badge into the central groove of the room door, and then a purple gold line was activated, and then the door of the room opened. When Long Fei entered, the top brass of the soul hunting ground immediately received the news, because opening the door with the purple gold badge will definitely send a message back to the headquarters area. These are super VIPs and no one wants to offend them. At this moment everyone inside showed fear. No, it's not good. He that god of death, the devil is back. In a daze the entire upper management in the interior area was shocked and screaming. Quick, call everyone for a meeting. And 7 big words were displayed on the big screen. Purple gold. Li Qi. Long Fei has 2 title badges. One is Su Ke, who is registered in the soul fighting arena, and the other is Li Qi, who is registered registered in the soul hunting arena. At the headquarters all the senior leaders of the soul hunting site have arrived. The atmosphere is heavy. Sir, why are you calling all of us here? There are a total of 12 people here. Except for some insiders, some new senior executives have no idea what is going on. That person is back, the blood-stained Li Qi. The middle-aged man in the lead showed fear but was gloomy and ugly. This is the person who brought disgrace to their soul hunting field. What? Blood-stained Li Qi? Is he the person you said made the soul hunting ground a river of blood a few years ago? The other new senior executives stood up suddenly and said in shock, fuck, I really don't believe in evil anymore. I'm a soul emperor. Let me kill him. The new high-level executive said with no shame, as he didn't know what despair was like. He really didn't believe it was that evil. He is the SI 9th level peak soul emperor. Are you still afraid of a soul sect? In their minds Long Fei was at the level he was a few years ago. The eldest man looked ferocious and gloomy. Haha, if it were that simple he would have died here back then. I would have sent 5 soul emperors and 1 soul saint to kill him back then. Guess what? You can't move and you'll be killed by him, right? Seeing that something was wrong with the man's prescience, the prescience of the SI new senior officers changed drastically. Yes, we have seen with our own eyes that not only did he kill the soul emperor and soul saint with his soul sect cultivation, but he also seriously injured us, and our soul hunting farm also lost SI senior officials because of this. Now several years have passed with him being like this. The evildoer's talent must have reached level 50 as a soul king, and the soul sect is already so terrifying. So what about the soul king? It's stupid for you to die as a mere soul emperor. An old senior man Net to the boss gritted his teeth and spoke with an extremely angry prescience. As he spoke he raised his head and slammed it on the table. The anger and murderous intent spread without hesitation at this moment. The prescience of the SI new high-level officials changed drastically, and no one dared to answer the question at this moment. Then what should we do? The man who spoke was the man who said he would kill Long Fei. The boss said, my current cultivation level is only level 79 soul saint, but I really can't guarantee that I can take him down. His speed and strength are terrifying. He is completely a monster. You guys have to delay it for a while. Try not to let him compete as much as possible, otherwise such a scene will definitely happen again. He is really a murderous devil. I will contact the Wuhan branch here and ask him to send a few powerful soul Douluos. This time, I must let him die here. Since that time they have chosen to seek refuge with the Wuhan branch and then asked the Wuhan branch to help issue arrest warrant. However, because the other party's face and specific age information were not known and the person seemed to disappear out of thin air, the final wanted order ended in failure. Since it has appeared this time, I will definitely not let it go. Yes. Chapter 46. Reappearance of the bloody scene. Long Fei sat alone on the sofa in the room watching the on-stage duel on the LCD screen in front of him. This is a life and death battle. The ending is that only one person can live, and living means both people die. The service attitude at the soul hunting ground is really getting worse and worse. I've been sitting here for so long and no one has come to serve me. Long Fei crossed his legs and spoke solemnly. At this moment there was a sound of footsteps outside. Stopping at the door was a beautiful escort girl. Li Masterly, I am sent to serve you. The lady looked slightly frightened and her voice was very low. She is also new here, but I heard from the old employees here that this Li Qi is a murderous devil, so she should be careful not to make anyone unhappy, otherwise she will die. Before coming here the adult here told her that her mission was to keep Li Qi in the room at all costs and not go out. Just delaying it for half an hour was enough. Finally someone is here, otherwise my bad temper will destroy this place in a while. Long Fei leaned on the sofa with his hands spread out and spoke lazily. Come in. Long Fei agreed. The woman quickly walked in and closed the door and then took out a lot of food, fruit plates, wine and other things from the soul guide. Sitting Net to Long Fei, showing her charming temptation. Who told you to sit down? Long Fei's voice sounded. The woman's prescience changed and she was so frightened that she quickly stood up and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong, don't kill me. So afraid of me? Long Fei looked at the woman with a teasing grin. Long Fei, what's your name? The woman was stunned. My name is Ai Shi. Ice Archer Ai Shi? Long Fei said casually. Ah, no, my martial soul is a staff, not an arrow. Ai Shi said in fear. Sit down. Ai Shi obeyed the order and was then held by Long Fei with one hand. Ai Shi's face turned red, but she didn't resist. Long Fei watched the battle on the screen and enjoyed Asha's feeding service. The atmosphere was quite harmonious and Ai Shi immediately realized a lot. This person doesn't seem to be as scary as those people said. Your people asked you to keep me and delay the time so that the people behind can find someone to fuck me, right? Long Fei ate a grape and drank a glass of red wine, grinned and said lightly. It seemed that he had already guessed all this and was not worried at all, but reflecting on Ai Shi, the hand that had just poured the red wine suddenly stopped in mid-air. The hand was trembling and his face was horrified. You all know? She looked horrified. She was afraid that Li Qi would kill her directly. This is nonsense. I am Li Qi who once blood-bathed this place. Long Fei looked at Shi and showed a deep smile. This smile was so sharp that Shi instantly felt as if the devil was about to come. Snapped. Bang. Shi's hand shook and she couldn't hold the bottle and dropped it to the ground. Like a little white rabbit, Shi looked pale and begged for mercy. I didn't mean it. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm still young. I can do whatever you ask me to do. Long Fei looked at her and ignored her fear but turned to look at the screen. At this moment this team was Yu Tianheng's team. According to the timeline they will return to the spirit fighting arena in the near future and their opponents then should be Shrek's 7 people. But I have lost interest in Tang San now. No matter how strong he is, even if with Xian Kung, that's all. Long Fei muttered and continued to pour the half-full glass of wine. If you don't want to die, leave the soul hunting ground because this place will soon turn into a hell on earth. After drinking he put down the glass, left the last piece of advice and then walked out of the room. She looked at the broken wine bottle in front of her with a fearful expression and then recalled what Li Qi said and her whole body fell into fear again. Hell on earth. Hell on earth. No, I have to leave here. I don't want to die yet. I'm only 20 years old. She quickly got up and left the room quickly. On the other side the boss of the soul hunting farm hurriedly arrived at a martial soul branch hall within Tiandu. After reporting, permission was quickly obtained, followed by 2 men and 1 woman. These 3 people are all strong men in charge of the branch hall and they are all level 87 contras. There was quite a commotion that year ago. His Majesty the Pope is very interested in this person. We need to capture him alive. On the way the leading contra woman said. The 3 of them also wanted to see who Li Qi was, who killed the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint a few years ago with his soul sec cultivation level. After listening to the woman's words, the boss of the soul hunting farm who led the way had a hardened expression, a little gloomy and ugly, but he quickly calmed down. Lord Contra, this man killed many of my soul hunting ground's top brass and seriously injured us. He finally recovered. Can't he be killed? The boss of the soul hunting ground clenched his fists, gritted his teeth and said with hatred, I can understand how you feel, but this is an order from the Pope. We don't dare to disobey it. When we capture it we can teach you a good lesson, but you can't die or be maimed, let alone be crippled, otherwise you will die. This is your soul hunting ground. The contra woman made a suggestion and her tone was extremely cold as she spoke. This was a reminder and a threat. The boss of the hunting ground took a deep breath and sighed. You have to suggest that I accept it. I will be sensible when the time comes. There is no way His Majesty the Pope of Wuhan Palace. These few words have already made his face change drastically and his heart is filled with fear. In the face of strength he could only take his own life. After all, those people are dead and can't come back. He can't let the soul hunting ground fall into irreversible disaster. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. The other contra man nodded. Then the 4 people accelerated and went up quickly. Martial Spirit Headquarters, Papal Palace. At this moment on the supreme throne a beautiful young woman is wearing a crown that symbolizes supreme power. She is dressed in very elegant and luxurious clothes. She is holding a Zen staff and sitting with her slender legs crossed. Her whole body exudes the aura and temperament of a supreme ruler. This person is the villain, the Pope of Wuhan Palace, known as the most beautiful woman, Ms. BBDong. Beneath him there are 2 people standing respectively, one on the left and one on the right. The 2 are respectively the 95th level titled Douluo Yueguan and the 95th level titled Douluo Gaimei. At this moment an old man came in a hurry. Greetings to the Pope and the 2 Douluo. The old man saluted with fear. Horse stocks, what's going on? Yu Guan admired his hand and sounded like a hypocritical woman. 2 years ago, regarding the bloodbath of the soul hunting ground, Li Qi, the man who leapfrogged the ranks and killed the Soul Emperor and Soul Saint, appeared, and the people from the soul hunting ground have already asked the person in charge of the Soul Douluo branch of the Tiandu branch to go out and capture him. Ma Gu quickly reported. Yu Guan and the 2 looked at each other. That person who was wanted by Wuhan Palace but failed for some reason, they recalled. BBDong's face on the stage changed slightly and then a cold voice sounded, I want to live. If this person is captured by me I will capture him. I have already given the order in advance, please rest assured, His Majesty the Pope. Ma Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but fortunately he had saved a hand before. Go down, BBDong said. Horse stocks quickly resigned. After leaving, Yu Guan and the others said to BBDong, His Majesty the Pope, do you need us to bring him back? This person seems to be very young. With such strength he will definitely be able to make a difference as long as he joins the Spirit Hall. I am also very curious about how this person can learn the soul hunting field at the soul sect level, kill 5 soul emperors and 1 soul saint, severely injure the other soul saints and soul emperors, and even let him run away. Don't worry, the 3 people in the Tiandu branch are all level 87 soul Douluo. It's more than enough to capture a soul sect or soul Soul King, BBDong said, suddenly taking out a photo from the Soul Guide. This photo is a frontal view of a tall young man wearing a black and white upper mask, slightly long hair hanging down, wearing a black and white robe surrounded by blood. His eyes exude a chilling murderous intent. This person is none other than Li Qi and also Long Fei. It was during the bloodbath in the Soul Hunting Ground 2 years ago that he was photographed by a Soul Guide. It's also the only clue. BBDong's smile was very strangely key interesting. Thank you all for your recommendation, votes and comment. Chapter 47 shocked the whole audience. Inside the Soul Hunting Ground, years later, the members of the royal team have all grown up, and under the stimulation of Long Fei they have become more powerful than in the original work. The royal team was so powerful that it took less than 10 minutes to take advantage of the team's advantage and instantly kill the team on the ground. Yes, it was killing. The 7 people on the opposite side all died in the hands of 7 of them. After the game, everyone turned pale and quickly left the scene. The hands of a strong man must be stained with blood. You must pass this road. You have passed this level today. Everyone in the room was disgusted. Even Yu Tianheng was killing someone for the first time, so he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, everyone's psychological quality was not low. After listening to Qin Ming's words, they quickly came out of their nausea. Qin Ming said, "Okay, it's time for us to go back to the academy. You can have a holiday this time. When you come back NET time, we will have a few more soul fighting games, and then the continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition will begin." "We understand." Everyone nodded. "Teacher, is there no news about Long Fei yet?" At this moment Ya Lingling asked. When she said this, everyone present was stunned. Yes, there was a Long Fei in their team who they had not seen for more than a year. It's really missed. That perverted monster. And everyone has already noticed that Ya Lingling has an unusual feeling for Long Fei, and they think about it every day. Long Fei. Qin Ming also recalled it and then sighed. That guy's talent is extremely terrifying and the academy can no longer allow him to grow, but he has promised before that he will definitely come back before the continent-wide Soul Master competition. By then the end of the competition should be the day for him to apply for graduation. At that time you should also graduate. After all, your age and soul power level have already reached that condition. Time flies so fast. Qin Ming's eyes were full of memories. Teacher Qin Ming. Everyone was reluctant to give up, but everyone knows that there is no such thing as a feast that never ends. The NET separation is just for the sake of a better reunion. NET time. Okay, let's not say these sad words. The soul hunting ends. We should go back, Qin Ming said. Ya Lingling also understood what Qin Ming meant. We can only wait until then. Everyone stood up just as they were about to leave. At this moment there was a slight change in the soul hunting ground below. In a game involving 2 teams of 7 players, suddenly a mysterious young man wearing a black and white robe and a black and white mask fell from the sky, landed directly in the middle of the 2 teams. The impact instantly knocked back the players on both sides. The sudden scene left people on both sides and the audience confused. But at this moment, when the referee saw this figure, his expression suddenly changed as if he had seen a devil, showing great fear and his whole body was trembling. Yes, it's him, Devil Li Qi. At this moment the referee murmured tremblingly, and some people in the audience seemed to know about it, and screams of fear rang out. The instance of everyone's nightmare that day. It's hell on earth. This devil who kills without blinking an eye. Who are you? On the court neither team has seen or heard anything. What did Li Qi say? I just feel that this person is very mysterious and the aura emanating from him is very scary. Crime will be judged by me, Li Qi. At this moment the ancient azure dragon sword appeared directly in Long Fei's hand. The originally cyan cracked lines on the blade were no longer green but scarlet. The NET moment, endless chilling air spread out. He's pretending to be a ghost. Come on, kill him. The personnel on both sides were not very kind and they suddenly became furious. They lit up their 4 soul rings and started to kill Long Fei. Long Fei's robe fluttered lightly and then he raised the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and swept it on both sides. The terrifying blade hurricane suddenly slashed out. Endless murderous intent. The mighty dragon. In an instant everyone showed fear and the NET second bang. At the same time screams and blood blurred and the bodies of the 14 people on both sides suddenly turned into blood mist. Run! Someone shouted at the scene and then the whole place rioted and the referee has already run away. Long Fei looked at the scene in front of him with a strange smile on his face. He stood there and looked at the scene in front of him. Run! The soul hunting ground is now very chaotic. I saw the terror of Long Fei, but there are also people who do not want to be killed, such as some soul kings and soul emperors on the scene who directly join forces and take the initiative to attack. Since this devil directly killed people in the innermost part of the soul hunting ground, everyone gasped and said angrily as they looked at the instantly killed corpses on the big screen in front of them. At this moment 5 men flew out of the sky and killed Long Fei directly. 3 of them are soul kings and 2 are soul emperors. Their violent aura is huge, as is their murderous aura. There are beasts beast spirits and weapon spirit. Long Fei watched quietly. I just came to the soul hunting ground to cause trouble, so die. The 5 people hit Long Fei with all their strength. However, Long Fei was indifferent. The prescience of the 3 people changed drastically. The NET second, a terrifying force burst out from Long Fei's body, instantly blowing away the 5 celebrities. Then Long Fei disappeared from the spot very quickly and came to the 2 soul emperors. In his mouth they couldn't control their bodies and just watched Long Fei slash towards the 2 of them with a knife. I defended myself, but it was no use. 2 puffs, blood erupted and then fell directly to the ground. It's your turn, Sin. Long Fei looked at the other 3 soul kings. These people had a lot of evil in them. They had done no less bad things than the 2 soul kings. They should be killed. Run. This is a devil. The 3 soul kings were instantly killed when they saw the 2 soul emperors. They all felt bad and turned around and ran away after landing. However, before they could take a breath, Long Fei's figure appeared in front of them from behind. The 3 people's footsteps immediately stopped. Without further ado, he just whipped it out with a sharp knife. 3 puffs and screams of pain were heard, and then 3 bodies fell to the ground. At this moment, most of the people at the scene have almost left, but the people inside the soul hunting ground have not come out yet. The blood in the soul hunting ground was already filled with thick blood, and now it is even thicker. The corpses were lying in pieces and blood flowed into rivers. A familiar scene has appeared again, but this time it's missing. Looking at the scene in front of him, Long Fei's prescience did not change at all. He held the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and looked ahead. His mental power instantly penetrated the building. I saw 4 people rushing here quickly. Are you here? This sign. It's from Wuhan Palace Contra. It's the mistake of your life to underestimate me. Long Fei's lips moved, his tone extremely cold. The following scene happened too fast. Yu Tianheng and others who were about to leave in the room were also attracted by the movement below, but at this moment they were all sluggish with rivers of blood and corpses below, and since all the originally full audience were gone, they witnessed with their own eyes the scene of the young man in black and white robes going on a killing spree. Everyone's hearts are chilled. This kind of person is too terrifying. You guys, don't you think the knife in that man's hand is a bit familiar? At this moment, Ye Lingling, whose eyes were narrowed, spoke with a trembling voice. The others were watching this man kill people, but she was the only one who kept staring at the weapon and knife in his hand. So familiar, so familiar. Women are attentive by nature, not to mention that Ye Lingling's feelings for Long Fei were unusual, and she soon discovered it. This is the Qinglong ancient sword, but why did it turn red? Could it be killing someone? How could it be that it could be him? In Ye Lingling's impression, Long Fei shouldn't be so murderous without blinking an eye. Maybe it's just a coincidence. It's not the Qinglong ancient sword, it just look very similar. The world is so big and there are so many martial souls, and the prescience of the others also changed drastically. At the same time, somewhere in the venue, a young man with sword aura, murderous and violent aura, was staring at Long Fei. His body was shaking. I don't know why he is afraid. This feeling, it's him, that's right, it's him. The young man's eyes were bloodshot. 4 soul rings appeared on his body, yellow, purple and purple soul rings, and a silver long sword appeared in his hand. Sword, the killing sword. Since I'm afraid he knows it's the long knife in that man's hand. And the young man in black and white robes in front of him was Suke, who crushed him in the spirit fighting arena years ago. He was sure that it was him because he is very familiar with the special aura of Suke. Chapter 48. What a terrifying punch. Outside the soul hunting ground, many people came out, and they happened to be seen by Pulley and other 4 people who came back. Seeing this familiar scene over the past few years, Pulley's pupils shrank and he secretly thought something was wrong. He was still a step too late. The Contra woman stopped a person to ask, "The devil is back. Many people died. Rivers of blood." He shouted in horror and ran away. Contra and the others didn't stop him either. "You 3 adults, please go in quickly. The devil is about to operate," Pulley urged with a ferocious look on his face. The 3 Contras flew directly inside. Pulley quickly followed. In the venue, Long Fei had already discovered the young man hiding there. "There is no one here now. Come down. I have something to ask you." Long Fei's cold voice sounded. Yupan gritted her teeth. Since she was discovered, she went down directly. Although the killing sword was terrifying, I still held it with all my soul power in my body. "You are Suke, right?" Yupan said harshly. "My name is Li Qi now." Long Fei confronted him. "What are you looking for me for? Do you want to kill me?" Yuping frowned. "If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead by now." Long Fei raised the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and pointed it at Yupan. Yupan's body instinctively moved back. Long Fei said indifferently, "Now I'll give you a chance to avenge the punches and slaps I've suffered for years. If you lose this time, join my organization. If you win, I'll kill you." Not to mention anything else, Long Fei's aura alone made Yupan unable to breathe. There was cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly Yupan laughed. The smile was so bitter. He was laughing at himself. "Since that time I have trained hard to upgrade and wanted to challenge you again to avenge that humiliation humiliation, but I didn't expect that the gap between us would become even wider. Duh, I'm really delusional. I can't even get past your aura now, so how can I defeat you? I looked deep into my eyes in that battle just now. Even the Soul King and Soul Emperor were so easy to kill so many people. If you kill me, I am no match for you. As he spoke, he kept shaking his head. Join my organization and I can make you stronger, so powerful that even you can't believe it. Long Fei look old. Is it evil? Yu Pan asked. No. Long Fei uttered one word and then stopped talking. Yu Pan seemed to understand something and nodded. Okay, I will join your organization. Suddenly at this moment several footsteps appeared. In the now quiet venue, these footsteps were very loud and echoed. The two people looked up one after another. Suddenly I saw 8 people. For Yu Pan, although he has seen these 8 people, he does not know them. On the other hand, Long Fei looked calm. Everyone, long time no see. Long Fei's lips moved and his voice sounded. It's really you, Long Fei. Yu Tianheng and others, especially Ye Lingling, looked shocked. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Long Fei has become so terrifying. Since you can kill the Soul King and Soul Emperor so easily, they all took a breath of air conditioning. Is this your real name? After hearing this, Yu Pan looked at Long Fei again. Yes, but now my name here is Li Qi, Long Fei said. These words were spoken not only to Yu Pan but also to the 8 people from the Tiandu Royal Academy. Don't ask me why I did this, because they are sins and I am just here to enact the judgment. Long Fei preemptively blocked what Tiandu and the others wanted to ask. Long Fei said, you should go back first. We can talk about some things when we return to the academy. A bigger battle will happen here soon, but it seems like I can't leave anymore. Long Fei thought and looked forward. Walk. Today none of you here can even think of leaving. The 4 Poli people have arrived. Then came Poli's furious voice. Except for Long Fei, the presence of the other 9 people changed drastically. The auras on these 4 people are so terrifying. Starting from Poli, 7 soul rings, Soul Saint. Then came 2 men and 1 woman. A total of 8 soul rings appear on the body. 8 ring. Contra. Yu Tianheng and others' pupils narrowed. Damn it. Qin Ming looked ugly. What shouldn't have come still came. It was impossible for them to let Long Fei go alone. It seems that today is going to be a tough battle. Qin Ming's martial soul was activated and the SI soul rings rose. Wait a minute and I'll stop you as much as possible. You seize the opportunity to escape, Qin Ming said in a deep voice with an extremely solemn presence. Everyone knows that today is a bad day. Yu Pan's presence also changed drastically and she quickly turned around and looked at the 4 people who appeared 10 meters behind her. At this time Long Fei raised his hand and a powerful force directly grabbed Yu Pan. Yu Pan couldn't help but let out a sigh when being grabbed by the sudden force and came to Long Fei's side in the net second. Yu Pan looked at Long Fei with an incredible presence. You guys keep an eye on the sideline. Long Fei's voice was calm and he didn't seem so cold to him now. Then Long Fei directly threw the Yudan towards the position of Tiandu and everyone above Tiandu. Soon the confused Yu Pan was forcibly arranged. Immediately afterwards Long Fei squeezed his hands and a ray of light enveloped the 9 people, forming a barrier. This is the formation. The 8 people looked at the energy shield in front of them and quickly beat it with their hands. This is a barrier. Everyone was shocked by Long Fei's methods again. What an amazing little guy. His Majesty the Pope must like you very much. The Contra woman looked at this scene and walked out, standing in front of the 3 of them and looking at Long Fei. You're right, no one can leave today, but it's not us, it's you. Long Fei's eyes were fired on Poli. 2 years ago you didn't die, but today you will die. The net moment Long Fei's cold voice sounded and then there was another chill in his body and Long's power became even stronger. This barrier is very strong and we can't break it. Let's see how Li Qi does it first. Inside the barrier, Qin Ming gave up on hammering the barrier and said. At this moment their eyes were completely focused on Long Fei. Today this place is the graveyard of the 4 of you. Long Fei's murderous voice sounded and his body was violently shaken. The blood-stained black and white robe plotted instantly. A strong man should wear his clothes, revealing that extremely strong, beautiful and strong muscular body. All over the body green light blooms. The chaos green dragon totem tattoo appears and the supreme dragon power suddenly emerges. His pupils also turned into colorful blue dragon pupils. The hair stood on end. Under the terrifying aura, the soul rings symbolizing the world's top years fell from his head one by one. Each one is bigger than the previous one. 2 scarlet red soul rings with 100,000-year age and 3 brilliant golden 1,000,000-year soul rings. There are 5 soul rings in total, taking up more than half of the entire venue. A terrifying aura came out and a huge chaotic green dragon phantom emerged from his body. The auras of both sides were immediately suppressed by him. Now all the things in front of Long Fei are like grains of sand under an 100,000-year martial spirit. Golden soul ring. What year is this? But it must be very strong if it's over 100,000. 5 rings Soul King. Impossible. Everyone was frightened and their shocked voice voices resounded in the soul hunting ground. The 4 people who originally wanted to say something now had their e-pressions completely frozen. How could the 3 contras gasped. Suddenly chills stood up. There is a feeling of death coming out of my body. What was in front of them was no longer a person but a huge green dragon that made them unable to breathe and looked down upon them. Me-ed with the endless ancient supremacy. They are all so small. Is this an illusion? Still. Chapter 49. Join a gang. Damn it, don't think that just because you brought out a big dragon and some shiny golden things I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you I'm not scared. Male soul Douluo Huang Tian suddenly felt courageous and shouted angrily. We have 3 level 87 soul Douluos and 1 level 79 soul saint here. So what if he has 100,000 year soul ring? We are 4 against 1 and we are still afraid that he is just pretending to be a golden person. Such a 5 rings soul king. Today I'm going to show you how powerful our contra is. It's not something that a mere 100,000-year-old spirit ring can compete with. Huang Tian didn't know where he got the courage but he just couldn't give in. Is a soul Douluo afraid of a soul king? How can I survive if this gets spread? But he has 200,000-year soul rings. Holy said. Huang Tian looked at him coldly then raised his hand and slapped him down. Snapped. Huang Tian snorted coldly. You bastard. Are you disturbing the morale of the army and giving up before the fight begins? Holy was in pain and didn't dare to talk back. Everyone just open your real body and let this pretentious boy see how powerful we are. Huang Tian finished. The first one burst out with soul power and his whole body was full of muscle. The power becomes huge. The true form of ghost ape. A huge ferocious looking ape appeared in its true form. Thunder, a true form. Then the second contra Huang Yu shouted. A huge blue figure appeared holding a huge thunder point in his hand. His aura was as fierce as that of the ghost ape. Tianmu's true form. Contra woman Huang Yan also made a move. A huge eye appeared that penetrated the surrounding area. The whole person exudes an aura that is difficult to express in words. Damn it, I'm coming too. Holy's eyes widened. The true form of the wild beast. Another monster with a ferocious aura appeared in its true form. Now 4 martial soul avatars are confronting Long Fei. Long Fei put away the Qinglong ancient sword. Clenching fists with both hands, the aura of strength surged and the manic arrogance enveloped the whole body. Complete lithe bottom entered an explosive state. The fluttering and erect hair also turned golden at this moment. The state resembles the legendary Super Xian. The NET second under Huang Tian's lead. The voices of those people also rang out. Little bastard, take the move. The 8 soul skill. Space distortion. The one who struck first was Huang Yan. Her Tianmu martial soul was one that was prone to mental control. When used in the real body the power will be even more powerful. Ghost ape mortar. The second one to attack was Huang Tian who also had the 8 soul skill. Air splitting thunder slash. The third one to attack was Huang Yu who also had the 8 soul skill. The wild beast attack. The last one is pulley. Now he can only use the strongest SITH soul skill to attack. When Long Fei was under the spatial distortion of his third eye the world around him changed. The space was constantly distorted. Ordinary people would fall into a state of infinite dizziness, nausea, discomfort and being unable to get out. But unfortunately she happened to meet Long Fei whose mental power had reached the realm of Shen Yuan. Long Fei's pupils moved and the colorful blue dragon's pupils flashed with light directly breaking the spatial distortion and it would double back and bite back. Huang Yan on the opposite side vomited a mouthful of blood without warning. Her face instantly became pale and haggard and her body was unsteady. Plop. Huang Yan was dizzy. The world was in confusion and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Her spirit was severely injured and she instantly fell to the ground and passed out. This scene made everyone dumbfounded. I never expected that the first thing to worry about was their control. Mom, don't be stunned. Save people quickly. Huang Tian roared facing Pulley. You are the weakest here. Save people quickly. Huang Yu and I are enough here. If there is anything wrong with her I will need you to death. I didn't do it so why should you scold me? Why should you pinch me to death? Pulley was so angry that he yelled back angrily. How could Huang Tian get used to his bad temper and directly yell and curse? Damn, the little soul saint is still full of ambition. How dare you refute? Just wait, I will go back and repair it after I deal with this pretentious boy. You. Pulley came back to his senses and suddenly regretted it. Rushed to save people. Fancy. Looking at the powerful offensive Yuding in front of him, Long Fei looked calm, indifferent. The NET second he was directly overwhelmed by 3 terrifying attack. Boom. Bang. You're still pretending to be cool with me at this point? Look, this is the end of pretending. Do you think he can survive? Does he still have to perform to tell us that his body is very hard and he can watch the NET 3 lines which together are enough to get a title? Douluo's powerful attack. Ha ha ha. You're laughing so hard. Huang Tian put his hands on his hips and laughed without fear, pointing at Li Qi who was already overwhelmed by the terrifying attack. Li Qi. When everyone above saw this scene their faces turned pale. Such a terrifying attack will leave you crippled. even if you don't die. You laugh so hard, your laughter is so ugly. At this moment a cold and disgusting voice came from the explosion smoke. As soon as the voice came out, Huang Tian's face, which was still full of pride and smile, suddenly froze and his eyes widened. The same is true for Topaz, and Pulley showed a look of fear. This scene is a bit familiar. This is where we all attacked together 2 years ago, but this monster is unharmed. Then it was a ruthless crushing and killing. Is it coming? Is that scene from back then coming back? Pulley was almost scared to death. The net second he put his hand on Huang Yan's nose and found that she was out of breath. I quickly squeezed my hand and found that my pulse was gone, and the body is very cold. Dead, dead. Pulley screamed in horror. 2 adults. She is dead. Pulley quickly reported. Huang Yan, Li Qi, you fucked me. I will definitely kill you today. I won't take you back. Huang Tian was completely furious and joined forces with Huang Yu to attack directly with a surge of murderous aura. After using all the soul skills, they don't believe that they can't kill this Li Qi. The 3 golden soul rings on Long Fei's body fused at this moment and then separated from his body and appeared in front of him. The upright soul rings were spinning and were very, very big. Long Fei stepped back with his right foot and the ground shattered. He made a fist with his right hand and made a movement like drawing a bow with concentrated force. Take a deep breath. Ha! In an instant, terrifying power filled the sky and huge power swirled out. The net second, the hole in the middle of the huge golden soul ring in front was filled with golden halo like a golden wormhole. The golden halo was pulled by Long Fei's fist. Net moment. Boom! Long Fei punched out directly. The fist energy plod. One punch breaks all laws. A cold drink. The huge fist of the overwhelming power of annihilation became 100 times larger, formed from the halo in the middle of the golden soul ring and then blasted directly forward like a shock wave. The scope is super broad. Thunderous speed. The space plotted and the sonic waves were extremely harsh. The people in front had no chance to escape. With the power of 3 million year soul rings, this punch is powerful enough to destroy a god. The 2 people in front of me were just different contras. One was a soul saint and the other was a dead contra. Want to take this punch and survive? Wishful thinking. Idiot's dream. Boom! The blasting offensive directly caused the entire soul hunting field to collapse and the buildings that encountered this energy instantly turned into nothingness. Only 3 screams were heard but not a single person was seen. A huge mushroom cloud formed in the distance of the explosion and shot straight into the sky. A few minutes later, all that was left in front of him was a huge long mark that was 100 meters long and penetrated the entire soul hunting ground. The mark was at least 3 meters deep and the surroundings were empty and steaming. And that huge pit in the distance, it really makes people gasp and feel terrified after watching it. So horrible, horrible. This damn thing is definitely not on the same level. And those 4 people, not even the scum is left. A mere soul Douluo dares to act arrogantly in front of my soul king. This is your fate. Long Fei withdrew his strength, calmed down, took a deep breath and slowly spit it out. This punch was used. He has a lot of soul power. The special effects on him gradually disappeared and returned to normal. At this moment a clear stream of energy entered his body and became a member of the sea of soul power. His martial soul can become soul power by absorbing the power after death. After reaching a certain soul power, it will become a bit of divine power. At that time Long Fei can upgrade. He rubbed the tattoos on his body, then took out new clothes and put them on. It's really a waste of clothes to be angry, Long Fei muttered. At this moment the people above were protected by the barrier and Long Fei also deliberately operated in secret so they were not harmed, but they are completely stunned now. His pupils widened, jaw dropping, collective sluggishness. All eyes were focused on the scene caused by the attack ahead. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. A few minutes later, swallowed hard. Chapter 50-50. Ya Lingling is brave. Long Fei briefly introduced the Qinglong gang to a few people. The specific content is similar to that of Meng Shenji and the others. Now he took these people back to the academy and directly found Meng Shenji and the others. Then he talked about the Qinglong gang's souls in detail. He spoke for half an hour and everyone digested it for more than half an hour. Everyone's prescience were extremely shocked. In this world it seems that there will soon be a new system. After more than half an hour of silence, Long Fei spoke again. In short, the mission of our Qinglong gang is to create souls and let humans and soul beasts coexist. Of course I can't guarantee 100% coexistence. After all, we can't control everything, but by then it's time to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Gang leader, when can we use that soul? Meng Shenji asked. Long Fei saw that everyone had already made plans for him. Yu Tianheng, you will start when you reach the 40th level of the soul sect. Yu Pan, you will start when you reach the 50th level of the soul king. Qin Ming, you will be at the 70 level. As for the 3 of you, I'm a little older and in the end I only have 1 level, entering level 90. Of course our Qinglong gang's goal is God. Long Fei said cautiously, when our Qinglong gang is ready, when the Qinglong gang comes out, the mainland will usher in a huge reform. form. Gang leader, how do you calculate the price of the soul? Some families are too expensive and cannot afford it. Yu Pan asked. It was hard to say before, but now Long Fei has a 100% copy mirror and he will be able to produce it in super batches. He has already thought about the price. Long Fei smiled and said a 10-year soul costs 10 gold soul coins, a 100-year soul costs 100 gold soul coins, a 1,000-year soul costs 10,000 gold soul coins, a 10,000-year soul costs 100,000 gold soul coins, 100,000. The initial price is 1 million gold soul coins, and the souls produced by the Qinglong Gang have unlimited growth. Even 10-year souls can one day become 100,000-year souls. At present it is difficult to create a 100,000-year soul, but it should not be a problem later. After hearing this, everyone gasped. It's really unimaginable. Since the 100,000-year-old soul ring that so many people dream of can be obtained with only 1 million gold soul coins, and it's an upgraded soul, it seems that the mainland is really going to change this time. Meng Shenji and others were shocked. After the all-continental elite tournament, I will lead you to the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. Long Fei looked at Yu Tianheng and said, Tianheng, I will take the time to visit your family during this period and you will do the rest. There's no need to pay any attention to it. Yu Tianheng's face froze, then nodded. I know the gang leader. Okay, let's disperse. At the end of this meeting, Long Fei left the room directly. Long family, it's time to go back and take a look. After all, I am the one who is scheduled to help. Long Fei muttered. Long Tinger came to mind. In SI years this little girl must have grown up. Tisk tisk. At this moment footsteps came from behind him. Long Fei. Long Fei turned around and saw that the person coming was Yelingling. Yelingling, what do you want from me? Is there anything else you don't understand? Long Fei smiled. Oh no, that's it. Yelingling's words were intermittent. Her face was red with embarrassment and she just couldn't speak. In that case, by the way, how many members do you still have in the Nine Hearts Haitang sect? Long Fei asked. Yelingling was startled and looked a little unhappy. Did this bastard really not know, or was he pretending not to know? A little angry, however, he still spoke. Our sect is all from a single lineage. There can only be 2 people who possess the nine-hearted begonia. There are also some cryptic things. At present there are only no less than white people. As she said that, she squeezed it hard with her hands. De Sanzong thought, immortal Ju in Haitang, she is the successor of this generation. When the time comes, I will also go to your sect. I will need you to lead the way. As long as your sect joins my Qinglong Gang, it will surely rise again. You don't need to be afraid of Wuhan Palace because you have me. As long as I don't die and the Qinglong Gang is immortal, no one can change everything the Qinglong Gang has made. Long Fei said with an extremely solemn presence. As a time traveler, he naturally knows the mystery. Ju in Haitang can only have one successor in each generation, and there can only be 2 Ju Xin Haitang soul masters alive at the same time. Only when one dies can another one appear in the descendant. It can be said that it is the martial spirit with the smallest number. However, as the leader of a gang, he is the most powerful backer for the gang members. Naturally, Long Fei will not let such a thing happen. He will forcefully change this hidden danger. After hearing this, Yelang Liang was very moved and wished she could throw herself directly into Long Fei's arms to be warmed. She hesitated again and again. Her face turned red with embarrassment, but she still gritted her teeth and said, Long Fei, I like you. After saying that, his whole body felt as if his hair had plotted and his complexion instantly turned as rosy and shy as a red apple. Now that I have said it, I was very scared and embarrassed, but I was also a little happy. At least I was able to speak out what I had been holding in my heart all these years. Her 2 pairs of delicate hands held the clothes tightly, shivering. At this moment both of them stood there without moving and both looked at each other. Long Fei's little heart beat a little fast. Is this what it feels like to be confessed? I'm so nervous. I wasn't that nervous when dealing with Soul Saint and Contra. Now that I'm defeated by a mere confession. Long Fei took a deep breath and said, Ling Ling. This was the first time Yelingling was called that by Long Fei. Anyway, she is super shy now. How? Yelingling hesitated. Tonight your room is still my room, Long Fei said. Yelingling stared in disbelief, looking even more embarrassed. Is this so fast? Yelingling said coquettishly, I'm not ready yet. How about your room? Long Fei asked cautiously. Okay. Yelingling also nodded. Sure enough, women are duplicitous creatures. They say they don't want it, but their bodies are very sincere. Long Fei was immediately elated. There was going to be a battle tonight. You know, in the past SI years, she and Gu Yuina have not developed to this stage. At most they only kissed. Wow, Yelingling finally took this step. At this moment, Yu Tianheng and others who had just come out of the room saw this scene and immediately pulled everyone back to the room, sticking their little heads out and looking at it curiously. Then he claimed, when will I be single? She Mo and others muttered, very envious. Except for Yu Tianheng and Duguyan, everyone here is single. Everybody longs for love. These guys. Long Fei came back to his senses and discovered them instantly. The good guys guys were all watching the show. Whatever you are looking at, get out of here. Do you want to taste the fist of my gang leader? Long Fei shouted in an instant as he gained strength. There is a fierce and domineering aura emanating from his body. Damn, I've been discovered. Run, Shimo said. Everyone ran away quickly. They didn't want to get punched. It was too scary. Suddenly the image of the huge golden fist in the soul hunting field filled his mind. Ah, they are all here. Lingling now wished he could find a place to hide. Lingling, remember to wash up and wait for me tonight. Long Fei raised an eyebrow and teased. Chapter 51 Capture. Time flies and it's night. Long Fei walked out of his room in a good mood and walked directly towards Lingling's room. There was a knock on the door. No lock. When Long Fei saw that the door was open, the corner of his mouth curled up and then he pushed the door open and went in. Close the door. Good smell. Very charming, fragrant. Long Fei suddenly felt hungry. At this moment Lingling was sitting on the bed wearing a long blue dress. The long hair was parted and flying. The charming fragrance is like a lover in love. Her face was crimson and her head was lowered. After tonight you are my woman. After Long Fei finished speaking, he walked directly towards her and then a fierce battle broke out in an instant. Long Fei showed off a wealth of moves he had learned in his previous life which came in handy at this time. In the room people were shouting and shouting. In Douluo continent Long Fei is already an adult and it is completely legal to do these things. At this moment martial spirit headquarters inside the papal palace. At this moment the atmosphere here is a bit dull and there is a very cold atmosphere. There are 4 people here. They were BBDong standing at the top, Yu Guan and Gui Mei still below, and between them there was an old man who was half kneeling down and looking frightened. This person was Ma Gu. He reported the news but he was also frightened by the aura emanating from BBDong. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his back was soaked. There are still some who can't breathe and have difficulty breathing. What are you talking about? The soul hunting ground collapsed. The 3 soul Douluo who went there are dead. BBDong's voice was cold. Her face was extremely cold and a fierce anger flashed in her eyes. Yes, horse stalks dare not hide anything. BBDong laughed angrily. Okay. The chilling aura emanating from her body made the 3 people below tremble. Yu Guan and Gui Mei also felt extremely depressed. Damn, this is so scary. Her eyes were cold, deep and sharp. Can you find out who did it? BBDong really didn't believe that a soul king could make such a big noise and even killed 387th level soul Douluo. Ma didn't dare to raise his head and his whole body was trembling. He swallowed hard and said, not yet, but according to those who have been there is only one name. Your Majesty, you also know it. Now he just wants to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Li Qi. BBDong's voice was cold and high-pitched. Ma Gu said vigorously, yes, His Majesty the Pope, it is this Li Qi. But I still can't believe that he can cause such a huge disaster and damage. BBDong said, send someone to find out who is responsible. There is also a young man named Li Qi. I don't believe this is his real name, otherwise we would have found out long ago. Yes, what should His Majesty the Pope do with the soul hunting ground? After all, this person has already joined the Wuhan Hall. Ma Gu asked cautiously. Let's see what decision BBDong made. I'll go take a look for myself and then make a decision. After saying that, BBDong waved and turned around. Go down. Yes, I'm resigning. After Ma Gu finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and then breathed a sigh of relief. At this time the heavy pressure in the palace gradually disappeared. Yu Guan handed over his hand and said respectfully, His Majesty the Pope, it seems that this matter is more complicated than I thought. The old ghost and I can investigate it ourselves. All of this must have something to do with this Li Qi. Tomorrow morning I will go to Tiandu city with you. Let's talk about it then. BBDong sat down with a gloomy expression. Although there is no shortage of Contras in Wuhan Hall, the fact that 387 Contras died in such an unknown manner would damage the image of Wuhan Hall, so she had to investigate the situation. Pass my order to arrest this Li Qi again. Mobilize the members of Wuhan Palace and let each of them clearly remember this person's body structure as well as the lower half of his face under the mask. Anyone who feels similar can be arrested and examined by me. This time BBDong attacked hard. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. The 2 accepted the order and quickly went to deal with it. The other side. Fighting time often passes the fastest. When the morning sunlight shines on the bed through the windows and curtains, a new day comes. Long Fei woke up and looked at Lingling, who was sleeping soundly. Net to him. Lingling looked even more feminine at this moment. Recalling the battle last night, Long Fei said in a soft voice, I'm exhausted, go to sleep well. After saying that, he got out of bed very lightly. Put on your clothes and go directly to wash up. Stretching and straightening his body, Long Fei claimed that he was sore. Suddenly Long Fei felt a very comfortable increase in affinity. The bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon seems to have slightly improved. He was stunned. Could it be that doing this exercise will help my Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline? Generally speaking, my bloodline is helpful. I wonder if there will be any changes in her body or martial spirit. Long Fei touched his chin and and thought carefully. Just wait until she wakes up and ask. After going out, the college was a bit lively today. Long Fei came to Qin Ming and asked. It turned out that the Crown Prince had come to the academy and was now in the church hall. Your Highness the Crown Prince? Shueking he? It shouldn't be Qian Ren Yui, Long Fei muttered and then walked towards the church intending to take a look at the excitement. When Long Fei came to the church, he saw the royal knight not far away. He took a step forward and was stopped by the night guard in front. His Royal Highness is on business and no one else is allowed to enter. The tone of the night guard was very cold. Long Fei stopped, his eyes narrowed and his face looked unhappy. His eyes looked inside. Once the mental power is released, it will be fully covered. The NET second I saw the scene inside. Now there are 4 people inside. Among the 4 people there were 3 men, Meng Shenji, and the remaining young man was Shueking He. They are what is being communicated. Discussing something. Is he Shueking He? Long Fei said. How brave, since I dare to call his highness by his first name. Plang. The night guard drew his sword directly and was about to slash at Long Fei. Long Fei shouted coldly, go away. Bang bang. Since the 2 long swords struck Long Fei, they stopped. What? The guard pupils shrank and his E-Pression suddenly changed drastically. Since the sword couldn't cut through Long Fei's body, you must know that they used too much force. What a hard body. The NET second, a burst of chi broke out from Long Fei's body and shattered the 2 swords. Looking for death. Sensing the aura of danger, the 2 guards immediately released their soul power and 7 soul rings emerged from their bodies. A golden giant appeared in their hands and they slashed at Long Fei. Stop. However, at this moment a cold shout directly stopped the 2 men from attacking. The person who walked out of the church was none other than the personable and elegant Shueking He, who was dressed in the attire of a royal prince. The guard immediately stopped attacking. What's going on with you two? Since you are attacking the students of the college? Shueking He frowned and asked coldly. Your Highness, this person spoke rudely to you and dared to call you by your name. He deserves death. The guard half turned around and reported. He looked at Long Fei coldly with endless killing intent. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Long Fei burst into laughter. What an imperial royal family, but your royal family is so special. It's so majestic to kill people by calling them by their first name. Meng Shenji inside couldn't help but change his E-Pression when he saw this scene. No, the gang leader is here and these 2 blind things just offended him. Bad thoughts arose in the minds of Meng Shenji and others at the same time. Chapter 52 Shueking He. Time passed and it came to night. Long Fei walked out of his room in a good mood and walked directly towards Yelingling's room. There was a knock on the door. No lock. When Long Fei saw that the door was open, the corner of his mouth curled up and then he pushed the door open and went in. Close the door. Good smell. Very charming, fragrant. Long Fei suddenly felt hungry. At this moment Yelingling was sitting on the bed wearing a long blue dress. The long hair was parted and flying. The charming fragrance is like a lover in love. Her face was crimson and her head was lowered. After tonight you will be my woman. After Long Fei finished speaking, he walked directly towards her and then a fierce battle broke out in an instant. Long Fei showed off a wealth of moves he had learned in his previous life which came in handy at this time. In the room people were shouting and shouting. In Douluo continent Long Fei is already an adult and it is completely legal to do these things. At this moment martial spirit headquarters inside the papal palace. At this moment the atmosphere here is a bit dull and there is a very cold atmosphere. There are 4 people here. They were BBDong standing at the top, Yu Guan and Gui Mei still below, and between them there was an old man who was half kneeling down and looking frightened. This person was Ma Gu. He reported the news but he was also frightened by the aura emanating from BBDong. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his back was soaked. There are still some who can't breathe and have difficulty breathing. What are you talking about? The soul hunting ground collapsed. The 3 soul Douluo who went there are dead. BBDong's voice was cold. Her face was extremely cold and a fierce anger flashed in her eyes. It's it. Ma Ku didn't dare to hide anything. BBDong laughed angrily. Okay. The chilling aura emanating from her body made the 3 people below tremble. Yu Guan and Gui Mei also felt extremely depressed. Damn, this is so scary. Her eyes were cold, deep and sharp. Can you find out who did it? BBDong really didn't believe that a soul king could make such a big noise and even killed 387th level soul Douluo. He didn't dare to raise his head and his whole body was trembling. He swallowed hard and said, not yet, but according to those who have been there is only one name. His Majesty the Pope, you know it too. Now he just wants to leave this ghost place as soon as possible. Li Qi. BBDong's voice was cold and high-pitched. Ma Gu said vigorously, yes, His Majesty the Pope, it is this Li Qi. But I still can't believe that he can cause such a huge disaster and damage. BBDong said, send someone to find out who is responsible. There is also a young man named Li Qi. I don't believe this is his real name, otherwise we would have found out long ago. Yes, His Majesty the Pope, what should I do with that soul hunting ground? After all, this has already joined the spirit hall. Yes, Ma Gu asked cautiously. Let's see what decision BBDong make. I'll go take a look for myself and then make a decision. After saying that, BBDong waved and turned around. Go down. Yes, I'm resigning. After Ma Gu finished speaking, he quickly left the hall and then breathed a sigh of relief. At this time the heavy pressure in the palace gradually disappeared. Yu Guan handed over his hand and said respectfully, His Majesty the Pope, it seems that this matter is more complicated than I thought. The old ghost and I can investigate it ourselves. All of this must have something to do with this Li Qi. Tomorrow morning I will go to Tiandu city with you. Let's talk about it then. BBDong sat down with a gloomy expression. Although there is no shortage of Contras in Wuhan Hall, the fact that 387 Contras died in such an unknown manner would damage the image of Wuhan Hall, so she had to investigate the situation. Pass my order to arrest this Li Qi again. Mobilize the members of Wuhan Palace and let each of them clearly remember this person's body structure as well as the lower half of his face under the mask. Anyone who feels similar can be arrested and examined by me. This time BBDong attacked hard. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. The two accepted the order and quickly went to deal with it. The other side. Fighting time often passes the fastest. When the morning sunlight shines on the bed through the windows and curtains, a new day comes. Long Fei woke up and looked at Yelingling, who was sleeping soundly. Net to him. Yelingling looked even more feminine at this moment. Recalling the battle last night, Long Fei said in a soft voice, I'm exhausted, go to sleep well. After saying that, he got out of bed very lightly. Put on your clothes and go directly to wash up. Stretching and straightening his body, Long Fei claimed that he was sore. Suddenly Long Fei felt a very comfortable increase in affinity. The bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon seems to have slightly improved. He was stunned. Could it be that doing this exercise will help my Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline? Generally speaking, my bloodline is helpful. I wonder if there will be any changes in her body or martial spirit. Long Fei touched his chin and thought carefully. Just wait until she wakes up and ask. After going out, the college was a bit lively today. Long Fei came to Qin Ming and asked. It turned out that the Crown Prince had come to the academy and was now in the church hall. His Royal Highness Shui Qinghe? No, it should be Qian Ren Yui. Long Fei muttered and then walked towards the church, intending to take a look at the excitement. When Long Fei came to the church, he saw the Royal Knight not far away. He took a step forward and was stopped by the night guard in front. His Royal Highness is on business and no one else is allowed to enter. The tone of the night guard was very cold. Long Fei stopped. His eyes narrowed and his face looked unhappy. His eyes looked inside. Once the mental power is released, it will be fully covered. The net second I saw the scene inside. Now there are 4 people inside. Among the 4 people there were 3 men, Meng Shenji and the remaining young man was Shui Qinghe. They are communicating something, discussing something. Is he Shui Qinghe? Long Fei said. How brave, since I dare to call his highness by his first name. Plang. The night guard drew his sword directly and was about to slash at Long Fei. Long Fei shouted coldly, go away. Bang bang. Since the 2 long swords struck Long Fei, they stopped. What? The guard pupils shrank and his expression suddenly changed drastically. Since the sword couldn't cut through Long Fei's body, you must know that they used too much force. What a hard body. The net second, a burst of qi broke out from Long Fei's body and shattered the 2 swords. Looking for death. Sensing the aura of danger, the 2 guards immediately released their soul power and 7 soul rings emerged from their bodies. A golden giant appeared in their hands and they slashed at Long Fei. Stop. However, at this moment a cold shout directly stopped the 2 men from attacking. The person who walked out of the church was none other than the personable and elegant Shui Qinghe, who was dressed in the attire of a royal prince. The guard immediately stopped attacking. What's going on with you two? Since you are attacking the students of the college? Shui Qinghe frowned and asked coldly. Your Highness, this person has spoken rudely to you and dared to call you by your name. He deserves death. The guard half turned around and reported. He looked at Long Fei coldly with endless killing intent. Ha ha ha. Suddenly Long Fei burst into laughter. What an imperial royal family, but your royal family is so special. Calling people by their first names and killing them is really awe-inspiring. Meng Shenji inside couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this scene. No, the gang leader is here and these 2 blind things just offended him. Bad thoughts arose in the minds of Meng Shenji and others at the same time. Chapter 53. The mutation of Zhu and Begonia. This student, maybe there is a misunderstanding between us. Shui Qinghe frowned, feeling a little angry, but still spoke in a gentle tone. Although Long Fei's words were harsh, fortunately he was not the real him but Qian Ren Yui. From a certain perspective they can cooperate, but she didn't know the identity and strength of the person in front of her, so wanting to cooperate was just a dream at the moment. Misunderstanding? Aren't your royal families and empires very arrogant and looking down on the common people? Long Fei sneered, and at the same time he also deliberately embarrassed the Shui Qinghe in front of him. Boy, if you keep talking nonsense we will kill you with an AE. The guard looked furious. We're talking, when will it be your your dog turn to interrupt? Long Fei shouted coldly, seeking death. The guard was humiliated and flew into a rage. He had endured the discomfort, but now he just chopped it down with an AE. Stop. Seeing this, Shrek King He's presence changed and he shouted angrily, get out of the way. He shouted hurriedly at Long Fei, but it's too late. The hit Long Fei's body directly. Long Fei's face was indifferent. He directly raised his hand and struck it with a fierce palm. Bang! A shocking scene appeared. The is broken. Then Long Fei's palm hit the guard chest directly. The chest was sunken and blood spurted out. He flew backward and hit the ground hard. He was vomiting blood. His face was pale and ugly and his eyes were shrouded in fear. The net moment the whole person had difficulty breathing. His head turned. He couldn't breathe and he couldn't rest in peace. Then a force that only Long Fei could see was pulled away from the man and entered the sea of soul power in his body. Seeing this scene, the other guard soul saint trembled. Shrek King He took a breath of air and was also trembling. His face was extremely shocked. It's still too late. Meng Shenji and the three men behind her covered their foreheads with their hands, fearful in their heart. A palm. With just one palm he shattered the soul of a soul saint and killed him. Come on, come over here. I'll slap you to death. Long Fei's eyes were fixed on another guard and he didn't feel any discomfort at all because he had just killed a person as if it was a common occurrence. Long Fei snorted coldly and continued, don't show your royal stinking face in front of me in the future. Any time I see you pulling like this you will end up like your teammate. How dare the guard strike down after seeing the scene before. He didn't want to die. He was scared, trembling, scared to death. Get away. After Long Fei glared at him, the guard backed away without even daring to stop him. Long Fei walked toward the swelling river above, wiped the blood on his hand, disgusted. You really let me see blood so early in the morning? After saying that, he raised his hand and patted Shrek King He's shoulder and said, Your Highness, you are not a bad person. We can have an in-depth communication as long as you don't look like a royal noble. Shrek King He originally planned to avoid it, but after thinking about it he decided not to. She forced a smile and the person in front of him gave him a very dangerous aura. But now she can't reveal her identity, otherwise she will learn the truth about the power of the young man in front of her. A soul saint can be held in one palm, which is truly unprecedented. Shrek King He's face showed a smile. Young master is really secretive. Don't you know your name? It's an honor for King He to know you. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said, My name is Lin Dong. I heard that the crown prince came to the academy today. Long Fei was very curious and wanted to see the legendary majesty of his royal highness Shrek King He. I was offended just now. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Dong, your surname is Lin. Could it be related to the Lin family? Shrek King He was very confused but quickly replied, They are so rude to the young master, which can be regarded as a punishment. King He knows such a strong young master, so naturally he will not take what happened today to his heart. 3 members of the education committee. Is this Mr. Lin Dong really from your college? Shrek King He looked at Meng Shenji and the others. A deep charm flashed through his eyes. Yes, Lin Dong is a student of our Tiandu Royal Academy. He is currently 12 years old and is a rare genius. Meng Shenji swallowed back the word gang leader and then faced Long Fei a great compliment. What? 12 years old? Shrek King He's eyes widened when he looked at Long Fei, who was much taller than him and covered in muscles. You're only 12 years old? Shrek King He looked up and down Long Fei's body with his eyes dumbfounded. Long Fei nodded. Yes, you killed a strong soul saint with one palm. What level of soul power do you have? Shrek King He never thought that a 12-year-old could surpass the soul sect, let alone a soul saint or someone who could surpass the soul saint. Contra. Just now I thought Long Fei was in his 20s, but he didn't expect that since he was only 12 years old. Guess Long Fei smiled. When Shrek King He heard this, his presence froze and he cursed in his heart, I guess you are a ghost. I can't guess. Shrek King He shook his head. I won't tell you. Don't ask. Anyway, none of the 10 highnesses can be my opponent. Long Fei grinned. This look made Shrek King He very manic and he almost revealed his true colors and went to fuck Long Fei. Forget it, we are destined to meet today. I am not much older than you. How about you consider me your brother? I can definitely give you better resources and I am one person below 10,000 people. Shrek King He made no secret of the solicitation on the spot and directly offered attractive conditions below. One person above 10,000 people? Long Fei couldn't help but smile after hearing this, but the smile was so sarcastic. Sounds really good. If someone else might have agreed. It's a pity that His Highness met me. Long Fei shook his head and didn't care at all. The conversation between the two seemed to be full of gunpowder. Young master, you don't want it. Shrek King He narrowed his eyes. Below one person and above 10,000 people, what's the point? If you want to do it, just be the first person. Long Fei approached Shrek King He's ear and said in a low magnetic voice. At this moment Long Fei showed an extremely confident and domineering aura. Shrek King He's heart skipped a beat and his body couldn't help but tremble. His pupils narrowed and widened, his face gradually darkened and his voice was low. Master Lin Dong's ambition is really great, but it's not that easy. Ha haha, I didn't want to finish it so quickly, Long Fei said and walked towards Meng Shenji and the others. Master Lin Dong, are you really not considering my conditions? After all, if you want to realize your ambition you must be able to grow up. It would be a pity if you die halfway. Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes, his face was gloomy and his tone was with a strong threat. It's not your highness's business to worry about. You'd better be a good your highness. Oh, by the way, your highness, you smell pretty good. There was a hint of ridicule in Long Fei's tone. Shui Qinghe was startled and thought to himself, he won't find out my identity, right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this is really the case, this person cannot be kept. Either come to me or be eradicated. At this moment a cold murderous intention emerged in Shui Qinghe's heart. Long Fei's repeated verbal stimulation made her want to take action, but she couldn't be E-post, and even if her identity was E-post she was just a sole emperor at this time. Even if the seraphs were there she couldn't be sure that she would be able to kill Long Fei. It seems that we need to let the soul Douluo from Wuhan Palace know. To be safer it would be better to send out the titled Douluo directly. Of course if he can take refuge in me I can spare his life. Snort. Shui Qinghe snorted coldly and then said to the 3 education committee members, there are still things to do in Qinghe Palace, please leave first. After saying that she turned and left. Looking at the dead guard he said to the other guard, take care of yourself and return to the city. Yes, your highness. Chapter 54 Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey. Meng Shenji looked at Shui Qinghe's retreating figure and narrowed his eyes. Gang leader Shui Qinghe is the crown prince of the Tiandu Empire after all. He has great murderous intent and hostility towards you, so you must be careful. Hilin and Bai Basehan nodded. After all, he is not as kind as he seems on the surface. Long Fei didn't care and said in a calm tone, of course I know, but so what about the prince? What about the empire? As long as I think that the Tiandu Empire can be destroyed, our Qinglong gang is not as simple as it seems. When the time comes you will understood. Hearing what Long Fei said, Meng Shenji and the other 3 were all curious. What kind of power is this Qinglong gang? So far all they know is the information Long Fei said. They have never been there or looked at it. Long Fei is a member of the Qinglong gang. I will tell you a secret that is a big secret to you. What secret? Meng Shenji and the other 3 were curious. Long Fei, the real Shui Qinghe, has died long ago. What? The real Shui Qinghe is dead? Isn't it possible? These people are alive. Then who was that person just now? The e-prescience of Meng Shenji and others changed drastically and they screamed. Long Fei let out a sigh of relief. The current Shui Qinghe is a woman disguised as a man. The actor named Qian Ren Yui is the daughter of Pope BBDong of Wuhan Palace. After saying that he found a seat and sat down. As e-pected after hearing Long Fei's words, Meng Shenji and the other 2 screamed like crazy again. Long Fei was tired of hearing this. Just pretend you haven't heard of this matter for the time being and just go and do what you have to do. Standing up, Long Fei waved his hand and left. The 3 of them were sitting in their seat deep in thought with shocked e-prescience on their faces. I didn't e-peck. It's really unimaginable. Since Shui Qinghe died long ago now, Shui Qinghe is a member of Wuhan Palace. The Wuhan Palace assassinated Prince Tiandu so boldly and pretended to have only one purpose: completely control the Tiandu Empire. After a moment of silence, Meng Shenji ordered, until there is no order from the gang leader we will act as if nothing has happened or heard about it. Do you understand? We understand. Such a shocking thing. Hilin and Bai Basehan's e-prescience rose. After leaving the academy, Shui Qinghe looked gloomy. I never thought there would be such a tiger and dragon hidden in Tiandu Royal Academy. The surviving guard quickly said, Your Highness, he was so disrespectful to you and even killed a royal guard in front of you. This person is a serious threat and cannot be kept. The Sweking River has a special meaning. He looked at the guard with his eyes and said deliberately, according to what you said, what should we do? Guard, the sooner we eradicate it the safer it will be. Shui Qinghe regained his calm. E-prescience again, what you can think of this palace will naturally think of. You don't need to worry about this matter. I will arrange for people to eradicate it. I have to say that her city is quite deep. Yes. After Long Fei finished his breakfast, he packed a portion and returned to Yalingling's room. At this moment she had woken up and walked out of the shower room. When I saw Long Fei, my mind was filled with the battle scene last night. Her skin is red crystal clear, very smooth and delicate, and you can feel its elasticity and contentment just by looking at it. Face flushed. Fei, you're back. Lingling, I was hosted yesterday. I brought you some breakfast. Come and eat. Looking at Yalingling's current appearance, the inner fire in Long Fei's body was boiling and some kind of instinct from the dragon suddenly emerged, but it was quickly suppressed by him. When Long Fei put down the breakfast in his hand, Yalingling rushed towards him, hugged him and said in a very disgusting voice, Fei, I just found out that my soul power has been upgraded and now I am level 40 and my martial soul seems to have mutated. There was a meteor of surprise, joy and worry in her words. When Long Fei heard this, he suddenly realized, sure enough, she was really affected by my Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. It seems that there are still many uses of my bloodline that I don't know about. That's because of the blood in my body. You are now level 40. In a few days I will take you to the Qinglong Gang headquarters to choose a soul to absorb for you and show me your martial soul. Yalingling let go of his hand, and with a thought his soul power appeared. The nine-hearted begonia appeared in her hands. It was a pink begonia flower composed of white and pink petals. The begonia flower was bright in color and graceful in appearance. The flower's leaves and branches slip from both sides of Yalingling's palms, very graceful and gorgeous. However, the difference between the Jew and begonia at this moment and before is that there are two cyan dragon patterns on each petal, and the breath has also become different, more majestic and noble than before. The power of blood in Long Fei's body was now connected with Ju in Haitang. From the current point of view, Ju in Haitang has more dragon power. This dragon's power is very powerful. Moreover, there is an Etra cyan scale floating in the center of the nine-heart begonia. Yalingling looked very curious. This cyan scale didn't exist originally, but now it appears out of thin air and is integrated with my nine-hearted begonia. This is. Long Fei's eyes were burning and his pupils shrank. A dragon scale from the Chaos Azure Dragon. Long Fei said happily, "That's great, Lingling. You have been infected by my bloodline and your martial soul has been transformed. If you are what I guessed right now, you have gained super defense and attack capabilities at the same time, as well as the healing ability will definitely be greatly increased. And your martial spirit has absolute suppression ability against dragon-like beasts and weapons." Continuing, we will find out after we ask Yushinheng for a test. Good guy Yu Tianheng has become your test subject. Although Yalingling was a little helpless, she became excited after hearing Long Fei's analysis. You must know that their Ju in Haitang only has super healing ability and no defense or attack. If they encounter a powerful attack and have no one to protect them, they will die. That's why she was extremely excited. Yalingling himself was a little impatient. How about we go find Yu Tianheng now? Long Fei smiled and said, "No rush, just finish the breakfast my husband brought you first." Okay. Hearing those two special words, Yalingling's face turned crimson and she felt a very special feeling in her heart. Afterwards, Yalingling slowly finished her breakfast under Long Fei's feeding. Then he went directly to find Yu Tianheng. Everyone was gone, so I went to Qin Ming to find out. It turned out that everyone had gone home during the holiday, so we can only find Qin Ming to do the experiment. Qin Ming has been possessed by the martial soul and the soul ring has risen. Then we have to take action. Lingling, you have to be careful. Come on. Yalingling herself was a little unsure. Qin Ming launched his soul skill and hit Yalingling directly, but he had already controlled the power, otherwise he was really afraid of an accident. At this moment, the scales in the nine-hearted begonia seemed to have their own spirituality, sensing that the owner was in danger. The net moment a green light bloomed and then buzz. Then I saw Qin Ming's attack was directly resolved and disappeared. Damn it. Thank you very much, June. And Wanfan is not as good as her for the reward. Since the work website on the Kunlun Chinese website is currently unable to send thank you cards, I would like to thank you too here. Thanks a lot. Chapter 55 Sun Wukong. Long Fei's heroic figure holding Yalingling with his left hand appeared in Qinglong Ancient, the front of the knife. Then he raised his hand and grasped it out of thin air, and the Qinglong Ancient sword returned directly to his hand. Brother Monkey, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Long Fei grinned as he glanced at the Fire Fini Phantom Star Monkey behind him, who was trembling with fear from the aura on his body. The 5 people in front of them had already gotten up, and the places where their bodies were hit were extremely painful. Who are you? Why did you use such despicable means to capture the monkey that we worked so hard and lost half of our lives to get? Your excellency, you are not kind. You don't have martial ethic. The 5 people spoke angrily. We are all members of the Jianghu. I will save this monkey to give my brother a face, and you can leave the Sunset Forest. Long Fei pointed the ancient green dragon sword in his hand at the 5 people on the other side and said calmly. The man leading the team yelled, "Fart! The 5 of us worked so hard to get the soul beast. How could we give it up to you? You despicable guy took advantage of someone else's danger." Without saying a word, Long Fei raised his knife and cut out a large blade directly through the middle of the 5 people, leaving a smoking knife mark on the ground. Seeing this, beads of sweat fell from everyone's forehead. Long Fei's face was expressionless. My patience is limited. You can survive if you leave now. If you keep talking nonsense, I will chop off your head. The team member wanted to say something else but was immediately stopped by the captain, who told him to shut up with a wink. We are unlucky this time. Let go. The captain looked gloomy and scary, but he could only retreat now. The 5 people had consumed a huge amount of soul power, and this person was very strong. They were definitely no match for them in their current state. Everyone stepped back cautiously, then turned around and ran away quickly. Baby, give it some treatment. Long Fei turned to look at the injured Fire Fini Magic Star Monkey and warned, wait for me here, my wife will treat you. Don't retaliate or I will kill you when I come back. You. As he said that, Long Fei's eyes eyes flashed with coldness and his body displayed the might of the dragon. The Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey was so frightened that it nodded quickly. It has been smart for thousands of years and has a high IQ. Are you going to kill them? Didn't you let them go? Yalingling looked at Long Fei. Their methods are too cruel. We cannot keep these people. Don't forget that our Qinglong gang is on the side of the Soul Beast. The Soul Beasts are now our teammate. Of course, if some teammates are disobedient, they can be killed. We only need to be obedient. Moreover, I asked them to leave, but I didn't let them go. Long Fei showed a devilish smile, looked into the distance and patted Yalingling on the shoulder. Don't look at it if there's too much blood. The monkey is waiting for me here soon. After saying that, Long Fei's figure had disappeared. At this moment only Yalingling and the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey are left. In fact, Yalingling is quite scared. After all, the monkey in front of her is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. It would be too easy to kill her. However, her martial soul has mutated now. When the time comes, it's hard to say who will kill whom. Don't move, I'll treat you. Yalingling summoned the 9-heart Qing Hai Lintang and then treated the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey. Since there has been a mutation, the name naturally needs to be changed. This is the name Long Fei gave her on the Weiju in Qing Hai Lintang. This name is not bad, it sounds nice. The Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey enjoyed being treated. The injuries on his body gradually improved and the entire monkey body suddenly felt very comfortable. The other side, Long Fei had already arrived in front of the 5 people and the murderous aura emanating from his body made them feel terrified. For the first time the footsteps stopped. Sir, is there anything else you can do? That's right, didn't you let us go? Why do you want to go back on your word? Everyone look gloomy. The 5 standard soul rings on his body rose from his body again. Martial spirits were also summoned and they were all on guard. I let you go, but the knife in my hand didn't say anything. Long Fei pointed the knife at them. Fight. As the captain roared, the others launched attacks one after another. Long Fei transformed in front of him. Although these people's moves overwhelmed his body, they did not hit him. The moment Long Fei's figure came out of the explosion, without saying a word, he raised his knife and was slaughtered. Screams and begging for mercy suddenly sounded, but unfortunately they were all in vain. The 5 Perience points entered Long Fei's inner soul sea. The soul power sea area is already so big it seems that it will soon enter the 54th level. Long Fei muttered after killing so many people in the soul hunting field. The Perience points of those people also entered his soul power sea area. Otherwise it wouldn't be as big as it is now. When the soul power sea area absorbs enough, it will undergo a qualitative change and then become a bit of divine power. Call it done. Long Fei put away the ancient Qinglong sword and left here with a calm prescience. Although divine power can be acquired through cultivation, it takes a very long time. The combination of the two will be faster, otherwise he would not have reached level 53 so easily and quickly in the past SI years. Returning to Yalingling's side, the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey had already recovered. The whole monkey felt refreshed, jumping lively. Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey, a rare species of soul beast. The current species of soul beasts can be counted on 10 fingers, Long Fei said to himself. Then he said to the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey, Monkey, I give you 2 choices now. The first is to surrender to me. Follow me and I can make you grow up completely. The second is to leave by yourself. If you encounter danger again, we will not do it again. Appear every time. Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey scratched his head and looked at Long Fei. He is at least a 10,000-year soul beast enough to understand Long Fei's word. Then it leaned towards Long Fei, pressing its intention to seek refuge. Long Fei touched its monkey head, nodded and said, very good, since you follow me we will be a family from now on. I will give you a name, let's call it Sun Wukong. I like the good name. Suddenly Fire Fini Magic Star Monkey spoke. Yalingling and Long Fei were also stunned. You can talk? Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey nodded. I just entered 10,000 years ago and just listened to your conversation. What I learned is not very familiar yet. Long Fei was also surprised by the monkey head's learning ability. It's very good. Your learning ability is very strong. Sure enough, a descendant with a special high-level bloodline like you will definitely be able to do that, but you haven't developed yet. Get up. When you grow up you will definitely be able to punch the Titan giant ape and kick the Azure Bull Python. The host subdues a mutated descendant of an ancient relic. The reward, the infinite body forging technique, which has been entered into the system warehouse. The Wuji body training technique. What is the difference between this and my Wuji longevity technique? Long Fei was immediately confused. System. The Wuji body training technique is a castrated version of the Wuji longevity skill. The former has only 100 levels while the latter has unlimited levels of improvement. Although it is a castrated version except for the level restrictions, the rest of the effects are basically the same. There is no change at all. As long as you practice, your body will become stronger both internally and eternally, and your lifespan will increase tremendously. Long Fei chuckled inwardly. The castrated version, but it came just in time. This Wuji body training training technique can just be used as the inherited technique in the gang. Hehe, it came in time. System, what level can this castrated version of 100 layers of physical strength reach? Long Fei asked curiously. The supreme god of Douluo God Realm system reply sounded. Damn it, this is an awesome peak level skill. Long Fei claimed in his heart. Then my current full version has reached 20 levels. How many more levels do I need to reach the strength of the supreme god? Long Fei asked again. System, if the host only practices the Wuji immortality kung fu, it needs to reach the 70th level. But now that the host is in a special situation, the system estimates that it will be enough to reach the 45th level. Long Fei didn't dare to be surprised after hearing this. After all, he now had the physical strength of a 3rd level god at the 20th level. He is quite special, and the current Douluo world is a low martial world. No matter how awesome the combat power seems, it is only limited to this plane. How powerful can a god realm be when it is swept away by the turbulence of time and space in a black hole? You are right, comrade. Chapter 56. Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast. Long Fei's heroic figure hugged Yalingling with his left hand and appeared in front of the Qinglong ancient sword. Then he raised his hand and grasped it out of thin air, and the Qinglong ancient sword returned directly to his hand. Brother monkey, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you, Long Fei said with a grin after holding back the Fire Fini Fantasy Star monkey behind him, who was trembling with fear from the aura on his body. The 5 people in front had already gotten up, and the places where their bodies were hit were extremely painful. Who are you? Why did you use such despicable means to capture the monkey that we worked so hard and lost half of our lives to get? Your excellency, you are not kind. You don't have martial ethic. The 5 people spoke angrily. We are all members of the Jianghu. I will save this monkey to give my brother a face, and you can leave the Sunset Forest. Long Fei pointed the ancient green dragon sword in his hand at the 5 people on the other side and said calmly. The man leading the team shouted wildly, fart. The 5 of me worked so hard to get the soul beast. How could we give it to you? You despicable guy is taking advantage of others' danger. Without saying a word, Long Fei raised his knife and cut out a large blade directly through the middle of the 5 people, leaving a smoking knife mark on the ground. Seeing this scene, beads of sweat fell from everyone's forehead. Long Fei's face was expressionless. My patience is limited. You can survive if you leave now. If you keep talking nonsense, I will chop off your head. The team member wanted to say something else but was immediately stopped by the captain, who told him to shut up with a wink. We are unlucky this time. Let go. The captain looked gloomy and scary, but he could only retreat now. The 5 people had consumed a huge amount of soul power, and this person was very strong. They were definitely no match for them in their current state. Everyone stepped back cautiously, then turned around and ran away quickly. Baby, give it some treatment. Long Fei turned to look at the injured Fire Fini magic star monkey and warned, wait for me here, my wife will treat you. Don't retaliate or I will kill you when I come back. You. As he said that, Long Fei's eyes flashed with coldness and his body displayed the might of the dragon. The Fire Fini Fantasy Star monkey was so frightened that it nodded quickly. It has been smart for thousands of years and has a high IQ. Are you going to kill them? Didn't you let them go? Yalingling looked at Long Fei. Their methods are too cruel. These people cannot be retained. Don't forget that our Qinglong gang is on the side of the soul beast. The soul beasts are now our teammate. Of course, if some teammates are disobedient, they can be killed. We only need to be obedient. Moreover, I asked them to leave, but I didn't let them go. Long Fei showed a devilish smile, looked into the distance and patted Yalingling on the shoulder. Don't look at it if there is too much blood. You and the monkey are waiting for me here soon. After saying that, Long Fei's figure had disappeared. At this moment, only Yalingling and the Fire Fini Fantasy Star monkey are left. In fact, Yalingling is quite scared. After all, the monkey in front of her is a 10,000-year-old soul beast. It is too easy to kill her, but she is now the martial soul has mutated, and it's hard to say who will kill whom when the time comes. Don't move, I'll treat you. Yalingling summoned the 9-heart Qinghai Lintang and then treated the Fire Fini Fantasy Star monkey. Since there has been a mutation, the name naturally needs to be changed. This is the name Long Fei gave her on the Weiju in Qinghai Lintang. This name is not bad, it sounds nice. The Fire Fini Fantasy Star monkey enjoyed being treated. The injuries on his body gradually improved and the entire monkey body suddenly felt very comfortable. The other side, Long Fei had already arrived in front of the 5 people, and the murderous aura emanating from his body made them feel terrified. For the first time, the footsteps stopped. Sir, is there anything else you can do? That's right, didn't you let us go? Why do you want to go back on your word? Everyone looked gloomy. The 5 standard soul rings on his body rose from his body again. Martial spirits were also summoned and they were all on guard. I let you go, but the knife in my hand didn't say anything. Long Fei pointed the knife at them. Fight! As the captain roared, the others launched attacks one after another. Long Fei transformed in front of him. Although these people's moves overwhelmed his body, they did not hit him. The moment Long Fei's figure came came out of the explosion. Without saying a word, he raised his knife and was slaughtered. Screams and begging for mercy suddenly sounded, but unfortunately they were all in vain. The 5 experience points entered Long Fei's inner soul sea. The soul power sea area is already so big it seems that it will soon enter the 54th level. Long Fei muttered after killing so many people in the soul hunting field. The experience points of those people also entered his soul power sea area. Otherwise it wouldn't be as big as it is now. When the soul power sea area absorbs enough, it will undergo a qualitative change and then become a bit of divine power. Call it done. Long Fei put away the ancient Qinglong sword and left here with a calm prescience. Although divine power can be acquired through cultivation, it takes a very long time. The combination of the two will make it faster, otherwise he would not have reached level 53 so easily and quickly in the past SI years. Returning to Yalingling's side, the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey had already recovered. The whole monkey felt refreshed, jumping lively. Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey, a rare species of soul beast. The current species of soul beasts can be counted on 10 fingers. Long Fei said to himself. Then he said to the Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey, Monkey, I give you 2 choices now. The first is to surrender to me. Follow me and I can make you grow up completely. The second is to leave by yourself. If you encounter danger again, we will not do it again. Appear every time. Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey scratched his head and looked at Long Fei. He is at least a 10,000-year soul beast, enough to understand Long Fei's word. Then it leaned towards Long Fei, pressing its intention to seek refuge. Long Fei touched its monkey head, nodded and said, very good, since you follow me we will be a family from now on. I will give you a name, let's call it Sun Wukong. Good name, I like it. Suddenly Fire Fini Magic Star Monkey spoke. Yalingling and Long Fei were also stunned. You can talk? Fire Fini Fantasy Star Monkey nodded. I just entered 10,000 years soon. I just listened to your conversation and learned. I'm not very familiar yet. Long Fei was also surprised by the monkey head's learning ability. It's very good. Your learning ability is very strong. Sure enough, a descendant with a special high-level bloodline like you will definitely be able to do that, but you haven't developed yet. Get up. When you grow up you will definitely be able to punch the Titan giant ape and kick the Azure Bull Python. The host subdues a mutated descendant of an ancient relic. The reward, the infinite body forging technique, which has been entered into the system warehouse. The Wuji body training technique. What is the difference between this and my Wuji longevity technique? Long Fei was immediately confused. System. The Wuji body training technique is a castrated version of the Wuji longevity skill. The former has only 100 levels while the latter has unlimited levels of improvement. Although it is a castrated version except for the level limit, the rest of the effects are basically the same. There is no change at all. As long as you practice, your body will become stronger both internally and eternally, and your lifespan will increase tremendously. Long Fei chuckled inwardly. The castrated version, but it came just in time. This Wuji body training technique can just be used as the inherited technique in the gang. Hehe, it came in time. System. What level can this castrated version of 100 layers of physical strength reach? Long Fei asked curiously. The supreme god of Douluo God Realm system reply sounded. Damn it, this is an awesome peak level skill. Long Fei claimed in his heart. Then I am currently at the 20th level of the full version. How many more levels do I need to reach the strength of the supreme god? Long Fei asked again. System. If the host only practices the Wuji immortality skill, it needs to reach the 70th level. But now that the host is in a special situation, the system estimates that it will be enough to reach the 45th level. Long Fei didn't dare to be surprised after hearing this. After all, he now had the physical strength of a 3rd level god at the 20th level. He is quite special, and the current Douluo world is a low martial world. No matter how awesome the fighting power seems, it is only limited to this plane. How powerful can a god realm be when it is swept away by the turbulent flow of time and space in a black hole? You are right, comrade. Chapter 57. The power of a sword. Come on, drop a drop of blood and you will be a member of my Qinglong gang. A piece of Shenzang skin appeared in Long Fei's hand. Sun Wukong didn't ask any questions and just did as he was told. When the blood fell, the sky thundered. Long Fei said, pointing at Yalingling, very good, you are officially a family now. From now on call me gang leader. She is my wife, your gang leader's wife. Sun Wukong was a little naive. Yes, gang leader's wife. Then a ray of light appeared in Long Fei's hand and entered the minds of Yalingling and Sun Wukong at the same time. Long Fei said, this is the inherited technique of our Qinglong gang, the Wuji body training technique. It mainly cultivate physical strength. Each level is very powerful. Practice it hard. The more you go on, the more it will be beyond your imagination. One person and one monkey listened to Long Fei's words while digesting the knowledge of the techniques in their minds. Sun Wukong's understanding was very high and he woke up quickly and then he cheered, gang leader, this technique is good. It suits me very well. Long Fei nodded. This is just one of them. There will be other techniques in the future. The The NET second it was Yelingling's turn to wake up, her eyes radiating light. Yelingling was also very happy. What a magical bodybuilding technique. It is very suitable for an auxiliary martial spirit like mine. Although her martial soul has mutated now, it can't stop her excitement. Let's go find a cave to take a rest, Long Fei said, and let Sun Wukong lead the way. This monkey has lived here for so many years and is familiar with the road. Do you have any companions? Long Fei asked Sun Wukong on the way. Sun Wukong shook his head no. Long Fei raised his eyebrows. As a 10,000-year soul beast, even if you have just entered, it should be impossible to defeat 5 small soul kings. What's wrong? Sun Wukong scratched his head and looked angry. My residence was destroyed by a 50,000-year-old mad dragon Xian Shui beast. I was so angry that I fought with it, but due to the level difference I couldn't beat it, so I ran away. But that big thing was injured and I didn't chase him, otherwise it would be a disaster. Yelingling and Long Fei were surprised after hearing this. Okay, you speak without hesitation at all. Now you learn so fast. Sun Wukong was also stunned and smiled stupidly. Long Fei asked the 50,000-year-old mad dragon Xian Shui beast, do you know where it appears? Sun Wukong said it should be at Xian Shui Lake. Do you want me to go take a look? Long Fei said find a cave to eat first and go there later. I must go. This crazy dragon Xian Shui beast is also extraordinary. It would be a good thing if it can also be included in the Qinglong gang. The more the merrier. Soon Sun Wukong found a rocky mountain NET to a river. The geographical environment was not bad, being surrounded by mountains and rivers and surrounded by woods. Of course this is also a double-edged sword. Soul beast like to come to this kind of environment. Yelingling said Fei, this kind of terrain is also the favorite place for soul beast to hang out. And now in the dark 10,000-year soul beast and the like can come out at any time, so be careful. Don't worry, I've thought of everything you can think of. My strength against the 10,000-year soul beast is just like playing. Long Fei touched her head and then set off to find a large cave. He ordered Sun Wukong to get a lot of wood and light a bonfire. Long Fei summoned Sun Wukong. Wukong, go to the river and catch some water animals. Wait a while and the leader of the gang will prepare delicious food for you. I can also get some game if there is any. Sun Wukong, who was practicing the Wuji bodybuilding technique, opened his eyes and nodded repeatedly. Okay, gang leader, I Sun will go now. And then left. Come madam, it's just the two of us. Do you want to do something intimate in such a cave environment? Long Fei rushed to Yelingling and hugged her, teasing her with a smile. Yelingling was frightened by Long Fei's sudden move and her face turned red. No, bad guy, it won't be good if you wait until Wukong comes back. Kiss me first, Long Fei said directly. Very comfortable. You can really do whatever you want when you travel to another world. That's great. Time passed little by little and Sun Wukong also came back. I caught 5 large aquatic fish, a venomous snake that was knocked unconscious, and some fruits and wild vegetables. Seeing this, Long Fei gave Sun Wukong a compliment and then took out the knife from the soul guide to deal with it. Then the 5 fish were skewered and grilled on the fire. The NET step is to deal with this highly venomous snake. Take off the head, disembowel the body and clean out the entrails. Now that the tuins are gone, it can be baked. Do you understand? Long Fei looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. I learned it. Sun Wukong nodded. Usually it eats very simply either fruits or some animals and they eat them directly. The two of them and the monkey waited. Long Fei controlled the fire element to burn evenly and then added some homemade seasonings. The aroma gradually increased. It smells so good. I have never smelled such a fragrant smell. Sun Wukong swallowed into icated. Soon the two and the monkey started eating. After taking another rest, the two of them came to a very large lake under the leadership of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pointed forward and said, gang leader, this is the Xian Shui Lake. That bastard of the mad dragon Xian Shui beast must be here. It's very cold here and the clear smell of the water is very strong. It smells pretty good. The NET second. Long Fei raised his hand and pointed forward and the ancient Qinglong sword came out with the supreme dragon power, headed directly towards the center of the lake and then stabbed hard into the center. The water surface suddenly shook violently and the roar of the dragon sounded. The surrounding soul beasts fled one after another and the flying soul beasts were suppressed to the point where they lost their ability to fly and fell to the tree, but luckily they did not fall to death. Yelingling and Sun Wukong were also frightened. Even though I already knew how powerful Long Fei was, I was still touched. Roar. At this moment a huge roar of a soul beast sounded from within the lake. At the same time Long Fei jumped up, took a lightning flash step and stood above the ancient Qinglong sword in the blink of an eye. His eyes turned into colorful Qinglong and looked down, and the spiritual power of the Shenyuan realm scanned the lake. At the same time a huge soul beast emerged from the lake from below. The roars continued. Long Fei controlled the ancient sword to rise until this huge soul beast appeared. The overall shape is like a combination of the body of an ape and the body of a honeypot developing towards the body of an earth dragon. It has double-headed giant horns, dark blue double-headed head and a huge basin mouth full of fierceness. The aura on it is really that of a 50,000-year soul beast. This body is comparable to that of the Titan ape. Long Fei pursed his lip and smiled. He has settled on this thing. Sun Wukong glared and pointed at the huge mad dragon Xian Shui beast in front of him and shouted, "Gang leader, you are right, it was this thing that destroyed my grandson's residence and injured me. Gang leader, you must avenge my grandson." Ya Lingling on the side turned pale and a little scared when she saw such a tall soul beast in front of her. Is this the mad dragon mysterious water beast? Why is it so big? Ya Lingling looked at the comparison between the mad dragon mysterious water beast and the figure of Sun Wukong Net to him and immediately knew why the latter was beaten. Taking a deep breath, she felt very uncomfortable being oppressed by such a terrifying aura. At this moment her martial spirit Nine Hearts Qinghai Lintang appeared automatically and a dragon's aura of power spread around her body, immediately eliminating the power. Ya Lingling felt comfortable instantly. Is this the helper you the wild monkey called for? Find a human monkey, I'm so disappointed in you. At this moment the cold and disdainful voice of the mad dragon Xian Shui Bi sounded. Chapter 58 Eyes of Ice and Fire. Sun Wukong sneered and said, "You barbaric beast, don't give me any nonsense. You are relying on your 50,000 years of cultivation to bully me, a monkey who dares to enter 10,000 years. How dare you say that?" Continuing the connection, besides the gang leader that Lao Sun brought here is very good, more than enough to deal with a thing like you. Don't think that your big body is a big deal. Our gang leader will still fuck you. Standing on the ancient sword, Long Fei crossed his arms. His face was calm but with a hint of coldness. "Crazy dragon Xian Shui beast, you are indeed very big. Sun Wukong is now a member of my Qinglong gang. If you bully it, I will naturally teach you a lesson. Of course, if you are willing to join my Qinglong gang and become a member of my Qinglong gang, I can spare your life, but I will never take action to suppress you and let my monkeys beat you up." When Sun Wukong heard this, he immediately became an gang leader. "Don't waste your time with this guy, just suppress it. You bastard, please watch quietly while I speak." Long Fei glared at Sun Wukong coldly and scolded, "I only have plan. The gang leader is free to do whatever he wants." Sun Wukong was so intimidated by the dragon aura on Long Fei that his hair stood on end and he nodded repeatedly. Damn it, that aura is so scary, even a 10,000-year-old monkey like him was scared to death. At this moment the mad dragon Xian Shui beast also felt the terrifying aura on Long Fei's body. The huge pupils condensed and the entire beast's face changed drastically. "You're just a human, don't think you can make me surrender. If you have dragon energy that's stronger than me, you're just wishful thinking. Die." The mad dragon Xian Shui Bi seemed to be instantly irritated by something, roared angrily and rushed directly towards Long Fei with terrifying power. In the Xian Shui lake below, a series of rapid tornado whirlpools appeared in no order. In the Net second, huge tornadoes and storms spewed out and attacked Long Fei collectively. These attack did not spare any effort. It planned to kill the strange young man in front of it in an instant and then kill the woman and the monkey head. Feeling the energy attack in front of him and the explosive tornadoes around him, Long Fei's presence remained unchanged, not at all frightened. Instead, he was extremely calm and the smile on his mouth was disdainful. A green light lit up on his body. The Net second, boom. His whole body was instantly overwhelmed by all the attack. Gang leader. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong secretly thought something was wrong and shouted, "Buzz!" And the dead scales on the nine-hearted Qinghai scale in Ya Lingling's hand also lit up. Ya Lingling had the illusion that she could have a spiritual connection with Long Fei, but at this moment this spiritual connection brings peace to everyone. She has a connection with Long Fei and she also feels that if something happens to Long Fei, her scales will send out a warning, but at this moment there is nothing except the green light on the scales. The scales were telling Ya Lingling that Long Fei was fine because the life breath on the scales is very strong. So what I was worried about just now is relieved. Just in time. At this time, bang, a super strong energy magnetic field spread in the center of the submerged offensive, instantly wiping out the surrounding intense energy. Horrible attack. A mere 50,000-year-old soul beast dares to be so presumptuous in front of me. As a cold and deep voice sounded, bang, another energy explosion spread out and the terrifying power caused the huge body of the mad dragon Xian Shui beast, whose presence changed drastically, to be knocked back. Roar. The sky has changed. A super huge cyan dragon phantom towers over the sky with supreme power. The terrifying dragon power filled with the energy of ancient times rushed away instantly and everything in the surrounding sky and the world was suppressed instantly. At this moment it was as if time had stopped and all surrounding objects were motionless. Under the long green shadow, Long Fei was holding an ancient sword. His eyes were cold and he raised his hand to slash it down. A huge cyan blade that seemed to reach a height of 100 feet cut through the sky, separated the air, chopped up the stars and fell directly towards the mad dragon Xian Shui beast. The terrifying dragon power made people tremble tremble. No, don't kill me. Seeing this scene, Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast was immediately frightened and trembled all over. This was something it never expected. What on earth is this human being? How could he be so powerful? It scares the beast to death. Got it. But the huge blade did not stop but became faster. Long Fei, who was high up in the sky, watched coldly and calmly, looking at this powerful beast that was still arrogant and domineering and did not take him seriously, but now it knelt down and begged for mercy. The Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast quickly launched an all-out defense, including direct attack and self-protection. However, all attacks were killed the moment they touched the blade without any threat. Even though it was a defense hesitation, Long Wei's direct bloodline suppression made it extremely weak. Its defense was like an extremely soft tofu block that was cut open instantly without any resistance or any resistant. Boom! Ho ho ho! The blade fell and the huge figure of the Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast was submerged by the huge waves and the huge blade. The screams sounded, and from the sound it could be heard how desperate, fearful and powerless it was. At this moment, Long Fei, who was holding the ancient sword, waved his hand. The light of the ancient sword dimmed instantly and the blade underneath also disappeared. Only the wild wave and the wild dragon Yuan Shui Bi submerged in them were left. Seeing this scene, Sun Wukong, who was watching the show below, stared without blinking. His heart trembled and his whole body trembled. Terrible, so horrible. If this knife were aimed at him, he would definitely be chopped off. This big guy doesn't look like he's going to survive. Suddenly he felt very happy. Haha, I asked you to bully me. You should be so arrogant in front of the gang leader. Now you are dead, and was killed instantly. Thanks to you, I'm still a 50,000-year-old soul beast. Haha. Sun Wukong was very excited and excited. With such a powerful gang leader, he would definitely be able to flourish and become the supreme monkey king. So strong. Yalingling also opened his eyes wide and saw the second level of the unparalleled scene in the soul hunting field. Seeing this in a daze, her face was crimson and she was extremely happy. Such a powerful man had been captured by her. Yalingling. From now on she would have such a strong backing and no one would be able to bully her, a weak assistant. He lowered his head and looked at the nine-hearted Qinghai Lintang in his hands. His eyes were shining brightly as he stared at the blue dragon scales floating in the middle. He showed a wise smile, feeling extremely happy and content in his heart. The water surface gradually returned to calm. Only the sea area where the body of the Mad Dragon Xian Water Beast lay was separated by a force. The surrounding water could only flow downward and could not rise up to submerge. The Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast looked haggard, but its eyes were still open. Its body was trembling and severely injured, and it was unable to make any resistance. Blood spurted out continuously and its pupils were shrouded in endless fear. Above him were the terrifying Cyan Dragon Shadow and the human. But the strange thing is that the eyes of the Dragon Shadow are closed and not open. Surrender or perish, choose one. With a thought, Long Fei withdrew his shadow and looked indifferently at the Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast below. His cold and calm voice sounded again. The Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast voice was trembling and weak. His mouth trembled when he opened it, making it even more difficult to speak. I submit. Chapter 59. Crazy eating. Drastic changes. Long Fei landed on the Mad Dragon Xian Shui Beast, took a drop of blood and put it on the skin of Shenzang. After the thunder, it was revealed that it was already a member of the Qinglong gang. Immediately afterwards he took out 3 healing pills from the soul guide and threw them into its mouth, and then brought Yalingling over to treat it. Then send the Wuji body training technique into its mind. As time passed, when the two left, the water that was separated by the air returned to flowing smoothly. The Net day. Early in the morning, the two beasts walked through the sunset forest again. Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong led the way, and their huge bodies immediately swept away the obstacles in front of them. I have to say that it is indeed much more comfortable to have two 10,000-year soul beasts as bodyguards to lead the way. Sun Kuanglong is the name Long Fei gave the Kuanglong Xian Shui Beast last night. Do you know that there is a place in the forest surrounded by poisonous fog, a very poisonous one, or a place where spirit beasts dare not approach? Walking behind Long Fei's voice sounded. Sun Kuanglong shook his head. Gang leader, I usually stay in Xian Shui Lake for a long time and don't go out much. It was just a coincidence that I went to its home that time. As he said that, his eyes looked at Sun Wukong. Heresium. Wukong, you are a monkey, so you should have a lot of places to play. Have you discovered anything? Long Fei didn't he look at the Mad Dragon again and focus on Sun Wukong. Gang leader, Sunset Forest is too big and I don't know much about it. Sun Wukong shook his head. Hey, forget it, I'll do it myself. The footsteps of Long Fei and everyone stopped. He jumped up towards Sun Kuanglong, and as soon as the colorful blue dragon pupils came out, the spiritual power of the divine realm spread out instantly and swept away the entire sunset forest. Soon he found the area where the huge poisonous mist was located. His mental power penetrated the poisonous mist and he saw a world of difference between the inner and outer areas. Here are all plants that emit light. Immortal grass, the two eyes of ice and fire have found you. Long Fei suddenly regained his his mental power. Half an hour later they finally arrived here. There is green poison in front of you and there is nothing around it. When Sun Wukong and Mad Dragon Xian Shuibi saw the poisonous mist in front of them, they showed great fear. The two of them are not resistant to poison. If they are encountered they will definitely ascend to heaven and become official. Gang leader, we feel that this poison will endanger our lives, Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong said. Ya Lingling was also frightened by the poison in front of her, but luckily she wasn't that scared when Long Fei was around. Don't worry, I have a way. Long Fei looked calm and not worried at all. He took out 3 detoification pills and 3 anti-poison pills from the soul guide. These were also refined by him in the gang. Anyway, there were quite a lot of type and quantities of pills in the soul guide. Moreover, his soul guide has become extraordinarily large due to the expansion of system task. This is the detoification pill and the anti-poison pill. You all take one. Long Fei divided the SI pills into 2 of their hands. They ate it. Fei, what should you do? Ya Lingling asked. My bloodline is not afraid of these poisons and cannot hurt me. As he said that, Long Fei reached out his hand into the poisonous mist with disdain, and the poisonous mist was directly ignored by his bloodline. Then under his leadership, Ya Lingling and the 2 beasts behind him also followed. There was something strange as soon as she entered, but suddenly Ya Lingling's martial spirit appeared and the entire Zhu and Qinghai Lintang lit up with cyan light, and the poisonous mist that enveloped her instantly evolved. Yeah, why did I forget? These are also the scales of that dragon and they must have the effect of being invulnerable to all poisons. But I was sure before, but now I feel relieved. Looking at Ya Lingling in this state, Long Fei was very happy. As for Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong, their figures were somewhat human, but fortunately they were a little uncomfortable at first and there was no life problem later. Moreover, Ya Lingling also activated Lintang and the light appeared on everyone. However, there are some poisonous soul beasts living in the poisonous mist. These things should be kept here by Dugabo to look after his home. Suddenly a green poisonous snake appeared. Are the bamboo leaves green? This thing was originally extremely poisonous, but now that it has become a soul beast, the poison will only become more powerful. Roll. Long Fei grabbed it with one hand, pinched Zuyeking's tail tightly and then smashed it wildly on the ground. Soon the bamboo leaf green mouth spit out a snake tongue, its eyes plotted, blood flowed and it died tragically. Then he burned it to death. In order to avoid some poisonous things with no eyes coming over, Long Fei directly spread the power of the dragon and continued to move forward until entering the ice and fire eyes. There was no obstacle. That guy Dugabo is not here, otherwise I will have a good fight with him. Long Fei sorted out the timeline and now the old poison should be in the Tiandu Empire. Looking at the fairy-like regional environment in front of them, Ya Lingling, Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong beside them were all amazed. Wow, it's so beautiful. I didn't expect such a wonderful scene to be hidden here. Ya Lingling was a little excited. Long Fei held Ya Lingling's waist with one hand and said, Lingling, have you seen those flowers and plants that are emitting light? Those are not ordinary flowers and plants, but fairy grass is particularly useful, and this place is called Ice and Fire. Yan, from now on this place belongs to my Qinglong gang and I will move the entire Ice and Fire ice to the gang in a while. As for how to migrate, Long Fei has thought of many methods in the past SI years, and the last thing he did was to use formation. It just so happened that the formation book given to him by the system contained a formation that was very suitable for the migration of the Ice and Fire eyes. Immortal grass, Ice and Fire eyes. Ya Lingling was shocked. These were all unfamiliar words. Wukong, Mad Dragon, these 2 pills are called transformation pills. Eat them here and refine them. Then you can switch between the soul beast body and the human form at will. Suddenly Long Fei turned around and took out another pill. 2 pills were ejected and shot into the hands of the 2 beasts respectively. Transformation pill, direct switching between human form and soul beast body. When the 2 guys heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up and they were very excited. The 2 guys found a good place, ate the ELIR quickly and then sat down to use the Wuji bodybuilding technique in their bodies. At this time Long Fei pinched his hand and muttered a few words in his mouth, and then a ray of light shot out, forming a formation that enveloped the 2 guys. This formation cannot be destroyed even if Dugabo comes and self-destruct. In order to avoid accidents, Long Fei's extremely fast figure appeared in the 4 corners of the Ice and Fire eyes, leaving a ray of light. Then he formed a seal with both hands and 4 rays of light shot out into the sky. The NET second, a square barrier formation was formed to cover the entire Ice and Fire Lianji eyes, and this formation also has the power of his Chaos Azure Dragon. Long Fei scanned with his mental power and had eyesight of Ice and Fire. There were a lot of celestial beings and flowers here, more than in the original book and anime, and there were many unknown and unnamed celestial beings and flowers. Soon he found the 2 fairy grasses. Fierce apricots are delicate and sparse, and star anise is a kind of black ice grass. System, can you check the best match between the grass jelly here and Ya Lingling? Long Fei was not too familiar with the jelly grass he only knew the ones that appeared in the anime. Ganning. The NET second the system sounded. Long Fei smiled. Soon among the many fairy grasses the system provided one. Pictures and introductions appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes. Immortal product Dragon Heart and 9 leaves G. The 9 leaves each contain strong innate dragon power. The 9 leaves also represent the 9 hearts which have many effects such as transforming the body. This one is awesome. It seems to be much better than those in the original work. Long Fei was surprised. This thing is indeed suitable for Yelingling. Maybe there will be shocking changes after taking it. The introduction is just superficial. The real effect needs to be known after taking it. Chapter 60. Broken silkworm bald but also stronger. When Long Fei went over and stretched out his hand to touch Long Xinju Yeji, he felt a very friendly feeling and he touched it without any resistance. What a magical feeling, Long Fei said, pulling out a leaf and looking at it. At this moment the system's voice sounded. Trigger the hidden mission. The host will eat all the celestial beings in the ice and fire eyes. Reward a blue dragon blood pool, a book on celestial beings and a lucky draw one. The mission came just in time, Long Fei said, walking directly towards Yelingling and put the dragon heart 9 Yeji leaves in front of her mouth. The effect of the fairy grass is the same. There is not much difference between eating one leaf and one plant. If she eats all of them, Long Fei is hard to say, but Yelingling may harm her because the medicinal properties are too strong and ordinary people generally cannot eat more than 3 types, otherwise they may implode and die. Of course, if they practice the Wuji body training technique and reach a very high level, these restrictions will be ignored. But Yelingling is not good enough now. She only has 1 level. Open your mouth. In line with Long Fei's domineering CEO temperament, Yelingling opened her small mouth with a crimson Kumpul ion and the leaves of Dragon Heart 9 Yeji slipped directly into her mouth. Meditation practice and absorption, Long Fei said quickly. Yelingling did as he was told. This would take a long time. Taking advantage of the moment, Long Fei came to the fiery apricot and star anise ice grass and directly picked off the upper half at the same time, leaving only the lower roots that could still grow. He is not an ordinary person. At this moment the power of ice and fire in his hands kept intertwining as if they were fighting. The left hand is flame color and the right hand is frost color. Become a blue dragon, Long Fei shouted, and the innate ability of bloodline development suddenly appeared. His left and right arms suddenly turned into blue-green dragon arms which instantly shattered the side effects of the fiery apricot and the star anise ice grass. The 2 immortals were immediately suppressed by the chaos green dragon arms. You still want to rebel under my dragon arms? Humph, I will eat you now, Long Fei said while throwing 2 fairy grasses into his mouth and swallowing them. Feeling the impact of the ice and fire energy in his body, Long Fei jumped directly towards the ice and fire hot spring. With a pop, the body quickly fell into it. He sat cross-legged, quickly running the Wuji longevity technique and using his control over the fire and water element. The 5-color gem appeared in front of him which further strengthened his control over the elements, allowing him to absolutely suppress them. Logically speaking, ice and water belong to the same system. Under extreme cold, water turns into ice, and under extreme heat, ice turns into water. Ice and water can work together like Tai Chi. At this moment ice and fire were intertwined in Long Fei's body. He was already the body of a god and his 2 energies were quickly refined. Under the operation of Wuji longevity skill, the energy of the 2 hostile relationships quickly turned into Wuji. The nutrients of the longevity skill are absorbed and refined and are quickly fed back to every tissue in the body in an instant. At this moment Long Fei's body turned into a body like golden glass. The extremely cold and extremely hot temperatures of the ice and fire hot springs are also used by the Wuji longevity function to strengthen the body. Everything here will be used as a wedding dress for Long Fei. Time passed little by little. Long Fei opened his eyes and his whole body burst into golden light. His invincible golden body was completely refined and he rushed out of the ice and fire hot spring in an instant. It's so cool, Long Fei shouted, seeing that Yelingling and the 2 soul beasts didn't wake up, and then he looked at the other immortals. Then let me have a taste of you too. Long Fei showed a greedy look and then his figure appeared quickly. A large mirror appeared in front of him which was a 100% replica of the mirror surface. Long Fei can control the size of this thing. In an instant the mirror became very large, facing the ground, covering all the fairy grass. Copy. Long Fei's divine power was injected into it. Soon the light from the mirror shot out and enveloped all the fairy grass. The NET second identical fairy grass appeared from the mirror one after another and slowly fell on their original bodies above. Damn it, it's really awesome. The system will produce high quality product. Long Fei was overjoyed. All these copies have 100% of the efficacy and medicinal power of the original body. Eating them and eating the original body are the same. After taking back the mirror, the NET step was Long Fei's solo eating show. At the same time everything in the body including the soul ring skills and so on are changing. While Long Fei stuffed the fairy fairy grass into his mouth. He quickly ran the Wuji Changsheng Gong to absorb and strengthen the body and feed it back to the whole body. At the same time, the bloodline of the Chaos Blue Dragon was also boiling in a super strong way. Green light bloomed and golden light bloomed. Then these two kinds of light also disappeared and were replaced by many kinds of elemental light. All of a sudden Long Fei turned into a Xiao Guang man. After eating them all, there were a total of 50 kinds of fairy grass in the ice and fire eyes. Each one entered Long Fei's body. As time passed, the chaotic green dragon phantom on Long Fei's body appeared again. His clothes completely plotted and the tattoos on his upper body also popped out. The boiling blood is burning all over the body. This feeling is very uncomfortable even for Long Fei, who is running the extremely fast Wuji immortality kung fu. Gradually, for the first time in so many years, his whole body was soaked with hot sweat. Suddenly I felt a bad stomach and the urge to pull my body. The Wuji Changsheng Gong is operating at an unprecedented speed. 5 soul rings also emerged from his body. The souls of the first 2 soul beasts appeared and the soul of the dragon god also appeared. 3 souls that were like the souls of soul beasts were rotating in Long Fei's body at the same time. A surprising scene appeared. They were integrating into Long Fei's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrifying aura spread like a storm and the supreme dragon's mighty voice roared. The 5 soul rings on Long Fei's body have also changed and are turning into particles and integrating into his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phantom of the chaos green dragon flickers and flickers, very subtle, like the change between the phantom and the entity, which is very magical. Until the end, Long Fei's 5 soul rings disappeared. The souls of the 2 soul beasts also disappeared and the soul of the dragon god also disappeared. A turbid energy formed a light film that completely enveloped Long Fei. All special effects also disappeared at this moment. Long Fei has transformed into a silkworm. As time goes by, little by little, Yalingling has woken up and her martial soul has undergone a complete mutation. The original 9-heart Qinghai Lintang disappeared. At this moment, Yalingling's martial spirit bloomed 12 flowers in her hands, exuding a strong dragon aura, and the scales in the center also turned into a small cyan dragon shadow. Surrounding this dragon shadow were 9 pieces of liquid that looked like blood dripping from the heart. Like petals on a lotus platform, 12 of them rotate and rise into the sky. Exudes a supreme aura. Yalingling's physical body has been greatly sublimated with the help of Dragon Heart 9 Yeji. Her heart has become a dragon heart. Her energy and blood are surging. Her strength is unprecedentedly powerful and the skin on her body is softer and brighter, and her body is radiating a scent of dragon heart that is enough to captivate all males. And a name appeared in her mind, the name of her martial spirit. 12 grade 9-hearted blue dragon lotus. Chapter 61-61. Move. Long Fei system. Use the training gift hack system. If used successfully, the host will gain 10 training points and 1 skill sublimation point. Use them all. Use the training points 10 times and upgrade the skill to lightning flash step. Just when Long Fei's voice fell, a ray of Eperians came straight into his mind and he was enlightened. The memory of every cell and muscle in the whole body is tightly connected. Is this the perfection level lightning flash step? It's a wonderful. Dojin and perfection are not at the same level at all. They are completely different. 100,000 meters in one step. I don't know what it feels like. Long Fei looked into Icaded. This distance can be controlled by him. Simply put, the limit of his current lightning step is that he can directly go out to 100,000 meters without any objects in one step. If there is no limit, he can see as many meters as he wants. His thought: Tang San's ghostly figure is just rubbish in front of my lightning flash step. Long Fei now has plans to include this footwork in the Qinglong Gang's inherited skills. When we get back, we will teach them collectively. There is no rush now. Now he no longer has the soul ring, the soul of the soul beast and the soul of the dragon god. He can no longer add soul rings, but it does not affect the upgrade of his divine power at all. There is no limit. Instead, he does not have the constraints and restrictions of the soul ring. Now he can use it. His power is even more terrifying than when he had a soul ring. Immediately afterwards, the system reported the skills gained from the 10 training point. All added together, it still allowed Long Fei to advance to 1 level, half a level at most. Ignoring it, he also knew that he was extraordinary and had a huge amount of Eperian, especially now that he has entered the 70th level of divine power and soul saint. It goes without saying, but now even if a peerless Douluo stands in front of him, he can blow it up with one punch. Now he is physically invincible and his attack power is also invincible. What follows is a crazy wave. He was floating like crazy. Now he didn't need to hide, he just had to play boldly. What bullshit. Wuhan Palace, Imperial Royal Family, peerless Douluo god. He wanted all these things to kneel down and sing about conquest and not join him. Qinglong Gigi is the one who helps. Long Fei turned around and looked at Yalingling below, then went down and opened his hands and said, "Come on baby, give me a hug." As he said that, Yalingling couldn't help but nod or shake his head and jump jumped directly into his arms, passing by Dragon Heart and Nine Yeji. With the transformation, her breasts became plumper and her body became smoother and more fragrant. Long Fei felt all of this personally. Fei, are you really Fei? Ya Lingling was stunned for a moment, looking shocked as he was being held. Of course my hair is gone, but it doesn't affect my strength and appearance. Long Fei touched his bald head, feeling very proud. Ya Lingling looked at the bald shiny head and suddenly wanted to laugh. Baby, how long has it been? It should be several days, right? Long Fei asked. It's been a month, Ya Lingling complained. Long Fei was shocked. What? It's been a month? I went and a month has passed. He took a deep breath and stared. Then he looked at the two figures he had fooled, blinked and asked Lingling, who are you two? Sun Wukong. Sun Kuanglong. Ya Lingling. Gang leader, I am Sun Wukong. Gang leader, I am Sun Kuanglong. We have been waiting for you for a month after taking your transformation pill and transforming into a human being. Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong said quickly, fearing that they would be forgotten and fall out of favor. Oh, it turns out it's you two little guys. Okay, it's been a month, it's time to go back. Long Fei turned around and said, looking at these fairy herb, these things have no effect on him at all, but in the future when the members of the Qinglong gang hide and grow stronger, they can be distributed to them. Great, I can finally leave this hellish place. After hearing this, the most excited ones were Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong. The two of them jumped up and danced. Ya Lingling was naturally excited. She was really frustrated after being here for a month. With the thought, Long Fei flew into the air. Damn it, our gang leader flew away. He, the gang leader, can actually fly. Sun Wukong and the two were surprised. The NET moment, Long Fei waved his hand and grabbed the entire ice and fire eye in front of him out of thin air. Suddenly a force of space appeared and the space vibrated for an instant. Starting from the outermost edge of the entire ice and fire eye, it was as if it had been cut out independently and the space showed a trace of tearing. This is one of the domains that Long Fei refined from 50 kinds of immortal product. The space domain. What is being used now is one of the domain skills in the space field space division. Immediately afterwards he raised his hand. The entire ice and fire eye flew up independently. It was very big and deep, but it didn't drop any soil. It was very complete and perfect, and it ascended to the sky. The people who felt the deepest impression were the three people standing on this piece of land. Ya Lingling, looking at the cracks in the surrounding space, they were all shocked, and Ya Lingling was filled with joy. My man is too strong. I almost pounced on her and kissed her wildly, but I still have to be careful about my image. Damn it, gang leader, you have become so powerful. Since even space can become like this. Sun Kuanglong shouted. That's not all. Long Fei smiled mysteriously and pinched the space with his hand, and then the void appeared. This is also one of his realms, the void realm. What is this? The three of them stared. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. It was so awesome. Shortness of breath, almost sudden death. The stronger the gang leader is, the stronger the Qinglong gang will be. As a member of the Qinglong gang, they are very excited and shouting, this is the void. I control this void. You can leave here. With that said, Long Fei squeezed with one hand and a small hole appeared in the formation in the ice and fire eyes, and then Long Fei, a green light lit up on Fei's body. Develop innate skills. Swallow by the blue dragon. The NET second I saw the terrifying cyan cyclone turned into a black hole, directly absorbing and swallowing the poisonous mist outside. Looking at this stunning scene, the three of them were really dumbfounded. It took less than half a minute and all the poisonous fog outside was gone. After Long Fei stopped his hand, he said, get out. The three of them couldn't wait to head towards the small cave entrance. After the three people left, the hole was restored, and then Long Fei dragged the entire ice and fire eye into the void realm with one hand. Looking down, this place turned into a huge sunken land, like a huge mouth of an abyss. I can leave too. After Long Fei said that, he went directly to join the three of them. However, at this moment he felt an aura approaching, and he saw through it that it was a 92 level titled Douluo. Green guy Dugabo, you are finally here. Let's take it back together. Long Fei's elemental green dragon pupils penetrated the void and locked directly on the old man who was flying towards this side at high speed. At this moment, Dugabo, who was approaching, felt that he was being targeted for some reason. A pair of eyes was looking at him and a bad feeling arose in his heart. His figure stopped immediately. His face changed drastically. His expression became gloomy and his eyes were filled with fear. What's going on? Is it an illusion? Chapter 62-62. This snake is afraid. You and your wife should leave the Sunset Forest and go to Tiandu Royal Academy. I'll go and deal with some things and I'll find you right away. At this moment, Long Fei directly transmitted his spiritual message into the ears of Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong, and then greeted Ya Lingling and asked him to follow them out of the forest and take them to Tiandu Royal Academy. Ya Lingling was not naughty and was very obedient. Under the leadership of the two of them, she quickly left the Sunset Forest, and Long Fei didn't move, just waiting for him here. After Dugabo experienced the illusion just now, he headed towards the ice and fire eyes again. When he arrived at his destination and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. The scene in front of me is really shocking. His back garden is gone now, it has become a huge cave. Who did this? The Net second Dugabo flew into a rage, his anger rising to the sky, and he roared towards the sky. Come out here, old man. The title Douluo's soul power spread throughout the sunset forest in an instant. You are Dugabo. At this moment a plain voice came into Dugabo's ears. His presence changed drastically and he quickly looked at the source of the sound. There stood a tall and strong young man in the air. The young man's face was calm and he was not frightened by his anger at all. It seemed that it was just an insignificant voice. What made Dugabo's complexion change drastically was when did the young man in front of him appear. As a 92 level titled Douluo, he didn't even notice the existence of this person. Could it be a soul beast? Absolutely impossible. This person does not have the aura of a soul beast, let alone a recultivated soul beast, otherwise his dignified and titled Douluo would be able to see through it at a glance. Impossible, since I can't see through this person's cultivation. Standing in the air, is he also a titled Douluo? However, how could he be so young? Who are you? Did you do this? The Net moment Dugabo did not dare to be careless. In a rage, 9 standard soul rings lit up from his body and asked. The huge jade phosphorus snake spirit circled out from his body, which was a huge threat. However, when the green phosphorus snake's eyes looked into Long Fei's eyes, his hair suddenly plotted, showing a look of extreme fear. Wuhan and Dugabo are connected and the latter must be aware of the former's changes. Dugabo was puzzled but shocked. What's going on? Why did my jade phosphorus snake look at this young man in fear? This situation has never happened before. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he is still confused. I am the leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei. I took this back garden from you. It is a pity. It would be such a waste to have such a good garden and not understand its preciousness and usefulness. Long Fei said lightly, looking at the hollow place. He couldn't help but laugh. However, Dugabo was unhappy. Hearing Long Fei's direct admission, he immediately roared, what the hell do I care about you, leader of the Qinglong gang? If you dare to destroy my garden, I want you to die. The Net moment he launched his soul skill and attacked Long Fei directly. Even though the jade phosphorus snake appeared strange, he still faced the difficulties. The jade phosphorus snake opened its large bloody mouth and the 2 pairs of Li Rui snake fangs clearly revealed the venom, which was extremely fierce. The Net moment Long Fei was bitten and the entire body of the jade phosphorus snake faced the impact and a loud roar suddenly erupted. Dugabo couldn't help but grab his right hand, narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, it turns out that it was just a mystery, but that's all. What? Suddenly the scene in front of him made his eyes and complexion change at the same time, and then he screamed. A burst of powerful energy plotted from the front, directly destroying Dugabo's jade phosphorus snake. After that, Long Fei's unscathed body remained in a previous position in the air without any trace of movement. His body is very straight, very stable and very solid, as if his entire body is tightly bound to the air. How is it possible? Impossible. My phosphorus snake venom is one of the most venomous species of snake. How could you be okay with it? Dugabo looked stunned with shock, confusion and fear on his face. This test was the most unbelievable and ridiculous scene he had ever seen. It had never happened before. Even a 95 level titled Douluo from Huhuguan would be wary of his jade phosphorus snake venom. Your poison is so rubbish. You have been poisoned by your own poison. That's what you are called, the poison Douluo in the world. It's okay to scare those children, but in front of me your poison is nothing. Long Fei shook his head, his tone full of disdain. His body is not only immune to poison due to the invulnerability to poison talent of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, but also among the 50 kinds of fairy grass he has eaten, some of them directly neutralize the poison. For example, Kilo Tulip is one of them. After eating the refining and absorption, he naturally gained this ability. The two resistances are combined into one, not to mention Kilo Tulip. There are also several other kinds. Anyway, they were all eaten by him and now they have all inherited their abilities. Dugabo's jade phosphorus snake venom is really nothing in front of him. My poisonous garbage. Who are you and why do you know about me? Dugabo's heart was palpitating and his face was very ugly, but he also stared after hearing the words of the young man in front of him. Who is this person? How could he know that I was poisoned by his own poison? Could it be that he was blinded? Dugabo looked at the young man in front of him and immediately interrupted his suspicions. No, with such an presence and a lack of fear of death, he was not fooling around. He really knew. Long Fei was not in a hurry. I'll give you a chance. I can help you completely get rid of the backlash poison in your body, but I also have conditions. Dugabo said angrily, can you get rid of it? You have already taken my garden and you still have the nerve to put forward conditions? And why should I believe you? Long Fei's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he said, leaving the garden to you is a waste. I just took it away. Walking away only makes its value even greater, and the garden now belongs to me, not yours. Dugabo was breathless by Long Fei's words and furious. I have been traveling in the world for so many years and I have never seen such a shameless and despicable despicable person like you. Long Fei was the first person he had ever seen to take other people's things and still say so eloquently. You don't know your poison is not only poisonous to you but also passed on to your granddaughter Dugayan. She is already in a state of poisoning but she has not had an attack. However, this will happen sooner or later. If you don't act like her, if you want to die, you'd better listen to my advice and accept my conditions because you have no choice. Dugabo. When Long Fei finished his last words, the dragon controlling power in his body suddenly appeared. Time seems to have stopped around me. Dugabo's martial spirit, the jade phosphorus snake, disappeared at this moment when it was suppressed. As a result, Dugabo was directly forced to release his martial spirit form. Dugabo looked frightened and his whole body was trembling. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo. He immediately clenched his fist. He hailed and said, "Tell me your condition." It didn't matter if he died. He didn't want his granddaughter to die. She was still so young and he was the one involved, which made him regret even more. Everything Long Fei said is true. Now he can only face this problem head on. The man in front of him seems to really have a solution. No matter what, he plans to take a gamble. Chapter 63. The right choice. You and your wife should leave the Sunset Forest and go to Tiandu Royal Academy. I'll go and deal with some things and I'll find you right away. At this moment, Long Fei directly transmitted his spiritual message into the ears of Sun Wukong and Sun Kuanglong and then greeted Ye Lingling and asked him to follow them out of the forest and take them to Tiandu Royal Academy. Ye Lingling was not naughty and was very obedient. Under the leadership of the two of them, she quickly left the Sunset Forest. But Long Fei didn't move, just waiting for him here. After Dugabo experienced the illusion just now, he headed towards the ice and fire eyes again. When he arrived at his destination and saw the scene in front of him, he was shocked. The scene in front of me is really shocking. His back garden is gone now. It has become a huge cave. Who did this? The net second Dugabo flew into a rage, his anger rising to the sky, and he roared towards the sky. "Come out here, old man." The title Douluo's soul power spread throughout the Sunset Forest in an instant. "You are Dugabo." At this moment a plain voice came into Dugabo's ears. His expression changed drastically and he quickly looked at the source of the sound. There stood a tall and strong young man in the air. The young man's face was calm and he was not frightened by his anger at all. It seemed that it was just an insignificant voice. What made Dugabo's complexion change drastically was when did the young man in front of him appear. As a 92 level titled Douluo, he didn't even notice the existence of this person. Could it be a soul beast? Absolutely impossible. This person does not have the aura of a soul beast, let alone a recultivated soul beast, otherwise his dignified and titled Douluo would be able to see through it at a glance. Impossible, since I can't see through this person's cultivation. Standing in the air, is he also a titled Douluo? However, how could he be so young? Who are you? Did you do this? The net moment Dugabo did not dare to be careless. In a rage, 9 standard soul rings lit up from his body and asked. The huge jade phosphorus snake spirit circled out from his body, which was a huge threat. However, when the green phosphorus snake's eyes looked into Long Fei's eyes, his hair suddenly plotted, showing a look of extreme fear. Wuhan and Dugabo are connected and the latter must be aware of the former's changes. Dugabo was puzzled but shocked. What's going on? Why did my jade phosphorus snake look at this young man in fear? This situation has never happened before. Even if he is a titled Douluo, he is still confused. I, the leader of the Qinglong gang, Long Fei, I took this back garden of yours from you. It's a pity. It would be such a waste to have such a good garden and not understand its preciousness and usefulness. Long Fei said lightly, looking at the hollow place. He couldn't help but laugh. However, Dugabo was unhappy. Hearing Long Fei's direct admission, he immediately roared, "What the hell do I care about you, leader of the Qinglong gang? If you dare to destroy my garden, I want you to die." The net moment he launched his soul skill and attacked Long Fei directly. Even though the jade phosphorus snake appeared strange, he still faced the difficulties. The jade phosphorus snake opened its large bloody mouth and the 2 pairs of Li Rui snake fangs clearly revealed the venom, which was extremely fierce. The net moment Long Fei was bitten and the entire body of the jade phosphorus snake faced the impact and a loud bang suddenly erupted. Dugabo couldn't help but grab his right hand, narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "It turns out that I was trying to be mysterious, but that's all." What? Suddenly the scene in front of him made his eyes and complexion change at the same time, and then he screamed. A burst of powerful energy plotted from the front, directly destroying Dugabo's jade phosphorus snake. After that, Long Fei's unscathed body remained in its previous position in the air without any trace of movement. His body is very straight, very stable and very solid, as if the whole body is tightly bound to the air. How is it possible? Impossible. My jade phosphorus snake, the venom is one of the most venomous species of snake. How could you be fine with it? Dugabo looked on, showing shock, confusion and fear. This test was the most unbelievable and ridiculous scene he had ever seen. It had never happened before. Even a 95 level titled Douluo from Huhuguan would be wary of his jade phosphorus snake venom. Your poison is so rubbish. You have been poisoned by your own poison. That's why you are called the poison Douluo in the world. It's okay to scare those children, but in front of me you're poison. Nothing. Long Fei shook his head, his tone full of disdain. His body is not only immune to poison due to the invulnerability to poison talent of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, but also among the 50 kinds of fairy grass he has eaten, some of them directly neutralize the poison. 4e ample Kilo tulip is one of them. After eating the refining and absorption, he naturally gained this ability. 2 resistances combined into one, not to mention not only Kilo tulip but also several others. Anyway, they were all eaten by him and now they all have inherited their abilities. Dugabo's jade phosphorus snake venom is really nothing in front of him. My poisonous garbage. Who are you and why do you know about me? Dugabo's heart was palpitating and his face was very ugly, but he also stared after hearing the words of the young man in front of him. Who is this person? How could he know that I was poisoned by his own poison? Could it be that he was blinded? Dugabo looked at the young man in front of him and immediately interrupted his suspicions. No, with such an prescience and a lack of fear of death, he was not fooling around. He really knew. Long Fei was not in a hurry. I'll give you a chance. I can help you completely get rid of the backlash poison in your body, but I also have conditions. Dugabo said angrily, can you get rid of it? You have already taken my garden and you still have the nerve to put forward conditions? And why should I believe you? Long Fei's face was not red, his heart was not beating, and he said, leaving the garden to you is a waste. I just took it away to make its value even greater. Moreover, the garden now belongs to me, not yours. Dugabo was breathless by Long Fei's words and furious. I have been traveling in the world for so many years and I have never seen such a shameless and despicable person like you. Long Fei was the first person he had ever seen to take other people's things and still say so eloquently. You don't know your poison is not only poisonous to you but also passed on to your granddaughter Dugayan. She is already in a state of poisoning but she has not had an attack. However, this will happen sooner or later. If you don't act like her, if you want to die, you'd better listen to my advice and accept my conditions because you have no choice. Dugabo. When Long Fei finished his last words, the dragon controlling power in his body suddenly appeared. Time seems to have stopped around me. Dugabo's martial spirit, the jade phosphorus snake, disappeared at this moment when it was suppressed. As a result, Dugabo was directly forced to release his martial spirit form. Yu. Dugabo looked frightened and his whole body was trembling. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo. He immediately clenched his fist, he hailed and said, tell me your condition. It didn't matter if he died, he didn't want his granddaughter to die. She was still so young and he was the one involved, which made him regret even more. Everything Long Fei said is true. Now he can only face this problem head on. The man in front of him seems to really have a solution. No matter what, he plans to take a gamble. Chapter 64 Kill. When Long Fei entered Tiandu city, a group of armed troops from Wuhan Palace appeared here. Immediately Long Fei saw a picture posted on the wall. Net to him. Go over and pull it off to take a look. Isn't the character in this picture exactly him? The Wuhan Palace really treasures my photo and still keeps the one from 2 years ago. Long Fei grinned and said lightly, this scene is the same as the one 2 years ago, but this time the wanted manhunt seems to be more intense. This is the central area of Tiandu city belonging to the Tiandu Empire. People or troops from Wuhan Palace should not be allowed to come in. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. Something must have happened. Perhaps during this month, due to his appearance, the original line began to be messed up. However, even so, he felt it didn't matter. He didn't care about these things now anyway. The members of the Wuhan army were checking one by one with wanted notices and they seemed to arrest anyone who looked similar. Several men in front were arrested, scared to death. Suddenly at this moment a group of people arrived, attracted everyone's attention. On the carriage there is the word Tiandu written on it. This is the army of Tiandu Empire. They stopped and the general who led them shouted, this is the only area directly under the jurisdiction of our Heaven-Do Empire, and your Wuhan Palace troops actually came in and disturbed the people's heart. They are arresting the people of my Heaven-Do Empire and get out of here quickly. As soon as the sound came out, the armies of both sides began a confrontation in momentum. Tiandu Empire, we don't care about that. Our Wuhan Palace has already suspected that wanted criminals have entered your Tiandu territory. Please cooperate and don't make it difficult for us. The leader of the Wuhan team also came out of the crowd. He walked out with a look of disdain on his face and said coldly, the Net moment the 8 most standard soul rings appeared directly on his body. This person was a Contra. Following his lead, everyone in the Wuhan army also the soul ring form was activated. The 10 people from the spirit hall behind 5 soul emperors and 5 soul saints. Such a team can be called an elite level. Seeing this scene, the prescience of the surrounding people changed drastically and they were frightened to death. When the 15 members of the Tiandu Empire saw this, their eyes narrowed and their prescience were not out much better. It's such a battle. General Tiandu's face darkened and the 10 martial souls had already crushed them in terms of momentum. Although he is also a soul Douluo, he is only at level 82. Judging from the aura, the soul Douluo in front of him is at least level 80 SI. There are only 2 soul saints behind him and the rest are 5 soul emperors. Name the rest are all soul king. If they were to die in a battle of numbers they would definitely win, but it would be a bit difficult to compare in terms of strength. General Tiandu did not dare to move easily. Wuhan Palace unexpectedly dispatched such sophisticated troops and they were making a lot of noise this month. They were all looking for a young man named Li Qi. It seems that Wuhan Palace attaches great importance to this mission. General Tiandu said with a heavy presence. The leader of the Wuhan team was disdainful. That's right, you actually understand it. Then don't interfere. Otherwise if we really have to fight you guys won't be enough for us to fight. General Tiandu looked at each other with raised forehead and said proudly, it is true that we can't do it, but don't forget that this is Tiandu city, the center of the Tiandu Empire. It would be too easy to send out the army to strangle you. Hearing this, everyone in Wuhan Palace including the commander showed a look of fear. Indeed, this is the center of Tiandu. Although they have a rank and have Wuhan Palace as their backer, they cannot be unscrupulous. Damn it, are you going to be kicked out of Tiandu city within a day of entering? The Wuhan commander thought to himself. Suddenly he smiled and said, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's leave now. However, these people are quite similar to the people we want and need to be taken away. Is it convenient? If there is nothing, we will let them go. They are free. It's just a few civilians. It turned out to be like this. You can take them away. General Tiandu glanced at the 3 young people. His face showed a cold presence, showing no concern. No sir, please help me. When the 3 people heard this they were frightened and shouted wildly, let go. Wuhan commander gave the order and Wuhan Hall took the 3 young men and turned around and left. In the crowd, Long Fei's presence turned extremely cold as he watched this scene. Tiandu's troops are good, so the lives of civilians are not fate. Long Fei murmured in a low tone. This is why he hates the royal family. He was not worried that the people from Wuhan Palace would kill them. After all, as long as it was proven that it was not him, he would naturally let them go. Unless there was a secret operation, such a large-scale search must have been ordered by the BBDong. No woman. Naturally she would not bother to kill 3 unarmed young people. After seeing the people from Wuhan Hall leaving, everyone in Tiandu also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they don't want to go to war. Let's go back too. After the general said, he directly ordered to turn around, etc. But at this moment a cold voice sounded and in the net second it flew out of the crowd. Without saying a word it came to General Tiandu at a very fast speed and kicked him over. Bang! Ah! A scream suddenly arose. The people around me turned around and looked back. You bastard, who attacked this general? The general, who fell to the ground, spat out looking uncomfortable and said angrily. Then everyone saw a young man standing on the general's horse. A bunch of royal bastards, just to see you unhappy, Long Fei said coldly. In the net moment he grasped the 15 Tiandu army personnel in front of him out of thin air and suddenly the space shook and a blast came out. Immediately afterwards a wave of light appeared from in front of his palm and blasted directly towards him. Even though those people quickly activated their martial arts defense, they still couldn't block Long Fei's blow. The 15 people were all drowned in the explosion with screams and desperate sounds. The general was frightened. The 8 soul rings on his body also appeared. Damn it, you who killed my Tiandu army, no matter who you are, you will be destroyed today. As he roared out, he directly activated his martial spirit avatar and a huge golden eagle came out charging towards Long Fei with ferocious murderous intent. Looking at the golden eagle in front of him, Long Fei's face was calm. He raised his right hand and shot out a violent blue light, slashing it down in an instant. Banged. The net moment in front of everyone, the golden eagle was cut in half by the huge green blade and blood suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards there was this person's painful scream. Bang. On the ground there was only a body that had been cut in half. Blood was everywhere on the ground. His eyes were open and he refused to close his eyes. He didn't expect that he would die like this. It's really too sudden. Ah, killing devil. The net second the passers-by around Tiandu screamed in fear and fled quickly. Looking at this scene, Long Fei did not move but let them scream. Anyway, these people were civilians and even if there were soul masters they were low level 1. He had no interest in killing them. What he wants to kill are these nobles and royal families who regard human life as nothing but grains of sand. Just wait, soon there will be no more royal families and nobility in this world and I will be the end of these forces. Chapter 65 Emperor Shui Yet. When Long Fei entered Tiandu city, a group of armed troops from Wuhan Palace appeared here. Immediately Long Fei saw a picture posted on the wall. Net to him. Go over and pull it off to take a look. Isn't the character in this picture exactly him? The Wuhan Palace really treasures my photo and still keeps the one from 2 years ago. Long Fei grinned and said lightly, this scene is the same as the one 2 years ago, but this this time the wanted manhunt seems to be more intense. This is the central area of Tiandu city belonging to the Tiandu Empire. People or troops from Wuhan Palace should not be allowed to come in. Long Fei narrowed his eyes. Something must have happened. Perhaps during this month due to his appearance the original line began to be messed up. However, even so he felt it didn't matter. He didn't care about these things now anyway. The members of the Wuhan army were checking one by one with wanted notices and they seemed to arrest anyone who looked similar. Several men in front were arrested, scared to death. Suddenly at this moment a group of people arrived, attracted everyone's attention. On the carriage there is the word Tiandu written on it. This is the army of Tiandu Empire. They stopped and the general who led them shouted, "This is the only area directly under the jurisdiction of our Heaven-Do Empire and your Wuhan Palace troops actually came in and disturbed the people's heart. They are arresting the people of my Heaven-Do Empire and get out of here quickly." As soon as the sound came out the armies of both sides began a confrontation in momentum. Tiandu Empire, we don't care about that. Our Wuhan Palace has already suspected that wanted criminals have entered your Tiandu territory. Please cooperate and don't make it difficult for us. The leader of the Wuhan team also came out of the crowd. He walked out with a look of disdain on his face and said coldly. The NET moment the 8 most standard soul rings appeared directly on his body. This person was a Contra. With him taking the lead everyone in the Wuhan troop also activated their soul ring form. The 10 people from the Spirit Hall behind 5 soul emperors and 5 soul saints. Such a team can be called an elite level. Seeing this scene the expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically and they were frightened to death. When the 15 members of the Tiandu Empire saw this their eyes narrowed and their expressions were not much better. It's such a battle. General Tiandu's face darkened and the 10 martial souls had already crushed them in terms of momentum. Although he is also a soul Douluo he is only at level 82. Judging from the aura the soul Douluo in front of him is at least level 80 SI. There are only 2 soul saints behind him and the rest are 5 soul emperors. Name the rest are all soul kings. If they had to die in a battle of numbers they would definitely win, but a battle of strength would be a bit difficult. General Tiandu did not dare to move easily. Wuhan Palace unexpectedly dispatched such sophisticated troops and they were making a lot of noise this month. They were all looking for a young man named Li Qi. It seems that Wuhan Palace attaches great importance to this mission. General Tiandu said with a heavy expression. The leader of the Wuhan team was disdainful. That's right, you actually understand it. Then don't interfere. Otherwise if we really have to fight you people you won't be able to fight us. General Tiandu looked at each other with raised forehead and said proudly, it is true that we can't do it, but don't forget that this is Tiandu city, the center of the Tiandu Empire. It would be too easy to send out the army to strangle you. Hearing this everyone in Wuhan Palace including the commander showed a look of fear. Indeed this is the center of Tiandu. Although they have a rank and have Wuhan Palace as their backer they cannot be unscrupulous. Damn it, are you going to be kicked out of Tiandu city within a day of entering? The Wuhan commander thought to himself. Suddenly he smiled and said, it's all a misunderstanding. Let's leave now. But these people are quite similar to the people we want and need to be taken away. I wonder if it can be convenient. If nothing happens we will set them free. It's just a few civilians. It turned out to be like this. You can take them away. General Tiandu glanced at the 3 young people. His face showed a cold expression showing no concern. No sir, please help me. When the 3 people heard this they were frightened and shouted wildly, let go. Wuhan commander gave the order and Wuhan Hall took the 3 young men and turned around and left. In the crowd Long Fei's expression turned extremely cold as he watched this scene. Tiandu's troops are very good. Aren't the lives of civilians life? Long Fei murmured in a low tone. This is why he hates the royal family. He was not worried that the people from Wuhan Palace would kill them. After all, as long as it was proven that it was not him he would naturally let them go. Unless there was a secret operation, such a large-scale search must have been ordered by the BBDong. No woman. Naturally she would not bother to kill 3 unarmed young people. After seeing the people from Wuhan Hall leaving, everyone in Tiandu also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they don't want to go to war. Let's go back too. After the general said, he directly ordered to turn around, etc. But at this moment a cold voice sounded and the NET second it flew out of the crowd. Without saying a word it came to General Tiandu at extremely fast speed and kicked him over. Bang! Ah! A scream suddenly arose. The people around me turned around and looked back. You bastard, who attacked this general? The general, who fell to the ground, spat out looking uncomfortable and said angrily. Then everyone saw a young man standing on the general's horse. A bunch of royal bastards just watching. You are unhappy. Long Fei looked coldly and the NET moment he grasped the 15 Tiandu army personnel in front of him out of thin air. Suddenly the space shook and a blast came out. Immediately afterwards a wave of light appeared from in front of his palm and blasted directly towards him. Even though those people quickly activated their martial arts defense they still couldn't block Long Fei's blow. The 15 people were all drowned in the explosion with screams and desperate sounds. The general was frightened. The 8 soul rings on his body also appeared. Damn it, you who killed my Tiandu army, no matter who you are, you will be destroyed today. As he roared out, he directly activated his martial spirit avatar and a huge golden eagle came out charging towards Long Fei with ferocious murderous intent. Looking at the golden eagle in front of him, Long Fei's face was calm. He raised his right hand and shot out a violent blue light, slashing it down in an instant. Banged. The net moment in front of everyone, the golden eagle was cut in half by the huge green blade and blood suddenly erupted. Immediately afterwards there was this person's painful scream. Bang. On the ground there was only a body that had been cut in half. Blood was everywhere on the ground. His eyes were open and he refused to close his eyes. He didn't expect that he would die like this. It's really too sudden. Ah, killing devil. The net second, the passers-by around Tiandu screamed in fear and fled quickly. Looking at this scene, Long Fei did not move but let them scream. Anyway, these people were civilians, and even if there were soul masters, they were low level 1. He had no interest in killing them. What he wants to kill are these nobles and royal families who regard human life as nothing but grains of sand. Just wait, soon there will be no more royal families and nobility in this world. I will be the end of these powers. Chapter 66. Take action. The residence of the royal prince. A month ago, Shrek he had already sent the news about Dong back to Wuhan Hall and wanted someone to kill him, but he disappeared for a month. This month's work was really in vain. Just today, while she was reading a book in her room, she immediately received news from her servant. It immediately attracted her attention and curiosity. Bald youth. Shrek he frowned and narrowed his eyes. One person killed 1 soul Douluo and 2 soul sane. Her face was solemn. Even she couldn't do this. Who was the other person who fell to the ground? Could it be him? You disappeared for a month and came back? No, he's not bald. Wait, could it be that you are bald this month? It's unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. If this is really the case, this person is really terrible. He has become so terrifying in just 1 month. He must be killed or won over as one of his own. Shrek he was shocked in his heart. Where is this person now? Shrek he asked the servant net to him. The servant quickly replied, Tiandu Royal Academy, and when His Majesty heard the news he was furious and went to the academy with Prince Snowstar and 2 Contra and Poison Douluo. The same place. Such a coincidence. It seems that the possibility of it being you is very high. Shrek he thought in his heart and said, okay, you can go down now. Yes. The servant left. Immediately afterwards a black shadow appeared in the room. Miss, the shadow said respectfully. You heard it all? Shrek he said calmly. I heard it. The shadow nodded. Please send this news back quickly. I always feel that this person has a lot to do with the leaky that Wuhan Palace is looking for. Maybe. If nothing else happens, it may be the same person. Qianren Yumian Lu Lenji said, looking towards the top of the huge building that symbolized the Royal Academy in the distance. Yes, miss. The shadow asked, Miss, do you need to send a titled Douluo to the academy to secretly capture this person? You have to figure it out yourself. I want to live. Qianren Yui sat down, poured a cup of tea and drank it. Yes. The black shadow disappeared. Qianren Yui's words meant indirect agreement. If this person is really the Li Qi you are looking for, there is no need to thank me. I am not doing it for you, just for my grandfather and my Wuhan Palace. Qianren Yui looked at the scene outside the window and murmured with Li Qi Lindong. Qianren Yui muttered and suddenly sneered. Maybe he really is the same person. As for these 2 names, they are also fake. What is your real name? The atmosphere in Tiandu Royal Academy was very tense at the moment. I ask you, did you kill 18 members of the royal army and destroy the corpses without traces? Emperor Sui is indeed the lord of a country, and the strong aura on his body is very stable and strong. But no matter how powerful it is, it can't scare Long Fei even a little bit. Long Fei's hand that was about to break through the air stopped and put down, walked out under the eyes of everyone. With a calm presence, he stopped 10 meters away from Emperor Shuya. Emperor Shuya narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He was also shocked when he saw Long Fei with such an unwavering presence. Absolutely, he can't be wrong. If such a young man can be brought into the empire, a super powerful titled Douluo will definitely be born. Rather than saying that Shuya wanted to kill Long Fei, it was better to say that he wanted to win over him more. He was a man who loved money very much. Long Fei alone was enough to mortgage the 18 dead people. As for why would he show his current angry and murderous look? It was naturally to test Long Fei. Otherwise he would not come back at all and just let Dugabo capture him and take him to the palace. Yes, I killed those 18 ants of yours, Long Fei said in a leisurely voice. As he pecked it, everyone who had the answer for a long time added this sentence in their hearts after hearing Long Fei's own admission. Why did you kill them? Shuya Emperor Shen Yin. Prince Shui, seeing net to him, was even more furious, as if he didn't understand Shuya's intentions at all. I really want to put Long Fei to death. I didn't like them, so I killed them casually. They were just a few royal troops. If they die, they will die. Their lives lives are not worth anything anyway. Long Fei's words were full of endless sarcasm and ridicule. Damn it, damn you beast, why are you still standing? Kill him for me. Prince Shueing was furious with veins on his forehead. He posed and he gave an order directly to the two contras behind him. The two contras didn't move. If there were only Prince Shuexing and the two of them, they would have moved. But now that Shueyet is here, the biggest one here is naturally Emperor Shueyet. He didn't even speak and the two of them naturally didn't dare to mess around. Seeing the actions of these two people, Prince Snowstar was not a fool, so he naturally understood. He looked at Shueyet and said, brother, what are you still hesitating about? Shut up, I need you to direct me in doing things. Shueyet looked at Shuexing with cold eyes. This guy is really out of his mind. Can't he see my intentions? Shueying trembled all over and quickly closed her mouth. Shueyet looked at Long Fei again and he had to say that he understood the meaning of Long Fei's word. There must be a major misunderstanding, and the cause of this misunderstanding must be caused by members of the royal army. Shueyet's voice was cold. What's your name? I won't change my surname when I'm walking, and I won't change my name when I sit down. The same goes for Long Fei of the Qinglong Gang. Long Fei said loudly. Qinglong Gang, Long Fei? Humph, what a loud tone. Snowy night and snow stars are cold. You deserved death for killing 18 members of my imperial army. Now I give you a chance to atone for your sins. What Emperor Shueye said seemed to be very generous, as if he was saving Long Fei. He didn't care at all whether it was the Qinglong Gang or not. A force he had never heard of posed no threat at all. He only cares about Long Fei. Long Fei grinned and said in a playful tone, then your majesty would like to come and listen to see if I'm interested. Emperor Sui smiled and directly offered a hugely tempting olive branch. I am a man who loves money. You are so young. Naturally I don't want to see you fall like this. As long as you join our Tiandu Empire, I can give you the title of Marquis and give you a fiefdom, and you will have the supreme status above one person and above 10,000 people. Tiandu's huge resources are open to you. Your majesty's conditions are indeed very tempting. Most people might actually agree, but unfortunately your majesty, you met me. Long Fei, this game is destined to be extraordinary, and it is also destined that you will not succeed. Long Fei said. His whole body slowly lifted into the air and a breath of supreme dominance suddenly dispersed. Below one person, above 10,000 people. Haha, I'm sorry, I don't care about you, I just like to be the best in the world. Long Fei's voice was absolutely domineering. What a big ambition. Everyone present was shocked. Walking through the air? Is he really a titled Douluo? Except for Dugabo, the four people on Shueye's side were extremely shocked, stunned and unbelievable. You're making a fool of yourself. You two go and kill him. Shueye shouted coldly. Yes. Qian and Kun couldn't wait any longer. They instantly activated their martial soul possessions and started to kill Long Fei. Except for Ye Lingling, everyone else on Long Fei's side showed a little worry, but the net moment it was gone, because Long Fei's face was extremely calm. He is about to take action. Chapter 67-67 Absolute Suppression Compromise. Facing such a terrifying offensive, the only person who could have such a calm presence under control was Long Fei. Two terrifying attacks were about to hit him. At this moment the dragon flew. Slowly raise your hand and pinch. Suddenly the space shook and cracks appeared in the space around the two contras. The net moment, like space-time, was stopped. Qian and Kun's presence changed drastically and their bodies couldn't move. It's like being directly locked by some powerful force. The two people's eyes fell on Long Fei. It's him. It must be him. On Dugabo's side, Shueye and Shuexing were also startled when they saw this scene. What are you doing? Why are you standing there in a daze? Come on. Do you want to resist the order? Shueing shouted angrily. What's wrong is that it's not that they don't want to come, nor that they are disobeying the order. Shueye frowned and said in a deep voice, brother, what is that? Shueing was puzzled and looked moved. The root of everything lies in this person. Seeing Long Fei again, Shueye's face looked particularly gloomy. This man actually rejected me, made rude remarks and wanted to be the first. This ambition is too great for the empire to keep. For the sake of safety we can only eradicate it first, otherwise the empire will have endless troubles in the future. After all, they already have such a powerful and difficult opponent as Wuhan, and they don't want another one to come. Such a terrifying enemy. Everyone has the definition of space in their body. If the space in your body is cut off, I don't know what it will be like. Now let's try it on you two lucky one. Long Fei smiled evilly. A strange power emerged from his body. When Dugabo saw this, his presence changed and his pupils shrank. In his understanding, the domain can only be achieved by those who have reached the level of titled Douluo, or by those with extraordinary talent and good luck, but the latter has a pitifully small chance, and it is even more impossible to have talent. Could it be that the gang leader is really a titled Douluo at such a young age? But he seems to say that he is a divine soul saint. Soul saint cannot be like this. The phenomenon on Long Fei's body has far exceeded the scope of Dugabo's cognition. Forget it, the gang leader cannot cannot be defined by ordinary people's theories. It is too special. As soon as Long Fei's space domain came out, the surrounding sky suddenly stagnated and everyone was forcibly dragged into the space domain by him. Then the surrounding sky cracked into pieces. What's going on? What is this? Shui Xing's e-pression changed drastically. This is actually a domain. Emperor Sui has been the leader of a country for so many years, so he has naturally read a lot of books, and there are signs of the formation and emergence of domains in them. This is one of them now. It's incredible. It's really incredible. Shui Ye couldn't bear to kill him, but no such people would bring disaster to the empire and must be killed. Damn it, our bodies can't move. Shui Xing's e-pression changed in shock, secretly thinking that something was wrong, and a bunch of people on Meng Shenji's side are also addicted to Long Fei's domain. Except for Long Fei, everyone's bodies were locked and unable to move. The NET moment Long Fei flicked his fingers, destroy. An extremely domineering tone came out of the air. Then everyone saw it. Above the bodies of the two contras click continuously as Long Fei's voice fell and then shattered into pieces one after another. The two people look fearful, desperate and unable to resist. They can't feel any pain, it's just gone. Two forces entered Long Fei's body. There are two more threads in the soul power C area. Seeing the two contras just disappearing, Shui Ye and Shui Xing showed fear. Shui Ye quickly shouted, "Your Majesty, kill this kid quickly." At this moment he was really scared. Long Fei is too evil and the strength he displayed has already exceeded his understanding. Grandpa, no! Duguyan shouted. Although Long Fei could easily kill Contra, her grandfather was a titled Douluo, so she was worried. The faces of the two people on Sui darkened. Dugabo made no move for a long time. The hearts of the two of them were even lowered to the lowest point. "Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I am also a member of the Qinglong Gang. Long Fei is my gang leader. Do you think I will take action?" At this moment Dugabo's plain and leisurely voice came. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he smiled. Immediately afterwards he added, "Besides, I can't break the gang leader's imprisonment." Dugabo really tried, but it was of no use at all. He was completely suppressed and he was helpless. "I have never felt that a titled Douluo was so aggrieved." After hearing Dugabo's personal admission, Shui Ye and the other two looked bitter, shaking their heads. "It's over, everything is over. Unexpectedly my last source of support turned out to be a member of another family." Shui Ye sighed, "If something happens to me, the Tiandu Empire will be in complete chaos and those who seek power and usurp the throne will come. How could Wuhan Palace and the Star Luo Empire let such a good thing go?" Long Fei smiled deeply. "It's okay if you don't want to die. I'm very fair. I'll give you two choices now. Everything is under his control." Upon hearing this, the 12 people including Dugabo and Meng Shenji were confused. "Coming. It seems we have two more members. Alas, I was generalized." Shui Ye sighed as he looked around and at the desperate situation he was in. The previous e-pressions were gone and I just felt very decadent and powerless. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, his identity as the Lord of the Empire will become meaningless. "Master Long, please tell me the conditions." Shui Ye took a deep breath, feeling extremely calm at the moment. In front of him there are only two endings: born, die. Seeing that his elder brother was like this, Shui Ying didn't speak anymore. He has seen through this situation now. It would be too easy for the other party to kill both of them. "Your Majesty is worthy of being the lord of a country. In fact, my two paths are very simple. First, you two join our Qinglong Gang and help our Qinglong Gang accomplish its great cause. Second, I will kill you now and then I will rule Tiandu instantly. With the absolute strength, I think it will be completed soon, and I am not a soft-hearted person. If you don't obey, I don't care whether it is a soul or not. Douluo or titled Douluo, just kill them all." Long Fei said these words with a smile on his face, but his smile made people very hairy. How many people can bear the devil's smile? Yu Tianheng and others suddenly trembled. They had already seen Long Fei's killing methods without blinking an eye. If Emperor Sui and the two of them disagree, many people in the Tiandu Empire will really die. Long Fei would never joke about these things. After all, we have been together for years. Shui Ye's eyes narrowed. "Mutual, take a look." "Good, I agree." Closing his eyes and remaining silent for a moment, Shui Ye's voice rose. "You two are smart people and you actually agreed, so let's sign the contract." With that said, Long Fei had already summoned Shen Zhangpi. "Just put some blood on it." Frowning, the two of them still dripped. "I want to see what happened." Amid the rumbling thunder, the space domain has been lifted by Long Fei. Chapter 68 Qinglong Gang Headquarters. Facing such a terrifying offensive, the only person who could have such a calm e-pression under control was Long Fei. Two announced attacks were about to hit him. At this moment the dragon flew. "Slowly raise your hand and pinch." Suddenly the space shook and cracks appeared in the space around the two contras. The NET moment, like space-time, was stopped. Qian and Kun's e-pressions changed drastically and their bodies couldn't move. It's like being directly locked by some powerful force. The two people's eyes fell on Long Fei. "It's him. It must be him." On Dugabo's side, Shui Ye and Shui Xing were also starting startled when they saw this scene. What are you doing? Why are you standing there in a daze? Come on, do you want to resist the order? Xue Xing shouted angrily. What's wrong is that it's not that they don't want to go nor that they are resisting the order. Xue Ye frowned and said in a serious voice, brother, what is that? Xue Ying was puzzled and looked moved. The root of everything lies with this boy. Seeing Long Fei again, Xue Ye's face looked particularly gloomy. This man actually rejected me, made rude remarks and wanted to be the first. This ambition is too great for the empire to keep. For the sake of safety we can only eradicate it first, otherwise the empire will have endless troubles in the future. After all, they already have such a powerful and difficult opponent as Wuhandian, and they don't want another such terrifying enemy to come. Everyone has the definition of space in their body. If the space in your body is cut off, I don't know what it will be like. Now let's try it on you two, lucky one. Long Fei smiled evilly. A strange power emerged from his body. When Dugabo saw this, his e-pression changed and his pupils shrank. In his understanding, the domain can only be achieved by those who have reached the level of titled Douluo or by being gifted with good luck, but the latter has a pitifully small chance, and it is even more impossible to have talent. Could it be that the gang leader is really a titled Douluo at such a young age? But he seems to say that he is a divine soul saint. Soul saint? It can't be like this. The phenomenon on Long Fei's body has far exceeded the scope of Dugabo's cognition. Forget it, the gang leader cannot be defined by ordinary people's theories, it is too special. As soon as Long Fei's space domain came out, the surrounding sky suddenly stagnated and everyone was forcibly dragged into the space domain by him. Then the surrounding sky cracked into pieces. What's going on? What is this? Xue Xing's e-pression changed drastically. This is actually a domain. Emperor Sui has been the leader of a country for so many years, and naturally he has read many books among which there are signs about the formation and emergence of domain. This is one of them now. It's incredible, it's really incredible. Xue Ye couldn't bear to kill him, but no such people would bring disaster to the empire and must be killed. Damn it, our bodies can't move. Xue Xing's e-pression changed in shock, secretly thinking that something was wrong, and a bunch of people on Meng Shenji's side are also addicted to Long Fei's domain. Except for Long Fei, everyone's bodies were locked and unable to move. The net moment Long Fei flicked his fingers, destroyed. An extremely domineering tone came out of the air. Then everyone saw it. Above the bodies of the two contras click continuously as Long Fei's voice fell and then shattered into pieces one after another. The two people look fearful, desperate and unable to resist. They can't feel any pain, just gone. Two forces entered Long Fei's body. There are two more threads in the soul power C area. Seeing the two contras just disappearing, Xue Ye and Xue Xing showed fear. Xue Ye quickly shouted, Your Majesty, kill this kid quickly. At this moment he was really scared. Long Fei is too evil and the strength he displayed has already exceeded his understanding. Grandpa, no! Duguyan shouted. Although Long Fei could easily kill Contra, her grandfather was a titled Douluo, so she was worried. The faces of the two people on Sui darkened. Dugabo made no move for a long time. The hearts of the two of them were even lowered to the lowest point. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I am also a member of the Qinglong gang. Long Fei is my gang leader. Do you think I will take action? At this moment Dugabo's plain and leisurely voice came. The corners of Long Fei's mouth curled up and he smiled. Immediately afterwards he added, besides, I can't break the gang leader's imprisonment. Dugabo really tried, but it was of no use at all. He was completely suppressed and he was helpless. I have never felt that a titled Douluo was so aggrieved. After hearing Dugabo's personal admission, Xue Ye and the other two looked bitter, shaking their heads. It's over, everything is over. Unexpectedly my last source of support turned out to be a member of another family. Sigh on the snowy night, he said, if something happens to me, the Tiandu Empire will be in complete chaos and those who seek power and usurp the throne will come. How could Wuhan Palace and the Star Luo Empire let such a good thing go? Long Fei smiled deeply. It's okay if you don't want to die. I'm very fair. I'll give you two choices now. Everything is under his control. Upon hearing this, the 12 people including Dugabo and Meng Shenji were confused. Coming, it looks like we have two more members. Alas, I was generalized. Xue Ye sighed as he looked around and at the desperate situation he was in. The previous e-pressions were gone and I just felt very decadent and powerless. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, his identity as the Lord of the Empire will become meaningless. Master Long, please tell me the conditions. Xue Ye took a deep breath, feeling extremely calm at the moment. In front of him there are only two endings: born, die. Seeing his eldest brother's ticket, Xue Ying didn't speak anymore. He has seen through this situation now. It would be too easy for the other party to kill both of them. Your Majesty is worthy of being the lord of a country. In fact, my two paths are very simple. First, you two join our Qinglong gang and help our Qinglong gang accomplish its great cause. Second, I will kill you now and then I will rule Tiandu instantly. With the absolute strength, I think it will be completed soon, and I am not a soft-hearted person. If you don't obey, I don't care. care whether it is a soul or not. Douluo or titled Douluo, just kill them all. Long Fei said these words with a smile on his face, but his smile made people very hairy. How many people can bear the devil's smile? Yu Tianheng and others suddenly trembled. They had already seen Long Fei's killing methods without blinking an eye. If Emperor Sui and the two of them disagree, many people in the Tiandu Empire will really die. Long Fei would never joke about these things. After all, we have been together for years. Shui's eyes narrowed. They looked at each other. Good. I agree. Closing his eyes and remaining silent for a moment, Shui's voice rose. You two are smart people and you actually agreed, so let's sign the contract. With that said, Long Fei had already summoned Shen Zhangpi. Just put some blood on it. Frowning, the two of them still dripped. I want to see what happened. Amid the rumbling thunder, the space domain has been lifted by Long Fei. Chapter 69. Yalingling's abnormal martial spirit. Martial Spirit Hall. Papal Palace. BBDong kneaded her brows with her hands. Suddenly he opened his eyes and a look of awe flashed through them. That kind of destructive power, can humans really produce it? Could it be that behind Li Qi there is a soul beast that is more than 100,000 years old? Is there a peerless Douluo? Is there a god? In a daze, BBDong raised her head slightly and looked at the sky. She recalled her Rakshasa god test. I was guessing in my mind, and the further back I went the more absurd I felt. Impossible. How could God be promised to intervene in the affairs of Douluo world? BBDong shook her head. She got some information from the Rakshasa god. There has been no news for a month. Where did that person go? Just when BBDong was confused, a black shadow appeared outside the hall, then landed below and handed over. As soon as this person appeared, Yu Guan and Gui Mei Net to him were stunned. Why is he here? Demon conquering Douluo, why are you here? BBDong's voice was very cold, which was also her standard voice quality. Your Majesty, the Pope Miss asked me to tell you some news. Demon conquering Douluo's voice was very low. Shwetter. BBDong's heart skipped a beat. She closed her eyes and asked curiously, tell me. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Mo told what Qian Ren Yui had ordered. Suddenly BBDong stood up and a series of news came one after another in her mind. The scattered pieces were quickly connected together. Li Qi, Lin Dong, Tiandu Royal Academy. BBDong squeezed the Zen staff in her hand. I understand you can go back to Qian Ren Yui. You don't have to interfere in this matter, BBDong said. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mo turned into a black shadow and left. Jiang Mo is one of the several titled Douluo elders in the Douluo Hall in the Wuhan Hall. His status is not low, but he is not under the management of BBDong but under the management of Qian Dao Lu Guan. Your Holiness, this person must be a person. Otherwise how could he be so young and have such fighting power to do such an unimaginable thing? Ghost handed over his hand and spoke respectfully. There must be a very powerful force or individual behind this, Yuegwan quickly added. BBDong said the Tiandu Royal Academy is in the center of the Tiandu Empire. It is inconvenient for us from the Spirit Hall to go there directly. Now is not the time to start a war. After hearing this, Yuegwan said again, what should His Majesty the Pope do? This person caused our Wuhan Palace to lose a huge soul hunting ground and 387 Contras. Although Contras are not good in our eyes, it's nothing but it's a top-notch combat power in the Wuhan Palace. Wait, BBDong spit out one word. BBDong added, this person is very easy to defend. This young man is bald and very tall. You sent people to lurk near the Royal Academy. Whenever you find this person, don't show up to bother him. Report it immediately. I will personally report it. Past. Yes, Pope, Your Majesty. In addition, at Douluo Hall, Qian Daoliu and Golden Crocodile Douluo have also received news from Demon Conquering Douluo. Qian Daoliu was quite interested in the person Zhang Mo was talking about and then told Jin Crocodile ask Yunjun to go and sneak into the academy to capture all the bald young men. Remember not to alert the enemy. They don't have much interest in ruling the continent. The only people who want to do this are BBDongshi. If this boy is really as powerful as the rumors say, it would be nice to be Shwetter's husband. Jin Crocodile suddenly said. Qian Daoliu was stunned for a moment and smiled. Let's take a look first. If this is really the case, it's not impossible. Okay, I'll leave first. After Golden Crocodile finished speaking, he left directly to release the mission. Tiandu Royal Academy. At this moment, after signing the contract, Shueye and Shuexing were forced to join the Qinglong Gang. This is a technique inherited by our gang. It's easy to practice. Long Fei shot a ray of light from his hand and entered the minds of Shuexing and Shueye. The two of them had shocked prescience on their faces, sluggishly absorbing the memories in their minds. This technique is so amazing. Shueye and the two were amazed. Long Fei, by the way, as a member of the Qinglong Gang, I have a big news to tell you. Shueye and the two were confused. Long Fei spoke calmly. Your Prince Shueqing He has died a long time ago. The current Shueqing He is the daughter of BBDong of Wuhan Palace named Qian Ren Yui. Upon hearing the news, Shueqing's prescience changed drastically. Shueye closed his eyes and held his heart with his hands. His face was very ugly and he was heartbroken. In fact, as a father he had long noticed that Shrek he was unusual and had already made some guesses. He gasped in pain and said nothing. Many of his sons have died. Shuebeng may be the only one left now. No one could understand his pain and he even turned pale, suddenly becoming many years older. Shueying asked, brother, what should I do? Shueye clenched her fist and spoke after a long time. What does the gang leader think should be done? Don't pay attention to anything. Leave this matter to me. We are all a family now. I will take you to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang. I will give you a chance. Long Fei said, pulling towards the sky, and it suddenly cracked. Come out of the wormhole in the void. Took the lead and walked in. The others quickly followed. Here there is a golden light. Then a fairyland on earth appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This scene immediately shocked everyone. There is a huge lake in front and many huge peaks around it with birds singing and flowers fragrant. There is a very large building below the mountain peak. 3 big names on the building. Qinglong Gang. There are mountains, water and sky here and the ocean is very refreshing. This is the Dragon Realm. The Dragon Realm is an independent space left by the Dragon God and Long Fei has complete control over it by swallowing it up. Can instantly construct the world he needs based on his fantasy. The huge world in front of him now was constructed by him a few years ago and Gu Yuina's senior staff live here. The Dragon Realm has a direct connection with the Star Do Forest. This is the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. Because this place is special, in the future our gang leader will set up the headquarters of the Qinglong Gang branch in the outside world, followed by countless branches until he controls the entire Douluo continent. Long Fei said. In a flash the scene changed and everyone appeared in a huge hall. Here there is a huge green dragon sculpture which is lifelike. It has very supreme dragon power and is very solemn and solemn. The NET moment several people appeared here. These people are Gu Yuina and the others. Immediately afterwards Long Fei made an introduction. Gu Yuina and the others had successfully transformed into humans after taking Long Fei's transformation pill. They did not need soul rings and their power output was 85% of the original body. As for what kind of soul beast it came from, I didn't say anything about it. Then Long Fei passed the lightning flash step to everyone and ordered Dishan to take everyone to visit the Qinglong Gang and find a suitable and complementary soul to absorb for Yu Tianheng and others. As for the immortal herbs, don't worry, they will be available soon. Long Fei took Gu Yuina and Yelingling and left alone. Both women had the answer in their heart. They looked at each other. Maybe it came from women's intuition. They seemed to understand what both parties were thinking. Chapter 70 Refining the core and entering the blood. Long Fei was left alone. 2 girls were talking about something in the room. Long Fei was feeding the fish outside. A few minutes later, the door to the room opened and the 2 of them came out. It was very harmonious, talking and laughing. Seeing this scene, Long Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. Now I finally don't have to worry about the harem catching fire. Immediately afterwards, under the leadership of Gu Yuina, Yelingling came to a special pavilion. Long Fei walked slowly behind him, not disturbing the 2 women's interest. A hissing sound, a magical scene appeared. Several rays of light shot out in front of the 3 people. Yelingling was stunned. Looking over at this moment, the light bloomed even brighter. Then I saw that there was a prototype device like a fairy ball floating in each light. This is a tool for turning souls. It called a poke ball and the soul is inside. Gu Yuina said, Naer, tell me about the current progress of soul research and development. Long Fei suddenly spoke. More than 2 years have passed now and the soul technology Long Fei gave them is the most complete and top-notch kind. 2 years is enough for very grand progress. Gu Yuina glanced at him and curled her lips and then said lightly, currently under my leadership the soul has become very mature, except for the fact that it cannot be mass-produced for 100,000 years. Within 10 years of that it has been fully mass-produced for hundreds of years, thousands of years and tens of thousands of years. After listening for a while he continued, with 100,000-year soul I don't think there will be any problems in a few years. Very good. The soul price I mentioned before needs to be changed. Long Fei said. Say it. Gu Yuina said. Long Fei said, a 10-year soul is still 10 gold soul coins, a 100-year soul is still 100 gold soul coins, a 1,000-year soul is still worth 100,000 gold soul coins, and a 10,000-year soul is still worth 100,000 gold soul coin. Upgraded to 1 million gold soul coins. 100,000-year soul from 1 million gold soul coins to 100 million gold soul coins. And as long as these people from our Qinglong Gang perform very well, they may enjoy preferential policies. It will be calculated based on the level of contribution to the Qinglong Gang and the level of the group. After hearing Long Fei's words, Gu Yuina and Yelingling were also stunned. Long Fei continued, our souls have unlimited growth possibilities. Even if the soul is cultivated well for 10 years, it can continue to evolve. To put it simply, ordinary people only need to buy 1 soul and basically do not need any future soul rings. I'm worried. Moreover, even at the original price. Families who can't afford high-level souls still can't afford it. It's better to raise the price to make money for those rich people. Now that our Qinglong gang is not so rich in funds, we can make our first order, Gu Yuina said. Long Fei smiled. He had already prepared it. His first target is the richest sect in Douluo continent, the Kaibao Glay sect. Since it can now be mass-produced in large quantities, Long Fei does not need to use a 100% replica mirror. After all, he needs to use this thing. Unless you can get another one, keep it here at the headquarters. But we'll talk about that later. Lingling, go and choose a soul, Long Fei said. Ya Lingling nodded and then released the martial spirit. When they saw this martial spirit, Long Fei and Gu Yuina were both shocked. Nah, this is completely mutated and has nothing to do with Ju and Haitang, Long Fei said in surprise. This was the first time he saw Ya Lingling's mutated martial spirit due to the influence of Dragon Heart 9 Yeji. Ya Lingling's eyes gleamed as he excitedly introduced the new martial spirit. My current martial spirit is called the 12 grade 9-hearted green dragon lotus. It has very terrifying defense, attack power and auxiliary abilities, and it can be developed, but I don't know how to develop it yet, and I found that it is completely immune to poison and negative effect. 12 grade 9-hearted blue dragon lotus. As soon as you hear this name you can tell that it is not simple. Since it still has such ability, it is really too powerful. Long Fei aggravated. The NET second I saw 3 soul rings appearing on Ya Lingling's 12 grade 9-hearted green dragon lotus. The colors of the soul rings were purple, black. Long Fei's pupils shrank. This thing can increase the level of the soul ring just like him. Lingling, the colors of these 3 soul rings changed after the martial soul mutated, right? Long Fei said. Good. Ya Lingling nodded. She was shocked at that time. Even now she is still so amazed when she looks at the scene in front of her. She is no longer the auxiliary soul master who only heals. Now she has turned over and all the secrecy surrounding her family has been eliminated. This is also one of the most exciting places for her. Long Fei took a deep breath, raised his hand and squeezed Ya Lingling's little white hand and said, okay. As expected of my Long Fei's woman, our children will definitely exceed our imagination in the future. The 2 girls were embarrassed by Long Fei's sudden word, and Ya Lingling's face turned red and she was extremely shy. Child, isn't it too early? Ya Lingling said hesitantly and glanced at Gu Yuina. Said, after all, let's let Sister Gu Yu take over first. When Gu Yuina heard this, she was already embarrassed and now she was even more embarrassed. Long Fei coughed twice. Ahem, okay, let's get to the point. Now that your auxiliary shortcomings have disappeared, you need to reconsider the issue of complementary soul partners. The awkward atmosphere gradually disappeared at this moment. In that case, let's just choose something related to dragons, right? Ya Lingling said what was in her heart. Her martial soul is related to dragon. Maybe it would be better if her soul is also related to dragon. Gu Yuina said gently. Lingmei, you currently don't have control and speed. How about getting a dragon soul with control and speed to make up for your shortcomings? Ya Lingling nodded after hearing this. Okay, then let's follow what Sister Gu Yu wants. The 2 were talking, but Long Fei listened without interrupting because at this time he was inquiring about the system. Long Fei frowned, very puzzled. System? What is this 12 grade 9-heart azure dragon lotus? Why do I feel so powerful? It seems to be second only to my chaos azure dragon bloodline. The 12 grade 9-hearted azure dragon lotus is one of the countless forms formed by the fragments of the 50 SITH grade chaos azure dragon lotus. Currently her 12 grade 9-hearted zinking longlian is still in its young stage, but its level is that of an acquired spiritual treasure. As it continues to grow, it will undoubtedly become a top-level innate treasure. If it can be integrated with other fragments, it will become even more powerful. The reason why the host feels that its bloodline is faintly second only to yours is that the 50 SITH grade Chaos Azure Dragon Lotus is the companion of the Chaos Azure Dragon. The 12 grade 9-heart Azure Dragon Lotus has its aura. So you feel this way. The system was kind enough to give Long Fei a detailed answer. Fuck, so powerful? No wonder it's so. Since it's a fragment of the companion of the original owner of my bloodline, I'm such an amazing wife. I can't stop this opportunity and this luck from coming. Long Fei's eyes widened and he was extremely shocked. At this moment Gu Yuina was already taking Ya Lingling to select soul. Just put the dazed Long Fei aside and ignore it. Chapter 71. Everyone absorbs the immortal product. Selected a few dragon souls and then went out alone to select again. After 10 minutes of research, in the end Ya Lingling chose Ice Sky Dragon and Fini as the soul. This is a new species created by Gu Yuina and the others using very mature technology to combine the blood of the Ice Dragon with the blood of the Sky Fini. Then he tested Ya Lingling's mental power. If he wanted to fuse a 10,000-year-old soul, his mental power must reach an appropriate level. Under various factors Ya Lingling reached the standard. Even if they fail to meet the standards, they can use coercion to make them surrender. Immediately afterwards Gu Yuina began to teach Ya Lingling how to absorb souls. About an hour had had passed since Yelingling did that trick. An icy light flashed across her body and then a lot of frost appeared on her body. A similar situation occurred here as the temperature gradually dropped. The net moment a huge dragon and Fini with crystal clear ice and snow appeared above Yelingling's head. This was the Ice Sky Dragon and Fini. The pressure from 10,000 years was terrifying, but now it seemed particularly insignificant in front of Long Fei and Gu Yuina. It doesn't matter, it has more terrifying growth qualifications than those under 10,000 years, so just give it some time. Then a dark black 10,000 year soul ring appeared on Yelingling's body. The four path came out at the same time. Purple, purple, black and black. Sure enough, none of Long Fei's women are simple, each one comes with their own plug-in. The moment the 12 grade 9 heart azure dragon lotus appeared, the ice sky dragon Fini instantly transformed into a small person and landed on top of it, lying down enjoying it. It seems that this 12 grade 9 hearted blue dragon lotus can give it extraordinary nourishment and it likes it very much. Yelingling opened her eyes and an icy cold light flashed across her eyes and then disappeared. By absorbing the soul of ice sky dragon Fini, she gained control and speed soul skills. It can be said that she is now very versatile. Due to her special nature, she gained 2 soul skills in one fell swoop. Although the spirit of the first 2 soul skills has been mutated, there is still only one, but the effect is very terrifying. This is the soul, it's really magical. Yelingling was also extremely excited when he sighed. Since this soul was developed by her man's organization, I'll take you to the Ascension Simulation Tower to try your martial spirit, Gu Yuina said with a smile. The Spirit Ascension Simulation Tower can not only simulate combat but can also be used for other purposes such as obtaining soul bones and upgrading souls. You go ahead, I have something else to do, Long Fei said. Gu Yuina and the others left. Long Fei also disappeared into the pavilion and reappeared already somewhere in the dragon world, which was quite close to the Qinglong headquarters. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei created an independent space here and then took out the Azure Dragon blood pool from the system warehouse and placed it here. The Qinglong blood pool is very large and has many functions. The power of the blue dragon inside is very strong. Afterwards, Long Fei took out a 100% copy mirror and copied several Qinglong blood pools in succession and placed another one on the other side. Then he put the rest into his own void space and then took out the ice and fire eyes from the void and used the power of space to fuse the ice and fire eyes with the blue dragon blood pool. The Azure Dragon blood pool will provide the ice and fire eyes with huge vitality and growth. Soon these fairy herbs will make a huge leap forward and they may even mutate under the influence of the Azure Dragon blood pool. Given some time, all immortal products can reach 100,000 years. 100,000 years is just the beginning. Long Fei continued to use the mirror to copy 50 different fairy products and put them into the void and then left here. Arriving at a room, Long Fei said in his heart system, use the divine core cultivation method. See clearly, this is the divine core, not the soul core. There is a difference between heaven and earth. With the response of the system's voice, many strange memories and experiences appeared in Long Fei's mind that may not be found in this world. Enlightenment very clear. The divine core is more difficult to cultivate than the soul core because cultivating it requires divine power rather than soul power, which means that the cultivation limit of the divine core is very large. At first, Long Fei wanted to make the divine core cultivation method one of the secret methods of the Qinglong gang, but now it seems that it needs to be castrated so that the soul power can also be cultivated. But fortunately, Long Fei, who was still a little reluctant at first, read the back of the memory and surprisingly discovered that there was a soul core in it cultivation method. What a surprise! But after thinking about it calmly, everything was normal. After all, according to the cultivation method of the divine core was upgraded based on the soul core. The reason why it is called the soul core cultivation method is because it can ignore the soul core and directly cultivate the divine core. And Long Fei is very qualified for this. It's really tailor-made for him. The cultivation of the divine core needs to be based on divine power. After continuous quenching, fusion and fusion until this geological change occurs, the first divine core is considered successful. Although it only has a few words, it seems very simple, but it is done. But it is very difficult. Long Fei didn't care about that much and planned to do it first as a sign of respect, then sit cross-legged and start operating according to the steps of the divine core cultivation method. On the way, the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon in his body continued to flow and all the tissues in his body were operating very quickly. He mobilized everything in his body including his skills, gathered his divine power and carried out extraordinary polishing, quenching and fusion. This process is extremely not simple. Even Long Fei is sweating profusely and his face is red at the moment. The muscles on his body were swelling, which looked very uncomfortable to outsiders, but in fact Long Fei was already silent in it and could not feel the changes outside his body at all. The divine core is not that easy to refine. In this state he doesn't know how much time has passed. At this time in the sea of divine power of Long Fei's body the larvae of the core have been initially formed, but it is not enough. It needs at least 10,000 repetitions of the previous actions to refine the larval core into a divine core. It's now. Long Fei shouted in his heart system, use that drop of chaos azure dragon essence and blood to add to this core. Used successfully. The sound of the system rang out in his mind, and the NET moment the core in Long Fei's soul power C rapidly changed qualitatively. Under the influence of the chaos green dragon's essence and blood, the terrifying aura suddenly became very huge, and unlimited power quickly surged out and was then absorbed by the core. This process continues, and I don't know how long it has passed. The larval core begins to evolve into the divine core. The divine core is different from the soul core. The former does not need to be restricted by physical location and can only be installed and formed in the soul power C. And due to the special nature of Long Fei, there is no limit on the number of divine cores. The more the chain is condensed, the more powerful it is. The first divine core with the essence and blood of the Chaos Azure Dragon as the medium was born in Long Fei's body. At the same time Long Fei's entire body also experienced incomparable growth and changes at this moment. Roar! A green dragon roaring with unparalleled power and power soared into the sky, and the entire dragon world trembled in horror. Everyone in the dragon world was alarmed. What a terrifying dragon power! Such a familiar smell. This aura is the gang leader. Gu Yuina, everyone in Tian claimed. Chapter 72-72 Irreversible Rule. Long Fei took a deep breath and opened his eyes. The breath on his body was extremely sacred. Immediately afterwards he compiled the cultivation methods of the soul core and the divine core into two classic. One is called soul core cultivation method and the other is called divine core advancement method. With a thought from Long Fei, a figure that seemed to change shape appeared in front of Gu Yuina and the others. Guild leader, congratulations to the gang leader for another breakthrough. Everyone said, you have now transformed into human beings. These fairy herbs will be helpful to you. Take them and use them. Long Fei hummed and said while looking at the 10 soul beast transformed people in front of him. Then he grabbed hold of it from the void and 10 fairy grasses appeared corresponding to each person. They felt the aura of this immortal product and were immediately attracted by it and quickly put it away. They quickly put them away, and then Long Fei asked about refining medicine formations, weapons and other things within the Qinglong gang. Their answers made Long Fei very satisfied. Net, I want to explain something to you. Immediately after Long Fei handed over the 5 classics of Wuji body training technique, lightning flash step, soul core cultivation method, divine core advancement method and the heavenly immortal grass classics. At present these are the methods inherited by the Qinglong gang, and there will be more in the future. After giving some more instructions he left. Everyone continued to do their thing. Long Fei found Yu Tianheng and others. At this moment both Dugabo Shueyet and Shuexing and others were used to it. After all, many days had passed and they were all here just to wait for Long Fei. Are you okay these days? Long Fei said. When everyone saw Long Fei coming over they quickly called the gang leader. Ye Lingling quickly came to Long Fei's side. Long Fei glanced at Yu Tianheng and others, and they all had already absorbed souls and entered the 40-level soul sect. Their mental power is not very high, they only absorb 100-year-old souls, but their growth potential is also very strong. Currently Yu Tianheng is at level 42 and Duguyan is at level 42. Stone Mill level 41. Graphite level 41. Yufeng level 41. Oslo level 41. As the 7th person, Ye Lingling also reached the 44th level of soul power after absorbing the 10,000-year soul and instantly surpassed them all. Yu Dian also advanced 1 level, reaching level 45. After absorbing the immortal products I should be able to break through level 50 and absorb the first soul to become the Soul King. In the past few days everyone has been working together as a team, and they have also come to know the horror of Ye Lingling's mutated martial spirit. The most useful effect of the fairy grass is still on her. Here are effects in his body coupled with the advantages of martial arts, making it as easy for him to practice as playing. After that Yupan Qin Ming Dugabo Shuexing Shueyet and Meng Shenji all improved one after another. Although they were only at the first level they were extremely happy. Long Fei said, Net, I have a surprise for you. The title Douluo Opportunity 1 promised you before Meng Shenji will be given to you today. Meng Shenji and the other 3 looked extremely excited after hearing this. Yes, gang leader. Then Long Fei took out 15 immortal flowers and sent them to everyone as if they didn't need any money. These are specially selected by him for them and they are very suitable for them. Everyone looked at the fairy herbs in front of them and held them in their hands like treasures. Ye Lingling asked curiously, Fei, haven't I already eaten too much? How can you give it back to me? Everyone also looked at it curiously. Your martial soul has a monster mutation. You can absorb another one to see how it goes. The one I gave you is called Narcissus Jade made muscle and bone. It is very suitable for you. As for the effect you will know after you eat it. After Long Fei finished speaking to Yelingling, he said to everyone, as for how to eat it, you only need to get a piece of flower petal or flower core, put it in your mouth, swallow it and then meditate to absorb it. You can save the rest. These immortals Long Fei have just been soaked in the azure dragon blood pool in the void. Even if they are separated from the ice and fire eyes, they will not wither and can be retained for a long time. Everyone obeyed and began to absorb. Using this time, Long Fei arranged the Qinglong blood pool. The blood pool was very large. He used the power of space to divide the building into two parts which were separated by a formation and were opaque in the middle. The main thing is to wait for one for women and one for men. After they have absorbed the immortal herbs, Long Fei will let them soak to continue their cultivation. In this way everyone will undergo a super qualitative change, and the NET time they meet Shrek's people in the soul arena they will be completely defeated. Tang San and Dai Mubai are nothing in front of them. They have become very powerful with Tang San's cheat, but Yu Tianheng has a cheat above Long Fei's cheat. In this fan world they are extremely lucky instances. Taking advantage of the process of their absorption, Long Fei sent the soul core cultivation method directly into everyone's minds and then entered the SI minds of Qin Ming, Meng Shenji, Bibase, Hans Hilan Sui and Dugabo respectively. The individual mind teaches them to condense. These people have reached the level that can be condensed. Qin Ming and Shuya both have level 66 soul power. After absorbing the immortal product they can enter the soul saint, and the soul saint can start to condense the first soul core. No matter how many levels of the soul core cultivation method are required in the original work, in Long Fei's case the soul saint level is enough. In the original work a person can only have 3 soul cores, and with Long Fei's soul core cultivation method one person can have 4. The first is soul saint level, the second is soul Douluo, the third is titled Douluo, and the fourth is ultimate Douluo. As for Men Shenji and the others, they can condense one contra now and they can refine it again after entering the titled Douluo, but they need to get the first one now. It's a pity for Dugabo who is already a titled Douluo. God, there are only 2 chances left, but something is better than nothing. These few people also began to try to condense according to the method taught by Long Fei. A soul master with a soul core has an absolute advantage over a soul master without a soul core at the same level, and the further the level goes the more obviously the gap will be magnified. I have taught you what I can teach. Whether you can successfully condense it depends on you. I hope you don't let me fail. Long Fei muttered. Although you can advance even if you fail to condense the soul core, this is not what Long Fei wants to see. He hopes that every member of the Qinglong gang will have a bright and powerful future. Therefore soul core is one of the indispensable conditions. These people are not plug-ins like Long Fei. They must do it step by step. After these people are healed, Long Fei will have tasks to arrange. Taking advantage of this time period, Long Fei went directly to find Gu Yuina and then completely took away her first blood. At the same time, the outside world. Many days have passed in the dragon world, but less than a day has passed in the outside world. The time flow rate between the dragon realm and the outside world has dozens of ratios under Long Fei's operation. However, among the royal family, Shuexing and Shuya had not returned even one day, and the ministers were suddenly in ease. At this moment a high-ranking official spoke to reassure him. Your Majesty and His Royal Highness the Prince are out on business. Your Majesty, the poison Douluo and the 2 soul Douluo are with you. Nothing will happen. You will be back soon. You all leave. At the same time he ordered someone to quickly go to Tiandu Royal Academy to see what was going on. The 2 big shots didn't return home till night, which had to make people feel bad, because this situation is so rare that it almost never happened. Chapter 73-73. The critical moment is gone. Inside the prince's palace, Shueking he also frowned after receiving the news. Why hasn't this old guy come back all night? Could it be that he went to attack and was killed by that Lin Dong? If this is really the case, it will ruin Wuhandian's plan. But it's just that I arrived early. If it was really what she thought, it would really be killing someone with a borrowed knife. Really Natrong. Now she needs to come forward to shock the situation. Time passed by again and everyone in the dragon world had absorbed the immortal product and everyone received corresponding benefit. Yu Tianheng absorbed the immortal product and entered the 47th level from the 42nd level. Duguyan also entered level 47 from level 42. The rest of the people have entered level 46. Pretty average. Everyone has obtained different result. The most important thing is that the martial arts have also undergone some special mutations and changes, making them more powerful. Great, I finally entered the SITth level Soul Emperor. Shueing was happy and E-sighted. The most E-sighted people here are Qin Ming and the others. They successfully entered the Soul Saint and they are also Soul Saints with soul cores. Qin Ming, Shuya, 2 Soul Saint, Meng Shenji and the other 3 were even more ecstatic, almost dying of laughter due to lack of oxygen. The 3 of them finally broke away from the 10,000 years Soul Douluo and entered the 92nd level titled Douluo, and he still has a titled Douluo with the soul core of Contra. The NET thing they need to do is to condense the soul core of the titled Douluo. After that there will be two. At the end their strength will be very terrifying. Everyone is getting used to their current changes. At this moment a dark green poisonous mist quickly spread out. Everyone noticed it and looked at Dugabo. This is the source. Long Fei had already seen that not everyone here can resist poison, but this poisonous mist can be used for training. The NET moment he said, you run the Wuji body training technique and absorb this poisonous mist to temper the body. Don't waste any energy that can make your body stronger. Everyone listened to Long Fei's words and quickly followed suit. Absorbing the poisonous mist of titled Douluo emanating from Dugabo's body, he quickly sat down and started running the infinite body forging technique. Although the process was a bit painful, it was poisonous mist after all, and Yelingling was of no use at all because the ability of the poisonous mist was eliminated by his 12 grade 9-hearted Azure Dragon Lotus. Even if she doesn't take the initiative to summon her, as long as her martial soul senses poisonous danger, the 12 grade 9-heart Azure Dragon Lotus will automatically appear to protect her, so she could only use other methods to practice the Wuji bodybuilding technique. Don't worry, I will arrange a plan for you alone. Long Fei came to Yelingling's side, put his hand on his shoulder and spoke. Okay. Yelingling nodded obediently. A few minutes passed and the fierce poisonous mist emanating from Dugabo was quickly absorbed by everyone. After absorbing it, everyone who opened their eyes showed a trace of greed and enjoyment. It's so comfortable, this poisonous mist is so comfortable. Qin Ming and others couldn't help but say, their faces turning rosy. If Dugabo knew about it he would be furious to death on the spot. Ha 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 ha. I finally made a breakthrough. At this moment Dugabo suddenly opened his eyes, his whole body flew up out of thin air and the sound of laughter suddenly came out. Level 90 SI. Level 90 SI. I finally became a super Douluo. Haha. Dugabo was so happy, so excited, so excited. There is a green soul core running inside his body. Her eyes were slightly red and she almost started crying. A super Douluo with a soul core is a very terrifying instant. At least at this time he could almost fight with the 98th level super Douluo and have a collision with the 99th level peerless Douluo. Grandpa, that's great. Dugayan was naturally extremely happy to see that her grandfather had become stronger again. Everyone at the scene had their own gains and they were very excited to make reservations. Dugabo quickly came down from the sky and came to Long Fei's side, thanking him with great excitement. Thank you, gang leader, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. The NET moment he hugged Long Fei and was very excited. Long Fei fell down with a smile on his face and did not resist. It was also a good thing for him that his gang became stronger. Dugabo was also very easygoing and let go after hugging him. Long Fei looked at the people in front of him and first said to Yu Tianheng and others, as for this elite competition I will not participate. If my strength is gone I will just kill them, which is meaningless. Yu Pan has the highest level among the 8 of you. He is your strongest trump card. You have all known each other these days and know it well. I won't say more. Yu Pan, please follow me to collect yours in a moment. Soul. There are also Qin Ming and Shuya, the people who advanced with you. With the help of immortal herbs Yu Pan successfully advanced from the 45th level soul sect to the 50 level soul king. Yes, gang leader, we will not let you down. We will definitely defeat the Wuhan team this time. Yu Tianheng took the lead in speaking with a solemn presence. Clenching his fist, dark purple thunder surged crazily. The other team members also pressed their opinions one after another. There are still SI months left before the Elite Master competition. During these SI months you will practice here first. See the blood pool? That is the Azure Dragon blood pool. The one on the left is female and the one on the right is male. I have formed the formation isolate. You can just practice in the future. If you are lucky, SI months will be enough for you to enter the 50th level Soul King. As Long Fei spoke, he immediately pointed to the separated Azure Dragon blood pool NET to him and said yes. After giving instructions to these people, Long Fei faced Xue Xing and Xue. The two of them ordered Ye to go down. Long Fei looked serious. The task for you two is very simple. After the Soul Master competition is over, I want you to use your current status as the Empire to implement the abolition of the royal aristocratic system. All kingdoms affiliated with the Tiandu Empire need to implement it. You go first. Get ready, let me handle the rest of the matter. Just kill everyone who disagrees, don't be merciful. After listening for a while, he continued, the Tiandu Empire will be renamed Tiandu Province and the remaining kingdoms will not have the word kingdom in the last word and will all be named after cities. As for the original provinces, they will be changed to Tiandu Province, town or county. Do you understand? Dugabo will follow you when the time comes. You don't need to worry about safety, just go ahead and do it. The Qinglong gang is your strongest backing. Listening to Long Fei's series of words, everyone present was stunned. They should be shocked and stunned and had prescience that they never expected, but no one one dared to speak out. Gang leader. In this case the changes today will occur in the Tiandu Empire or the entire continent. It is really too sudden. Shui Yet and Shui Xing took a deep breath. In fact they didn't really want to do this in their heart. This will directly give Wuhandian and Xingluo Empire a huge opportunity to strangle me. Tiandu. Gang leader, think twice. Their voices trembled. Long Fei narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light. I know your concerns, but I want to tell you this reform must be implemented, and it is not just you. Wuhan Palace, Star Luo Empire and the Sea Area We Qinglong Gang are all be unified. No one can stop me. The rise of the Qinglong Gang and my determination to unify the continent and sea. Not even the God realm. Long Fei's last words were very firm and no one could persuade him. An extremely domineering and awe-inspiring aura of terror suddenly plotted from his body, knocking everyone back. We know. Gang leader, we will do what you say. Shui Yet and Shui Xing were frightened to the point of dripping with cold sweat and did not dare to have any further objection. The gang leader dares to do this. If I Dugabo don't dare to do this, I will accompany the gang leader. As Dugabo's voice sounded, everyone present agreed. This day will soon change and a new century will soon come. By the time, a strange and terrifying name will appear throughout the entire continent. Chapter 74. Smashing with anger. The reward for killing Qinjun Douluo has been distributed. The system voice sounded. Long Fei thought use the secret blinding technique. The net moment, a strange and mysterious memory appeared in my mind and a long spell flashed in the memory. Long Fei then started to recite it and cast it directly. After Qinjun died, Wuhan Palace would definitely find out, especially the demon conquering Douluo, that the two were related, so he acted first. Although Long Fei is not afraid of Wuhan Palace, if the flags behind him suddenly come, then the chess game he arranged will be forcibly disrupted, which will make him very unhappy. When Long Fei lip stopped, a burst of energy filled the sky, and then the strange energy turned into light beams and dispersed to different areas, and then everything in the sky was obscured. When Long Fei lifted the barrier, demon conquering Douluo and the Tiandu royal family suddenly felt unhappy in his heart. Is it an illusion? What does it feel like? It's so strange. Demon conquering Douluo frowned in the dark and looked at the sky with a trace of confusion in his eyes. He always felt like he was missing something, but he didn't. Maybe it was just an illusion. Qinjun conquering demons have been practicing together since childhood and thus they have the same mind. Forget it, it's just an illusion. Zhang Mo shook his head secretly. Taking this opportunity, Long Fei left Tiandu Royal Academy and headed directly towards the Long family. I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time and I miss it very much. Primitive giant forest. Long Fei returned to this familiar place. He quickly headed towards the route that only his Long family knew. When Long Fei's figure was about to escape into the void, a cry for help suddenly sounded. Then his step stopped. Then I saw and heard a loud roar and a burning smell came out. I heard Gigi's evil voice again. Long Fei frowned, knowing something was happening, so his mental power quickly enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers and he suddenly saw a scene. His pupils narrowed and he headed directly towards the opposite side. Someone actually dared to break into the primitive giant forest. This person had a strong aura of evil and there were 4 people being chased by him. However, 3 people have died and the 3 dead people have black energy rising from their bodies. The one alive now is a woman. The woman looks pale and weak, sad and desperate and unwilling to accept the pain. More tears flowed. He was injured and forced to leave. There was a fire around him and the flames were fierce. Behind her the evil man showed a cruel smile and chased her directly. The man's cruel and ferocious voice sounded, don't run away, you can't run away. Be obedient and turn into my evil power. Then a sharp object was his martial spirit, which was launched directly and shot towards the woman's back and heart. The woman's presence changed drastically and when she turned around her look of despair became even stronger. At this moment a picture from years ago flashed through her mind in which a young man was teasing her. Maybe we will never see each other again in this life. In life I am a person of the Long family and in death I transform into a soul of the Long family. The third soul skill, Shadow Python Roar. Women's silver teeth. With one bite she made her final resistance and the third purple soul ring came out of her body and lit up again. This time she no longer had the strength to escape after this move. Even though the other party is a soul emperor, she will never die easily. The struggling and weak soul power emerged from her body again. The net second, the huge shadow of the python rushed out with a howling sound. You still resist. Your courage is commendable, but it's all in vain. The evil-looking man looked disdainful and standard soul rings suddenly appeared in the sharp murder weapon. In an instant the fierce murderous aura and black evil aura were sharply revealed. Bang! In an instant the shadow dragon roar directly penetrated and shattered the woman. The evil man sarcastically said, just like tissue paper vulnerable to a blow. A soul emperor attacks a soul lord. What you said makes even me blush for you. Boom! The moment this cold voice sounded, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Then a green light sword pierced directly directly from the space in front of the woman, instantly annihilating the offensive formed by the sharp murder weapon, and reappeared with a loud bang. The sword emerges like a dragon. Cold light emerges. The roar of the dragon's power is deafening and murderous intent is revealed. The killing weapon was bounced back and cracks appeared on the instrument. Subsequently, the evil man's compel ion darkened and turned blue as he was directly attacked by the martial spirit, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Wow! He was also knocked back by this sudden attack and fell to the ground. He kept retreating dozens of steps before stopping. He covered his chest with one hand. His pupils shrank. His face was shock-cold, gloomy and angry. Who is this person? Come out here! At some point, Long Fei's figure appeared in front of the woman. In front of him, the ancient Qinglong sword stood horizontally. The woman, who thought she was going to die, was stunned when she saw the bald young man appearing in front of her while sitting on the ground. Who is this guy? No matter who it is, she saved me. Suddenly a complete flashed across her eyes. Ahem. Then the woman coughed violently and spit blood out of her mouth. Her breath was a little messy. Her face was pale and bloodless. Her whole body was already extremely weak, and now she was just holding on. Domain all things revive. A green light spreads from Long Fei's body and continues to spread out. With him as the center, everything within a kilometer in diameter will be revived. Except for the evil man opposite, everything else is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowers, plants and trees that were burned to death, the big trees that broke and fell to the ground, and the collapsed ground have all been repaired. Even the seriously injured woman has green light emerging from her body, just like photosynthesis. The injuries on her body recover quickly and it feels so comfortable. The broken limbs and missing parts of the 3 dead corpses are also recovering quickly, and the lifeless bodies are gradually regaining their breath of life. This field is incredible, horrible. The most magical skill among magical skills. Both the woman and the man showed signs of disbelief, shock and shock. The two of them were already sluggish. Woman, what's your name? Long Fei's deep magnetic voice sounded. My name is Long Tinger, the woman said in a cowardly tone. Hearing these 3 words, Long Fei's eyes narrowed and he looked at the evil man in front of him with extremely cold eyes, murderous intent and even more rage. Today the King of Heaven is here and I can't stop me from cutting you into pieces. If you dare to touch my intended wife, I will kill you. His figure disappeared directly from the spot, and at lightning speed he appeared directly in front of the evil man and punched him in the chest. The evil man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. The other party was too fast. Banged. Long Fei's punch directly penetrated the evil man's chest. Suddenly blood and flesh spattered, bones and internal organs plotted, and the pig-like screams gradually changed from loud to quiet and soon became silent. The man is not dead yet. Cold sweat continues to flow out and his eyes are filled with endless fear. The man's voice trembled with fear. Long Fei ignored him but pulled out his hand and kicked the man's second brother. Heartbreaking and extremely painful, the whole person flew out and was about to die. Long Fei used the resurrection field of all things to quickly repair the injuries on his body, then grabbed his feet and kept smashing them crazily. Bang bang, howl, boom, spare your life. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 75-75. Goodbye. The reward for killing Qianjun Douluo has been distributed. The system voice sounded. Long Fei thought, use the secret blinding technique. The NET moment, a strange and mysterious memory appeared in my mind and a long spell flashed in the memory. Long Fei then started to recite it and cast it directly. After Qianjun died, Wuhan Palace would definitely find out, especially the demon conquering Douluo, that the two were somewhat related, so he acted first. Although Long Fei is not afraid of Wuhan Palace, if the flags behind him suddenly come, then the chess game he arranged will be forcibly disrupted, which will make him very unhappy. When Long Fei lip stopped, a burst of energy filled the sky, and then the strange energy turned into light beams and dispersed to different areas, and then everything in the sky was obscured. When Long Fei lifted the barrier, demon conquering Douluo and the Tiandu royal family suddenly felt the pain in his heart, displeased and happy. Is it an illusion? What does it feel like? It's so strange. Demon conquering Douluo frowned in the dark and looked at the sky with a trace of confusion in his eyes. He always felt like he was missing something, but he didn't. Maybe it was just an illusion. Qianjun conquering demons have been practicing together since childhood, and thus they have the same mind. Forget it, it's just an illusion. Zhang Mo shook his head secretly. Taking this opportunity, Long Fei left Tiandu Royal Academy and headed directly towards the Long family. I haven't been back to my hometown for a long time and I miss it very much. Primitive giant forest. Long Fei returned to this familiar place. He quickly headed towards the route that only his Long family knew. When Long Fei's figure was about to escape into the void, a cry for help suddenly sounded. Then his step stopped. Then I saw and heard a loud roar and a burning smell came out. I heard Gigi's evil voice again. Long Fei frowned, knowing something was happening, so his mental power quickly enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of kilometers, and he suddenly saw a scene. His pupils narrowed and he headed directly towards the opposite side. Someone actually dared to break into the primitive giant forest. This person had a strong evil aura and there were 4 people being chased by him. However, 3 people have died and the 3 dead people have black energy rising from their bodies. The one alive now is a woman. The woman looks pale and weak, sad and desperate and unwilling to accept the pain. More tears flowed. He was injured and forced to leave. There was a fire around him and the flames were fierce. Behind her the evil man showed a cruel smile and chased her directly. The man's cruel and ferocious voice sounded, "Don't run away, you can't run away. Be obedient and turn into my evil power." Then a sharp object was his martial spirit which was launched directly and shot towards the woman's back and heart. The woman's presence changed drastically and when she turned around her look of despair became even stronger. At this moment a picture from years ago flashed through her mind in which a young man was teasing her. "Maybe we will never see each other again in this life. In life I am a person of the Long family and in death I transform into a soul of the Long family." The third soul skill, Shadow Python Roar. The woman bit her silver teeth and made her final resistance. The third purple soul ring came out of her body and lit up again. This time she no longer had the strength to escape after this move. Even though the other party is a soul emperor, she will never die easily. The struggling and weak soul power emerged from her body again. The second the huge shadow of the python rushed out with a howling sound. "You still resist. Your courage is commendable, but it's all in vain." The evil-looking man looked disdainful and standard soul rings suddenly appeared in the sharp murder weapon. In an instant the fierce murderous aura and black evil aura were sharply revealed. Bang! In an instant the shadow dragon roar directly penetrated and shattered the woman. The evil man sarcastically said, "Just like tissue paper, vulnerable to a blow. A soul emperor takes action against a soul lord. What you said makes even me blush for you." Boom! The moment this cold voice sounded, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Then a green light sword pierced directly from the space in front of the woman, instantly annihilating the offensive formed by the sharp murder weapon and reappeared with a loud bang. The sword emerges like a dragon. Cold light emerges. The dragon's power is deafening and murderous intent is revealed. The killing weapon was bounced back and cracks appeared on the instrument. Subsequently the evil man's compel ion darkened and turned blue as he was directly attacked by the martial spirit and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Wow! He was also knocked back by this sudden attack and fell to the ground. He kept retreating dozens of steps before stopping. He covered his chest with one hand. His pupils shrank. His face was shock-cold, gloomy and angry. "Who is this person? Come out here." At some point Long Fei's figure appeared in front of the woman. In front of him the ancient Qinglong sword stood horizontally. The woman, who thought she was going to die, was stunned when she saw the bald young man appearing in front of her while sitting on the ground. "Who is this guy? No matter who it is, she saved me." Suddenly a complete prescience flashed across her eyes. Ahem! Then the woman coughed violently and spit blood out of her mouth. Her breath was a little messy. Her face was pale and bloodless. Her whole body was already extremely weak and now she was just holding on. Domain all things revive. A green light spreads from Long Fei's body, spreading out continuously. With him as the center, everything within a kilometer in diameter will be revived. Except for the evil man opposite, everything else is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowers, plants and trees that were burned to death, the big trees that broke and fell to the ground and the collapsed ground have all been repaired. Even the seriously injured woman has green light emerging from her body just like photosynthesis. The injuries on her body recover quickly and it feels so comfortable. The broken limbs and missing parts of the 3 dead corpses are also recovering quickly and the lifeless bodies are gradually regaining their breath of life. This field is incredible, horrible. The most magical skill among magical skills. Both the woman and the man showed prescience of disbelief, shock and shock. The two of them were already sluggish. "Woman, what's your name?" Long Fei's deep magnetic voice sounded. "My name is Long Tinger," the woman said in a cowardly tone. Hearing these 3 words, Long Fei's pupils narrowed and he looked at the evil man in front of him. His upper eyes were extremely cold, murderous and even more furious. "Today the King of Heaven is here and I can't stop me from tearing you into pieces. If you dare to touch my intended wife, I will kill you." Phew. His figure disappeared directly from the spot and at lightning speed he appeared directly in front of the evil man and punched him in the chest. The evil man's prescience changed drastically. He wanted to defend himself but it was too late. The other party was too fast. Banged. Long Fei's punch directly penetrated the evil man's chest. Suddenly blood and flesh spattered, bones and internal organs plotted and the pig-like screams gradually changed from loud to quiet and soon became silent. The man is not dead yet. Cold sweat continues to flow out and his eyes are filled with endless fear. "You!" The man's voice trembled with fear. Long Fei ignored him but pulled out his hand and kicked the man's second brother. Heartbreaking and extremely painful, the whole person flew out and was about to die. Long Fei used the resurrection field field of all things to quickly repair the injuries on his body, then grabbed his feet and kept smashing them crazily. Ah, bang bang, hell boom, spare your life, bang 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 bang. Chapter 76. Go home. Looking at the scene in front of her, Long Tinger was shocked and dumbfounded. Since such a soul emperor was tortured by the young man in front of him and was completely unable to fight back, he was like an ant. The face of the soul emperor man was even more miserable. The miserable situation made people feel cold when they saw it. At this moment, for some reason, Long Tinger felt a little sympathy for the soul emperor. Every time he was about to die, his injuries were quickly repaired. I have forgotten how many times. Bang bang bang. At this moment, Long Fei had not given up his brutality against the soul emperor man. His fist quickly formed countless after images. Each after image was pierced with the energy of the fist wave with genuine terrifying power. The surrounding stones were shattered crazily, as if it doesn't matter if you don't need money. The soul emperor's body burst out with bloody holes, blood, bones and other bloody scenes, but these injuries are also recovering quickly. Kill me, the soul emperor man finally screamed and wailed. Now he just wants to die, not live anymore. This man in front of him is too cruel. She is my woman, you shouldn't pay attention to her. Long Fei's face was cold and angry, and dark words with endless murderous intent came out of his mouth. Then he used an uppercut to send the soul emperor man flying into the sky. Then he held the Qinglong ancient sword and slashed at him very quickly. The sharp green light sword light was as messy as a storm. The net second it was completely penetrated by the soul emperor man's scream of fear and despair. This time Long Fei did not use the field again. This time the soul emperor man, who had been tortured countless times, finally died. Countless pieces fell and blood splattered. Long Fei's cold eyes looked at this scene. The net second flames emerged from the fragments and quickly burned them into nothingness. This is what happens if you touch my woman. Long Fei turned around, returned to normal and then walked towards Long Tinger. Who are you? Long Tinger looked at the young man in front of her. She heard what Long Fei said just now and her face turned red. Long Fei looked at Long Tinger in front of him and nodded secretly. He hadn't seen her for years. Sure enough, she had grown up and developed everything she should. Her figure was extremely slender and her face was crystal clear all over, which made people have an impulsive thought. Moreover, her long hair matches the delicate face and facial features even more beautiful. Especially now that her clothes are torn, she reveals even more charming appearance. Suddenly the dragon blood in Long Fei's body was boiling and he really had the urge to throw Long Tinger down directly. Long Fei shook his head quickly and sighed in his heart, damn it, this dragon's nature has also been fulfilled in me. As his strength becomes stronger and his bloodline is activated more and more, his nature from the dragon becomes stronger. At this moment he is really afraid that one day he will suddenly lose control and then those beautiful women will become his women. But fortunately he had a meal with Gu Yuina before coming out of the dragon world, otherwise he would have pounced on Long Tinger without hesitation. And what happened? Net Long Tinger, long time no see. My name is Long Fei. Do you still remember me? Long Fei smiled at her and then approached. Long Tinger was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have an answer in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. She probably didn't dare to believe that such a little devil years ago had grown to such a terrifying stage. You really Long Fei? That little brat? Long Tinger spoke in disbelief with a rosy face, looking shocked. Don't call me a little brat, Long Fei said quietly. You should remember what I said years ago, and now I'm here to fulfill my promise. Long Fei was only a fist length away from her at this moment. After hearing this, Long Tinger's face turned red with embarrassment. Her heart was beating rapidly and she was very panicked. She couldn't help but retreat back. When she couldn't stand still and was about to fall, Long Fei decisively grabbed her and held her in his arms middle. The rich and fragrant fragrance immediately entered Long Fei's nose, making him extremely addicted. The dragon blood in his body became crazily active. Wait. Long Tinger shyly struggled away. Long Fei let go of his hand and heard her say, my three teammate. Long Fei was stunned and quickly asked, are they from the Long family? Right. Upon hearing Long Tinger's words, Long Fei's eyes flashed with anger. Evil soul masters, since you dare to kill people from my Long family, I will definitely kill you when the time comes. Wait a minute. Long Fei sighed and with a move of his hand a wave of space surged out and then three lying bodies appeared. These three bodies are one male and two female. Seeing this scene, Long Tinger was shocked. How is it possible? They have obviously been killed. How come their bodies have recovered like this? And they are breathing, so they are still alive. As she said this, she was extremely excited. However, only Long Fei was not very happy when he saw this scene. Instead he frowned and said in a solemn voice, Tinger, these are all the effects of my domain. My domain can revive all things, but although they are revived now, this is just the body. Their souls are no longer in the body. They are more or less living dead. To put it simply, it is a vegetative state. When Long Tinger heard this, she suddenly lost her previous excitement and felt somewhat depressed. She gritted her teeth and said, what should I do? Can you help retrieve retrieve their souls? After all, they are all from the Long family system. Logically speaking, my current mental power is in the Divine Sea realm. Why can't I find the place where the souls of these 3 people are? At this moment Long Fei used his mental power to continuously sweep. The entire giant forest was full of doubts and confusion, and they were asking in their heart. The system answered with a voice, after death the souls of these 3 people were absorbed by the evil soul master's murder weapon and turned into power in his body, and that person was destroyed into nothingness by you, the host. So those 3 people, their souls are no longer in this world. To put it simply, their souls are gone and destroyed. The rules of this plane are also interfering here. Long Fei asked, then there is still hope for them to wake up? For example, create another soul for them, or in those fantasy fairy novels, nourish the soul and wait until it revives. System: yes, but this requires waiting for the host to become a god and break the rules of this plane. To put it simply, host, you have to become the master of the entire Douluo plane world, lord of the plane. Okay, I believe this day will come soon. Long Fei clenched his fist and looked firmly. The plane also includes the realm of God. After the consciousness return, there was also a hint of regret in Long Fei's eyes. He shook his head and sighed. I don't have this ability now. I can't do anything about it, but I can't decide what I will be in the future. Don't worry, people from the Long family will not die unjustly, and life belongs to the Long family, the soul of the dead dragon family. But don't worry, it will definitely be realized soon in the future. Long Tinger's face showed pain, but then it turned into a smile and said, I was just delusional before. It's great that a dead person can have such a lively body now. Let's bring the 3 of them back. Leave it to their parent. Let's go back to Long's house first. Long Fei touched Long Tinger's head. Then he took them and headed towards the Long family. Chapter 77. Everyone was shocked. Everyone is on alert, already blessed with soul power and ready to attack. Long Changtian's tone was low. Who are you? You came to break into my Long family? The moment Long Fei appeared, everyone felt that the aura and blood emanating from him were absolutely suppressive. In an instant, cold sweat dripped from everyone's forehead and their expressions changed in shock. Suddenly the bald young man said, don't be nervous, I'm the only one. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt regretful. Long Wu always felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. Grandpa, Dad, have you forgotten me after not seeing each other for a few years? Long Fei said to Long Changtian and Long Wu. People here. His grandfather is a 93 level titled Douluo. His father Long Wu was already an 88th level Contra, and there was another person who was also an 88th level Contra. The remaining 5 older ones are all level 89 Contras. These 5 people are all the 5 elders of the Long family, and Long Wu and the man Net to him Long Chen are the genius souls of the Long family who have become 88th level Contras at the age of only 50 in the past 100 years. Master, the cultivation level of the 5 elders who are under 50 is close to that of the 5 elders. Originally these 2 were candidate for the future position of the head of the family. However, due to the appearance of Long Fei years ago, now after everyone's agreement, as long as Long Fei is here, if they can reach the Soul King level before they are 20 years old, then they will find resources and tend to be trained by Long Fei so that they can grow up quickly. Everyone was shocked. Long Changtian and Long Wu were also stunned. With an excited expression on his face, Long Changtian said, are you my grandson? Damn it! Long Wu also shouted in shock. But why is my son bald? Long Wu was very confused. No matter what, it doesn't matter if you become bald when you are strong, and this guy has a pretty face, so he doesn't worry about finding a wife. Long Fei cupped his fist and said to the other 5 people here, Long Fei, I have met all the elders. Although Long Fei didn't know who these people were, those who could be here must be elders. You are Long Fei, Long Wu's son? Long Chen looked at Long Fei's body and felt the terrifying aura again, looking shocked. The same is true for the other 5 elders. I'm afraid you are only 12 years old this year, right? Among them the great elder sounded excited. The other elders looked at each other. Long Fei's talent was terrifying. He was able to achieve such an achievement at the age of 12. He was the future successor of the family. Yes, this junior is 12 years old this year. Long Fei nodded and looked at you calmly. Smash, what on earth is going on? Why did you come out of that black hole, and what is that thing? Long Wu hasn't seen Long Fei for several years, and now he feels that Long Fei is very mysterious, and there is a feeling that he is not the illusion of recognition. The same is true for Long Changtian. Everyone wants to understand what is going on. Father, this is a realm called space that I was lucky enough to get outside, Long Fei said calmly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What followed was the same old routine. As he pecked, the people in front of him were shocked. He claimed, oh my god, since it is a realm, and it's also in the space realm. Incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. 12 years old took control of the space field. The 8 people were stunned and found it difficult to breathe. Long Wu and Long Changtian walked towards Long Fei even more excitedly, looking around to see this little monster from the Long family. Are you really my son? That's right, it's been a few years since we last met and you're almost taller than your dad. How handsome I was when I had dad. You deserve to be my son. Ha 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 ha. Long Wu patted Long directly. Fei's shoulders laughed. Okay great, why can't grandpa feel the soul power in you? As soon as Long Changtian's word came out, everyone present was also startled. Yes, they had just been so excited that they had forgotten about this matter. No wonder I always feel like something is wrong there. The five elders frowned and muttered, it's impossible. If he really has no soul power, Long Fei should be an ordinary person. Long Chen said, whether it's his aura or that uncomfortable aura, it's not something that an ordinary person can use. And don't forget, everyone here except the head of the family are all high-level contras. Following Long Chen's words came out once again, awakening everyone present. Yes, what exactly is going on? Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Fei. Long Fei said, seniors of the family, it is normal for you not to feel soul power because I do have no soul power. Boom. What? As soon as Long Fei's word came out, everyone present was struck like a thunderbolt. Smash, why did you fall to the ground? Who did this to you? Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we in the Long family will find it and avenge you. Long Wu was so excited that he forgot some of the previous things, and also thinking that his son had been crippled, he suddenly became furious and the terrifying contra-murderous aura suddenly spread out from his body. Snapped. Suddenly Long Changtian slapped Long Wu on the head, snorted coldly and shouted, resurrection Douluo, why are you so rude? Is the aura and temperament of Fusion something that an ordinary person can use? Can ordinary people understand the realm of space? When the anger rises, your mind becomes stupid. Long Wu touched this end and immediately calmed down after hearing Long Changtian's words. Son, what on earth is going on? Long Wu looked gloomy. Because what I am cultivating now is not soul power but divine power. Only gods can feel the fluctuations of my divine power, but you can't. Long Fei said, shaking his head. What? Divine power? Another earth-shattering news. Currently my divine power is that of Soul Saint, but the power I unleash can be directly suppressed by even a titled Douluo. Long Fei clenched his fist. No further nonsense, let's go and do some experiment. Long Changtian grabbed Long Fei's body. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the 3 people who were attacked and killed. Now Long Fei successfully diverted his attention. On the Long family competition stage, Long Fei and others appeared here. It just so happens that there are disciples of Long Fei here who are practicing very hard. The shout came in unison. When everyone saw Long Changtian and others appearing here, they stopped one after another, then stood up and shouted in respect. Then the instructors leading the training hurriedly came to Long Changtian, raised their hands and asked, Master, what do you have to say? We need to use this competition platform. We have to stop training and let them watch from below. This battle will be very useful for them. Long Changtian spoke. The instructor was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly yes. Then he went down to give instruction. The other disciples also got off the stage amid doubts and curiosity and formed a circle below to watch. Fei son, what do you think of a competition right now? Long Changtian looked at Long Fei with a smile. When the people below heard Long Changtian's name, everyone's eyes turned to the tall bald young man in front of them and their expressions changed drastically. The aura of this person made them very depressed. It was like staring at a huge ancient supreme dragon. Their breathing suddenly became a little difficult. As expected of Mr. Long Fei, such an aura directly makes me, the Soul Emperor, feel so uncomfortable. The instructor was extremely shocked. Okay, right here. It doesn't matter where Long Fei is. Chapter 78. Taken casually. Everyone is on alert, already blessed with soul power and ready to attack. Dragon Changtian's tone was low. Who are you? You came to break into my Long family? The moment Long Fei appeared, everyone felt that the aura and blood emanating from him were absolutely suppressive. In an instant, cold sweat dripped from everyone's forehead and their expressions changed in shock. Suddenly the bald young man said, don't be nervous, I'm the only one. Upon hearing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief but also felt regretful. Long Wu always felt that the person in front of him looked familiar. Grandpa, Dad, have you forgotten me after not seeing each other for a few years? Long Fei said to Long Changtian and Long Wu. People here. His grandfather is a 93 level titled Douluo. His father Long Wu is already an 88th level contra, and there is another person who is also an 88 level contra. The remaining 5 older ones are all level 89 contras. These 5 people are all the 5 elders of the Long family, and Long Wu and the man Net to him Long Chen are the genius souls of the Long family who have become 88th level contras under the age of 50 in the past 100 years. Master, the cultivation level of the 5 elders who are under 50 is approaching. Originally these 2 were candidate for the future position of the head of the family. However, due to the appearance of Long Fei years ago, now after everyone's agreement, as long as Long Fei is here, if they can reach the Soul King level before they are 20 years old, then they will find resources and tend to be trained by Long Fei Fei so that they can grow up quickly. Everyone was shocked. Long Changyan and Long Wu were also stunned. With an E-sided E-press-Zion on his face, Long Changyan said, "Are you my grandson?" "Damn it!" Long Wu also shouted in shock. "But why is my son bald?" Long Wu was very confused. "No matter what, it doesn't matter if you become bald when you are strong, and this guy has a pretty face so he doesn't worry about finding a wife." Long Fei cupped his fist and said to the other 5 people here, "Long Fei, I have met all the elders." Although Long Fei didn't know who these people were, those who could be here must be elders. Are you Long Fei? Long Wu's son? Long Chen looked at Long Fei's body and felt the terrifying aura again. His face was shocked. "The same is true for the other 5 elders. I'm afraid you are only 12 years old this year, right?" Among them the great elder sounded E-sided. The other elders looked at each other. Long Fei's talent was terrifying. He was able to achieve such an achievement at the age of 12. He could be the future successor of the family. "Yes, this junior is 12 years old this year." Long Fei nodded and looked at you calmly. Smash, what is going on? Why did you come out of that black hole, and what is that thing? Long Wu hasn't seen Long Fei for several years and now he feels that Long Fei is very mysterious. There is an illusion of not knowing. The same is true for Long Changyan. Everyone wants to understand what is going on. "Father, this is a realm called space that I was lucky enough to get outside," Long Fei said calmly, and the corners of his mouth curled up. What followed was the same old routine. As Yi pecked, the people in front of him were shocked. Yi claimed, "Oh my god, since it is a realm, and it's also in the space realm. Incredible. It's incredible, it's incredible." 12 years old took control of the space field. The 8 people were stunned and found it difficult to breathe. Long Wu and Long Changyan walked towards Long Fei even more excitedly, looking around to see this little monster from the Long family. "Are you really my son? Not bad. I'm almost taller than your dad after I haven't seen you in a few years. How handsome I was when I had dad. You are worthy of being my son. Ha 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 ha." Long Wu, he patted Long Fei on the shoulder and laughed. Okay, not bad. Why can't grandpa feel the soul power in you?" As soon as Long Changtian's word came out, everyone present was also startled. Yes, they had just been so E-sided that they had forgotten about this matter. "No wonder I always feel like something is wrong there." The 5 elders frowned and muttered, "It's impossible. If he really has no soul power, Long Fei should be an ordinary person." Long Chen said, "Whether it's his aura or that uncomfortable aura, it's not something that an ordinary person can use. And don't forget, everyone here except the head of the family are all high-level contras." Following Long Chen's words came out once again, awakening everyone present. Yes, what exactly is going on? Everyone's eyes were focused on Long Fei. Long Fei said, "Seniors of the family, it is normal for you not to feel soul power because I do have no soul power." Boom. What? As soon as Long Fei's word came out, everyone present was struck like a thunderbolt. Smash, why did you fall to the ground? Who did this to you? Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we in the Long family will find it and avenge you. Long Wu was so excited that he forgot some of the previous things, and also thinking that his son had been crippled, he suddenly became furious, and the terrifying contra-murderous aura suddenly spread out from his body. Snapped. Suddenly Long Changtian slapped Long Wu on the head, snorted coldly and shouted, "Resurrection Douluo, why are you so rude? Is the aura and temperament of Fusion something that an ordinary person can use? Can ordinary people understand the realm of space? When the anger rises, your mind becomes stupid." Long Wu touched this end and immediately calmed down after hearing Long Changtian's words. "Son, what on earth is going on?" Long Wu looked gloomy. "Shen, because what I am cultivating now is not soul power but divine power. Only gods can feel the fluctuations of my divine power, but you can't." Long Fei said, shaking his head. "What? Divine power?" Another earth-shattering news. "Currently my divine power is that of Soul Saint, but the power I unleash can be directly suppressed by even a titled Douluo." Long Fei clenched his fist. "No further nonsense, let's go and do some e-periment." Long Changtian grabbed Long Fei's body. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the 3 people who were attacked and killed. Now Long Fei successfully diverted his attention. On the Long family competition stage, Long Fei and others appeared here. It just so happens that there are disciples of Long Fei here who are practicing very hard. The shout came in unison. When everyone saw Long Changtian and others appearing here, they stopped one after another, then stood up and shouted in respect. Then the instructors leading the training hurriedly came to Long Changtian, raised their hands and asked, "Master, what do you have to say? We need to use this competition platform. We have to stop training and let them watch from below. This battle will be very useful for them." Long Changtian spoke. The instructor was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly yes. Then he went down to give instruction. The other disciples also got off the stage amid doubts and curiosity and formed a circle below to watch. "Fei son, what do you think of a competition right now?" Long Changtian looked at Long Fei with a smile. When the people below heard Long Changtian's name, everyone's eyes turned to the tall bald young man in front of them him and their presence changed drastically. The aura of this person made them very depressed. It was like staring at a huge ancient supreme dragon. Their breathing suddenly became a little difficult. As expected of Mr. Long Fei, such an aura directly makes me, the Soul Emperor, feel so uncomfortable. The instructor was extremely shocked. Okay, right here. It doesn't matter where Long Fei is. Chapter 79. Gather the Long family. At this time Long Tinger happened to pass by the crowd and was stunned when she saw the scene above her eyes. Long Fei? The first person her eyes stopped at was Long Fei, followed by Long Changqian Master, then Long Wu, Uncle Long Wu. Then he locked on among the elders. A character grandpa. Her voice was so low that she could almost hear it. Her appearance was not noticed by the people above because they were all focused on looking at each other. But at this moment Long Fei looked towards the crowd below as if he had a heart-to-heart connection, and then his eyes quickly locked on Long Tinger. This little girl is here too, just in time. I will take you to see my grandfather and father after the beating. Long Fei thought to himself, already paying attention. Long Tinger below had a bad premonition for some reason. Long Chen, go give him a try. Long Changqian looked at the man Net to him and gave the order. I know the master of the family. Long Chen nodded and walked directly forward to confront Long Fei. When Long Tinger saw this scene, she was shocked. He wants to challenge Uncle Long Chen. That's an 88th level Soul Douluo. Although he can easily kill the Soul Emperor, but the Soul Emperor and Soul Douluo, it's a total difference of more than 20 levels, and it seems that there is a gap of 30 levels plus Long Fei's own cultivation level. She didn't think Long Fei was a Soul Emperor. How could it be possible for a 12-year-old Soul Emperor? Absolutely impossible. Even if she were beaten to death she wouldn't believe it, but today's scene of torturing and killing the Soul Emperor emerged like a tidal wave, and it was all true. Long Fei was not arrogant. He didn't come up directly and said, you all can come up together. I'll take every one of them in seconds. If he were so arrogant he would speak directly outside, but now in his Long family these people in front of him are not enemies but future members of the gang. As the leader of the gang he cannot attack his own talents too much. Giving some space for survival is the last word. Uncle Chen, I hope you can use all your strength to let me feel the difference between my current power and Contra. Long Fei said a polite word. Otherwise, according to the plot, this person will definitely take his time to test, which would be really too slow. He still likes to open it up as soon as he comes up. Nephew, I won't be polite. Long Chen shouted loudly and waved the huge soul power in his body. The rest of the people also left the stage one after another, staring intently above. Even Long Yi didn't notice that his good granddaughter was in the crowd. The people below didn't stop him. They also wanted to see how strong Long Fei was. The divine power of cultivation should be very powerful. The Net second soul rings emerged from Long Chen's body one after another. A full 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black and black are domineeringly posed. Wow, 8 rings Contra. The disciples watching the show below all claimed, their faces full of envy and desire. Those pairs of eyes were staring at Long Chen's 8 cool soul rings. Even the Soul Emperor instructor is envious and longing for Soul Douluo, that is a powerful man, even more powerful than Soul Saint. Surrounded by so many cheers, Long Chen looked very calm because these were all small scenes. There used to be too many and now he is completely numb and has no special reaction. 8 ring Contra. Long Tinger in the crowd was also eager for it. What she didn't know was that she became Long Fei's daughter. People level up by riding rockets and Contra will soon be able to break through. Of course this will happen later. As soon as the huge green python with dragon speed emerged from Long Chen's body, the terrifying aura on his body became even more intense. Nephew, it's time for you to activate your martial spirit. Long Chen's eyes had turned into pythons. The aura on his body had become cold and even his tone was very cold. I almost forgot, your martial spirit has mutated. The Net second Long Chen recalled it. Uncle Chen, just let your horse come over. Long Fei will take over. Long Fei looked calm and tended his hand in a pleased gesture. Long Chen suddenly felt like he was being looked down upon. He was unhappy in his heart and said, nephew, it's not good to be too arrogant. You're like this. Then uncle, I won't be polite. Don't say I'm bullying you then. Haha, you are indeed my son Long Wu. He has the same demeanor as my father. Long Wu put his hands on his hip and laughed. The other elders were speechless, but Long Changqian didn't smile or say anything and looked at it with a slight frown. The first soul skill dragon python attack. Long Chen stepped forward fiercely and the huge green dragon python suddenly flew out from his body and the surrounding aura also became gloomy. The first soul skill used by Contra. This power is extremely terrifying. The disciples below were excited and saw that Long Fei was still so calm and had no intention of taking action. No way, this guy looks down on Contra so much. Some of the disciples were talking to each other. Although Long Fei was a young master, he suddenly felt unhappy. Such a gesture was completely disrespectful to a Contra. What a master they are. Long Chen also frowned. This brat is too arrogant. he is a little angry. The elders below were also a little unhappy. At this moment Long Fei raised his hand and patted it. To be honest, such an offensive is scary in the eyes of others, but Long Fei is too weak. He can't even bother to dodge such a weak attack. The terrifying contra-attack was shot away without any resistance in the eyes of everyone. The faces of everyone who had been cheering suddenly froze. Long Chen, Long Changqian, Long Wu, the 5 elders and the rest ate up the crowd. What? The net moment everyone's eyes widened and they screamed as if they were dumbfounded. Since this guy is so strong, can he wipe out Long Chen's attack with just one shot? Long Wu opened his mouth wide. Okay. Long Changqian laughed excitedly. Sure enough, how could a person who can cultivate divine power and understand the realm be a mystical person? The rise of the Long family is now completely hopeful. Long Changqian's face showed excitement and he had no intention of shying away from anything. And Long Tinger was also stunned. The little guy from SI years ago has become so powerful, not to mention the Soul Emperor, since even the terrifying blow of Contra can be easily lifted with one shot. Suddenly her mind recalled what Long Fei had said before. SI years ago, Long Fei said he would come to marry her and he said the same just now. When she thought of this, Long Tinger's face turned red with embarrassment. Didn't he lie to me just now? But I am 17 years old and he is only 12 years old. They don't match in terms of age. Do old cows eat young grass? Haha, Long Fei said. Age? In the eyes of practitioners she is nothing, and my Guyuina's age is incredible. Do you think I dislike her? Isn't she just the same woman who can be taken over by me and become mine? You. Long Chen's pupils narrowed with a hint of fear on his face. Incredible. Uncle Chen, use all your strength. Don't test every move one by one, otherwise you won't have a chance of winning. Long Fei persuaded him kindly. He didn't want Long Chen to lose too badly, so he just used a few soul skills and then it was gone. At least let him use his martial soul true form or something. The performance was more beautiful. Long Fei broke it with one move and then shocked everyone. Chapter 80 Shun Peike. But the reality was cruel. Jing didn't get the answer she wanted, but the other answer also surprised her. Although Long Fei told her something, she didn't expect to get rid of these high-level officials so quickly. After Long Changqian finished talking about some questions about joining the Qinglong gang, someone below began to ask some questions, such as a series of questions about freedom and so on. Long Changqian said if you join the Qinglong gang you will get better resources, and the Qinglong gang has resources that our Long family or even the entire Douluo world does not have. Long Changqian continued, the Qinglong gang is an absolutely independent force created by Long Fei. As for whether you will stay or leave in the future, you don't need to worry about it. Our original place is here. Soon everyone chose to remain silent and there was no questioning voice below. Especially those disciples who had seen Long Fei's terrifying strength watched without saying a word, and they were somewhat so excited in their heart. Joining the Qinglong gang and being able to become the most powerful person is worth it, and it is not a betrayal of the Long family. Let's join. Hundreds of members of the Long family shouted in unison. Okay everyone, please take a drop of blood from your finger and draw it out. This is the ritual for joining our Qinglong gang. After Long Fei said that, he took out the Shenzang skin and controlled the Shenzang skin to fly directly into the sky. The blood of hundreds of people in the Long family, ranging from children and babies of a few years old to elderly people over 100 years old, collectively rose up under the control of Long Fei's space power and merged into Shenzang's skin. With a very fierce sound, everyone was shocked amid the violent roar. Since it has caused a change in the sky, it seems that this time it will not be easy. Everyone sighed. Long Fei took back the Shenzang skin, and under the eyes of everyone he affected everything around the Long family. A vigorous power of the space field came out and the entire Long family was dragged into the sky. The process was very smooth and there was no vibration. This scene shocked everyone. Immediately afterwards, the cyan light on Long Fei's body flickered and then turned into the power of elemental light. With the blessing of these powers, his hands quickly formed seals. At this moment, with the Long family as the center, the surrounding forests, mountains, lakes, etc. all rose up with strong golden rays of light that shot straight into the sky, with dragons flying hundreds of meters high in the sky. The one that rose up collided together and became countless triangles, forming a huge formation that enveloped everything in it. Immediately afterwards, Long Fei jumped into the air and the terrifying supreme dragon power appeared. A huge virtual and real chaotic green dragon emerged from his body. The huge divine power and the endless power of the chaotic green dragon pulled the surrounding space. For an instant this space was like a scene of divine power, and the net second the entire space directly entered an empty realm. Long Fei used the power of space he had realized so far and the domain power of void space to directly forcibly open up the Long family and the surrounding areas included in the formation in the void with the original terrifying power. An independent world space, it called Longjia. Long Fei briefly talked to the people of the the Long family about something. Then he said everyone will live here from now on. This space is directly connected to the Dragon Realm where our Qinglong Gang headquarters is located, and the same is true for the outside world. After using so much power, Long Fei's Prescience remained unchanged as before. Although you now control the space field and the void field, you are only a small part of this field and you have not yet realized the true power. So now he must rely on the power of the formation to move together. After saying that, they dispersed. Long Fei, Long Chengtian and others returned directly to the conference room. Long Fei took out the copied ice and fire eyes and the two complicated blue dragon blood pools which were the same as those in the Dragon Realm. They were all left here. The blue dragon blood pool has very powerful effects and power that none of you can imagine. In the future, soak in it more and use it for practice. Maybe one day the martial souls of all members of the Long family will mutate and transform into dragon. Long Fei simply said. After listening for a moment, he continued, of course, in addition to the Qinglong blood pool, they can also mutate after eating fairy herbs, but the chance is not high. The decision is just to become stronger or gain some special ability. Also, these are the techniques of alchemy, weapon refining, soul core condensation and formation technique. I will leave these technique for you before I leave. As for the inherited techniques of the Qinglong Gang, I also stayed. After saying that, Long Fei left behind volumes of secret book and his spiritual thoughts were directly transmitted into their minds. Everyone was very excited and moved. These were all studied by Long Fei. With these techniques they believed that the rise of the Long family was not far away. Immediately afterwards, the 8 people here took immortal herbs and sat cross-legged together and began to condense their soul cores according to Long Fei's instructions. Half a month passed by in a flash. At this moment Long Fei had already taken Long Tinger to meet their parents, and then everyone from the 2 families except Long Fei's father and grandfather and Long Yi, who were still in seclusion and had not come out, met everyone. Both families are very satisfied. The wedding was quickly decided, but at this moment 8 terrifying forces appeared in the Long family. The source of power is the core of the Long family. People outside saw only 8 figures appearing. All of them are titled Douluo. Haha, I finally became a titled Douluo. 7 voices stood up and laughed. Long Fei appeared in front of 8 people in an instant, except for Long Chengtian, who could no longer absorb the souls. He had already prepared the souls of the other 7 people, which were also the most suitable for them. Even if the martial soul mutated, it will not affect. Moreover, the martial souls of these 8 people have indeed mutated, but not much. Some of them have changed their appearance or become more ferocious and violent or more like dragons, and some of them are even bigger. But they are very happy to have this, and they can change it later by soaking in the Azure Dragon blood pool. And Long Chengtian's original cultivation level was level 93. Now that he has absorbed the fairy grass and condensed the soul core, his soul power level has been directly raised to level 97 and he has entered the ranks of Super Douluo. The rest of them have not absorbed souls yet, but with the blessing of soul cores, the 589 level elders have now reached 93 levels of soul power. Long Wu and Long Chen have been raised from level 88 to level 12 because the soul power required to advance from level 89 to level 90 is very large. The level to be upgraded is not much, but once the soul is absorbed, everything will change. In fact, they are quite content even with their current soul power level. Titled Douluo, a level that many people dream of, and now they have finally reached it. The Long family 7 titled Douluo were born on the same day, and now there are 8 titled Douluo in total. At the same time, Long Fei directed the elf ball in his hand towards everyone. This time is different. The terrifying aura issued by this elf ball is far superior to Yelingling's 10,000-year-old soul. Everyone, this is the soul I have prepared for you. The level is 100,000 years. Long Fei said in a deep voice. 100,000 years. The 8 people were collectively shocked, their faces full of desire. However, Long Chengtian already had it a long time ago and missed this opportunity. However, the Qinglong blood pool can also improve the soul ring level. Long Fei told them this long ago, and the Qinglong gang also has people who can improve the soul ring level with years of technology. As long as there is enough time and conditions permit, the 9 soul rings of 8 people can enter the 100,000 year level. Chapter 81. Half a month later, as Long Fei's voice sounded, a very fierce and terrifying aura emitted from the 7 elf balls which had reached the level of 100,000 years. Everyone's breathing was rapid and their hearts were extremely excited. These created 100,000-year-old souls can be successfully absorbed by the human body through some means. For example, the absolute coercion of dragon power coming from Long Fei. As soon as the breath comes out, the terrifying breath of the 700,000-year souls can be weakened. I'm here to protect you. You go and absorb it, Long Fei said. The 7 of them did not write ink and took the elf ball that belonged to them according to the soul absorption method given by Long Fei in their memory. Then they released the martial soul and the soul in the elf ball and used the martial soul to blend with it. This process will take a long time. In fact, the length of time depends entirely on their mental strength. However, they have reached the level of titled Douluo and at the same time possess soul cores that other soul masters do not have. Their mental power has also been greatly improved and they have fully reached the standard of absorbing 100,000-year-old souls. Long phase space barrier spread and the aura spread. The 700,000-year souls were no longer so presumptuous and quickly calmed down. The 7 people absorbed also felt much more relaxed. Half a day passed by in a flash and one after another people had absorbed the souls of 100,000 years. Immediately afterwards the 9th soul rings of 7 people fell from the heads of the 8 people. The red 100,000-year-old soul rings, which were larger than all the soul rings on their bodies and issued an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards their respective souls also appeared. He was extremely respectful to Long Fei. Even fear. It's so powerful. This is the real 9 rings titled Douluo. Everyone was excited and aware of the changes all over their bodies. After absorbing 100,000 years of souls, my soul power level has been directly raised from level 92 to level 95. Long Wu was super excited. The same goes for Long Chen Me too. It's improved by 3 levels. The two took a deep breath. You must know that the level of a titled Douluo is different from other levels. The soul power required for each level of a titled Douluo is as large as the giant sea, and it also requires special insights and experiences. We have also upgraded 3 levels and now our soul power level is 90 SI. The 5 elders were extremely excited. I didn't expect that upgrading to titled Douluo would be so easy. This is their strength, so powerful. If these people think that this is the end, they are really wrong. What Long Fei said NET makes him even more excited and numb. The 100,000-year soul I created has its own soul bone and will be directly attached to and fused with it when it grows. Every part of your bones, even if you had it before, will be forcibly stripped away and replaced by it. As Long Fei said that, he then talked to everyone about soul power and then also talked to the 8 people here about his other 2 women, Gu Yuina and Yelingling. After learning that Long Fei actually had 2 women, everyone's prescience changed slightly at first, but after thinking about it they quickly calmed down. The rest of the people had nothing. The happiest people were Long Changqian and Long Wu. The one that everyone cares about most now is the great elder Long Yi. If Long Yi really thought that he could shake things up if his cultivation reached level 90 SI, then he was totally wrong. Long Fei could easily suppress it. Hey, don't look at me either. How could I have any objection? Long Yi touched his beard and sighed. Long Fei is so powerful and outstanding, but there is only one woman beside him. Impossible. Long Tinger is just one of them. He is still very rational about these things. Long Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to persuade him by suppressing him with one hand. This situation is the best now. Once these people know about it, the NET step is to deal with Long Tinger's parents, but this can be completely left to Long Yi. As for Jing, it was even easier. Now that we have been given the title of Douluo, it's time to give ourselves a title, Long Wu said. As Long Fei's voice fell, everyone was full of expectation. One after another they reported their titles. These titles were something they had thought about early in the morning, but they had never had the chance to become a titled Douluo. Now that they had achieved it, they could just use those titles. Another half-month passed by in a flash. In the past half-month the people of the Tulong family have been practicing crazily. They are also practicing the Wuji bodybuilding technique in the blood pool, and all the disciples of the lightning flash step are practicing. But Long Changtian's 8 titled Douluo continued to fight on their own, truly adapting to this sudden surge in strength. Half a month has passed and now I am very familiar with it. As for Long Fei's side, Long Fei had discussed with both parties before and they also knew about Long Fei's other 2 women. After discussion, the wedding is not planned to take place at the moment. Long Fei plans to find a very good day and combine the 3 of them in the most prosperous way. On the same day both women were married at the same time. After the Long family has settled the matter, the NET step is to go to Yelingling's family. As long as everything is settled here, it won't be a problem. If those people don't understand Long Fei, they won't be polite to them. No one can separate the 3 of them. Long Fei has also been cultivating his divine power for half a month. With the help of the physical divine core, he is now absorbing soul power and turning it into divine power faster and faster. Coupled with the 2-level improvement brought by the divine core itself, Long Fei, who was at level 72, had reached level 72 after half a month. Although he had not upgraded, his strength had also been greatly improved. Now our Qinglong gang has 21 titled Douluo. Apart from Gu Yuina and the others, there are 12 pure human. There are some things that we can start implementing. Long Fei stood up and walked in the direction of Long Tinger. Just 20 days ago Long Fei ate Long Tinger. On that night Long Tinger's cultivation level directly broke through from level 30 39 to level 40, and her martial spirit was also the same as Yelingling. Generally a mutation has occurred and the degree of mutation is even more severe than what Yelingling had experienced before. It seems that this is the benefit that Long Fei got after taking those 50 kinds of immortal herbs to improve his system. After all, when he took Yelingling he had not taken those fairy herbs, so everything in his body was much weaker than later. The stronger the gene, the stronger the mutation. Long Fei did not rush to let her absorb the soul so early, but let her soak in the blue dragon blood pool to practice. The blue dragon blood pool can enhance mental strength. 20 days later her soul power also loosened and she quickly broke through the distance of 41. Just today her mental strength is sufficient based on the mutation of her martial soul. Long Fei directly gave him a 10,000-year soul. Long Tinger walked out of the blood pool. Her slender figure and charming posture made people's blood boil. Long Tinger put on her clothes and was used to being looked at by Long Fei, so she was no longer surprised. Come and absorb her. Long Fei handed her the soul. Long Tinger quickly took it over. This is the soul, it's so amazing. Long Tinger looked at the elf ball in her hand and the net second she sat down as Long Fei said before releasing her martial soul to start soul communication with the soul. Soon the integration officially began. Chapter 82. Let go and leave. As Long Fei's voice sounded, a very fierce and terrifying aura emitted from the 7 elf balls which had reached the level of 100,000 years. Everyone's breathing was rapid and their hearts were extremely excited. These created 100,000-year-old souls can be successfully absorbed by the human body through some means. For example, the absolute coercion of dragon power coming from Long Fei. As soon as the breath comes out, the terrifying breath of the 700,000-year souls can be weakened. I'm here to protect you. You go and absorb it, Long Fei said. The 7 of them did not write ink and took the elf ball that belonged to them according to the soul absorption method given by Long Fei in their memory. Then they released the martial soul and the soul in the elf ball and used the martial soul to blend with it. This process will take a long time. In fact, the length of time depends entirely on their mental strength. However, they have reached the level of titled Douluo and at the same time possess soul cores that other soul masters do not have. Their mental power has also been greatly improved and they have fully reached the standard of absorbing 100,000-year-old souls. Long Fei's space barrier spread and the aura spread. The 700,000-year souls were no longer so presumptuous and quickly calmed down. The 7 people absorbed also felt much more relaxed. Half a day passed in a flash and one after another people had absorbed the souls of 100,000 years. Immediately afterwards the 9th soul rings of 7 people fell from the heads of the 8 people. The red 100,000-year-old soul rings, which were larger than all the soul rings on their bodies and issued an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately afterwards their respective souls also appeared. He was extremely respectful to Long Fei. Even fear. It's so powerful. This is the real 9 rings titled Douluo. Everyone was excited and aware of the changes all over their bodies. After absorbing 100,000 years of souls, my soul power level has been directly raised from level 92 to level 95. Long Wu was super excited. The same goes for Long Chen Mi too. It's improved by 3 levels. The two took a deep breath. You must know that the level of a titled Douluo is different from other levels. The soul power required for each level of a titled Douluo is as large as the giant sea, and it also requires special insights and experiences. We have also been promoted by 3 levels and now our soul power level is 90 SITH level. The 5 elders were extremely excited. I didn't expect that upgrading to titled Douluo would be so easy. This is their strength, so powerful. If these people think that this is the end, they are really wrong. What Long Fei said net makes him even more excited and numb. The 100,000-year soul I created has its own soul bone and will be directly attached to and fused with it when it grows. Every part of your bones, even if you had it before, will be forcibly stripped away and replaced by it. As Long Fei said that, he then talked to everyone about soul power and then also talked to the 8 people here about his other 2 women, Gu Yuina and Yelingling. After learning that Long Fei actually had 2 women, everyone's prescience changed slightly at first, but after thinking about it they soon calmed down. The rest of the people had nothing to do. The happiest people were Long Changyan and Long Wu. Now everyone is most the one who cares is the great elder Long Yi. If Long Yi really thought that he could shake things up if his cultivation reached level 90 SI, then he was totally wrong. Long Fei could easily suppress it. Hey, don't look at me either. How could I have any objection? Long Yi touched his beard and sighed. Long Fei is so powerful and outstanding, but there is only one woman beside him. Impossible. Long Tinger is just one of them. He is still very rational about these things. Long Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to persuade him by suppressing him with one hand. This situation is the best now. Once these people know about it, the next step is to deal with Long Tinger Tinger's parents, but this can be completely left to Long Yi. As for Jing, it was even easier. Now that we have been given the title of Douluo, it's time to give ourselves a title, Long Wu said. As Long Fei's voice fell, everyone was full of expectation. They all reported their titles one after another. These titles were something they had thought about early in the morning, but they had never had the chance to become a titled Douluo. Now that they had achieved it, they could just use those titles. Another half-month passed by in a flash. In the past half-month, the people of the Tulong family have been practicing crazily. They are also practicing the Wuji bodybuilding technique in the blood pool, and all the disciples of the lightning flash step are practicing. But Long Changtian's 8-titled Douluo continued to fight on their own, truly adapting to this sudden surge in strength. Half a month has passed and now I am very familiar with it. As for Long Fei's side, Long Fei had discussed with both parties before, and they also knew about Long Fei's other 2 women. After discussion, the wedding was not planned to take place at the moment. Long Fei planned to find a very good day and marry the 3 women at the same time in the most prosperous way. After the Long family has settled the matter, the next step is to go to Yalingling's family. As long as everything is settled here, it won't be a problem. If those people don't understand Long Fei, they won't be polite to them. No one can separate the 3 of them. Long Fei has also been cultivating his divine power for half a month. With the help of the physical divine core, he is now absorbing soul power and turning it into divine power faster and faster. Coupled with the 2-level improvement brought by the divine core itself, Long Fei, who was at level 72, had reached level 72 after half a month. Although he had not upgraded, his strength had also been greatly improved. Now our Qinglong gang has 21 titled Douluo. Apart from Gu Yuina and the others, there are 12 pure human. There are some things that we can start implementing. Long Fei stood up and walked in the direction of Long Tinger. Just 20 days ago, Long Fei ate Long Tinger. On that night, Long Tinger's cultivation level directly broke through from level 39 to level 40, and her martial spirit was also the same as Yalingling's. Generally, a mutation has occurred, and the degree of mutation is even more severe than what Yalingling had experienced before. It seems that this is the benefit that Long Fei got after taking those 50 kinds of immortal herbs to improve his system. After all, when he took Yalingling, he had not taken those fairy herbs, so everything in his body was much weaker than later. The stronger the gene, the stronger the mutation. Long Fei did not rush to let her absorb the soul so early, but let her soak in the blue dragon blood pool to practice. The blue dragon blood pool can enhance mental strength. 20 days later, her soul power also loosened and she quickly broke through the distance of 41. Just today, her mental strength is sufficient based on the mutation of her martial soul. Long Fei directly gave him a 10,000-year soul. Long Tinger walked out of the blood pool. Her slender figure and charming posture made people's blood boil. Long Tinger put on her clothes and was used to being looked at by Long Fei, so she was no longer surprised. Come and absorb her. Long Fei handed the soul to her. Long Tinger quickly took it over. This is the soul, it's so amazing. Long Tinger looked at the elf ball in her hand, and the next second she sat down as Long Fei said before releasing her martial soul to start soul communication with the soul. Soon the integration officially began. Chapter 83-83 Qian de Olio. The time it takes to absorb these 10,000-year souls is 1 day. When Long Tinger woke up, the 4th black soul ring representing the soul sect level appeared on her body. Yellow, yellow, purple, black. Although it is not as amazing as Yalingling, there are still immortal products that have not been absorbed. Long Fei has prepared 2 immortal products for Yalingling. After eating them, there may be huge changes. Long Tinger was very excited and tried to swing using her soul power to adapt to her current powerful body, and the 10,000-year-old soul was also floating beside her. Yes, absorbing 10,000 years of souls has brought you a 3-level improvement. Looking at Long Tinger, who was in an excited state at this moment, Long Fei nodded. Now Long Tinger has reached the 43rd level of cultivation. All that's left is to absorb 2 immortals. Long Fei took out 2 immortal herbs and then used his divine power to compress the 2 immortal herbs into the 2 most essential drops. The next moment he completely merged them into 1 drop. The pharmacology is simple, but it also has mild medicinal effect. Open your mouth. Long Fei put this most essential drop of medicine directly into Long Tinger's mouth. It melted in the mouth and the medicine droplets spread quickly and quickly integrated into Long Tinger's body. Long Tinger felt all this and quickly sat down cross-legged, running her soul power and absorbing and refining the Wuji body training technique. The power of the medicine penetrates into every part of the body. It is very mild and starts to feel a little burning. The power of the fairy medicine is gradually increasing, gradually transform her body. Long Tinger's body EU'd blue light. The blue light remains strong for a long time. Time passed little by little. Many changes also appeared on Long Tinger's body during this process. 5 hours passed. She woke up after completely absorbing the power of the medicine. The cultivation base has also been directly upgraded from level 43 to level 53, and the 10,000-year soul brought her the 5th soul ring, which was naturally black. At this moment Long Tinger's martial spirit blossomed and completely mutated. She was no longer the Dragon G Green Python. Perhaps due to the soaking in the green dragon blood pool and the nourishment of Long Fei at night, her martial spirit was now a ribbon. There is a giant blue dragon that is twice as big as the Dragon Speed Green Python, and the sacred blue light on the dragon's body is blooming with supreme brilliance. Blue light holy dragon. Long Tinger murmured the name of the mutated martial spirit. The Qingguang holy dragon is of extremely high grade, and her own soul ring also changed. The 5 soul rings are purple, purple, black, black and black. After Long Tinger's mutation, the senior officials of the Long family were extremely happy. In the past few days Long Tinger and Long Fei had another confrontation. After the confrontation they were soaked in dragon blood. Receive the nourishment of Long Fei at night. The days passed over and over again, and the month in the Long family passed again. Long Fei sent Long Tinger into the dragon realm to practice with everyone, and he also met Long Fei's other 2 women. The 3 of them got along very well, and there was no fire in the backyard. Immediately afterwards Long Fei said goodbye to everyone and left the Long family. Everything in the Long family is now on the right track. They have resources, strength, spells and roads to the dragon world. However, to enter the dragon world you need to apply to the top management. After all, in addition to soul technology the Long family has, it is similar to the dragon realm. Of course Long Fei also arranged for Dishan and others to teach them the knowledge of souls and join them to study more advanced souls. Moreover, as progress becomes greater and greater, artificial soul bones have appeared. I believe it won't be long before everyone in the Qinglong gang will have their own soul bone. After all, the fusion of self-generated soul bones can only be achieved by souls that are 100,000 years old. In 100,000 years we still don't have this ability. Moreover, these artificial soul bones are not weaker than those dropped from soul beasts, and in some aspect they are even better. This is a necessary prerequisite for humans and spirit beasts to coexist. Before leaving, Long Fei left a piece of Shenzang skin in the Long family. Anyone who is newborn or enters the Long family must join the Qinglong gang with blood. He wants to create a monopoly. As for how this Shenzang skin came from, of course it was copied. Now the Long family has been taken care of by Long Fei, and I hope that the NET time we meet it will bring him a different surprise. On the other side, 2 months have passed and Wuhan Palace has not received any news. In Douluo Hall, Qiandaolio looked at Jin Crocodile, frowned and said, "It's been 2 months, why hasn't Qianjun come back yet?" Unfortunately the 2 of them entered seclusion not long after giving orders to Qianjun. They seemed to have some enlightenment and did not come out of seclusion until today. At this moment a dark shadow appeared in front of the 2 of them. This person was the 90th level Super Douluo who was with Qianjun. There was something wrong with his e-pression and he seemed to be particularly gloomy. He came in front of the 2 of them and quickly raised his hands. Although his face was gloomy, he still said with a big offering, "Second offering. Zhang Mo, why are you back and not staying by your lady's side?" Jin Crocodile asked with a frown. "The 2 worship ladies are safe there. I have something to report when I come back," Zhang Mo said. Say Qiandao flowed out. Zhang Mo said, "I don't know why I feel very uncomfortable in the past 2 months. After 2 months of thinking maybe something happened to Qianjun. I'll rush back to see if Qianjun is there and he can calm me down. That restless heart. Why don't you come back sooner?" Qiandaoliu asked. Jiangmo was stunned for a moment. Yes, why didn't I come back earlier? This question seemed strange even to him. He had been suffering from it for 2 months. Why did he come back so early today? Big salary, I don't know why, but there seems to be a force blocking me from somewhere. Zhang Mo's face showed a firm look. After hearing this, the 2 of them looked at each other and their pupils couldn't help but shrink. Then Qiandaoliu took action and the sacred power of the seraphim directly enveloped the demon. "But I didn't find anything wrong. Maybe it's an illusion," Qiandaoliu said. Then he added, "After you left that day I arranged for Qianjun to go to Tiandu Royal Academy to arrest the young man, but 2 months have passed and he has not come back, and the 2 of us have just come out of seclusion." After a conversation between the 3 of them, they finally found something wrong. It was too sudden, too coincidental. Why did they have the inspiration to choose to retreat at that time? But after 2 months they didn't even have a fart, and now Qianjun is gone too. So the problem occurs in Tiandu Royal Academy. The 3 of them looked at each other and instantly found the source. It seems that Qianjun may be in trouble, but he is a 90SI level Super Douluo. Even if he is in trouble, he is unlikely to die. He can escape at least. Could it be that there is a 98 level figure behind that young man? Even a 99 level peerless Douluo e-pert es? Jin Crocodile was very confused, but Qiandaoliu refused, immediately decided it's absolutely impossible. As far as I know, there are only 3 peerless Douluo in this world. Tang Chen from Haoshan Sec, Poseidon from Poseidon Island, and me. But that old guy Tang Chen disappeared 100 years ago and now only Poseidon and I are left. When Tiandu said this, his mind was filled with images of Poseidon and his peerless figure. Beauty was the evidence that made him fall in love with that old guy from the Tang dynasty, but alas, big salary, I have a guess. Will Tang Chen, who has disappeared for a long time, come back but incognito? The person standing behind that young man is Tang Chen, otherwise even if Qianjun dies there will be no trace of danger. When the news came back he was really surprised. Zhang Mo told his guest, although the possibility was low, it was better than nothing. Chapter 84 Fight. After hearing this, Tiandu's prescience solidified. After a few seconds he said, this possibility is too low. How about I go over and see for myself? Golden Crocodile said. Tiandu shook his head. If it is really that old guy Tang Chen or someone with the same fighting ability as him, if you go there you will only die. I will go there myself. You guys wait here for me to come back. Tiandu was confident that even though he couldn't beat Tang Chen before, it was different now. Anyway, he was still a little wary of being confident. Yes, the two nodded. The net moment Tiandu disappeared into Douluo Hall, but in the Pope's palace it was still the same as usual. BBDong's cold voice sounded. It's been 2 months and there's still no news about that person. No, that person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air and suddenly there was no news. Maybe he ran away after seeing the wanted person in our Wuhan palace, and the Tiandu Royal Academy was very quiet. Yu Guan replied just before the two of them went to hide, but they came back without seeing the young man with the image. BBDong said, for a whole month. What the hell is that old guy doing? BBDong looked in the direction of Douluo Hall. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she thought in her mind. She originally planned to leave this matter to Tiandu, but there was no movement from him for 2 months. Did she have a plan? No matter what, I won't wait any longer. 2 months is too long. The moon is full of ghosts. BBDong said. Ghost and ghost. The moon passes in unison. Go to the Tiandu Royal Academy to see if the young man is there. Bring the bald young man back to me. Once you capture him, leave without stopping. Don't stand in the way. Kill him without mercy. BBDong's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The two of them knew that this time what they were waiting for finally came. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope. We will definitely bring it back. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at each other and decisively turned around and left Tiandu city. Tiandu's speed was very fast and his figure appeared in the sky. Looking from a high altitude, Tiandu Royal Academy is extremely lively. The ground is very flat with no trace of any battle at all. Tiandu felt something was wrong. There was no battle. Impossible. Even that guy Tang Chen couldn't have dealt with Qianjun so quietly. At this moment in the Education Committee lobby of the Tiandu Royal Academy, the three Meng Shenji who were practicing under the transformation of long phase resources, their spiritual power after absorbing the souls was now very powerful. They felt it immediately. A very powerful aura. The three of them opened their eyes suddenly. This breath was very unfamiliar. By base hand, said Shenji, there is an absolutely strong person coming to our academy. Although his aura is much weaker than that of the gang leader, he is much stronger than us. The three people's prescience became solemn, and now the gang leader is not here. Meng Shenji solemnly said, let first see if we are friends or foes. If the three of us are invincible, we can only contact the law enforcement elders and others in the dragon realm to help. 3 breath are posed. Tiandu, who was a peerless Douluo in the sky outside, felt it in an instant. Qianjun's aura is really not here. It seems something has really happened. These 3 auras. I didn't expect that there are 3 titled Douluo hidden in the Tiandu Royal Academy. However, they are clearly at level 92 soul power cultivation. Why does it always feel like there are 3 level 95 Douluo? Super Douluo? Tiandu was a little surprised and a little confused. He planned to go down to check what happened. Although this place is within the Tiandu Empire, no one can stop him as long as he wants to. But he didn't mean to destroy it. The most important thing this time was to check the truth. Tiandu looked directly at the most glorious hall of Tiandu Royal Academy and fell directly there. When he came down, the others would not be able to notice it. At this moment, Meng Shenji and the 3 men in the church hall had already stood up waiting for his arrival. His face was solemn, ready to fight at any time. The 3 of them saw a tall old man with long hair and a sacred aura standing in front of them. The 3 of them had never heard of this person, let alone seen him. They thought that Tiandu chose to hide in Douluo Palace 100 years ago and never came out of the world. This time, if he didn't want to find out where Qianjun had taken, he would not be so easy come out. I wonder who you are and why you came to Tiandu Royal Academy. When they really saw Tiandu, they felt the feeling of being suppressed even more, which was really unpleasant. The soul cores in the 3 people's bodies rotated rapidly and their soul power converged to protect their bodies. Tiandu's aura pressure was indeed powerful, but it was still far behind compared to Long Fei. When they were in the dragon realm, they had received Long Fei's pressure breaking training, otherwise their legs would have been shaking and they would have been unable to stand up when faced with the terrifying aura emitted by Douluo. Douluo was also stunned, surprised with the aura of his ultimate Douluo. These three people who are only 92 level titled Douluo can actually stand up in front of him, and their Zions don't seem to be afraid at all. Douluo's tone was very indifferent. My martial spirit hall Douluo, I didn't expect that there are still three of you titled Douluo in Tiandu Royal Academy. You can be so calm and composed under my breath. You have been the best for hundreds of years. Three people I met after I was born. What? Martial spirit hall? The three of them looked shocked, but thinking about it, the foundation of this Wuhan palace is really powerful. Senior, is he the legendary peerless Douluo? Meng Shenji and the other three hurriedly handed over their hands in a respectful tone. Of course, if the other party really wants to fight, the three of them will not be afraid. After all, the Qinglong gang is their strongest backing. You are quite discerning. Yes, I am the legendary peerless Douluo. Douluo's tone was still so cold. The white hair as long as a waterfall swayed slightly behind her. After hearing this, Meng Shenji and the others took a breath of air. Dream Douluo was a 99 level instant. The Wuhan palace is really scary. There is such a person. Senior Qian, why did you come to see us? Meng Shenji asked again. I'm looking for someone and a young man, Douluo said calmly. Who is it? Meng Shenji and the other two looked at each other, and they have obviously guessed that the person Wuhan palace is looking for must be the person from Wuhan palace who was lurking in the academy after coming out of the dragon realm, but this person is probably he had been killed by the gang leader a long time ago. It was undoubtedly a dream to find someone. As for the young man, it was no longer necessary to think that it was their gang leader Long Fei. After all, they thought of Shui King He Qian Ren Yui. Long Fei had said that time that this woman was from Wuhan palace, so BBDong's daughter naturally had a high status. The former is no longer here. I'm looking for the latter now. That person's name is Lin Dong, Douluo said. Lin Dong. The three of them thought the name was a bit unfamiliar at first, but the second they remembered that their gang leader Long Fei had known Shui King He by this name more than 2 months ago. It seems that it was really Shui King He who said it. It's a pity that senior came a step too late. Lin Dong has already left the academy for 2 months. Meng Shenji secretly smiled in his heart, his Zion unchanged as before, and then he said, "Leaved?" Douluo frowned and narrowed his eyes. "Where have you gone?" asked. Meng Shenji shook his head. "This is a private matter of the student. We won't interfere, so I don't know where it went." "When will you come back?" Douluo asked again. "I don't know yet." Meng Shenji shook his head. Douluo immediately snorted. "Very good. He defeated a Soul Douluo, an even Soul Saint, Soul Emperor, and several Soul Kings in Tiandu city alone. You are not interested in his whereabout? Do you really think that he is not interested in his whereabout? My 3-year-old child?" As the cold voice sounded, the power in his body became even greater, and then 9 soul rings appeared from his body. They are black, 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 red. With such a perverted configuration of the soul ring, coupled with the even more terrifying aura coming out of the soul ring, the great seraphim martial soul appeared on his body, exuding an incomparably sacred angelic aura. The breaking pressure instantly increased dozens of times. As a sacrifice to the angel god, Douluo's strength has already been infinitely close to that of a demigod. Seeing this, Meng Shenji and the other three had cold sweat streaming down their forehead, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble even though their soul cores were still there. Chapter 85 Thunder Demon Heavenly Void Holy Dragon. Senior, you are so boring now. You can't hold your breath after just a few words. Meng Shenji and the other three looked extremely solemn. As they spoke, their soul power surged out crazily, and then 9 soul rings rose from their bodies. Purple, 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 black, 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 red. Although the level of the soul ring is slightly lower than Douluo, there are 3 of them. With the blessing of soul cores, their auras are more terrifying than those of ordinary 92 level titled Douluo. What's going on? Douluo's eyes widened, and he saw that the soul rings of the 3 people in front of him did not start with yellow. Then he stared in surprise. 100,000-year soul rings. How could you 3 do this? 100,000-year soul ring? Douluo's tone was full of killing power. There are only a handful of 100,000-year soul rings on the mainland. It's impossible for you to defeat those soul bees. Have you got the inheritance of the god? Impossible. Even though you have the qualifications, it's much higher than those ordinary titled Douluo, but it's far from reaching the inheritance of god, and your age doesn't match it. Where did your 100,000-year soul ring come from? With a loud shout, a force infinitely close to that of a demigod rushed directly towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them groaned and quickly retreated. The 3 of them were grateful. If it hadn't been for the training of Soul Core and Long Fei, they would have vomited blood and fallen to the ground. Even so, his companion was still a little pale and hard to look at. This is our matter, so there is no need to report it to you. If you want to fight then fight. Meng Shenji said coldly. The three martial soul avatars appeared directly, and then the souls of the three people also appeared, just like the SI souls of the martial soul suddenly appeared. This scene opened Qian Daoliu's eyes. Qian Daoliu was relieved and said, "It's great. You have quite a lot of secret. I haven't seen them for hundreds of years. In this way, as long as you join my Wuhan palace, I can forget the past, and I will give it to you. How about Song Gao's status?" "I'm sorry, the three of us already have an organization, so we won't go to your Wuhan palace, and maybe your Wuhan palace will join our organization soon." Meng Shenji sneered and said, "We can fight if we want. Zhan, we in the Qinglong gang haven't been afraid of anyone yet." "The Qinglong gang? I've never heard of it, but since you're looking for death, don't blame me. I'm afraid I won't know your secrets when I capture you. This organization behind you will naturally appear." Qian Daoliu's cold voice fell, and the net second he directly used his soul skill, stabbing the three of them with a huge sword of white light with endless killing intent. Angel Holy Sword. The walls on both sides of the terrifying palace of power were cracked, and it looked like they would collapse at any time. Seeing that something was not going well, the three of them quickly dodged with the lightning step. At the same time, the three of them quickly formed seals with their hands. Three beams of light suddenly shot out at 3 points around the hall to form a triangle, and then a barrier instantly enveloped them throughout the church hall. There is no way such a powerful battle will definitely affect the surrounding students, and innocent students will be implicated. Moreover, this formation was created by the Qinglong gang and has the strength to resist the terrifying blows from the god. Although the Sendaoliu in front of him is awesome, he may have reached the level of quasi-demigod or even pseudo-god mentioned by the gang leader, but after all he is not a real god. It is very difficult to break through this formation, and the formation is very difficult. It can directly cut off contact with the outside world. In other words, Qian Daoliu has temporarily lost contact with the angel god. Qian Daoliu's eyes suddenly froze, thinking it was an illusion, but after many attempts he found something was wrong. As the most loyal believer of the angel god, he was very keen on the position of the angel god. Now that he has lost his relationship with the angel god, get in touch. Impossible, Qian Daoliu muttered with an incredible look on his face. What on earth did you do to me? Qian Daoliu's murderous intent became even stronger. At this moment the holy angel sword was also dodged by the three people with lightning steps, but the terrifying power of the holy angel sword caused serious damage to the church hall. Under the three martial souls, the ninth soul skills on their bodies suddenly lit up. The ninth soul skill, the three of them said in unison. Meng Shenji 30 million demons and thunder. Hillen 3000 thunder vine. By base hand the void dragon roars from the sky. With the help of the souls they have all obtained different soul skills, and there are more than one. Even by base hand, who has no attack power, has also obtained an attack soul skill. Although there is currently only one attack soul skill, the power is very terrifying, and the 100,000-year-old soul has brought them more than one soul skill. At this moment base hand's 100,000-year-old soul Tiandu Tyrannosaurus replaced his martial soul avatar and attacked Qian Daoliu directly. The huge Tiandu Tyrannosaurus is so terrifying. The power of Tyrannosaurus and the power of Tiandu combined into one. Not only him but also Meng Shenji and Hillen's 100,000-year soul Thunder Vine and 100,000-year soul 10,000 Demon King. Three extremely terrifying attacks came out at the same time. At this moment Qian Daoliu was shocked, his face showed fear and his expression became solemn. Angel's true form. Qian Daoliu shouted hurriedly. This was the first time in 100 years since he was born that he felt danger. Although this blow couldn't kill him, it could injure him. A bad consequence would be even more serious, so he didn't dare to take a gamble and immediately used the angel's true form to fight. As his voice sounded, the angelic power in his body boiled. The huge angel's true body appeared out of thin air, and then Qian Daoliu flew into the sky. However, at this moment he found that there seemed to be a huge barrier in the sky preventing him from continuing to rise into the sky, and his angel's true body was also blocked. Forced down, Qian Daoliu's body was held in the hands of the angel's true form like a beloved child. Damn it, what happened to this barrier? When did it appear? Could it be this is what caused me to lose contact with the angel god? Qian Daoliu's pupils shrank and he was shocked by the barrier in front of him. He who was not a fool understood it immediately. Although the angel's true form has become shorter, it does not affect its terrifying explosive momentum. Facing the three terrifying attack that gathered together, Qian Daoliu could not control the barrier for the time being. He turned his attention back to the terrifying attacks in front of him and quickly raised his hand to grab it. Randomly shouted the ninth soul skill Angelic Light. Qian Daoliu applied the angel's divine power to his ninth soul skill, making the angel's divine light even more violent and powerful. In the hands of the huge angel's true form, the energy of a huge white light-colored ball quickly condensed and eponded, and the angel's divine light bloomed. The Net a thick and huge divine light shock wave was directly shot towards the three attacks in front of him. The moves of both sides suddenly collided. Boom, bang. A huge explosion suddenly sounded. The terrifying destructive force formed by the moves of both sides continuously impact the barrier, and the barrier there was a buzzing sound in it, but there was no movement of cracking. It seemed that its current destructive power was still very weak. All the impact force that was originally going to explode and spread was trapped by the barrier and surged directly inside the barrier. The faces of the people on both sides, even Qiandaoliu, changed drastically. Being affected, he quickly defended himself with his true angel body. Meng Shenji and the other three also used their martial soul avatars to defend themselves immediately. At the same time, the Wuji bodybuilding art in their bodies was running rapidly. Although the power hitting them caused great pain, they were also affected by it. The exercises are absorbed and used to temper the body. Chapter 86. The dragon is coming. Loud bang. The scorching light of the impact plotted for the second time. Except for the barrier, the entire church hall has completely collapsed. There were broken stones all around with various patterns, and it was very confusing. Meng Shenji and the others retreated to the main hall. Looking at this scene, the sun was shining brightly. The strong smell of gunpowder from the surrounding area entered the noses of the three of them. They saw that the church hall that had been with them for many years was just gone. To be honest, the three of them felt very sad. At this time, Bai Base Hand sent a message: Shenji, this is not the way to go. The strongest combined attack of the three of us was broken by that old guy. To be honest, we are still no match for our strength gap. They could all hear Bai Base Hand's voice transmission, and Zhilan also said yes. After all, the opponent is a 99th level Peerless Douluo, and the aura seems to have surpassed the Peerless Douluo to reach what the gang leader said, a quasi-demigod or even a pseudo-demigod. Meng Shenji nodded in agreement and sent a message: indeed, this old guy has probably reached that level. Even if the three of us have soul cores and the means provided by the Qinglong gang, we are no match. If the three of us are united, if your second soul core reaches the level of Super Douluo, you might be able to fight 50-50. That old guy seems to have a lot of skills left. It seems that I can only use that move. Having said this, the three of them looked at each other with determination. At this moment, Qiandaoliu was also rising in mid-air trying to break the barrier, but it was of no use. Qiandaoliu had no choice but to give up. This barrier was too weird. Suddenly he recalled the strange tricks of Meng Shenji and the others. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, it seems that these three guys are responsible. It really surprises me, was able to come up with such a formation that even I couldn't break. It seems that these three people are more capable than I thought, or maybe it's the Qinglong gang behind them. At this moment, Qiandaoliu became even more interested in the Qinglong gang mentioned by Meng Shenji and his trio. After a moment he said calmly, I have to say, you three really opened my eyes to me. You are so proud to be able to meet me in such a realm. Are you really not considering joining my spirit hall to become an elder? You will possessing supreme status and resources. We, Meng Shenji and the other three, looked at each other and said solemnly, we will never join any force other than the Qinglong gang. We are the Qinglong people in life and become the soul of the Qinglong in death. As Meng Shenji and the other three suddenly shouted the NET moment, their hands were grasped together. Martial soul fusion technique. As Long Fei transformed them, the martial souls mutated and also gained a trinity connection which allowed them to perform martial soul fusion skills. A terrifying power spread and instantly enveloped the three of them. Three souls rise into the sky and merge. The terrifying momentum, the extremely huge killing demon energy, dragon explosion energy and thunder energy are constantly interlaced and flashing. The fusion technique of three martial souls. How is it possible? How could the martial souls of the three of them be connected with each other? Could it be those three things that look like martial souls? Seeing this scene, Qiandaoliu's Zion suddenly changed. His pupils shrank and he was instantly shocked. Coming here today really allowed him, an old man who had not been born for so long, to see many things he had never seen before. Perhaps this Qinglong gang is creating a new system? Qiandaoliu didn't know why something similar to the martial souls of Meng Shenji and the others appeared in his mind, and he came to this conclusion: no matter what, I have to capture you. It would be really embarrassing if I can't deal with a mere soul fusion skill. At this moment the light became huge and was almost the same as the true form of Sendaoliu's angel. So big, Qiandaoliu was stunned. A burst of power plotted from the light, followed by an extremely fierce roar. Ho ho ho! A giant Tyrannosaurus with a huge body exuding ferocious rage and a strong demonic aura appeared. The purple-black thunder on the Tyrannosaurus body was densely flashing. Huge wings came out from both sides of the body and the entire huge dragon body flew in mid-air. A very strange but very manic and ferocious aura burst out violently, and the surrounding stones and Qiandaoliu's body were shaken back. The former was directly shattered and the black balls around the huge dragon body were filled with sky. The power of virtuality. Martial soul fusion skill Thunder Demon Heavenly Void Holy Dragon. The NET moment he roared toward Yandaoliu as if he had lost control. The attack of 3,000 thunder vines and 30 million demonic thunders turned into a super powerful impact beam. The black power of heaven hovered on the beam and headed directly toward Yandaoliu, rushed away, which was very scary. Guardian of Angel Yandaoliu shouted angrily. A huge sacred light screen enveloped the entire angel's true body. Boom! The attack continued, this time even more powerful than before. The power of the sky is contaminated around the angel barrier like a devouring force which is gradually eroding the angel guard shield. Under the double attack, the angel guard shield is being impacted and cracks are gradually starting to spread from the center. Yandaoliu gritted his teeth and looked extremely shocked. Damn it, since you have made it so difficult for me. If such people cannot serve Wuhan Palace, they will definitely bring terrible disasters to Wuhan Palace. If you don't obey, then I can only kill you. Yandaoliu thought in his heart. A cold murderous intent came out of his eyes. He had never shown such strong murderous intent since the beginning. This time he had real murderous intent. Angel Holy Sword. Yandaoliu struck directly towards the center of the attack. With a bang, the angel's protective shield was instantly destroyed, and at the same time it was replaced by the Holy Angel Sword. This time the Holy Angel Sword was even bigger than before. All 9 terrifying soul rings on Yandaoliu's body appeared on the Holy Sword. The body of the sword makes its destructive power even more terrifying. As for Meng Shenji, the attack of their martial soul fusion skills is indeed very powerful, but the consumption of soul power is as fast as a waterfall or even faster. The 3 soul cores rotate rapidly to make up for the lost power. Bang! Boom! There was a loud noise, and the attack of the Thunder Demon Tiandu Holy Dragon was penetrated by the Angel Holy Sword. Seeing that the situation was not good, the murderous aura on the Angel Holy Sword was too strong, and the Thunder Demon Tiandu Holy Dragon immediately dodged. At the same time, he used Tian Yinglu's super defense appeared in front of him with a huge blue-red light screen. Bang! Thunder Demon Tiandu Holy Dragon made a traditional attack to resist the Angel Holy Sword, and its huge body jumped and disappeared in place. What? When Yandaoliu was shocked, the huge body of the Thunder Demon Tiandu Holy Dragon had already appeared in front of him, and the huge dragon palm aimed at his head with the power of the annihilating Tiandu Thunder and Breast Demon. Cover it! Yandaoliu's e-pression changed drastically, and a sense of crisis surged into his heart. Bang! Soon, the huge palm struck, but it did not hit Yandaoliu. He thought that his body was integrated into the angel's true body. The one who was hit was the angel's true body. The angel's true body was turbulent, and the terrifying palm force caused the angel's true body to fly backward and hit the barrier hard. Immediately afterwards, huge light waves shot down towards him one after another. Loud rumbling noises continued, and the explosive offensive had submerged the entire angel's true body. Well, at this moment the huge Thunder Demon Heavenly Void Holy Dragon suddenly disappeared and was forcibly released from the fusion state. The pupils of Meng Shenji and the others shrank, and their e-pressions changed drastically. Damn it, I'm here while shopping. The 3 of them were unwilling to give in. Their faces were pale and weak, and they fell directly to the ground. The huge soul power consumed by the martial soul fusion skill could no longer support them. Now the soul power in their bodies has bottomed out. If the opponent does not fall, the 3 of them are dead. No matter what, we have to call someone, otherwise the 3 of us will really die here. Bai Basehan gritted his teeth and said weakly. Boom! At this moment, an angelic force that was even more terrifying than before plotted from the explosion, instantly blowing the 3 people away and hitting the barrier hard. At the same time, the 3 people spat out large mouthfuls of blood from their mouth. Although the Wuji bodybuilding technique on his body is still running, the severe pain cannot disappear instantly. Ahem. Chapter 87. Punch of Nirvana. A figure radiating divine light walked out from inside. This person was none other than Yandaoliu, but his e-pression was a little unhappy, and he was full of shock that could not go away for a long time. Yandaoliu was now wearing a pure white weapon full of holy angelic aura. Originally it was unnecessary, but if you really resisted the terrifying attack just now, although it wouldn't kill him, it would seriously injure his century-old bones, so you had to use this angelic costume as a last resort. That's right, what he is wearing right now is the angelic costume. Under the protection of the angel costume, he didn't have any scars on his body. Even if there were a few, they were healed quickly. Seeing this scene, the eyes of Meng Shenji and the others trembled. Under this aura, they couldn't stop it at this moment. How is it possible? What on earth is this? The voices of Meng Shenji and the others trembled. Suddenly Yandaoliu, who had been standing for a long time after coming out, spoke up. To be able to push me to this point, I have to say that you are really strong. Fortunately, I went out today and brought out this set of angel costumes. Otherwise terror will hit us hard today. I am a person who loves talent. Your martial soul fusion skills are very powerful, even too powerful. I will ask ask you one last time, join the martial arts or choose to die. It is your choice, Douluo said in a very serious tone. Calmly he continued, this is your last chance. Think carefully before making your choice. I really don't want to see such an outstanding talent like you perish like this. Hehe. Born as a Qinglong helper, death transformed into the Qinglong gang soul. We will never give in, even if we die, let alone join you. Martial Soul Hall. This is the final answer of Meng Shenji and the others. Very firm. Okay, very good. This is the first time I have seen such a loyal person. I really want to know what charm the Qinglong gang has that can tie you up like this. Douluo gritted his teeth and said angrily, but he really wants to know what kind of force this Qinglong gang is. Originally I planned to ask it from your mouth, but your answers made me give up completely. After saying that, Douluo's murderous aura emerged and an angel holy sword appeared in his hand. The killing aura spread towards Meng Douluo. The three Shenji walked slowly. Seeing him approaching, for some reason Meng Shenji and the others did not feel scared. Instead they laughed miserably. You'd better kill us quickly or you'll be dead if you wait. Douluo frowned after hearing this, feeling that this guy meant what he said. Let me ask you how to unlock this barrier. Douluo came to the Meng Shen fuselage and asked coldly. Kill us and the barrier will be lifted naturally, Meng Shenji said directly. Very good, then I will kill you. With overwhelming murderous intent, Douluo raised the angelic holy sword in his hand and decisively slashed at Meng Shenji and the others. Meng Shenji and the other three quickly closed their eyes. Is this the smell of death? Gang leader, I'm sorry. The three of us take the first step. Bang. This person from the Qinglong gang can also be killed by you, a mere peak pseudo-demigod. Just at this critical moment a change occurred. At the same time as a loud shout rang out, a burst of cyan energy directly broke through the barrier above the heads of the four people. The beam of light with extremely fierce murderous aura came directly from Douluo. Tianling Guy rushed down at a very fast speed and instantly shattered the angel holy sword in his hand. Wahoo! Boom! The sudden scene made Douluo suddenly startled. The moment the sound rang out, the terrifying beam of light that had been blasted away was blown away. When he looked up, he saw a bald, strong young man slowly falling from the sky. Gang leader. Seeing this figure, Meng Shenji and the other three were very excited. They were saved. Yes, the person who came was none other than Long Fei. After leaving Long's house, he went all the way to Tiandu Royal Academy. As soon as he arrived here, he discovered the battle between Douluo and Meng Shenji. However, he did not rush to take action but escaped into the void and watched the scene. A big battle. It didn't appear until now at the critical moment. Bald young man, are you Lin Dong? They said the gang leader. Douluo's eyes widened and he said in shock, are you the gang leader of the Qinglong gang? They say. How can it be, since you are so young? Long Fei's tone was very cold. Old guy, isn't it a bit too bullying to beat 3 little 92 level titled Douluo from the Qinglong gang by relying on his peak pseudo-demigod cultivation? The dragon power emanating from him was very sharp. That's because they want to go against me. They deserve to die, huh? As he said this, Douluo was startled and felt that he had made a mistake. How could this happen? You have no soul power, but you actually have divine power, and it's so huge. Who are you? Douluo is a pseudo-demigod with divine power. First of all, it was not long before I felt something was wrong with Long Fei. This person was too mysterious and dangerous. For the first time in 100 years, Douluo had such a high opinion of a person. You don't need to know that the output of the NET battle will be a bit explosive, so Long Fei said, and instantly activated his domain skills. Everything around him centered on him was suddenly covered by golden dragon souls, and Douluo was forcibly taken out, and Meng Shenji and the others were separated from this space after entering. This was also done by Long Fei. Dragon God Realm. This is the realm. Douluo's E-Press Zion changed again. Since you are so old, you have already reached the title Douluo. What's more, what makes his E-Press Zion change even more is that his angelic realm has been suppressed, making it difficult to stand out. How is it possible? This sun's domain is stronger than my angel domain. Douluo's face turned gloomy. No, I'm just a soul saint. Long Fei shook his head indifferently. You three take the Eli and watch how I fight him. Long Fei curled his lips and said the NET step may be exciting. As soon as the Dragon God realm came out, the barrier around the church was also directly broken, but everything here seemed to have stopped being separated into a separate space and no movement was heard. Several people also disappeared and they all entered the Dragon God's realm. The Dragon God realm can be understood as a different space in the same place and different dimensions. In this different space, Long Fei is the master. Douluo was shocked. He looked at everything around him. He tried to communicate with the angel god but failed. Such a powerful field. Who are you? Douluo asked in surprise. Long Fei, leader of the Qinglong gang. Today let me see the true strength of the peak pseudo-demigod. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't hide anything, otherwise you will die quickly. Long Fei said, his eyes have transformed transformed into elemental blue dragons and extremely fierce murderous aura swept out of his body. Don't say I'm bullying you. Taking this pill will restore you to your peak strength. Let's have a fair fight. If you lose, join our Qinglong gang. If I lose, I'll let you do whatever you want, Long Fei said. At the same time, a pill was thrown from his hand and sent directly into Qian Daoliu's hand. Qian Daoliu looked at the thing called the Elir in his hand, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, you have intentions after all. How do I know if it is poisonous to contain me? Hearing this, Long Fei snorted coldly and said in a disdainful tone, Qian Daoliu, don't think of yourself as too important and hold you back. I'm sorry, then why don't you not qualified? Damn it, the gang leader is so domineering. Even if he is a pseudo-demigod, he doesn't even care about it. Meng Shenji and the other three finished eating the Elir and now the situation is gradually improving. After hearing Long Fei's words, the three of them were all excited as if they were fighting again. It's a pity that they won't be part of the NET battle. They also want to see Long Fei's true strength. P.S. The strength of my colleagues is divided into peerless Douluo, quasi-demigod, pseudo-demigod, demigod and god. Only reaching the gods is level 100. Chapter 88. Angels and Gods of the God Realm. Angel Punishment. Along with the roar of Yan Daoliu sounded, a dazzling holy light appeared on Angel Zhen's body and the divine power on his body was quickly withdrawn from his soul in the NET second. The entire angel's true body was completely transformed and then the terrifying angel thunder struck out from the angel's true body. The thunder was dense and dense, wrapped in thousands like a thunder disaster so terrifying. The Dragon God Realm, which was already fragmented due to Long Fei's terrifying power, has now been more severely divided. The surrounding area is not golden but looked like some kind of high-tech alien space true body. When Long Fei, who was attacking, saw this scene, his face moved lightly but he didn't show any fear and punched Qian Daoliu directly. Bang! Boom! The terrifying power broke through everything and a huge whirlpool black hole was formed in the different space. The alien space was gradually shattered by this terrifying power. Along with the sound of collision and explosion, Qian Daoliu's painful cry also appeared. Being hit by Long Fei's terrifying punch, the angelic armor on his body was instantly shattered. The NET second, the sound of bones breaking was heard. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth and his face instantly became haggard, pale and weak. Angel costume, no flick. At the same time, marks gradually appeared on Angel Zhen's body and after one breath he collapsed. Qian Daoliu looked desperate and miserable and was forced to completely release his martial soul form. His whole body fell to the ground like a rocket, as fast as a meteor. Bang! At the same time, the triggered angel's divine punishment did not disappear. It had already bombarded Long Fei's body. Loud bang! The angel divine punishment Xian Lei completely submerged Long Fei in it. Such a terrifying Xian Lei would be dead if someone else decided to do it, but it happened to encounter Long Fei, a non-human being. So happy, so cool. Practice for me. A scream like a madman came out of the divine punishment mysterious thunder. The three Meng Shenji who were trapped below and witnessed the entire battle process were already stunned. Damn it, the gang leader is so awesome. Then several people looked at Qian Daoliu, who was lying in a very miserable condition on the gradually broken ground in the distance. They didn't know whether to live or die, but they would definitely not survive such a terrifying attack. In fact, what they didn't know was that Long Fei retained his strength, otherwise Qian Daoliu's body would not be visible now and he would have turned into nothingness, because Long Fei knew that it was impossible for Qian Daoliu to defeat him from the beginning. According to the bet, Qian Daoliu was already Long Fei's man. With such a big help, he naturally couldn't be allowed to die. The moment he was hit by that punch, Long Fei left the all things resuscitation field skill on him, otherwise even if he didn't turn into nothingness he would be completely dead by now. By base hand look solemn, this space is shattering. If we don't leave, it may affect the three of us. With our current strength we simply cannot resist the harm caused by the terrifying power of space shattering. We all understand what you said, but except for the gang leader we can't get out of this space at all with our strength, Men Shenji said in a solemn voice. In everyone's mind, the space where the golden domain was taken before was now broken like this, and now it is broken for the second time. It has to be said that Long Fei's power is enough to destroy the heaven and the earth. The three people looked at the terrifying Xian Lei. What they can't see is that Long Fei inside is currently tempering his body with the help of the power of the gods' mysterious thunder and is refining the Wuji immortality technique rapidly. The chaotic green dragon bloodline from the body is also boiling infinitely and the cells are active. After absorbing this power, it was not enough to advance his infinite longevity skill, but it made his body stronger. Time passed little by little and suddenly a force emanated from Long Fei and the NET second he disappeared into this space with everyone. Outside world, everyone returned to the real world. Here the church hall has become a crumbling ruin, but no one from the college has come, and at the same time the formation is gone. At the same time the holy light dimmed in the secret realm of the angel god inheritance in the Douluo enshrinement hall of the Wuhan palace. Unfortunately only those with angel blood were qualified to enter. Jin Crocodile and others outside were not aware of this strangeness at all. Why hasn't the big salary come back after so long? Zhang Mo was very puzzled. Golden Crocodile frowned, looked at the sky outside and said it shouldn't be. If a fight breaks out, a battle of that level will definitely cause the sky to change, and the destructive power of a battle of that level is very terrifying, but everything is calm now. So there is no fighting at all for the big salary. It's so peaceful and weird. Just in case, do you want to go and see for yourself? For some reason Zhang Mo's chest has been feeling heavy since the last moment. Now that he is looking at this exceptionally calm sky, the feeling of heavy feeling is even more serious. That's why he suggested that even if he knew the strongest instance in Qiandaolio's sky, even if he knew that instance was impossible lose, but he felt very uncomfortable. No need, I understand De Gongfeng. He will definitely be fine. We just wait here quietly for his return. If something happens to him, then the life breath of this angel statue will change. Jin Crocodile was very confident in Qiandaolio's strength. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at the angel statue behind him. In addition to the one in the secret realm, there is also one here. This angel statue is closely connected to Qiandaolio's life. If Qiandaolio falls, it will be completely broken. If something goes wrong, the divine power and life breath inside will weaken, which means he has encountered a strong enemy, and only then will he set out to provide support. In this world they are the only two people who can bring danger to Qiandaolio. The two people in Jin Crocodile's impression were Poseidon and Tang Chen, whom Qiandaolio mentioned. As for the soul beast, it seems that he doesn't really understand it. Spirit world, angel area. The face of the angel god changed drastically. Just now he felt that he had lost contact with Qiandaoliang in the lower world, and then the god level martial soul and angelic armor he left to the lower world were broken. The most important thing is that the life breath of this generation of angel priests is withering. What kind of power can cause him to be in danger of death? The angel god looked solemn and his pupils shrank. This uneasiness comes from the heart. Qiandaolio has a very close connection with him for his inheritance and sacrifice in the Douluo plane. Therefore he will feel it immediately if something happens to Qiandaolio. The angel god suddenly felt extremely painful in his head. Damn it, the god realm can't interfere with the affairs of the lower realm, otherwise I have to go down now to see what happened. I hope you old guy doesn't die, otherwise it will be troublesome. He also plans to find the inheritor to pass on this angelic throne as soon as possible so that he can have fun. If something happens, then his work will be in vain. The most important thing is that only people with angel blood can enter the mysterious realm of angels. This was also designed by him. If he had known it before, he would not have designed this level. Now he is completely cheating himself. This is not a trivial matter, so we should go to the God Realm Committee to discuss it with those old guys. Angel God said and immediately flew towards the center of the God Realm. The God Realm Committee is the highest, most sacred and central place in the God Realm. High-level meetings of the God Realm will be held there. Chapter 89-89 God Realm Meeting Rules and Oath. God Realm Committee. The Angel God walked in and took his seat under the eyes of all the priests. The gods here, the Supreme God King, are in turn the law enforcers of the divine realm, the God of good and the God of evil, the God of Shura, the goddess of life, and the God of destruction. These are the most powerful people in the God realm. Angel God, why did you come to us? The evil God said. The angel God saluted everyone and then saluted the evil God, saying, the life of the gods I left behind in the Douluo plane has been seriously endangered. The angel costume I left behind and the angel's martial spirit was shattered by a very terrifying force. Immediately afterwards the angel God told all the bad news he had realized. The faces of the Shura God condensed. There is power in the Douluo plane that threatens the things left by the god. This may not be good news, and naturally it may not be good news either. Could it be those group of soul beasts? Destruction said, and it was just a guess. When the soul beast was mentioned, the gods all looked ugly. The goddess of life said slowly, the last time I dealt with the dragon god my vitality was severely damaged. If it was really the soul beast, I think it must be the golden-eyed black dragon king, right? The god of kindness narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the angel god with a warning in his tone. The god realm cannot interfere with what happens in the lower realm. Even if there is a problem with your inheritance, we cannot take action, otherwise it will violate the laws of the god realm. You should know the consequences, right? After hearing this, the angel god sighed. Of course I know, so I came to you for help. I want to see what is going on. At least let me know who the murderer is. The gods were shocked. That sacrifice of yours is related to you, but you don't know who did it. The angel god had a complete prescience. I don't know. It seems that there was some force that deliberately blocked my contact with him. It was only later that when his angel spirit and angel armor were broken, I suddenly felt it. The gods looked at each other. Shura said, if this is really the case, we must take a look at Douluo Douluo's lower realm. Even God can block the power of perception, so we have to be vigilant. The god of evil nodded. Yes, such a big thing happened in Douluo world, but we didn't feel it. Someone must have tampered with it, so let's open the Douluo passage and take a look. But God cannot descend to earth. You can only watch, not interfere. Although the power was very strange, he was confident that it could not threaten instances like them. Good. The gods went to the passage connecting the Douluo world plane and then checked one side. As soon as they took a look, the god felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet and there seemed to be a strange force blocking the operation of the heaven. As a last resort, he finally set his sights on Wuhan Palace. The angel god can clearly feel that a very strong life energy is still burning. No, if something happens to my people, this life energy shouldn't be so strong. The angel god was stunned. The NET second, use your mind to communicate with Qian Daoliu. After several seconds, Qian Daoliu did not give him a reply. Strange, so strange, the angel god muttered. I don't see any problems at the moment, but just in case, you should pay attention to the Douluo plane every day from now on. Until the truth comes out, report it to me immediately. We will then make a decision on whether to stay alive. After looking for a while, I still found nothing. If something goes wrong, the evil god gives orders. At the same time, in Tiandu Royal Academy, Long Fei, the voice of the system, sounded in his mind. The host defeated a peak pseudo-demigod for the first time, triggering a hidden mission. The status has been completed. The reward, the rule oath, has been stored in the system warehouse. It's so comfortable, it actually triggered a hidden mission. Long Fei was very happy, but he was confused. The NET second rule oath? What is this? System, come out and E-plane. Long Fei asked for help. The system said the rule oath is similar to a kind of oath. After taking the oath, as long as you feel betrayal in your heart, you will be subject to the absolute sanctions in the oath. Will the host use it? This is good. It came just in time. Use it immediately, Long Fei said. The NET second, a force from the sky fell on Long Fei instantly. With him as the center, he is the core of this rule oath. After a while, he opened his eyes and screamed. Aside, Qian Daoliu, who was originally on the verge of death, has now completely recovered his physical body to its original state. A green life energy radiated thickly from his body. This is Long Fei's realm of resurrection of all things. As long as Qian Daoliu doesn't die, he can be completely revived. After Qian Daoliu recovered, the broken angel spirit gradually recovered, as did the broken angel armor. The reason why the angel god feels the strong life energy of the angel secret realm in the spirit hall is because of this place. The sleeping Qian Daoliu gradually woke up and opened his eyes ferociously. I'm not dead, Qian Daoliu blurted out. The NET moment, I saw a familiar figure standing in front of me. His pupils shrank. Long Fei claimed he was struck by this kid's terrifying punch. The angel's armor was shattered, the angel's soul was shattered, and everything in his body was shattered. He still remembers that feeling deeply. It was really extremely painful. At this moment, he showed a look of fear that had not appeared in 100 years. The fear in his eyes that came from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged. Now wake up. According to the previous bet, you are now a member of my Qinglong gang. Long Fei looked at Qian Daoliu indifferently. Qian Daoliu quickly got up. What was shocking was that his body, which was originally seriously injured, actually recovered. Take a breath of air. Is this all done by the young man in front of you? How many more secret does this kid hide? He said, I am his now. As I thought about it, the memory of the previous bet appeared in my mind. Suddenly the old face turned red. What? Does the most powerful pseudo-demigod in the sky have to go back on his word? If so, then I won't be able to keep you. There was a hint of sarcasm in Long Fei's tone, and then he grabbed the ancient Qinglong sword holder in his hand. On top of Qian Daoliu's Tianling cap, he was ready to strike with his sword. Feeling this awe-inspiring and terrifying aura coming from instinctive fear, I felt a shiver of fear all over my body. No, stop, Qian Daoliu's eye shouted decisively, no longer caring about his face, which had been lost long ago. As soon as the word came out, the knife stopped. Qian Daoliu breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly stood up and looked at the three Meng Shenji who were standing NET to him. Young man, please tell me what you have to say. Don't keep fighting, it will hurt the harmony. Qian Daoliu waved his hand and spoke shamelessly. I didn't expect you to be quite thick-skinned. Long Fei blinked. Qian Daoliu, Meng Shenji and the other three also felt that they had seen the wrong person now. Is this still the peak pseudo-demigod former who fucked the three of them before? This word in action no longer exists. Of course all this comes from Long Fei's absolute strength. If it weren't for him, their ending would be completely different. Chapter 90. Eye of Rule. Long Fei said lightly, Qian Daoliu, don't blame me for not reminding you. You have lost now and know some of my secret. In other words, if you don't join the Qinglong gang today, you will die. If you join, you will live. There is no choice. Qian Daoliu sighed. Indeed, the guy in front of him was so terrifying, and now there was really only one way to choose in front of him. But I am a sacrifice to the angel god after all. Qian Daoliu said, I have restored contact with the angel god just now. That E-istance must have discovered something is wrong here. Long Fei took a few steps but his E-prescience was extremely calm. I have already prepared what you are worried about. The sky in the entire continent has been blinded by my secret method. Even those guys in the God realm will not see anything. It's strange unless they all take action to break this layer of obscuration, but the sky is so calm they haven't taken action, so your angel god still doesn't know your specific location. What? Deceive? Yandaoliu and others were startled and then looked up again. Meng Shenji and the others didn't say anything, but Yandaoliu, who had reached the peak of pseudo-demigods, really didn't notice anything was wrong. The place shocked, even God was affected. That is God, the supreme E-istant. Yandaoliu now has an unparalleled compel meaning in his heart. If he asks me about it, how should I report it to him? Yandaoliu asked. I have to say that this mysterious Qinglong gang really tempted him. You just need to kill you in seclusion and don't know anything. Moreover, they cannot come down, let alone interfere with the affairs of Douluo world, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the laws of the God realm. Even if you are in the angel secret realm, if there is a trace of the angel god thoughts, it is just a thought. If it really comes out, there is nothing to be afraid of. Long Fei's lips curled up as if everything was under his control. In fact, everything was really under his control. He was playing a big game of chess, a big game that could subvert all perception. Yandaoliu was startled and looked at Long Fei as if he had no secrets at all. This young man is too terrifying. Wuhan Palace cannot be an enemy of him, otherwise he will be doomed. Moreover, he, the strongest being in Wuhan Palace, has been defeated so completely. Who else in Wuhan Palace can be his opponent? You are really terrible. Yandaoliu's eyes showed fear. Okay, I can join your Qinglong gang, Yandaoliu said. Swear. Long Fei smiled lightly and swore that he would use you as the first experimental subject. Yandaoliu was stunned. What oath? You Yandaoliu swear with your Taoist heart to join the Qinglong gang and never betray, otherwise you will be destroyed from heaven and earth. Your soul will be scattered and you will never recover. Long Fei's plain tone was full of extremely frightening charm at this moment. You, okay. After Yandaoliu heard this, his pupils narrowed and he opened his mouth to speak, but he swallowed back the last two shameless words and did not say them out. I Yandaoliu swear with my Taoist heart to join the Qinglong gang and never betray, otherwise I will be destroyed and my souls will be destroyed and I will be destroyed forever. Yandaoliu finally gritted his teeth and compromised. The few words came out of the air, but he felt extremely heavy and difficult. Every word he said was extremely uncomfortable. Rumble. At this moment the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark cloud and thunder, and then a huge eye appeared from the void, staring with incomparable majesty. The prescience of everyone present, including Long Fei, changed. These eyes gave them a feeling of being as insignificant as ants. So strong. Is this the eye of rules? It's really powerful, even I feel so small in front of it. Long Fei's voice was trembling, something that had never happened to him since he came to this world. Suddenly he smiled bitterly in his heart. Yes, I am not invincible yet. Even that is only the Douluo world. There are many big worlds outside the Douluo world. He is not invincible. An extremely determined light flashed through Long Fei's pupils. I still want to become stronger. His fists were clenched tightly. Meng Shenji and Yandaoliu were all covered in cold sweat. The oath is fulfilled and those who violate it will be punished. A supreme ancient voice from the Eye of Rules spread deep into Yandaoliu's heart. Then it disappeared. Only Yandaoliu and Long Fei could hear the voice of the Eye of Rules and the others could not listen. The only reason Long Fei could hear it was because he was the initiator of the rule oath and Yandaoliu was the one who started the oath. The two parties were directly connected. At the same time, not only here, due to the huge scene, the entire Tiandu Empire and even Wuhan Palace and other places discovered this sudden image, and those powerful beings immediately felt the extremely huge pressure. All of them did not dare to look into those eyes and lowered their head. In the spirit hall, BBDong, Jin, Crocodile and other titled Douluo level beings all showed fear at the same time and their voices trembled. What kind of power is that? Are those eyes a god? Especially BBDong, who has accepted the inheritance of Rakshasa god, is also more sensitive to divine power, but just now the divine power was afraid of those eyes. By this Pope's order, all the elders of Wuhan Palace come to Wuhan Palace for a meeting. BBDong's cold and uneasy voice echoed throughout the entire Wuhan city. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were sent out, quickly turned around and came back. They were also frightened by the image just now. Not only the spirit hall but also other places such as the Tiandu Empire and the Star Luo Empire's top brass also held emergency top meetings. The other side, with the disappearance of the Eye of Rules inside the Tiandu Royal Academy, everyone gasped immediately, especially Yandaoliu, who was already stunned. He never expected that an oath would cause such a big change. With the power just now, he was very sure that as long as he was willing to move his eyes slightly, he would be destroyed, directly killed. Just now his whole body was enveloped by an invisible force. Yandaoliu from the Qinglong gang has met the gang leader. The NET second his state changed hurriedly. He didn't want to bear the consequences of eternal disasters, so he bowed his hands to Long Fei in an extremely respectful tone. Gang leader, please forgive me if you have offended me before, Qian Daoliu said to Meng Shenji and the others again. Meng Shenji and the other three waved their hands quickly. It's okay, it's okay. We are all members of the Qinglong gang now and we are a family. Naturally we won't care about what happened before. Although everyone is from the Qinglong gang, the Qian Daoliu in front of them is a peak pseudo-demigod in terms of strength. They are also juniors, so they will naturally be extremely polite. You are now a member of my Qinglong gang. Come on, I will take you to the Qinglong gang headquarters to see you. When Long Fei said this, he suddenly stopped, then he held his hand in the void and said to Meng Shenji and the others, you guys take care of this place. As he said this, he looked at the collapsed church hall and then turned around and led Qian Daoliu into the Dragon Realm passage. P.S. I'm a little worried, should I let Yu Xiao Gang and Shrek join the Qinglong gang? After all, Yu Xiao Gang and Yu Tianheng have an uncle-nephew relationship, and Yu Xiao Gang and Tang San are master and apprentice, so it is a bit difficult for the author to make a conclusion. Voting choice. Once you agree to join. To elimination. Chapter 91-91. Qian Daoliu return. Long Fei said lightly, Qian Daoliu, don't blame me for not reminding you. You have lost now and you know some of my secret. In other words, if you don't join the Qinglong gang today you will die. If you join you will live. There is no choice. Qian Daoliu sighed. Indeed, the guy in front of him was so terrifying, and now there was really only one way to choose in front of him. But I am a sacrifice to the angel god after all. Qian Daoliu said, I have restored contact with the angel god just now. That instance must have discovered something is wrong here. Long Fei took a few steps, but his presence was extremely calm. I have already prepared what you are worried about. The sky in the entire continent has been blinded by my secret method. Even those guys in the god realm will not see anything. It's strange unless they all take action to break this veil of mystery, but the sky is so calm they don't take action, so your angel god doesn't know your specific location. What, deceive? Qian Daoliu and others were startled and then looked up again. Meng Shenji and the others didn't say anything, but Qian Daoliu, who had reached the peak of pseudo-demigods, really didn't notice anything was wrong. The place shocked, even God was affected. That is God, the supreme instant. Qian Daoliu now has an unparalleled compel meaning in his heart. If he asks me about it, how should I report it to him? Qian Daoliu asked. I have to say that this mysterious Qinglong gang really tempted him. You just need to kill you in seclusion and don't know anything. Moreover, they cannot come down, let alone interfere with the affairs of Douluo world, otherwise they will be sanctioned by the laws of the god realm. Even if you are in the angel secret realm, if there is a trace of the angel god thoughts, it is just a thought. If it really comes out, there is nothing to be afraid of. Long Fei's lips curled up as if everything was under his control. In fact, everything was really under his control. He was playing a big game of chess, a big game that could subvert all perception. Qian Daoliu was startled and looked at Long Fei as if he had no secrets at all. This young man is too terrifying. Wuhan Palace cannot be an enemy of him, otherwise he will be doomed. Moreover, he, the strongest being in Wuhan Palace, has been defeated so completely. Who else in Wuhan Palace can be his opponent? You are really terrible. Qian Daoliu's eyes showed a look of fear. Okay, I can join your Qinglong gang, Qian Daoliu said. Swear. Long Fei smiled lightly and swore that he would use you as the first experimental subject. Qian Daoliu was stunned. What oath? You, Qian Daoliu, swear with your Taoist heart to join the Qinglong gang and never betray, otherwise you will be destroyed from heaven and earth. Your soul will be scattered and you will never recover. Long Fei's plain tone was full of extremely frightening charm at this moment. You, okay? After Qian Daoliu heard this, his pupils narrowed and he opened his mouth to speak, but he swallowed back the last two shameless words and did not say them out. Qian Daoliu swears by his Taoist heart to join the Qinglong gang and never betray, otherwise he will be punished by heaven, destroyed on earth, his soul will be scattered and there will be no recovery. Qian Daoliu finally gritted his teeth and compromised. The few words came out of the air, but he felt extremely heavy and difficult. Every word he said was extremely uncomfortable. Rumble. At this moment the originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark cloud and thunder, and then a huge eye appeared from the void, staring with incomparable majesty. The presence of everyone present, including Long Fei, changed. These eyes gave them a feeling of being as insignificant as ants. So strong. Is this the eye of rules? It's really powerful, even I feel so small in front of it. Long Fei's voice was trembling, something that had never happened to him since he came to this world. Suddenly he smiled bitterly in his heart. Yes, I am not invincible yet. Even that is only the Douluo world. There are many big worlds outside the Douluo world. He is not invincible. An extremely determined light flashed through Long Fei's pupils. I still want to become stronger. His fists were clenched tightly. Meng Shenji and and Tiandu were all covered in cold sweat. The oath is fulfilled and those who violate it will be punished. A supreme ancient voice from the Eye of Rules spread deep into Tiandu's heart. Then it disappeared. Only Tiandu and Long Fei could hear the voice of the Eye of Rules and the rest could not listen. The only reason Long Fei could hear it was because he was the initiator of the rule oath and Tiandu was the one who started the oath. The two parties were directly connected. At the same time, not only here due to the huge scene, the entire Tiandu Empire and even Wuhan Palace and other places discovered this sudden image, and those powerful beings immediately felt the extremely huge pressure. All of them did not dare to look into those eyes and lowered their head. In the spirit hall, BBDong, Jin Crocodile and other titled Douluo level beings were all posed at the same time with a look of fear. His voice was even more trembling. What kind of power is that? Are those eyes a god? Especially BBDong, who has accepted the inheritance of Rakshasa god, is also more sensitive to divine power, but just now the divine power was afraid of those eyes. By this Pope's order, all the elders of Wuhan Palace come to Wuhan Palace for a meeting. BBDong's cold and anxious voice echoed throughout the entire Wuhan city. Yu Guan and Gui Mei, who were sent out, quickly turned around and came back. They were also frightened by the image just now. Not only the spirit hall but also other places such as the Tiandu Empire and the Luo Empire's top brass also held emergency top meetings. The other side, with the disappearance of the Eye of Rules inside the Tiandu Royal Academy, everyone gasped immediately, especially Tiandu, who was already sluggish. He never expected that an oath would cause such a big change. With the power just now, he was very sure that as long as he was willing to move his eyes slightly, he would be destroyed, directly kill. Just now his whole body was enveloped by an invisible force. Tiandu from the Qinglong gang has met the gang leader. The NET second, his state changed hurriedly. He didn't want to bear the consequences of eternal disasters, so he bowed his hands to Long Fei in an extremely respectful tone. Gang leader, please forgive me if you have offended me before, Tiandu said to Meng Shenji and the others again. Meng Shenji and the other three waved their hands quickly. It's okay, it's okay. We are all members of the Qinglong gang now and we are a family. Naturally we won't care about what happened before. Although everyone is from the Qinglong gang, the Tiandu in front of them is a peak pseudo-demigod in terms of strength. They are also juniors, so they will naturally be extremely polite. You are now a member of my Qinglong gang. Come on, I will take you to the Qinglong gang headquarters to see you. When Long Fei said this, he suddenly stopped. Then he held his hand in the void and said to Meng Shenji and the others, you guys take care of this place. As he spoke, his eyes looked at the collapsed church hall and then he turned around and led Tiandu into the Dragon World Passage. Chapter 92-92 Conquer the Devil and Kidnap Him. Martial Spirit Hall. All the elders have arrived in the meeting hall, but only the elders Tiandu and Qianjun, who are the great salarymen, did not show up. BBDong looked at the people in front of her and said, where are De Gongfeng and Qianjun Douluo? Everyone also looked at each other and Jin Crocodile said, De Gongfeng and Qianjun Douluo are going out to do some things. Let's have a meeting first. Okay. BBDong's voice was cool. Your Majesty the Pope, what was that I just now? Yu Guan and the others who had returned were the first to ask. I'm still scared to this day. Not just them but others too. Then the Wuhan Hall began a meeting. At the same time, Shuya, who was in a meeting in the Tiandu Royal Palace, thought in his mind that such a ridiculous scene was so terrifying and the direction seemed to be at the Tiandu Royal Academy. Could it be the gang leader? Shuya and Shuexing looked at each other and they probably had the answer in their minds. Then he opened his mouth to deal with the current meeting. Time passed. Little by little Tiandu had come out of the Dragon Realm and the scene in the Dragon Realm made him feel the same. Although he cannot absorb souls now, he still learned the inherited skills of the Qinglong gang. There are also some alchemy technique. Now he is also a member of the Qinglong gang. Naturally he cannot be offended by people from the Wuhan Palace. A few days ago BBDong was wanted to arrest Long Fei, but he didn't know Long Fei's true identity name. He originally wanted to help Long Fei get the wanted warrant but was stopped by Long Fei. Long Fei only said one sentence, without my order everything will continue as usual. Moreover, Long Fei also gave him an immortal herb and a green dragon blood pool liquid, and he would retreat to seclusion as soon as he returned to the Douluo Palace. He believed that with these two precious treasures he would soon be able to break through to the demigod realm. He has been at the peak of the pseudo-demigod for too long and has always been indifferent. Joining the Qinglong gang this time is really the right choice for him. As for the angel god, Tiandu did what Long Fei wanted, and he already knew that Qianjun had died in Long Fei's hands, but this was destined to be unchangeable and could only go with the flow. Tiandu was extremely excited after leaving the Dragon Realm. He said goodbye to Long Fei and went home without looking back. Before leaving, Long Fei asked him to give him a token which naturally had his intention. Tiandu happened to pass by the Pope's palace and now everyone was in a meeting. As soon as he appeared, everyone immediately stood up and said respectfully, big salary. Although BBDong is the Pope, his companion is not good. He hates the Angel clan, but now he is not strong enough and needs to be patient. He also stands up and addresses everyone. Yes. Douluo put away his excitement, returned to his usual indifferent look and nodded coldly. Needless to say, I all know that even I felt a lot of pressure on that eye just now. It's so terrifying that you can't imagine it. It's not something you can discuss. Let's leave. Douluo waved his hand and said directly, if he wants to end the talk here, he is now an ES to go back to retreat. Moreover, with your little cultivation and nonsense talk, he almost died just now. Everyone was shocked, since even Douluo felt such a terrifying level. What level of terrifying instance was that? With the big salary, why didn't Qianjun come together? Zhang Mo finally asked. Qianjun seems to have disappeared from the world. I can't find him even if I use my spiritual thought. Douluo frowned, scanned everyone as he spoke and sighed. You should be prepared for the worst. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Qianjun fall? Jiang Mo suddenly shouted like crazy. Anyone who is not a fool can understand the meaning of Douluo's words. How outrageous. How can you make such a loud noise in the conference hall? Douluo snorted coldly. A very oppressive aura emanated from his body, causing the prescience of everyone present to change drastically and cold sweat to break out. BBDong squeezed the Zen staff tightly. Cold sweat flowed from her forehead. She gritted her teeth and her heart was cold. Damn it, how could this old guy be so strong? No, I can't delay it any longer. I must pass on the Rax Hasagot inheritance as soon as possible. As a clan of angels, BBDong will definitely make you extinct. In the face of absolute strength, Jiangmo finally calmed down and quickly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, De Gongfeng, I lost my temper. De Gongfeng, please avenge Qianjun. You must find out who the murderer is. His fists were clenched tightly. Revenge? What kind of revenge are you looking for? Revenge with the gang leader? I see that all of you can be instantly killed when you appear. Do you still want to take revenge? You are asking me to die. Douluo scolded. I didn't say that Qianjun must have died. What a hurry. Look at you, how can you behave like a titled Douluo? According to my investigation, Qianjun's disappearance is probably the same as his appearance just now. That eye has something to do with it. According to my investigation, Douluo calmly told the lie he made up. Everyone was stunned. If it really had something to do with that eye, it would undoubtedly be a delusion for them to retrieve Qianjun. Okay, it's all gone. After saying that, Douluo left here without looking back. Douluo had spoken so naturally, no one resisted and left one after another. Enshrined in the temple, Zhang Mo came to Douluo and asked for instructions. Dai Gongfeng, the place where Qianjun disappeared was in Tiandu Royal Academy. After all, you sent to capture that young man. Is there anything to do with that young man behind this? I just went there. Young people with that kind of symbolic image are no longer in the academy. If you want to know, you can go and see for yourself. Douluo took a deep look at Zhang Mo and said, the relationship between Zhang Mo and Qianjun is very close and they will definitely get to the bottom of it. In this case, just send it to the gang leader for a decision, but whether you can survive or not is your own business. Yes, big salary, then I'll leave first. Zhang Mo nodded, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared here. Douluo looked at the others and said, I have a lot of insight. I will be in seclusion for a period of time recently. During the seclusion, Golden Crocodile will take my place. Poison Dolphin Douluo will leave you to protect the young lady. After saying that, he left directly without looking back. Although everyone was a little confused, they didn't speak. Soon Jin Crocodile took over Douluo's position in managing this place, and Douluo also directly entered the retreat place. Everyone did not leave. One Douluo looked at the place where Douluo disappeared, frowned and said, do you feel that there is something wrong with the large salary? Obviously it was the guy who conquered the demon who went to protect the young lady. Why did he suddenly ask me to go? Could it be that the demon conqueror is not going to go? Poison Dolphin Douluo took a step forward, his prescience condensed. Although Golden Crocodile Douluo also felt strange, he waved his hand. The big salary naturally has its own purpose. You can't make any comments on your own. Just follow the meaning of the big salary. Poisonous pig, you go to the lady's side. Poison Dolphin Douluo quickly handed over his hand. Yes, 2 offerings. Let go. As Jin Crocodile waved his hand again, the Douluo here left one after another. Golden Crocodile came to the outside of Douluo's retreat with a heavy look on his face and muttered, Douluo, what on earth are you doing? How could Douluo inside not know that the consequences of doing so would arouse suspicion? But he had to do this not for anything else but because he was from the Qinglong gang. One day Wuhandian will completely join the Qinglong gang. On that day, when the devil knows that the person who killed Qianjun is Long Fei, he will definitely have hatred in his heart. Even if there is an oath, hatred will blind his eyes. Although he is not not worried about Long Fei, but it would be bad if his anger spread to the other gang disciple. For the sake of the Qinglong gang, Zhang Mo must die. As long as the rest of the people don't seek death, nothing will happen. But BBDong, thinking of this, Qian Daoliu's eyes flashed with coldness in the retreat, and then he closed his eyes. Long Fei told him everything, and he also knew BBDong's secret. The inheritance of Rax Hasagat. Destroy my angel clan. Snort. What a courage. If it hadn't been for the gang leader's order, I would have killed you, BBDong, right now. But then again, it was his son who was at fault first. And well, thinking of Qian Ren Yui, Qian Daoliu's press Zion became complicated. If he really wanted to kill BBDong, then Qian Ren Yui would really have no parent. Never mind, let the gang leader solve these troublesome things. I'd better improve my cultivation, Qian Daoliu murmured, and then took out the immortal herb that Long Fei gave him that was most suitable for him, and then just a bottle of blood from the Qinglong blood pool. Then he began his journey of cultivation. Chapter 93-93 Soto City Team Shrek. In a forest outside the Tiandu Empire, Shrek He's figure appeared here. He just got the news that the person protecting her had changed poison. Dolphin Douluo, Shrek he said calmly. At this moment a figure appeared from the tree in front. This person is the poisonous dolphin. I've seen the saint. Poison Dolphin performed a ritual. Shrek he was puzzled. Poison Dolphin, what is going on? Why such a sudden change? In fact, for secret protection she would rather have Subduing Demon come. After all, Subduing Demon is the only Douluo in Wuhan Palace who can turn into mist and hide. This is very good for secret protection and assassination. Not to mention Shrek he Poisonous Dolphin didn't understand that there would be no delay in coming directly to protect the saint after returning from the mission of conquering the demon. Poisonous Pig said, this is the order of the Great Enshrinement. The demon has been sent to do the task and is currently not in the enshrinement hall, so I will temporarily protect the safety of the saint. Shrek he frowned. What mission are you going to conquer the devil for? Poisonous Pig said, it's about Tiandu Royal Academy, and it has something to do with the Lindong mentioned by the saint. After hearing this, Shrek he narrowed his eyes and said, that's all. I don't know what grandpa is doing. Okay, I'm going back. After saying that, he turned around and left. Poisonous Dolphin looked in the direction of Tiandu Royal Academy from behind and secretly shook his head. What threat can a child pose? The most important thing is the person behind him. Time flies quickly and another month has passed. In the soul fighting arena of Soto City, Long Fei brought Yu Tianheng and others here. Gang leader, with our current strength, is it necessary to come here? As far as I know, this place is very low level and it difficult to find someone at the gold team level. Yu Tianheng and others spoke in confusion. There were 9 of them here, among them Yelingling and Long Tinger stood on one side of Long Fei. Long Fei smiled lightly. Today there will be a team here that is quite interesting to you. Your task is to crush them. Yu Tianheng was curious. Oh, interesting team? What level are they? You will know when the time comes. Come with me. I have arranged everything for you. Long Fei pretended to take the first step. Everyone stopped asking and hurriedly followed. After 4 months of training in the Dragon Realm, there has been a huge improvement in both cultivation and physical skills. As soon as he entered the door, a very conspicuous man came out to greet him immediately. Young Master Long, I have been waiting here for a long time. The man in front of him came to Long Fei and bowed respectfully. This man is the person in charge of the soul fighting arena in Soto City. Let's go, Long Fei said calmly. The person in charge quickly led the way. Soon he came to a room very luxurious. The person in charge quickly handed over a piece of information. Master Long, this is the information of this team. Well, you can go out. Long Fei nodded. After taking the information, the person in charge left quickly. This is the team you are going to fight against later, Shrek. Long Fei gave the information to Yu Tianheng and then lay down on the sofa casually. Everyone is also curious about what kind of team this is. When they saw it, they were stunned. Gang leader, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yu Tianheng asked in shock, and the others also looked at Long Fei. Shrek's 7 Monsters team. Captain White Tiger with evil eyes. Martial Spirit White Tiger. A level 38 attack type battle soul master. Soul ring 2 yellow and 1 purple. Vice Captain 1000 armed Shuram. Martial Spirit Blue Silver Grass. 30 level control system battle soul master. Soul rings 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Softbone Charming Rabbit. Martial Spirit Jade Rabbit. 30 level melee attack type combat spirit master. Soul rings 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Evil Fire Feeny. Martial Spirit Evil Feeny. A 28th level assault type battle soul master. Soul ring 2 yellows. Team member Netherworld Civet. Martial Spirit Netherworld Civet. 28th level agility attack type war spirit master. Soul ring 2 yellows. Team member Sausage Monopoly Wuhan Sausage. 30 level auxiliary weapon soul master. Soul rings 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member Kaibeo Glazed Tile. Martial Spirit Kaibeo Glazed Tile Pagoda level 27 auxiliary weapon soul master. Soul ring 2 yellow. Isn't this level too low? Everyone suddenly felt that they had no fighting power. The people here are very high-end. The lower level doesn't mean anything. The 7 people who appear this time are the 7 of you. Long Fei said calmly. Just come to attack Tang San and others and defeat Yu Xiaogong's so-called theory. Yes. Yu Tianheng and others nodded. On the other side in the Shrek team room, the number of people here is the same as in the original. They got the information about the Royal Do team and are looking at it. However, this information was the last one brought by Qin Ming before Yu Tianheng and others entered the Dragon Realm. This time Qin Ming did not come and continued to practice in the Dragon Realm. Are you kidding me? These people are all above level 37. The strongest third brother and die boss here and their assistants have no fighting ability. Do you really want us to fight against this team? Ma Hongjun glared and spoke. The prescience of everyone in the room also solidified. Xiao Gang, is it too early? Flanders frowned. It's not early. The children need them to practice. This time you can choose to participate or not. Yu Xiao Gang looked out the window and then returned to the Shrek 7. Of course I will participate, Dai Mu Bai said. Tang San calmly analyzed and said yes, although their level is very high we may not have no chance of victory. Even if they lose they can give us a very good experience. Ma Hongjun said boss Dai and third brother are right, this Royal Do team is our Shrek's whetstone. As soon as the 3 people spoke their morale immediately increased. Then the 7 people hugged each other and shouted Shrek will win. Seeing this Yu Xiao Gang and Flender nodded with deep satisfaction. Flanders said the children have grown up and they really need experience. This imperial fight is very good, not to mention that the Continental Elite Soul Master competition will begin in a few days. Yu Xiao Gang nodded slightly. The game is about to start. Let's discuss the countermeasures. You should pay attention here. Immediately afterwards Yu Xiao Gang was planning the tactic he thought. Soon as the broadcast sounded, Team Shrek and Team Royal Fighter officially met. The leaders of both sides were watching from the room. Long Fei was very leisurely holding Long Tinger in his right hand and sitting net to him was Yu Ming, who was eating fruit. I'm not used to this wave of dog food at close range and I'm getting used to it now. What's so special about them? Long Tinger asked curiously as she looked at the TV Soul Guide. Long Fei said lazily, it's nothing special, it just has the halo of the protagonist. What is the protagonist halo? Yu Ming and Long Tinger were curious. Long Fei responded calmly, people who are favored by luck in this world. The formation of everyone in Shrek is the same as in the original work. The 7 Heaven Do people did not change much and they surrounded Yalingling just like in the original work. Here Yalingling is their biggest trump card. Yalingling is also the one with the most abnormal level and martial soul ability among the 7 people here. The captain of Team Shrek, the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mu Bai. Shrek Team Vice Captain Thousand Hands Shura Tang San. Everyone in Shrek reported their martial soul level. Then the third and second standard soul rings belonging to them appeared on their bodies. Suddenly he became majestic and entered a fighting state. Chapter 94. The soul fighting begins. Crushing the game. In a forest outside the Tiandu Empire, Shui Qinghe's figure appeared here. He just got the news that the person protecting her had changed. Poison Dolphin Douluo, Shui Qinghe said calmly. At this moment a figure appeared from the tree in front. This person is the poisonous dolphin. I've seen the saint. Poison Dolphin performed a ritual. Shui Qinghe was puzzled. Poison Dolphin, what is going on? Why such a sudden change? In fact, for secret protection she would rather have Subduing Demon come. After all, Subduing Demon is the only Douluo in Wuhan Palace who can turn into mist and hide. This is very good for secret protection and assassination. Not to mention Shui Qinghe Poisonous Dolphin didn't understand that there would be no delay in coming directly to protect the saint after returning from the mission of conquering the demon. Poisonous Dolphin said, this is the order of the Great Enshrinement. The demon has been sent to do the task and is currently not in the Enshrinement Hall, so I will temporarily protect the safety of the saint. Shui Qinghe frowned. What mission are you going to conquer the devil for? Poisonous Pig said, it's about Tiandu Royal Academy and it has something to do with the Lindong mentioned by the saint. After hearing this, Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes and said, that's all, I don't know what grandpa is doing. Okay, I'm going back. After saying that he turned around and left. Poisonous Dolphin looked in the direction of Tiandu Royal Academy from behind and secretly shook his head. What threat can a child pose? The most important thing is the person behind him. Time flies quickly and another month has passed. In the soul fighting arena of Soto City, Long Fei brought Yu Tianheng and others here. Gang leader, with our current strength is it necessary to come here? As far as I know this place is very low level and it difficult to find someone at the gold team level. Yu Tianheng and others spoke in confusion. There were 9 of them here, among them Yalingling and Long Tinger stood on one side of Long Fei. Long Fei smiled lightly. Today there will be a team here that is quite interesting to you. Your task is to crush them. Yu Tianheng was curious. Oh, interesting team? What level are they? You will know when the time comes. Come with me. I have arranged everything for you. Long Fei pretended to take the first step. Everyone stopped asking asking and hurriedly followed. After 4 months of training in the Dragon Realm, there has been a huge improvement in both cultivation and physical skills. As soon as he entered the door, a very conspicuous man immediately came out to greet him. "Young Master Long, I have been waiting here for a long time." The man in front of him came to Long Fei and bowed respectfully. "This man is the person in charge of the soul fighting arena in Soto City." "Let's go," Long Fei said calmly. The person in charge quickly led the way. Soon he came to a room very luxurious. The person in charge quickly handed over a piece of information. "Master Long, this is the information of this team." "Well, you can go out." Long Fei nodded. After taking the information, the person in charge left quickly. "This is the team you are going to fight against later." Shrek. Long Fei gave the information to Yu Tianheng and then lay down on the sofa casually. Everyone is also curious about what kind of team this is. When they saw it, they were stunned. "Gang leader, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Yu Tianheng asked in shock, and the others also looked at Long Fei. "Shrek 7 Monsters Team. Captain White Tiger with Evil Eyes. Martial Spirit White Tiger. Level 38 Attack Type Battle Soul Master. Soul Ring 2 Yellow and 1 Purple. Vice Captain Senjo Shuram. Martial Spirit Blue Silver Grass. 30 Level Control System Battle Soul Master. Soul Rings 2 Yellow and 1 Purple. Team Member Softbone Charming Rabbit. Martial Spirit Jade Rabbit. 30 Level Melee Attack Type Combat Spirit Master. Soul Rings 2 Yellow and 1 Purple. Team Member Evil Fire Fini. Martial Spirit Evil Fini. A 28th Level Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Soul Ring 2 Yellows. Team Member Netherworld Civet. Martial Spirit Netherworld Civet. 28th Level Agility Attack Type Combat Spirit Master. Soul Ring 2 Yellows. Team Member Sausage Monopoly Wuhan Sausage. 30 Level Auxiliary Weapon Soul Master. Soul Rings 2 Yellow and 1 Purple. Team Member Kaibeo Glazed Tile. Martial Spirit Kaibeo Glazed Tile. Tower Level 27 Auxiliary Weapon Soul Master. Soul Ring 2 Yellow. Isn't this level too low? Everyone suddenly felt that they had no fighting power. The people here are very high end. The lower level doesn't mean anything. The 7 people who appear this time are the 7 of you, Long Fei said calmly. As long as he came to attack Tang San and others, he could also defeat Yu Xiaogong's so-called theory. Yes, Yu Tianheng and others nodded. On the other side, in the Shrek team room, the number of people here is the same as in the original. They got the information about the Royal Do team and are looking at it. However, this information was the last one brought by Qin Ming before Yu Tianheng and others entered the Dragon Realm. This time Qin Ming did not come and continued to practice in the Dragon Realm. Are you kidding? These people are all above level 37. Our strongest third brother and Die Boss and their assistants have no fighting ability. Do you really want us to fight against this team? Ma Hongjun glared and spoke. The prescience of everyone in the room also solidified. Xiao Gang, is it too early? Flanders frowned. It's not early, the children need them to practice. This time you can choose to participate or not. Yu Xiao Gang looked out the window and then his eyes returned to the Shrek 7. Of course I will participate, Dai Mu Bai said. Tang San calmly analyzed and said yes, although their level is very high, we may not have no chance of victory. Even if they lose, they can give us a very good e-parry-in. Ma Hongjun said. Boss Dai and third brother are right, this Royal Do team is our Shrek's whetstone. As soon as the 3 people spoke, their morale immediately increased. Then the 7 people hugged each other and shouted, Shrek will win. Seeing this, Yu Xiao Gang and Flender nodded with deep satisfaction. Flanders said the children have grown up and they really need e-parry-in. This imperial fight is very good, not to mention that the Continental Elite Soul Master competition will begin in a few days. Yu Xiao Gang nodded slightly. The game is about to start. Let's discuss the countermeasures. You should pay attention here. Immediately afterwards, Yu Xiao Gang was e-planing the tactic he thought. Soon as the broadcast sounded, Team Shrek and Team Royal Fighter officially met. The leaders of both sides were watching from the room. Long Fei was very leisurely holding Long Tinger in his right hand, and sitting beside Yu was Yu Ming eating fruit. I'm not used to this wave of dog food at close range and I'm getting used to it now. What's so special about them? Long Tinger asked curiously as she looked at the TV Soul Guide. Long Fei said lazily, it's nothing special, it just has the halo of the protagonist. What is the protagonist halo? Yu Ming and Long Tinger were curious. Long Fei responded calmly, people who are favored by luck in this world. The formation of everyone in Shrek is the same as in the original work. The 7 Heaven Do people did not change much and they surrounded Yelingling just like in the original work. Here Yelingling is their biggest trump card. Yelingling is also the one with the most abnormal level and martial soul ability among the 7 people here. The captain of Team Shrek, the evil-eyed white tiger Dai Mu Bai. Shrek Team Vice Captain Thousand Hands Shura Tang San. Everyone in Shrek reported their martial soul levels. Then the 3rd and 2nd standard soul rings belonging to them appeared on their bodies. Suddenly he became majestic and entered a fighting state. Chapter 95. Everyone who was hit. As Xiao Wu was hurt, Tang San was so angry that he didn't care about anything and directly used the 8-spider spear with eternal soul bone. With the sharp aura on his body, he used his purple devil eyes and ghost shadow to quickly move towards Shimo with a spear. Is this the 8-spider spears that the gang leader said? Is it extremely poisonous? Shimo and others secretly said something bad and hurriedly stepped aside. The first soul skill you. Shimo and Shimo shouted. Immediately the Suanwu shield doubled in size and blasted forward to defend. Bang! What kind of shield is this? Since it's so hard. Tang San had sweat on his forehead and gritted his teeth. The ghostly shadow appeared again and disappeared directly in front of Mo, and the others appeared again. His eyes came around them, constantly breaking through their defenses, but to no avail. Finally he chose to use a hidden weapon. But just now, Tang San, your opponent is me. Duguyan came with the mutated green phosphorus Medusa martial spirit and directly displayed the first soul skill Medusa gaze. Suddenly Tang San was stunned and fell into staring. In front of him was a huge green snake head that was fierce and terrifying. How is it possible that my purple devil pupil cannot be broken open? Tang San was shocked and secretly thought something was wrong. In just a few breaths, other than Tang San, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun on the field were also locked in a hard fight, their faces gradually turning pale. Yushin Hung came toward Dai Mubai in an instant, intending to eliminate him directly this time, so he stopped playing. The opponent is too weak. Dai Mubai's complexion changed drastically, and when his pupils narrowed he shouted, White Tiger Protective Shield. The first soul ring lit up and a white shield enveloped his body. Seeing this, Yu Tianheng snorted coldly and the first purple soul ring on his body also lit up. Holy King Dragon Claw. The terrifying power of thunder came out and it struck with extremely destructive power. Bang! In an instant Dai Mubai's protective shield was broken. Go down! Yu Tianheng shouted. Dragon is the strongest. A palm with extremely fast speed and huge impact hit Dai Mubai directly. Even if Dai Mubai didn't want to admit it, the opponent was too powerful. He was definitely no match for him. In the previous battle the opponent didn't use all his strength at all. Dai Mubai was frightened. Ever since he entered Shrek Academy he had always considered himself a genius. Now his idea was shattered by Yu Tianheng. He screamed, vomited blood flew out directly and hit him hard on the ground. Boss Dai! Ma Hongjun shouted. Little fat man, take care of yourself first. At this moment Yu Feng, who was flying above, rushed towards him. The NET one to go down is Yu. Fierce eagle piercing fist. At the same time the first soul ring on Yu Feng's body also lit up. The extremely fast speed made it impossible for Ma Hongjun to dodge and he was hit in the NET second. With a loud sound Dai Mubai's figure flew out for the second time. Bang bang bang! Ma Hongjun's body hit the ground. He was drowsy and felt like he was about to die. Boss Dai Hongjun! Oscar quickly made a recovery sausage and ran over and put it into the mouths of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Ahem! After eating sausages their injuries improved a lot and Yu Feng and Yu Tianheng were merciful, otherwise they would all be dead now. How could it be so strong? This time they were hit here. And now Tang San was the only one left on the stage. Tang San was caught in Medusa's gaze and it took him a long time to untie him, and at this time he was already injured. Now only Tang San is left in Shrek and he is very consumed. There are 7 members of the Imperial fighting team and they are full of energy. Everyone already knows the outcome of this battle. Tang San, you'd better admit defeat. You are no match for us. Yu Tianheng stepped forward and the others stood behind him looking at Tang San with raised eyebrows. Tang San's face was extremely hardened. He glanced at Yao Wu, who was fine in the audience. He also breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood that in the face of absolute strength his special skills were useless. Net he could only use his trump card. Only the clear sky hammer and hidden weapons are left, but the only hidden weapon that can break the shields of the 2 people in front of them is the dragon beard needle, and that's not necessarily the case. For the first time he felt powerless. Hold it with your left hand, he thought to himself. Is it really necessary to use the clear sky hammer? Tang San looked into the viewing room, his eyes gleaming as if communicating. Teacher, what should I do? The opponent is stronger than him. The opponent is faster than him. The hidden weapon cannot break the basalt shield on the opposite side, and the poisonous giant snake Medusa on the opposite side is better than him. Although the Tang sect also played with drugs, the current situation is different. At this moment Yua Gang in the observation room understood the message in Tang San's eyes and secretly shook his head. Tang San's pupils moved understanding and he immediately released his martial spirit date. Seeing this move, Yu Tianheng and others also understood. The NET second Tang San side, we admit defeat. Shrek Academy admits defeat. Let us congratulate the Royal Do team for winning this victory in an absolutely crushing situation. As Tang San finished speaking, the commentator above shouted excitedly, wow, Royal Do, Royal Do. The whole audience cheered loudly. All the light focused on the 7 people of Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng and others turned and left. Wait. At this moment Tang San stopped Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng turned around. What? Why are you so strong? wrong? Tang San took a deep breath and asked. After hearing this, Yu Tianheng and others raised the corners of their mouth. Yu Tianheng said softly, because we are from the Qinglong gang. After saying that, turn around and leave, never look back. Due to the loud cheers at the scene, Tang San was the only one who could hear Yu Tianheng speaking. Qinglong gang? Tang San was startled. What kind of force is this? Looking at Yu Tianheng and others leaving, he fell into deep doubt. Isn't the Imperial Do team a team of the Tiandu Empire? What is the Qinglong gang? Suddenly he frowned and couldn't understand. Then he turned around and left the venue. Seeing that everyone was only slightly injured, he breathed a sigh of relief. They spared us. If it were like before, we would have been seriously injured. Daimyo Bai walked over to Tang San and said to the members in front of him. At this time, Shrek's people had left the Soul fighting platform and stopped in the tunnel. The team's undefeated record so far has been broken starting today. There's nothing we can do. These people are even more monsters than us. Ma Hongjun sighed and shook his head. Tang San spoke to appease everyone. Okay, don't be depressed just because of this failure. The outcome of this round was actually determined the moment they activated their martial spirit. We are not bad either, it's just that the other side is more perverted than us. At this moment the tunnel, two people came over here and everyone saw that they were Yu Gang and Flanders. Teacher, Master Dean, everyone calls him. Yu Gang said. Xiao San is right, this time is just your Iperian. You must know that there is a sky outside the world and there are people outside the world. They can just kill your own spirit. Everyone listened to the instruction and bowed their heads to admit their mistake. Flanders patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder and then said to everyone in Shrek, okay Xiao Gang, don't talk anymore. Everyone is tired. Let's go back and rest for a while. The training will continue and we can't let it be because of one failure. And you are so decadent, otherwise you will disappoint Xiao Gang and me. Yes Dean. After being talked about, everyone's morale increased again. Chapter 96-96. Talk alone. Everyone in Huangdu who walked back shrugged and Oslo said it's not difficult at all. I don't know why the gang leader insists on bullying such a weak team. Yu Tianheng frowned slightly. The gang leader naturally has his reasons. Go back, don't talk so much. Ye Lingling walked out and said. Everyone nodded and walked directly towards the VIP room. On the second floor, Yu Tianheng held back a glance and happened to see a familiar figure. Yu Xiao Gang. Uncle, why is he here? Yu Tianheng stopped frowning and wondering, but when he saw Yu Xiao Gang, Tang San and others together, he was also stunned. Shrek's people, his words attracted the attention of the other members. They all looked over. At the same time, Yu Xiao Gang also looked over and looked at Yu Tianheng. Forget it, let's go back first. Yu Tianheng left. Everyone returned to the VIP room where Long Fei sat lazily. Let's do it. I'm tired of staying in the Dragon Realm every day. After the Soul Master Elite competition is over, you can form a team and go out to practice. Long Fei picked up the red wine glass and said, and then drank. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Will Yu Pan come with you then? Yu Pan nodded. Okay, we will form a team to dig for treasure when the time comes. You okay? Yu Tianheng nodded. Now their relationship is very good. After all, we are all a family. Long Fei smiled lightly. Okay, there will be no competition for you from now on. You can choose to return to the Dragon Realm to continue training, or you can choose to go out and have fun. There is still a lot of time now. I plan to go out for a walk and return to the Dragon Realm after tonight. Yu Tianheng said. The others nodded. We also have this idea. Okay, you go. Long Fei waved. With Long Fei's consent, everyone except Ye Lingling and Long Tinger left the spirit fighting arena. What are we doing now? Ye Lingling asked, sitting NET to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the screen above and said, don't you go over and play with them? Wouldn't it be better to stay with you? Long Tinger said. Okay, of course. Long Fei hugged the two beauties and greedily inhaled the body fragrance and said, the three of us will go play alone. After saying that, Long Fei took the two of them and left the spirit fighting arena directly. At this moment, Yu Xiao Gang happened to rush over and beside him was Flanders, but unfortunately Long Fei has left. Yu Xiao Gang, who finally learned the news, was stunned for a moment but soon thought of his nephew. Yu Xiao Gang sighed and said, they just went out alone. You go back first. I'll go find him myself. I haven't seen him for so long and I have a lot to say to him. Flanders patted his shoulder and left. On this side on a road, Yu Tianheng and others met Shrek's people by chance. Everyone in Shrek suddenly felt bad. After all, they had just been tortured and had no power to fight back. At this time, Daimyo Bai, the boss, immediately stepped forward and blocked the way of Yu Tianheng and others. What? You want to fight? Oslo teased. You are very strong, but we will definitely defeat you. Will you participate in the Soul Master Elite competition? Daimyo Bai's eyes were sharp. Of course, but we belong to the Tiandu Empire team and are the seeded team that is guaranteed to advance to the finals. Besides, we are not far from the elite competition. What can you do in such a short time? Yu Tianheng said lightly. With that said, he patted Daimyo Bai on the shoulder. If you didn't even make it to the finals, you'd better save it. We don't bother to bully you. After saying that, he directly pushed Daimyo Mui's shoulders away and led everyone away. Mui felt extremely humiliated, clenched his fist tightly and his face was gloomy, ugly and angry. The rest of Shrek were also so angry that they almost hit someone, but in the face of strength they still chose to endure it. There is no way I can't beat him. It completely self-defeating. Mui's presence was extremely cold and angry as he said, no matter how perverted their martial souls or soul rings are, we will definitely take back the humiliation they suffered today with our own hands in the future. Let them see how powerful our Shrek is. That's right, no matter what, we Shrek have never been afraid of anyone. Ma Hongjun also said angrily. The others nodded. After walking around for a while, Huang Do and the others had already walked out of the mall after eating some delicious food. At this moment the sky has darkened. Everybody had a great time. They were about to go back, but at this moment Yua Gang appeared in front of them. Uncle Yu Tianheng said. Tianheng Yuiao just said, you guys go back first. My uncle and I have something to talk about alone. Yu Tianheng said to the others. Good. Everyone nodded while eating and then left here. Yu Tianheng and Yua Gang came to a bridge as in the original work. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Grandpa has always wanted you to go back. Yu Tianheng looked at the river in front of him and spoke first. Yua Gang had a complicated look on his face and sighed. Tianheng, I will not go back. From that time on I will no longer be a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. No, as long as you are willing, Uncle, Yu Tianheng said hurriedly, but then stopped. Okay, let's not talk about this. In addition to catching up with you this time, Uncle came here mainly because he wanted to ask you about something. Yua Gang opened his mouth and turned to look into Yu Tianheng's eyes. Yu Tianheng had thought of it a long time ago, but he never said it out loud. Uncle, what you want to ask is about my martial soul's mutation and soul ring, right? Yu Tianheng Ed completely put his hands on the bridge handle and said calmly. Yu Xiaogong's eyes showed desire. That's right, you met Master He. How could you be so outstanding? If my martial soul can mutate again, maybe I can get rid of the current level that I am unable to advance. Uncle, I'm sorry I can't tell you about this. It's a secret about our organization, but I can make a recommendation for you. Whether it works or not shouldn't be a big problem. Yu Tianheng sighed faintly and spoke again. According to the rules of the Qinglong Gang, it seems that everyone can enter as long as they don't betray. However, there are not many people in the Qinglong Gang now, and there are not even 600 people in the Long family, but everyone is not simple. If he can help his uncle, he is still willing to help. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Yua Gang is not a fool. He understands the relationship at this level. Such a powerful person naturally has his own rules and he must abide by them. Afterward the two had a brief chat, and what surprised Yu Tianheng was that Tang San turned out to be his disciple. This is really a fight without knowing each other. Uncle, your apprentice Tang San is more outstanding than the rest of Shrek, but compared with me there is still a long way to go. Yu Tianheng's face showed an unruly look, and now his martial soul has become even more mutated. He is powerful and his strength is the same, so naturally he will not feel discouraged, and he is a member of the Qinglong Gang. Chapter 97-97 Chance Encounter. Everyone in Huangdu who walked back shrugged, and Oslo said it's not difficult at all. I don't know why the gang leader insists on bullying such a weak team. Yu Tianheng frowned slightly. The gang leader naturally has his reasons. Go back, don't talk so much. Ye Lingling walked out and said. Everyone nodded and walked directly towards the VIP room. On the second floor, Yu Tianheng held back a glance and happened to see a familiar figure. Yu Xiaogang. Uncle, why is he here? Yu Tianheng stopped frowning and wondering, but when he saw Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and others together, he was also stunned. Shrek's people. His words attracted the attention of the other members. They all looked over. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang also looked over and looked at Yu Tianheng. Forget it, let's go back first. Yu Tianheng left. Everyone returned to the VIP room where Long Fei sat lazily. Let's do it. I'm tired of staying in the Dragon Realm every day. After the Soul Master Elite competition is over, you can form a team and go out to practice. Long Fei picked up the red wine glass and said, and then drank. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Will Yu Pan come with you then? Yu Pan nodded. Okay, we will form a team to dig for treasure when the time comes. You okay? Yu Tianheng nodded. Now their relationship is very good. After all, we are all a family. Long Fei smiled lightly. Okay, there will be no competition for you from now on. You can choose to return to the Dragon Realm to continue training, or you can choose to go out and have fun. There is still a lot of time now. I plan to go out for a walk and return to the Dragon Realm after tonight. Yu Tianheng said. The others nodded. We also have this idea. Okay, you go. Long Fei waved. With Long Fei's consent, everyone except Ye Lingling and Long Tinger left the spirit fighting arena. What are we doing now? Ye Lingling asked, sitting net to Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the screen above and said, don't you go over and play with them? Wouldn't it be better to stay with you? Long Tinger said. Okay, of course. Long Fei hugged the two beauties and greedily inhaled the body fragrance and said the three of us will go play alone. After saying that, Long Fei took the two of them and left the spirit fighting arena directly. At this moment Yua Gang happened to rush over and beside him was Flanders, but unfortunately Long Fei has left. Yua Gang, who finally learned the news, was stunned for a moment but soon thought of his nephew. Yua Gang sighed and said they just went out alone. You go back first. I'll go find him myself. I haven't seen him for so long and I have a lot to say to him. Flanders patted his shoulder and left. On this side on a road, Yu Tianheng and others met Shrek's people by Chan. Everyone in Shrek suddenly felt bad after all they had just been tortured and had no power to fight back. At this time Daimyo Bai the boss immediately stepped forward and blocked the path of Yu Tianheng and others. What? You want to fight? Oslo teased. You are very strong but we will definitely defeat you. Will you participate in the Soul Master Elite competition? Daimyo Bai's eyes were sharp. Of course, but we belong to the Tiandu Empire team and are the seeded team that is guaranteed to advance to the finals. Besides, we are not far from the elite competition. What can you do in such a short time? Yu Tianheng said lightly. With that said, he patted Daimyo Bai on the shoulder. If you didn't even make it to the finals, you'd better save it. We don't bother to bully you. After saying that, he pushed Daimyo Bai's shoulders away and left with everyone. Daimyo Bai felt extremely humiliated, clenched his fist tightly and his face was gloomy, ugly and angry. The rest of Shrek were also so angry that they almost hit someone, but in the face of strength they still chose to endure it. There is no way I can't beat him. It completely self-defeating. Daimyo Bai's Presence was extremely cold and angry as he said, no matter how perverted their martial souls or soul rings are, we will definitely take back the humiliation they suffered today with our own hands in the future. Let them see how powerful our Shrek is. That's right, no matter what, we Shrek have never been afraid of anyone. Ma Hongjun also said angrily. The others nodded. After walking around for a while, Huang Do and the others had already walked out of the mall after eating some delicious food. At this moment the sky has darkened. Everybody had a great time. They were about to go back, but at this moment Yua Gang appeared in front of them. Uncle Yu Tianheng said. Tianheng, Yua Gang said. You guys go back first. My uncle and I have something to talk about alone. Yu Tianheng said to the others. Good. Everyone nodded while eating and then left here. Yu Tianheng and Yua Gang came to a bridge as in the original work. Uncle, where have you been all these years? Grandpa has always wanted you to go back. Yu Tianheng looked at the river in front of him and spoke first. Yua Gang had a complicated expression on his face and sighed. Tianheng, I will not go back. After that time, I am no longer a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Re family. No, as long as you are willing, uncle. Yu Tianheng said hurriedly but then stopped. Okay, let's not talk about this. In addition to catching up with you this time, uncle came here mainly because he wanted to ask you about something. Yua Gang opened his mouth and turned to look into Yu Tianheng's eyes. Yu Tianheng had thought of it a long time ago but he never said it out loud. Uncle, what you want to ask is about my martial soul's mutation and soul ring, right? Yu Tianheng Rella Ed completely put his hands on the bridge handle and said calmly. Yu Xiaogong's eyes showed desire. That's right, you met Master He. How could you be so outstanding? If my martial soul can mutate again, maybe I can get rid of the current level that I am unable to advance. Uncle, forgive me for not telling you about this matter. It's a secret about our organization. However, I can introduce it to you. But if it's possible, it shouldn't be a big problem. Yushinheng Yu sighing, the rules of the Qinglong Gang came up again. As long as they don't betray, it seems that everyone can enter. However, there are not many people in the Qinglong Gang now and there are not even 600 people in the Long family, but everyone is not simple. If he can help his uncle, he is still willing to help. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Yua Gang is not a fool. He understands the relationship at this level. Such a powerful person naturally has his own rules and he must abide by them. Afterward the two had a brief chat, and what surprised Yu Tianheng was that Tang San turned out to be his disciple. It's really impossible to get acquainted without fighting. Uncle, your apprentice Tang San is more outstanding than the rest of Shrek, but compared to me there is still a long way to go. Yu Tianheng's face showed an unruly look, and now his martial spirit, the mutation, is more powerful and so is the strength. Naturally there is no sense of discouragement and he is a member of the Qinglong Gang. Chapter 98-98 Dugabo's Revenge. After Yua Gang heard this, he was actually a little unhappy, but he didn't show much emotion. After a moment he said with some embarrassment, I believe in my disciple and I am very confident in his future achievement. Use these clear and unclear words to cover up the embarrassment and uncertainty in your heart. The time is getting darker and darker and the sky is full of stars forming a meteor shower. The discussion between the two also faded over time and finally they left. Yu Tianheng was walking on a deserted street where everything was dark inside and out. Suddenly there was movement. His step stopped. Look at the place where there is movement. In a dark alley, two wretched men were touching a girl in pink clothes. Naturally the pink pink girl would not surrender but directly launched a resistance. "You bastards, you gangsters, die!" the pink girl said angrily. She stepped up and kicked the opponent in the crotch. "Hey cute little sister, please come into our arms." One of them had an extremely vulgar smile. Both of them had 5 soul rings and they turned out to be 2 soul kings. The pink girl is just a second-level soul master. She really couldn't handle such an enemy by herself, so she had to find an opportunity to escape. Yu Tianheng frowned as a familiar picture flashed through his mind as he watched the pink girl in front of him, muttering, "Isn't she that girl from Shrek? Why is she here?" Walking over, Xiao Wu was having a hard time fighting and she regretted sneaking out to play alone. What should I do now? Without help something might really happen to her. She clenched her fist tightly. The parts of the body that were hit were also very painful. These two people kept using long-range attacks to consume her. It was really shameless. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and looked fiercely. Suddenly the wretched man stepped forward to attack again. Good chance. Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Wu moved, grabbed this person and planned to use the 8-stage throw in close combat. Xiao Wu's speed was very fast and the person who was caught suddenly fainted and looked a little panicked. The NET moment screams began one after another. The other wretched tall man who was watching the fight below did not have the urge to help the man. Instead he admired Xiao Wu licking his tongue and said with a obsessed and wretched look, "Such a lively loli will definitely be more lively in bed." Gee hell. The wretched man above was being thrown around and was screaming. This was really painful. He didn't expect that he was so careless and ended up like this. However, now he seems to be controlled and unable to resist and can only be beaten and kicked arbitrarily. When his Zion came back, the man below woke up in shock and instantly used his martial spirit Tiger to attack the beast above to rescue him. After the final fall, the wretched man was instantly knocked to the ground, dizzy and in pain all over his body, and at this moment the Tiger Pounce beast came over and hit her directly. Bang! Ah! Xiao Wu screamed in pain and fell down. His face was ugly and he was sweating. "Come into my arm." The Tiger beast fell directly towards Xiao Wu from the sky. Xiao Wu was injured and couldn't move. What to do? Suddenly, at this moment, a bolt of thunder appeared in front of her, followed by an extremely fast figure hit him with a palm. The face of the tiger pushing beast man changed with shock. When did this person come? Bang! The huge impact directly sent the man flying away. "Who are you? How dare you spoil my good deed?" The tiger punching beast man looked unhappy. The short man who was thrown by Xiao Wu at the 8th level also shook his head and got up with a gloomy tone. "Damn, you're dead for making me look so ugly." Xiao Wu looked at the person who suddenly appeared in front of her and suddenly remembered from the back and clothes. "Isn't this person Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Imperial fighting team?" "Yes, the person who came was none other than Yu Tianheng." Yu Tianheng said coldly, "It's dark at night and 2 soul kings deal with a girl with only 2 rings. They really embarrass us soul masters." The tiger punching beast man said angrily, "Damn it, you're a fool. If you have the ability, come and show your name." "I don't want to change my name, but I don't want to change my surname." Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Imperial battle team. "Today let me see how powerful the so-called Soul King is." Yu Tianheng took 2 steps forward and at the same time as a cold and stern voice sounded his body, the thick and terrifying dragon power came out along with the dragon's roar. The Holy Thunder King Dragon Martial Soul came out instantly. 4 purple and black soul rings appeared on his body and his whole aura were earth-shaking. The aura instantly crushed the 2 5-ring soul kings in front of him, and his soul has not been released yet, otherwise it would be even more terrifying. Everyone in their team is training crazily in the Dragon Realm Soul Ascension Tower. Upgrading soul rings is one of the functions of this tower. The eyes of the 2 people shrank. 4-ring soul sec. The purple soul ring starts with 1,000-year soul ring. Since the 3rd and 4th are black 10,000-year soul rings. How is this possible? The expressions of the 2 men changed in shock. "Boss, this kid's identity is unusual. How about we run away?" The short man muttered in the tall man's ear. "Fuck you. No matter how powerful the soul ring is, so what? He is just a soul sect and we have 2 soul kings who are afraid of him. Come on, hold him." After giving the order, the 2 of them directly used their soul skills to kill Yu Tianheng. This time they were murderous and their aura was sharp. Either they didn't take action, or if they actually made a move they would have to kill them. Otherwise they would have to kill them. The consequences could be disastrous. Facing the 2 fierce attacks, Yu Tianheng remained calm and unhurried. The first soul ring on his body lit up. An ultimate thunder power coexisted with dragon power. The first soul skill, Holy King Dragon Claw. Yu Tianheng also used his soul skills to greet him. A terrifying offensive broke out and dragon power suddenly rose into the sky. Loud bang! The originally dark and gloomy area was illuminated by the explosion. The 2 men let out a dull sound and were blown away. Although Yu Tianheng was also forced back by the impact, he only slipped a small step, which was not a cause for concern. After this simple pair of touches, the gap between the 2 sides was immediately discovered. "Boss, I didn't expect this kid to have some something. It seems we can't hide it anymore, the short man said with a gloomy expression. Gao Nan nodded. Then come. The fifth soul skill. Tiger pounces and roars. The fifth soul skill. Netherworld binding. The aura of the two people suddenly changed and they became even more frightened. The two offensives, one above and below the ground, headed directly towards Yu Tianheng. In response to this, Yu Tianheng looked a little more serious. Step back. The whole body is in bow drawing form, then took a deep breath. Her hair began to flow and the second soul ring on her body lit up. The strongest defense is often attack. The second soul skill. Ultra Thunder Dragon Explosion. As he shouted loudly, the terrifying power of thunder condensed in front of him and turned into a huge light wave. The fragments carried by the thunder were filled around his body and the Extreme Thunder Holy King Dragon charged directly out of him. The terrifying and violent power swept out crazily and rushed directly forward. The ultimate thunder. The ultimate dragon power. 2 in 1. How terrifying. Boom. With a huge explosion, the moves of the two people on the opposite side were instantly overwhelmed and annihilated by Yu Tianheng's move. The offensive of thunder and dragon was not over yet, but they attacked directly towards the two men. When the two of them saw this scene, they felt the overwhelming sense of death. Cold sweat broke out instantly. Their eyes became frightened and they quickly used their strongest defensive soul skills. Loud bang. At this time Yu Tianheng is here. With a quick step of lightning flash, he quickly came to the top of his attack and punched out the power of the holy dragon. Die. A scream sounded. No. Net moment. Bang. Boom. Chapter 99. Death of Yuegwen. As the smoke left, the two people in front of them were completely dead. Yu Tianheng released his martial spirit state. Thank you for saving me, Xiao Wu said politely. Yu Tianheng, look, a little girl is going to run around in such a bad mood. Go back to your Shrek team. There was a lot of noise in the battle just now. The troops in the city will be ushered in soon. I'll leave first. Yu Tianheng turned around, waved his hand and left. At this moment Xiao Wu suddenly felt that Yu Tianheng was not that annoying. Then she quickly left here. Time flies. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, under the dark sky is a forest. This is a forest. There are two people standing in the forest now. One is wearing orange. One is dressed in green. Looking at the old man in front of him, the man in orange was a little surprised. Sure enough, it's you, Dugabo. Dugabo snorted coldly. Huhuagwen, it's been a long time and today this is your cemetery. Ha ha ha. Huhuagwen raised his head and laughed after hearing this. Dugabo, why do you still want to kill me? If you hadn't met the people from the Tiandu team before, you would have died in the pursuit of me and the old ghost. The corner of Huhuagwen's mouth curled up in disdain, sneering. That's why I shouldn't die. I'm here today at Huhuagwen to wash away my shame. Dugabo's cold voice sounded. Huhuagwen snorted disdainfully. I want to see what you are capable of. Stop talking nonsense and take action. At the same time, the 9 most standard soul rings of yellow, purple, black and black rose from his body. The Qirong Tianju martial soul turned into numerous sharp blades in his hands and rushed directly toward Dugabo. If you want to hurt me with just a plant-based thing? Dugabo was disdainful, raised his hand and covered it directly. Suddenly a violent breath plotted directly, knocking away the incoming flying blade, and a protective wall was formed around him. At the same time, a very large and terrifying snake appeared from his body. Biphosphorus Medusa. Yes, his martial soul has also mutated to the same level as Duguyan. At the same moment, soul rings rose up one after another from his body. Black, red. Since it is 7 black and 2 red, it's a pity that he was originally a titled Douluo, so he couldn't absorb souls at all unless he broke through to level 100. After practicing in the dragon world for so long, the 2 original 100-year soul rings and 2,000-year soul rings have turned into 10,000-year soul rings due to the infiltration of rich resources, and the 8th and 9th spirit rings, which were not far from the 100,000-year mark, successfully entered the 100,000-year mark with the help of the Azure Dragon blood pool. Although there is number 100,000-year soul ring, this is already very scary. You must know that even Sendeolio, who is at the peak of pseudo-demigod status, is only red, and his current soul power has reached level 97. After several months it has improved to another level. Now he completely crushes Huhuagwen. Although he is not as fully equipped with explosive power as Tang Hao with his current dual soul core, he still feels like he can give a 50-50 draw against Qiandeolio. Of course, this is Qiandeolio before he joined the Qinglong Gang. Now that Qiandeolio has joined the Qinglong Gang, he has gained the inheritance and various benefits of the Qinglong Gang. If Qiandeolio didn't use the angelic armor, he might still be able to beat 40 or 60. The terrifying momentum continued to leak from Dugabo. Seeing this scene in front of him, Huhuagwen trembled all over. His face changed with shock and his voice was frightened. How is that possible? 7 black and 2 red. 200,000-year soul rings. Dugabo, what on earth is going on? And your soul power is actually higher than mine. It has reached level 97. As he said that Huoguan's face turned from shock to fear. Even if the soul ring suppressed him before, since it is even one level higher than him, and his martial spirit seems to have changed, it seems like there is no need to fight. Huoguan finally understood why Dugabo looked so confident. It turned out that he wasn't just pretending. If it were him, he would know how to do it. So, this is my opportunity. I don't need to tell you. I told you at Huahua Pass that this will be your cemetery today. Come and die for me. Dugabo's murderous intent was revealed and he charged directly towards Huahua Pass. The first soul ring on his body lit up and the cold light of the phosphorus Medusa bloomed from his eyes. The first soul skill Medusa Gaze. The fifth soul skill Jade Phosphorus Medusa's Tribulation View. The seventh soul skill Martial Soul Avatar. The third soul skill Breath Barrier. The fifth soul skill Gathering of Han Ying. Zhu Huoguan's face was filled with fear and he quickly used his skills. Boom. Well, faced with such a terrifying attack, Huoguan gritted his teeth and suddenly became exhausted. Suddenly thick clouds of mist swirled around him. The secret passage was not good, but at this moment he fell into an illusion. He was caught in the gaze of Medusa. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. This thing in front of me was a bit scary. Bang. The NET second Dugabo's terrifying power broke through his aura barrier and hit his abdomen. He screamed and flew out with a ferocious face. He smashed down several trees and finally smashed one. The stone stopped in front of the center. Ahem. Huoguan coughed uncomfortably. His whole body felt bad and blood was already flowing from his mouth. Unexpectedly dealing with an old poisonous thing would make him look like this, causing him to recall the scene of being blasted by Tang Hao. He was startled, shook his head, quickly got away from the stone and struggled to stand up. Huoguan gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that I would be hurt like this by you. Haju Huoguan didn't expect that you would also have today. Dugabo's face showed an extremely thick smile. This feeling of beating the opponent violently was so good. He kind of understood how Long Fei felt. I picked it today, but Huoguan raised his hand and the fifth soul ring on his body lit up. The SITH soul skill Golden Rui Flowing Cloud. In an instant the strange velvet Bongtianju appeared in front of him again and a thick golden beam shot out directly towards Dugabo. This attack condensed all the strength of his 95th level titled Douluo. The SITH soul skill Poisonous Dragon Bite. Dugabo frowned slightly and then a soul ring appeared in his hand. The NET second a huge snake sprang out like a dragon and attacked directly. Boom. Taking this opportunity, Huoguan quickly turned around and ran away. He did not intend to win this blow but created an opportunity for him to escape. He must go back alive and report this important news to the Pope. This Dugabo has a huge, if the secrets can be uncovered, their strength will be greatly improved and the overall strength of Wuhan Palace will skyrocket. Dugabo took the order and dispersed the smoke and dust. Seeing that Huoguan was no longer there, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the fleeing figure of Huoguan in front of him. Run? You absolutely can't run away today. Knowing what happened to me, I can't let you leave alive. The NET moment he transformed into thunder and disappeared from the spot. When he appears again, the place where he can escape is unprecedentedly close. Huoguan suddenly changed, his body stopped and he screamed, why are you so fast? You don't know Duo Zhou Huoguan, I said today is the day you will fall. The seventh soul skill Martial Soul True Form. The eighth soul skill Phosphorus Medusa Petrification. Huoguan, as an old rival I will use my most evil soul skills to give you a ride. With the sound of Dugabo's icy voice, a heaven-defying terrifying offensive came out in an instant. The sky is full of poisonous gas. Damn it. Sensing the imminent crisis, the true form of Huoguan martial spirit appeared. The ninth soul skill Chrysanthemums are broken all over the ground. Injured flowers fall heartbroken. Boom. Chapter 100 Breakthrough at Huoguan and set out for the killing capital. Huoguan used all his strength to display his ninth soul skill. Countless plants turned into sharp blades and flew out of their sheath. The scene was extremely shocking, and under Dugabo's soul skill a ray of light enveloped the air. The piercing plant blade stopped at this moment and became petrified. As this scene appeared, all the soul skills released by Fang Yuan Huoguan were petrified and accompanied by a terrifying phosphorus Medusa's chant. It resounded in the sky and all the petrified sharp blades were instantly shattered. Dugabo is a 97th level super Douluo with 2 soul cores. How could Huoguan be his opponent? It was crushed directly by strength alone. How is it possible? Huoguan's pupils narrowed, shocked and frightened. He wanted to move but his body became sluggish as if he was caught by something. When he came back to his senses, his presence changed drastically and his lower body was rapidly petrified, spreading from his feet up. Bang! And the petrified part was directly broken, but he couldn't feel any pain at all. No, Huoguan was completely frightened and a force caused him to fall down. Looking at the gradually petrified and broken body, Huoguan's face was full of despair. Why? Huoguan raised his head and screamed. The hissing lung-splitting cry from Huoguan continued. I am not willing to accept Dugabo. I am not willing to accept this. Dugabo was hanging high in the sky looking at the scene. scene indifferently. Hua Pass, I said this is your cemetery. After you die I will soon let that old ghost accompany you. Huhuguan gave up resistance and begged for mercy. I am alone Bo, that was an order given to me by the Wuhan Palace and I was just following the order. Please forgive me. As long as you forgive me I will do whatever you want me to do. At this moment his body was petrified and the entire lower body was gone. There was no pain or blood. Some are just despair, and often the painlessness is the greatest pain. Dugabo said coldly. Huhuguan, you also have today. Looking at the body that was about to wither away, Huhuguan raised his head in pain and said crazily, I have worked hard to achieve today's cultivation. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Spare me. Stop petrification. I will leave immediately. Wuhandian, follow you. Serve you. What can your current body do for me? Dugabo said. At this moment his e-pression suddenly changed and his body was startled. He quickly waved his hand and took back his martial spirit. At the same time the petrification on Huhuguan's body gradually disappeared. Seeing this scene, Dugabo was very puzzled and a little lucky to see Dugabo suddenly change so quickly. Now only half of the upper body is left. Forget it, you'd better let me die. He looked bitter and shook his head. What else could he do with his mutilated body now? I'm sorry, you can't die now. You are very lucky. Our gang wants to see you, otherwise you would be dead. Dugabo stopped and said. Just when he was about to take the final blow to understand Hua Pass, Long Fei's voice rang in his mind. Don't kill him, bring him to me. A few simple words were enough to shock Dugabo. He will not disobey. He quickly stopped, and he already knows about the hatred towards Huhuguan, and the NET step is the hatred between Wuhan Palace and Gui Mei. Crushing the chrysanthemum made him feel extremely happy and he was in a good mood now. Your gang leader? Huhuguan's voice came out and he was shocked. Is it possible that Dugabo's achievements today are the result of the mysterious gang leader in his mouth? The NET second. Dugabo raised his hand and surrounded Hua Pass with a burst of strength, and then both of them disappeared from here. NET moment. When Dugabo and Huhuguan appeared again, the scene in front of me completely changed. Everything here is so fantasy and incredible. Here, what place is this? Looking at the scene in front of him, Yu Guan's eyes revealed a trance. He had never seen such a beautiful place in his life. It is simply a paradise on earth. This is the Dragon Realm, the only headquarters of the Qinglong Gang. Dugabo said it directly without any concealment. The moment Huhuguan entered here he was destined to become a member of the Qinglong Gang, which he could not escape. A Dragon Realm Qinglong Gang headquarters. Yueguan muttered. Okay, stop talking nonsense and come with me. Dugabo brought Yu Guan to Long Fei's residence. Long Fei's residence is not as tall as Epected. It is just built in a shape similar to a Chinese courtyard house. The door is open. Dugabo walked in with a confused Yu Guan. There is a pond in the large courtyard. At the moment a person is sitting on a brown stool with his back to them, spreading materials and feeding the fish in the pond. Dugabo held his hand in front of him and looked in awe. Gang leader, I brought Huhuguan here according to your instructions. Sure enough, Huhuguan immediately understood when he saw that such a powerful Dugabo behaved like this towards the person in front of him, and he had already understood it. Now Huhuguan is using his soul power to transform his lost limbs, but the soul power is very consumed. This is not a long-term solution. When he was just brought here, Dugabo threw something into his mouth and then his soul power recovered quickly, which is really amazing. When he asked, all he heard was the word Dugabo. Eli Ir. Yu Guan, I think you are also a pitiful person. Now I will give you two options. One is to join the Qinglong Gang and the other is to die. Make your own choice. Long Fei's voice was very calm and he did not turn around. Instead he continued to feed the fish. When the last word fell, the last fish feed fell into the water. A big goldfish jumped out from the water, swallowed it in one gulp and then swam away quickly. Dugabo Net to him knew that this moment was still going to come. He looked at Yu Guan's e-pression and the corners of his mouth twitched. When you join the Qinglong Gang, everything about you will change dramatically. Huhuguan, you are very lucky. If the gang leader hadn't taken a fancy to you, you would be dead now. Suddenly Dugabo thought about it in his heart, and you have no choice but to choose one. Huhuguan is naturally happy to be able to survive. Of course I choose one, but my body is so disabled now and my strength is greatly reduced. What can I do? There was helplessness and bitterness in his word. Long Fei didn't care at all. This is a trivial matter. Then he stood up and turned around. At this moment Yu Guan completely saw Long Fei's true face. Very young since such a person. Looking at Dugabo again, Yu Guan took a deep breath. It was incredible. Long Fei raised his hand and a wave of power poured directly into Yu Guan's body. Field rebirth. A green light suddenly appeared on Yueguan's body, and the NET moment he felt a mysterious force rushing through his body. Immediately afterwards a magical scene appeared. His incomplete and severed limbs are growing crazily from his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. This Yueguan turned pale with shock. Even Dugabo was very surprised. He didn't expect that their sect master had such a heaven-defying method. You know, among the many spells in the Qinglong gang there is no such method. I don't know if the Qinglong blood pool can have this effect. No one knows except Long Fei. After all, they are not damaged. Of course if you want you can make it yourself and give it a try, but this may be too small.